Hello, hello, friends. In the novel I'm explaining today, there's an eye-catching plot. The female protagonist, ready to start university and a new life, is kidnapped by strangers on the night of a family gathering. Her adoptive parents seem to be hiding huge secrets, all related to her mysterious background. How will the protagonist find her place in this unfamiliar world? Follow my interpretation to explore this mysterious story together. Chapter 1. Welcome home, Princess. Cheers. I clinked my glass of sparkling water against my two best friends' alcoholic beverages. Their eyes glazed with a mixture of intoxication and emotion as we toasted for the final time that night. Tomorrow, we'd each be embarking on our separate journeys to the places we'd call home for the next 4 years. Samara, with her outgoing personality and persuasive charm, was New York, bound for culinary school, while the soft-spoken and brilliant Lily was headed to Harvard. It was a bittersweet farewell, knowing we wouldn't reunite in person until summer break, although I felt a flutter of nerves about starting my new life tomorrow. I was confident in my decision to choose a college closer to home. Being only an hour away from my mom and younger brothers meant I could easily be there if they needed me, or vice versa. My responsible nature and close family ties made this choice feel right. College had always been a beacon of excitement for me, from my earliest memories of visiting my uncle on his college campus and witnessing his unbridled joy, to the countless bedtime stories my parents shared about their own college days and how they met. I knew that whatever tomorrow brought would be a pivotal moment in my life. A tingle of anticipation coursed deep through me as I reflected on finally discovering my purpose. I wanted to follow in my dad's footsteps and become a healer, to help people just as he did in his medical profession. Samara's grip on my hand tightened, pulling me back to the present moment. "You won't even have one drink with us. NYZ, she pouted, brushing her long blonde bang from her slightly unfocused eyes. "It's our last night, and you're being a party pooper." I tapped my nails rhythmically on the circular table, flashing her my most mischievous grin. "You know I don't drink, Sammy," I reminded her. "Besides, I don't want to show up to my first lectures absolutely hammered and hungover." "I can't believe you start so soon," Lily chimed in, her voice barely audible above the din of the crowded bar. "We don't start for another 2 weeks. It sucks for sure." I sighed, running a hand through my dark hair. "But at least I get out earlier than you guys. Who knows? Maybe I could use those 2 weeks to come visit you two on the East Coast." Samara squealed, clapping excitedly at my proposed idea. Lily smiled softly at my words, tracing the condensation of her glass with the tip of her finger. Her eyes drifted past me for a second and then widened as she inhaled in a breath so quickly she started coughing as a spasm racked her throat. Samara, the best friend any girl could ask for, looked over at Lily in bewilderment for slapping her hand against our friend's back as hard as tiny hand could. "Holy crap," Lily rasped, still looking at something behind me. "I think those are the sexiest men I've ever seen in my entire life." Samara's nose wrinkled at Lil's words. "Don't you have a girlfriend? I thought you didn't like men." "I do have a girlfriend," Lily shot her a fierce look, "and just because I'm dating a woman doesn't mean I can't appreciate the sexiness of the opposite gender. And let me tell you, if I was dating Holly, I'd definitely switch teams and ask one of those two out. Damn are they fine." Samara's eyes widened at her words, weaving her head around as she tried to find men that Lily was talking about. I choked on a laugh at my best friend's antics, wishing I could see what the big deal with these men were if it had my very in love with her girlfriend friend wanting to switch teams. Samara must have finally found who Lily was talking about because her jaw suddenly dropped down to the small table we were occupying. "Hot damn," she nearly shouted in my ear. Lily didn't do them justice. "Those men are delicious." "Oh God," Samara groaned. "He has dimples." The blonde one just smirked in his dimples. "Kill me now." "You two already?" Side pushed her face away from mine, laughing at them both. "No man can be that good looking." "You're wrong there, sister," Lily murmured. "They're gorgeous." "I've never been so jealous of you staying behind than I am right," Sam said half jokingly because if those hotties are going to the same college you are, I might just have to transfer back. A pricklet of awareness sparked at the back of my neck as I felt 3 sets of eyes watching me. I turned my head from side to side, scanning as much of the room as I could. I saw nothing or no one staring at me. Everyone too busy either drinking or engaging in conversations that would probably lead to a night of regret. I startled when both Sam and Lily gripped each of my hands, sucking in sharp breaths. "HS coming over here," Samara breathed, fixing her hair and low-cut top. "Oh shit." Lily hissed at the same time, "So is his friend." Suddenly, 2 large presences at my back had my hackles rising. "Ladies." A smooth, rich, and cheery voice said from the left of me, "What a wonderful night to celebrate, isn't it?" The only thing my 2 friends could do was gape and blink holish lie at the newcomer, something that has never, in the history of knowing these 2 since I was 5, happened before. I shot them a quizzical look. "I'm sorry," I intervened, still giving my friends weird looks, but apparently they forgot their manners tonight. The words died on my lips as my eyes locked with vibrant green ones. A's shot through me. His brilliant smile faltered a little as he took me in, his shoulders stiffening ever so slightly in surprise. To saw he was handsome was an understatement. This man was absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. His blonde, medium, wavy-length hair was cut neatly and in a way where it was polished but at the same time didn't make him look frumpy. He was tall, super tall even for my 510 frame, and you could tell from the way the stylish clothes hugged his frame that he was fit and played some type of sport that required a lot of running. While he was scrutinizing me with the same look of intensity I used on him, I took my time to look at his friend. This time, I was the one to suck in a sharp breath as I found his amber eyes already observing me. This guy was as equally stunning as his friend, just as tall and broad-shouldered. While his friend was all light and laughter, this guy was all seriousness, the complete opposite. He was dark and brooding and mysterious. His dark hair was tousled and disheveled in a way that made me think it was for fashion purposes, more like he ran his hand through his hair as an afterthought. When he shifted his body to lean against the table my friends and I were occupying, I peeked some of his tanned and tattooed-colored skin from underneath his long-sleeved shirt. He stared at me with the same intense look that overcame Blondie's face when our eyes met, his face remaining expressionless the whole time. Another zing zapped through my body at the look. Blondie recovered from his stupor quickly and plastered on the charm rather thickly. "What are you 3 fine ladies doing at a dive like this?" he asked, winking pointedly at Samara. "Surely you 3 have a runway to be on." I snorted at his words as Sam and, surprisingly, Lily let out giggles instead. He turned his attention on me, his eyebrows raised. "That's the best line you got." I snorted again, and this time, I could have sworn I saw Mr. Dark and broody-ass lips twitch at the sound. My brothers had better pick up lines than that. And fair 6 and 8. Instead of getting flustered or angry at my snarky words, like most guys his age would have done, Blondie just smiled at me. Freaking smiled. And damn it, even his smile was perfect. "Your brothers must hit it off with the ladies all the time then." I laughed at that, nodding my head. "If you count their 60-year-old babysitter and her friends as hitting it off, then sure. They do fantastic in the ladies' department." Blondie's chuckle made me squirm in my seat. "The name's Cassie Ann, or Cass, or Ian for short. I don't really care what you call me." He held a hand out to me. "How about I call you mine?" Samara murmured low, but apparently not low enough for me or the 2 men next to me to hear. Cassie Ann's lips twitched at my friend's words. His friend smirked at him. I kicked Sam in the shin just as I shook Cassie Ann's calloused hand out. She howled, grasping the damaged limb. "What the hell was that for?" "Ignore her, Ian," Lily said, shaking his outstretched hand next, and redirecting the conversation away from me. "She's an idiot when she has tequila in her. That's her pick of poison." He whistled low, shaking my friend's hand. "She's a small thing as it is. What does it take? Like 2 shots? Before she's gone to the wind." 3.5, Sam giggled, "plus some of those drinks that taste like fruit punch." He turned his eyes towards me. moving just a tad bit closer. "How about you, princess?" he murmured, his green eyes blazing. "How many shots does it take for you to start giggling for me?" My eyes narrowed at the trailer. "I need more than shots for me to giggle like a schoolgirl," lied, bedpanting, "especially for someone like you." Cassian's mouth dropped open. "What's that supposed to mean?" I startled at the deep rumble of laughter from behind me, my eyes flickering to Cassian's friend as he snickered at his friend's epic failure. "You better get your friend and leave us alone with those cheesy one-liners." I motioned to a still speechless Cassian, who was drilling holes into my head with his eyes. "Or else, I won't be responsible for what comes next." He smirked down at his muscles bunching underneath his shirt as he shifted closer. "What comes next?" His voice was like silk, deep and drumbly and a little scratchy. Like he didn't really use it a lot unless it was absolutely necessary. "I'd like to be fully prepared to know what I'm getting into in the face of danger." "He gets a drink in the face," I threatened twice. Once for annoying me and the other for calling me princess. Cassian's friend weighed out his options for a minute, mulling over the possibility if I would seriously embarrass his friend in public. "The answer is that I totally would." He must have saw the resolve on my face, because in the next minute, he was swiping both my drink and his protesting friend away from us. "That's mine." I reached for my lemonade to no avail. Cassian's friend smirked down at me before raising my glass to his lips and locking eyes with me, drinking it all down in one gulp. When he was finished, he licked full lips. "Lemonade," he said in barely concealed surprise. "Plain old lemonade." With those final words, they disappeared as quickly as they came, ignoring my snarling and curses. A throat-clearing snapped my attention back to my friends. Lily was looking at me with a barely concealed grin while Samar was straight up gawking. "Did you know those guys?" "Obviously I didn't." I grumbled. "If they had to come over and introduce themselves to us, they sure acted like they knew you." I scoffed at them. They were douches. But even as I said that, something deep down inside of me disagreed. "They came over for you. You know that, right?" Sam said. I snorted. "Yeah, right. It's kind of true, NYZ," Lily added. "They only had eyes for you. They basically ignored the two of us." "It didn't help that you cowled in form words," I reminded them. Lily shook her head, motioning for the waitress. "That didn't matter. Their eyes never strayed from you for long." "So which one do you like?" Sam squirmed in her seat because I think me and Dian were really vibing. I shot her a look, but she just raised her brow. "What? You like him instead?" I said nothing and she pouted. "Can I at least call dibs on the one you don't want?" I shot her an annoyed look. "I'm not calling dibs on anyone." The waitress whirled over to us, dropping down 3 new fresh drinks and the check they had paid stamped over it in red. I frowned. "Mum, I think you gave us the wrong bill." "And we didn't want any more drinks," Lily chimed in, reaching for her purse. The waitress shook her head. "The bill's already been taken care of." My eyes slid to Samara, who was happily sipping on her 7th drink of the night. She paused her sipping. "Don't look at me. I'm broke right now." I narrowed my eyes at Lily, who narrowed them right back at me. Why would I reach for my purse to pay for something I already paid for? "You're sneaky like that," I shrugged. "Plus, you hate when I pay for stuff." She rolled her eyes. "I only hate it because of how little you actually have left of your savings." I winced at her statement, reminding myself that all the books and resources I needed to pay out of pocket for school would be worth it in the end. Saving Levs would be worth it. "Then who paid?" we asked the waitress. "Some tall, preppy blonde guy." She shrugged, pulled out a wad of cash and asked me to send you another drink and pay off your tab. I was going to question it. Money is money. Samara reached for Lil's Cosmo when I slapped her hand away and handed her my lemonade. "Drink that before you puke over Lil's car like you did last time." She groaned at me but then dutifully drank the refreshing drink. I glanced at my watch, grimacing at the time. "We better get going," I said. "Early start to my new beginning." Chapter 2, capital T for Trouble. Phoenix. I tightened my tactical vest onto my chest before slipping on my face mask and helmet onto my head. The mission was supposed to be fairly easy. Go in, rescue the girl, separate her from her captors, and bring her back to the academy unharmed, whether she wanted to come or not. I would lead the small non-shifted tac team into the house and breach the doors. making first contact. Atlas and Cass would cover us from both angles in the woods, and watch in case she managed to slip through our fingers or shift and try to take us on. Considering who her father was, the girl very well may have had the capability to not only destroy us but also wreak havoc on this whole entire street. Everything was accounted and well thought out for except for the girl herself. The moment Atlas and Cass came back to the surveillance vehicle from the night before at the bar, I knew immediately that something was wrong. Not only from their set jaws and flushed skin, but also from their rigid shoulders and snappy attitudes. When they refused to talk to me about what happened and went wrong, I was on high alert. Their refusal could only mean one thing: that this girl was trouble with a capital T. Plain and simple. I've known both Atlas and Cass since we were children. Our parents often bringing us to the Penta meetings to not only make sure we were well acquainted with one another as future leaders, but also to make sure that we knew who and what against when the time came to take over their positions. This keep your enemies close but your friends closer mentality was ingrained in me so tightly that I gritted my teeth at the memory of the many lessons my father gave me when he thought I was being softened to caring for those he considered would one day be our enemy. I shook my head at the memories, clearing my thoughts. I needed my head on straight for this, considering I was put in charge of the whole operation. Something that was rarely done except for rare occasions in which the Penta didn't want the entire shifter community to know about just of yet. Considering that this particular heir has been missing for 18 years. It's say that this information would stir up heaps of issues throughout the shifter community, putting our already strained community into a spiral of division between the packs. Honestly, we were lucky to find her like we did. Having a shifter that serves the Penta working in an admissions office out here, recognizing her and those uniquely colored dyes of her that could only belong to the Lupine heir. Blue eyes so light that they nearly looked like the color of snow. Confirmation coming from the blood samples she gave to the University Health Center during her registration period when ran against the DNA of her father. Alpha, Richie, my TAC team and pack member, called out just received word from the Penta members. We can breach as soon as we have confirmation that the girl is here. The girl got home an hour ago and was most likely fast asleep by now. Send Mika, and for confirmation I ordered remind her to not breach. We just need physical confirmation that Chef's still asleep. He nodded at me before barking orders to the rest of the team. A minute later we received the confirmation we needed. It was now time to breach and rescue the lost heir. Chapter 3: The Lost Heir Nix. I was sleeping peacefully when I heard my 14-year-old bulldog Brutus barking loudly from downstairs. I went back to sleep, not really thinking anything of it considering my poor little guy was blind and deaf and he usually wanted someone to come downstairs and pick him up and bring him into our beds to sleep. Even though he had a perfectly good king-size dog bed tucked in the corner of our small living room. He usually preferred my brother's room because they has lower to the floor beds that he could easily crawl into and out of on a whim. I sighed as he continued to bark for 5 consecutive minutes, throwing the blanket off me, and heading down the stairs to see what he wanted. "Bruby, are you?" I yawned as I called out to him, wondering why he suddenly stopped barking. "Where are you, baby, are you?" A creak sounded from my right as I cooed for my handsome boy. "Brutus," I clapped my hands and stomped my feet to grab his attention. "Brutus. Come here, boy." "Nothing." I frowned. Usually Brutus came to me when I stomped, wanting to cuddle as much as he could with my brothers before the bus came to pick them up. A creak sounded to my right and I sighed in relief. "Come here, baby." I followed the creaking floorboards. "Where are you?" The breath stuttered in my throat as I took in the bright yellow eyes in front of me, not belonging to my sweet dog. I gasped as the little light from the street lamp in front of our house streamed in from the window, showing me what creature those yellow eyes belonged to. A big-ass wolf. How did a wolf get into our tiny house with a backyard barely big enough to fit a swing set? As soon as I opened my mouth to scream, as it raised its lips and snarl, a gloved hand covered my mouth. 2 hands gripped my arms, forcing my hands behind my back, and zip-tying them together. My mom's shout of surprise along with my brother's screams were the only indication that there were more people in my house and that we were all currently being kidnapped. "We're not here to hurt you," the man who was keeping his gloved hand over my mouth said, his voice smooth, deep, and calming as it could be given the situation. We're here to rescue you. Yeah, right? These people, whoever they were going to sell us or auction us off into the black market or do very bad things to us. I didn't care about myself so much as I did my mom and brothers. They were my priority, and I promised Dad when he died that I would do anything in my power to keep them safe. I whimpered at the thought of failing my dad. My captor must have thought he was being too rough with me because his loose and his grip significantly on my mouth. I'm going to remove my hand completely now, he said slowly. When I do, promise not to scream for help or else he'll be forced to muzzle you. What a dick. I snarled at him, cursing him out as much as I could even though it was muffled by his leather glove. He tightened his grip. If you scream, I won't hesitate to muzzle you, he warned again. Something rose deep within my chest that made me growl at this bastard. It was like an urge I cowed and to ignore control. If you're here to rob us, I hate to break it to you, but we're broke, I snarled. My dad died 5 years ago, and we've been struggling to make ends meet. We have nothing of value to you or your buddies. The man towered over me, remaining stock still as he digested my words. That's not true. I froze at his words. Oh God. He was a human trafficker, and he was here to sell us on the black market. And we aren't here to rob you, he clarified. Didn't you listen to me the first time? We're here to rescue you. From what? I snarled. Borderline poverty. He ignored my outburst and barked some orders to the other kidnappers. I struggled in his grasp, freezing only when the wolf in front of me let out a little growl. I got it from here, the man said, growling at the wolf. Go patrol the yard. The wolf hesitated for a second before scampering out of the house. My mouth dropped open in shock. Did you just? I twisted my head to look at him, not really seeing much except his eyes considering he was wearing a black ski mask. Did that wolf understand you? He ignored my question, hauling me up and over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Any questions you have will be answered at the academy. What academy? Alpha. We need to leave. Now, someone said from the right of us. 3 vans just tripped the motion sensors. They're coming in fucking hot too. The man holding me swore, barking out more orders to his men. Time to go, princess. He held me up and over his shoulders before I could protest. Let me go. I struggled in his arms. Hey, where are you taking me? Just small whimpers had me snapping my head up at the sound. Using all of the minuscule upper body strength, I had to push myself up on his broad shoulders. He grunted as my weight shifted, readjusting me with ease. My mouth gaped in horror when I saw my younger brothers bound and gagged, sitting on the couch, huddled together as another man in tactical gear ushered them out the door. Mom was nowhere to be seen. The fight immediately left my body as I sagged on the douchebag's shoulder. Please, don't harm my family, I whispered as tears sprung to my eyes. Or go wherever you want, but please, let them go. Sorry, princess, but no can do. He readjusted me on his shoulder once again. They need to answer for their crimes. My brothers are 6 and 8. You asshole. My anger ray inflated as I pounded on his back as hard as I could. Considering my hands were bound, what crimes could they have possibly committed? Not my call, he grunted as I kicked my feet out at him. Take it up with management when we get there. He stopped in front of the back door and placed me on my feet. The blood rushed to my head as little aura appeared in my vision. I tried to blink they away. To no avail. A female voice sounded from a few feet away from us. Near the window above the sink, they're all gassed up and ready to go. Alpha. The man, Alpha, nodded and hauled me closer to him, his grip on my wrist tightening. I glared up at him, annoyed at the fact that he towered over me. He was as tall, way taller than me, and a little taller than those guys I met at the bar the other night. Me can make sure you. Before he could finish his sentence, glass shattered and something large hit the floor. Shouts sounded from all around us as bullets fluttered through the air. In horror, I watched as blood and something that looked suspiciously like brain matter splattered all over our old wooden floors, slowly but surely making its way toward me and my kidnapper. The man cursed and tackled me, diving for the floor, and shifting it away where I landed on top of him as we fell. He quickly reversed our positions, so that he was pressing all his weight on top of me, as he covered me from the bullets and broken glass. I grunted and was about to curse him out when our eyes locked and the single breath left in my lungs escaped my chest. Sad blue eyes, the color of aquamarine, blinked rapidly down at me. The color would have been exquisite against his slightly pale skin if not for the sadness behind those eyes. He scanned my face, taking in my features with thinly veiled surprise before leaning down and muttering something in my ear. "You're going to be okay," he said soothingly. "We're going to get you out of here. There's a million fucking bullets belting my house." I snarled at him. "How in the hell are you going to get me and my whole family, my blind dog included, out of here?" "My orders were to keep you alive," he said stoically. "Just you." My eyes widened at his words. "My brothers are 6 and 8, I reminded him, cursing myself when the words came out shaky. "They're innocent, and whatever it is that's going on here, they don't deserve to die." He said nothing, which had my blood boiling even more. "If you don't save my family, I swear on my life from this little academy of yours," I growled, "I'll do everything in my power to not only make this little jobs of yours go but also make every day of your life going forward literal hell." He looked down at me in surprise. "If we save this family, you'll willingly listen to us and comply with my orders?" I gave him a choppy nod. He said nothing, instead choosing to raise a finger to his earpiece and barking out more freaking orders. "Move the family now," he said. "I got the girl. Move. Move now." "Thank you." I exhaled. He remained silent, yanking out his earpiece and letting it hang around his neck. "Flank them," he said suddenly. Lobos got 7 on his side. "Flank them from right like Haas." "Who are you talking to?" I asked, my nose scrunching up in confusion. Shouts sounded suddenly from the outside as the gunfire was redirected elsewhere. My kidnapper sprung up, hauling my ass with him as we headed out the back door. "Did you forget about the people trying to kill us?" "Not us," he yanked on my arm, kicking down our tiny and worn-down backyard fence with ease. He looked back at me as we nearly broke into a sprint, those blue eyes practically glowing. "They're after you." "Chapter for Nova nix me." I reared my head back in shock. "They're after me? Whatever the hell for?" The asshole didn't answer my question, just kept pulling me along deeper into the small forest of my house. I blinked as we approached a weird-looking Land Rover. Only 2 rows of seats in the entire car, as the rest of the room was made specifically for a thick glass-looking cage. I drug my feet and yanked on my hand from his grip. He held on tightly, dragging me towards the back of the car and the glass cage. "I am not going in there." "Yes, you are," he growled. "I saved the family from perishing. You owe me for that." "You didn't read the fine print," I croaked, rubbing the base of my throat as a gnawing suffocation feeling worked its way from my chest. Being claustrophobic was a serious pain in my ass, always creeping up on me at the worst moments. I could never go in Halloween mazes or be in large crowds for fear of an attack happening and me ruining every honest time. I shook my head at his words. "I can't go in there." "Yes, you damn can." He unlocked the door and threw me inside, quickly locking it behind me. "And you go." "In claustrophobic," I whimpered, slamming my fists onto the glass, with no avail of trying to escape. My kidnapper either didn't hear me or didn't care about my current dilemma, choosing to jump in the driver's seat and start up the car as he fiddled with some buttons on the dash. A few moments later, thin white mist from the air vents above me, making me cough loudly as I inhaled the bitter mist. My eyes watered as my head began to feel fuzzy and lightheaded. "Did you do to me?" I wheezed, slumping against the soft carpeted floor. Those sad blue eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, watching my every movement with vivid interest. "You're going to take a nice refreshing nap now," he said, his voice distorted from either the drugs in my system or the crappy car speaker above me. "And when you wake up, you'll finally be back home where you belong." My last thought before I blacked out completed was that I was home, and he was currently ripping me away from the last connection I ever had to my father. The car was still moving as my groggy eyes blinked open. I was still in the damned glass cage and my face was still planted on the outside carpet. My stomach was rolling at this point and I was about 5 seconds away from throwing up last night's dinner. I was about to voice my discomfort to the douche big driving the car when an achingly familiar voice rumbled through the car. How long will she be out for Nyx? The voice asked, making my eyebrows knit together as my foggy brain tried to remember whose voice I was currently hearing. About 4 more hours, my captor answered before we get to the airport. You'll dose her with another or 2. Did you take into account her status? There was the second voice that my brain knew but held in place because a 2 works for shit on me. I was barely knocked out to hours max before coming to. Don't jinx us, you idiot. A punch sounded through the car as I guess one kidnapper hit the other's flesh. She's unpredictable right now. We really don't know what she's capable of at this point. A scoff sounded. I don't think she's capable of much. What do you mean, Nyx? She didn't even try to shift once. My kidnapper, apparently named Nyx, said gods know she had plenty of opportunities to do so too. With all the fucking chaos going around us, the sharp intake of breaths had my already racing heart beating faster. She can't shift, someone whispered, but if she can't shift, then that means we're going to be stuck on fucking babysitting duty for the rest of our time at the academy. Nyx snat, she can't even fucking take care of herself. What kind of heir can't even shift? We came out of the fucking womb shifting already. She's going to be like a lamb being led to slaughter in there. It's not her fault, a voice barked. She was fucking kidnapped and held captive from her community. Of course that's her ability to shift or do the same shit we're able to do. Let's be real here, Atlas. Another scoff. If she can't shift now, chances are she won't be able to shift in the future. What kind of example will that set for the community? How will they respect her if they don't see her as one of them? Careful there, Phoenix, a growl sounded out. Your prick of a father's true view are showing. Wouldn't want someone in this territory to overhear that and ruin that perfect image of yours. A loud snarl sounded throughout the enclosed space as car skidded to a screeching halt. I grunted and started to prop myself up when an irate voice snarled. You really want to start this shit again right now, Lobo? Vic snarled. Yeah. I really do. Guys. Someone chimed in. I think she's. Nyx ignored the person's words, choosing instead to bark back. Atlas. Fine, then, he growled. Let's finish this right here and right now. I'm sick of this stupid shit. God forbid the mighty Fenrir is sick of something. He scoffed. For what he says goes. Why don't you do something about it? The guy, Atlas, cut Nyx off again with a sarcastic laugh. Trust me, he could. I would love nothing more than to hand your ass to you on a platter right now. Unfortunately, my father gave me strict orders to not engage with you or your stupid ass on this mission. He wanted minimal mistakes for a mission so important. And you always listen to Daddy. Nyx cooed. How utterly pathetic. Guys. The voice sounded more desperate. At least my father treats me like a human being and not like a puppet, Atlas replied coolly. I've seen strays get more love and affection from strangers than your old man gives you. Guys. The voice growled at the 2 bickering men in front of me. She's awake. 3 sets of eyes snapped to mine, in different states of emotions. Shock, surprise, and amazement. My own eyes widened when I finally placed the voices to faces, because sitting in front of my with their chests twisted in a way where they gazed at my face was 2 guys from the bar, including my captor, who finally removed his face mask. 3 stunningly handsome men gawked at my glaring face, looking surprised that I was up and coherent instead of being halfway comatose. How? Cassie and muttered it at the same time. Phoenix swore and started pressing more buttons on the dash. Only the dark-haired giant, Atlas I presumed, didn't react. He only tracked my movements, watching as I continuously banged on the glass divider that barely separated us by 2 inches. When my gaze tangled with his, I froze, because unlike his unreadable and stoic face, those amber eyes of his were blazing with emotions that raged like a forest fire. The ghost of a smile tilted up at the corner of his mouth, transforming his already stunning face into something that took my breath away. He muttered something so low to the others that I didn't get a chance to hear it. It must have been something snarky because Phoenix immediately scowled while Cassian shot me a contemplative look. More white, mist flowed into my cage, this time at a faster rate, and my lungs felt like they were being smothered. Unfortunately for me, it worked 5 times faster than it did last time. The last thing I remember is glaring at each and every single one of them, vowing to kill them for this. Atlas. Looks like she can take care of herself, I muttered to my friends, watching as the synthetic aconite gas worked its way into the system of the stunning woman in front of me. Not after all. Nick scoffed. This hardly proves anything. I shot him a glare. She was barely out for an hour, I said. No one has ever woken up that fast. We barely just got on the freeway. He started, but I quickly cut him off. Don't lie, I snapped. That shit knocked you out for 4 hours. How about Cass? He glared at me. Cassie and isn't affected much by it. You know why it doesn't work as well on Cass? I shot him a look as Cass peeked over his seat to gaze down at the last heir. How much did you dose her with this time? Nearly triple the amount, Nick grunted, yanking his phone from the center console and dialing a familiar number. I used the whole fucking can. Cass's eyes widened as I barked out, are you planning on killing her before we get her back home? No, you stupid motherfucker, he growled at me. I just couldn't take the chance for her to wake up again so quickly. We still have to get her on the plane and fly her across the wards. Alpha. My ears twitched at the voice on the phone. Nick's third Ricci patiently waiting for his Alpha's orders. Was there something new? Make sure we have an abundant supply of it too before we board. Nick barked into the phone. There's been a recent development with our newest heir here. A brief pause. Alpha. That dose was made specifically for her body weight, Ricci said slowly. If you give her too much. Nick cuts him off. Did I ask for your fucking opinion, Ricci? Asshole, I muttered under my breath. I could practically hear Ricci's wince. No, Alpha. And don't give me unsolicited advice, Ricci, he said. Just ensure that it's there when we arrive. With those final words, he clicked off his cell and flung it out the window. You really think Simone's tracking us? Cass asked. I know they are, he answered. How else would they know our plan for tonight? He looked at us through the rearview mirror. You two should get rid of yourselves too. I don't bring my non-missions. I waved away his concern at Snest and lead in. Besides, I switch it out with a new one every month. Cass sighed, leaning forward to grab his phone out of his tacked gear pants. I just got this one he grumbled, ripping the SIM out and throwing the phone out the window like one would throw a frisbee. Now all my words with shifters progress will be deleted. I snorted at his ridiculous obsession with a word game. I don't think they tracked us through our phones. I redirected the conversation. They knew too many details about the mission. You're saying we have a mole? Nick's frowned. The only ones who knew about this mission was us and the team. And the pent the Cassie and added. Nick's reared his head back in shock. What are you saying? I'm saying the same. For years I leaned forward in my seat. Someone in the Penta is corrupt. They're not looking out for the good of our community. They're looking out for the good of themselves. Your father's a member of the Penta, so how can you throw an accusation like that around if your father is a current member? Nick asked. What happens if HE's the one who turns out to be the mole? H is not. And you think one of our parents are? Cass asked, a frown marring his normal happy face. Dude, that's a bit much, don't you think? I don't think your parents are involved, I said, shrugging when Nick let out a humorless laugh. Of course you don't, he said. Just my dad, right? If the shoe fits. Nick growled at me, his surge of power making my own hackles rise as my wolf bristled in the back of my mind. If I was a lesser man, and not an alpha in my own right, I would have cowered away in fear, because as much as I hated to admit it, this man in front of me, my best friend since I was 6 and he was 8, was a scary motherfucker when he was angry. He got this spine, chilling look in his eye, the same one his father got when he was pissed, right before all hell broke loose. You really like to keep poking the bear, don't you, Lobo? Don't you mean Wolf? Cassie Ann snickered quietly from beside me. My lips twitched at the remark. They knew too much, Nick, I said, and up until 3 hours before the extraction, the team didn't know diddly shit. I know I didn't say anything, and I know you two wouldn't either. So then that only leaves the members of the Penta. But that would be treason, Cassie Ann whispered, his comically wide-eyed gaze dancing from Nick to me every few seconds. Who in the Penta would want the Last Lupine heir dead? The question is, who wouldn't want her dead? I asked, my gaze glancing back at the equally beautiful and powerful woman slumbering on the carpeted car floor with her back. She can finally take back the reins as the rightful heir of the Shifters. Chapter 5. Nova Nix. The next time I woke up, I was strapped to a freaking chair in a tiny cream-colored room that sat in front of a We mirror. My breath caught and my throat twitched flicked on and my mother's glare gazed back at me. Her face as red as her fiery red hair. Well, she wasn't glaring. At least not at me. More like at the person currently interrogating her. My kidnapper. Or whatever the hell his weird-ass name was. And Novanixisn't the snarky voice in my head snickered at me. I scowled because as much as I hated to admit it, that stupid voice was right. Silently cursing my mom for naming me after the stupid cosmic event that occurred during my birth. For the millionth time, my mother's frustration rang out through the overhead speakers, startling me at how crisp the sound is considering how dingy the room was. I have no what you're talking about. I think you do, Mrs. Street. James, a manila file was slapped down on the metal table in front of my mother, as you can see on page 6. Isn't that you signature on the dotted line? A brief pause. Well, aren't you going to open it? Silence. No, she croaked, why would I open it? Well, since you're not going to open it, I will. The sound of pages flipping reached my ear. Nova Nick Street. James. Born Thursday, November 20th at midnight. 3 pounds, 8 ounces, dark brown hair, glass color eyes, a small crescent-like mark located on the center of her chest, directly over her heart. Does that seem to ring a bell, Mrs. Street? James. That's my daughter's birth details, Mom croaked, but I don't see how that's relevant. Don't worry. Its relevance comes into play on the next page. I wanted to smack the smugness right off of this dickhead's stupid face as he flipped the page off. Here it is. January 1st. Here's the official record, an original copy of the adoption papers you and your husband signed, taking full custody and responsibility of said baby, now known as Nova Nick Street. James, when she was found bloodied and abandoned in back of a hospital service exit. My heart stopped beating at his words. I was abandoned. At a hospital's exit. I was. Not my parents' biological daughter. I mean, sure. We didn't really look alike with Mom's natural red hair and Dad's equally pale blonde hair, but I just thought I took after my great-grandma, whose hair was just as dark as my own and had blue eyes like me. And while my brothers did take after each of our parents, I thought it was just a weird genetic thing that happened to me since I was the firstborn. I never would have fathomed the people that raised me, the people I have vivid memories of snuggling on the couch and drinking hot chocolate, or building snowmen together on snowy days, were actually related to me. They never treated me differently, even when my brothers were born, always making sure they reminded me every day of how much they loved me and that we still spent quality time together, which, now that I think about it, was probably their way of easing their guilt. My brain was on autopilot as the interrogation continued. My question is why? Phoenix leaned back in his seat. The utter definition of calm and collected why. When denied by the courts for adoption, did you forge these impressive, high-quality and government-level documents? Why would outstanding citizens such as yourself and your husband go through so much hassle for this child when you could have legally adopted another one? Why take on such a high risk? I think I was suffering a stroke because suddenly it was hard to breathe and a tingling sensation, as if ants were skittering across my face and arm, started up. I was 5 seconds away from either puking, passing out, or suffering cardiac arrest, possibly experiencing all three at the same time, because not only was I not biologically related to my parents, but apparently, I was also kidnapped by them too. If you knew my daughter, you wouldn't be asking yourself why, Mom whispered, tracing what I assumed was the certificate of adoption. Why? Because the moment we locked eyes, I knew she was mine. My mom's watery gaze slipped past Phoenix and I could have swore locked with my own eye. Assume if you know about this, you know everything else about both my family's history. Phoenix inclined his head. Then you should know that my husband was the on-call pediatric resident for the year. She sniffled. He was the first one to care for our baby girl. She was born premature, possibly 29 weeks, and so small she fit in the palms of his hand. As it so happens, I was called into a last-minute shift that night. When someone canceled, she said I was a nurse who happened to be floated to the air that night because they were short-staffed. The moment I saw my husband holding that little girl in his hands, tears in his eyes, through the incubator portals, wires and tubes covering her body from head to toe. I knew she was ours. Nothing or no one. Not even the courts were going to take her away from me. So you devised a way to keep her. I'm not proud of it. She looked away in shame that I knew that the hospital or social worker would look into a married couple that consisted both of a nurse and doctor adopting an abandoned preemie. It wouldn't ask too many questions or do a deep dive on us. It helped that my sister-in-law was a social worker and took on the case herself. She didn't have to, but she'd seen too many cases about neglected babies who needed loving homes and didn't want this child, a child who potentially needed extra care, to suffer from the same fate. And the documents. My husband had a friend from college that was into stuff like, but she shook her head. I didn't ask too many questions because I didn't want to spook them. They were helping us get our baby girl. And once she was officially yours, you decided to move across the country so no one would find you, he concluded, or prosecute you in case someone been snooping and figure out what you've done and who you stole. We moved because the guilt was consuming me alive. Mom shook her head. I could walk into that hospital, surrounded by my friends and coworkers, and face them. How pious of you. Mom's face turned purple. Is this what this whole thing about? My daughter. You kidnapped and brought my children here so you can prosecute me and send me to jail. Phoenix scoffed. I held and give a rat's ass where you rot. Then why am I here? She snarled at him. Why did you kidnap my children? For something I did. Phoenix leaned forward in his chair, his shoulders rigid. You're here because you kidnapped something that didn't belong to you. He sneered at her. You've held her captive for 18 years and her family would very much like her back. Mom froze. Her family. Her real family, he scoffed, not some Stockholm Syndrome lunatic. He stood up and strode to the door, about to open it and leave when Mom's voice rang out. She was abandoned. Mom spoke softly. She had no family. She was. Without turning, he opened the door. That's where you're wrong, he said. She had a community full of them. I was left in that room for an hour. A fucking hour to stew in my thoughts and digest all the information I just learned. Because not only was I kidnapped in the last 24 hours, but I also found out that I was not related to the street. James, the people I thought I were my parents for the last 19 years. And to top all of that shitty stuff, I had to deal with some psychopaths that were chasing me for an unknown reason. A hysterical laugh turned scream bubbled out of my throat. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. You assholes. I yelled. Haven't you done enough to me as it is? Before I could stop it, a single tear streamed down my face, opening the floodgates of emotions I've been trying to hold back since finding out the truth of who I really was. I let my tears fall, not because my arms were tied to the chair and there was nothing I could do to wipe them away, but because I was allowing myself a moment to get all these pent-up emotions out. And once that moment was done and my heart was finished mourning for the simple life we could have lived, when these swirling emotions inside of me were processed properly, I would come back with a vengeance. Because after today, not another tear or sob would be shed because of my past. I vowed from this moment forward that I will be focused on the present and what that meant for those who stole my life. Revenge. Chapter 6. The. As soon as the smug bastard walked into the tiny room I was held captive in and took a seat across from me, I snarled in outrage as I struggled in my restraints. Calm down, Pod, little wolf, I mean you no harm. Bullshit, I growled at him. Where are my brothers? Safe. The same way, safe. I motioned to my bound body with my head. Are they locked in the supply closet next door? His lips twitched. They've received adequate accommodations. They're alone. They're being well taken care of by some of the best nannies in town. I don't care if they're being taken care of by Nanny McPhee or Mary Poppins, I growled at him. I need to be with them. He leaned back in his chair, looking nonchalant. Unfortunately, you are not allowed to leave at the moment. Why the hell not? Because we have some things to discuss. He leans across the small table and places the same manila folder I'd seen in the interrogation of my mom in front of me. I thought you might like to see this. He flipped the first page open, and like a smack in the face, the DNA results were right there. The big ass heading glaring back at me. I swallowed the thick lump in my throat when my eyes scanned over the bolded words. No match found. So it was true. Mandy and Matthew Street. James weren't my biological parents. I glanced up to find him solemnly watching me. "We can run it again. In front of you. If you do," like he spoke before I said anything, "but just so you know. We've ran it 6 times already and the same result came back every time." "That doesn't change anything for me," I said, shaking my head. "They're still my family. She's still my mom." Instead of answering me, he flipped open the next page. I flinched back when I saw the pictures of an infant version of me, hooked up to oxygen machines and little tiny tips coming out of my mouth and nose. I knew I was born early, but I didn't realize just how early. I whispered mainly to myself, but of course Phoenix heard me. "Human infants don't survive being born that early," he hummed. My head snapped up from the pictures. "What do you mean human?" His fingers drummed on the tabletop. "Did you ever wonder why you survived at such a young age?" I didn't. Before I growled, "I didn't even know how bad I actually was." "Your mother never told you." He emphasized the word mother like it left a bad taste on his mouth. "Mom told me I was in the NICU for a couple of days," I said, shaking my head, "but she never got into too many details. It always made her cry to remember my time spent in there." He snorted at my words. "Care to enlighten me then?" I snarled at him, "Since you're apparently all-knowing. It's simple really," he shrugged. "You survived because you're not human." I blinked slowly at his words. "What? How else would you survive being born at 20, 1 week with little to no cognitive or health deficits?" "Let's say that I believe you," I said slowly. "If I'm not human, then whatever the hell am I?" You're a wolf shifter." "A what?" "A wolf shifter," he repeated slowly. "Like I was some kind of idiot. You have the ability to transform into a wolf at will." A brief moment of silence. "You're fucking nuts," I gaped at him. "Oh my god. I've been kidnapped by a delusional asshole." "An asshole?" "Yes," a second voice piped from the room's door, "but delusional he is not." I recognized that voice. I swung my gaze to the right and my blue eyes locked with vivid green ones. "It's you." I narrowed my eyes. "Of course you're in on it. Your over-interest in me was too suspicious to be true." He strode into the room, making such an already small space feel even smaller. "The council's ready for her now, Cassian," the deceiver announced as he leaned against the wall, his eyes never straying from me for too long. The asshole sitting in front of me frowned. "I haven't finished debriefing her yet. They decided that they're going to do it instead," Cassian said. "We're to prepare her for the academy after they're done." "Excuse me," I growled at both of them, making them snap their eyes towards me. "You can't just drop the fucking non." Cassian glanced at his friend in surprise. "You told her already?" Phoenix shrugged his shoulders, standing up in his chair and striding towards the door, never once looking back at me. Cassian sighed, peeling his body off the wall and pulling something from his back pocket. My eyes fastened on the weird-looking knife in his hand as he made an impressive show of flicking it open in a way that made me think this wasn't his first time handling a blade. I kept my eyes locked with his as he took a brief step towards me and then paused when the tips of his expensive shoes touched my slippers. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said softly, "and just going to untie you with a giant-ass knife." I snarked at, "How do I know you know how to safely handle that thing?" "Princess, I've been playing with knives since I was 6 years old." He grinned down at me. "I think I know a thing or two about safe handling." He squatted down on his haunches and quickly slid the blade against the rope, cutting the thick material clean from my restrained limbs. I rubbed at the red marks left behind. "Seems pretty irresponsible of your parents to be letting their school-age kid handle a knife," I murmured. He laughed, his eyes twinkling with mirth, as he stood and held out a hand to me. I ignored the hand, jumping out of my seat quickly before walking out of the door in front of him. Before I could make it far, his large hand dashed without close around my thin wrist, pulling me back against his muscular body. "If you run, they'll have no choice but to restrain you," he murmured close to my ear. "I've been given orders to make sure you're compliant." "Fuck your orders," I snarled, tugging my wrist out of his hand. "You don't own me. Neither does any other motherfucker in this building, including that prick you call a friend." Instead of letting up, his grip tightened fractionally. Word of the wise princess he knows skimmed my cheek. "I might like the way that smart mouth of yours utters those filthy words, but I can guarantee that the council won't. We heirs have a certain standard to uphold." I shivered at his words, cursing my body's response to his husky tone. What the hell is an heir? I shot him a glare. Why, we are silly, he said, letting me go as he strode past me, you and me. Not to mention Phoenix and Atlas. Atlas? The big guy that was with me the night we met. He glanced at me as I caught up to his long strides, the buzzkill that dragged me away from you right when I was starting to have some fun. I ignored his words, choosing to focus on what was important. I'm guessing that you're a werewolf, Joy stated simply, and the rest of your little bandwagon of merry men. Shifter, he corrected on a laugh, we're shifters, not werewolves. What's the difference? The difference is that werewolves can only transform when the moon is at its highest peak in the night sky. He explained they can only transform a few times a month, and even then, it's only for a couple of hours at most. They also tend to look like those stereotypical horror movie creatures. Shifters, on the other hand, can shift at will whenever they please. He said we don't need the moon to transform, and when we do transform, we take the shape of our wolves. Wolves like real wolves. I paused, thinking back to the big-ass wolf in my house before I was kidnapped. Wait, was that wolf in my house one of you guys? He inclined his head. That was Atlas. He growled at me, I exclaimed. No, he was warning you to stay put, Cassie and clarified, because if you ran and Nick's got a hold of you, it would have been a lot worse. We turned right in the large expansive hallway and were soon met with a wide set of double wooden doors. I gaped at the artistry put into those doors. For different sets of wolves and their stories depicted in equal square corners of the door's panels. The 4 of the 5 main packs' origin stories, Cassie and murmured to me, tapping at one pack in particular. This is my pack. I read the small pack inscription underneath his panel, the Lacoste back. And the 5th pack, Chapter 7, Nova Nix. His lips stiffened up in the corner as he grasped both handles of the door and pushed them open into a large pentagonal shape room. In each point of the room sat 5 throne-like chairs, all facing the small circular stage in the middle of the room. I glanced around, and while I knew there were people sitting in the 4 out of 5 throne-like chairs, I cowled and see their faces. You're going to be fine, Cassie and murmured softly, leading me towards the small platform. Just speak when spoken to and not a moment sooner. Any backtalk and fail, consider it disrespectful and punish you. I opened my mouth to say something when he shook his head firmly. We younger heirs might be more forgiving towards your attitude, but the older ones won't, he murmured, no matter how much power you have. What? He was stepping away from me and into the shadows before I could ask him what the hell he meant by that comment. A spotlight shined in a sneering man's face as he took me in from head to toe. I didn't need to know his name in order to know that Phoenix was definitely related to him. The resemblance was uncanny, even with the obvious age gap between the two. This is the girl. He directed the question to his son or the group around us, but not to me. She doesn't look like Wolf. My lips twitched at the name. Apparently my father's name was Wolf. A wolf shifter named Wolf. How freaking ironic and hilarious was that? She must take after her mother, someone murmured as the spotlight flashed above a stoic woman's face. I cowled and get a good look at her face because as soon as she stopped talking, the spotlight switched off and light up another member's face. He leaned forward in his throne-like chair, his fair hair gleaming underneath the light. Do we know who her mother was? No, a voice spoke out as the spotlight once again switched back to Phoenix's father. Wolf was very protective of her apparently. He wanted to keep her as far away as possible from this side of his life. Era ella un humano. A new voice asked in a heavy Spanish accent, es por eso que no quiera enviar Arla. Instead of standing towards the side of the throne like the other heirs were, Atlas was standing directly behind his father's chair, his usual expressionless face in place. Was her mother human? He translated, is that why he didn't want her involved? The spotlight turned back on to Phoenix's father, who shrugged at his fellow councilman's question. We've never had a chance to meet Wolf's mate, he said. The only reason why we knew about her in the first place was because he announced they were expecting and there would finally be a Lupine heir. A scoff sounded from the woman's direction, which had me eyes narrowing at her shadowed face. How do we even know if she's the real Lupine heir? She asked. Just because she has his eyes doesn't mean. Her blood was tested 6 times for confirmation. Phoenix finally spoke up. Quieting the council member, we made sure she was a Lupine before even bringing the issue forward to the Penta. Why, Su Lobo? Atlas' father asked. Yo se hawk on Bertai duen Su Lobo. Have you? Atlas started to translate when I cut him off. No, I shook my head at the elder heir. I didn't even know what I was until 5 minutes ago. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. The first real emotion I've seen him display since getting here. He looked over at me in surprised puissant and Orel Spol. I nodded. The neighbor that used to babysit me and my brothers was Hispanic, I explained. She decided to teach us Spanish because it was not only easier for her to speak, but it was easy for her to speak one language to gather all her words together. Atlas' father leaned back in his throne, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. My eyes swung and I turned fractionally to where Phoenix's father was regarding me with a calculating glint in his eye. How much was my son able to share before the Us heir was sent to retrieve you? A low growl filled the air as the light shifted towards Cassian's father. Be careful with how you address our heir, his father Sato said, for he is not an errand boy that simply fetches things at your will. He is an heir and deserves to be treated as such. Noted Michael. Phoenix's father rolled his brown eyes before turning them on me. Not only are you a wolf, but you are also an heir. The last Lupine heir in the world, to be exact. He nodded to the rest of the heirs as the light slowly lit up each and every person on the throne, their successors standing at their right hand. The last heir. My mouth gaped open. Does that mean that my family? Your father was killed in action 18 years ago during a mission gone wrong, Phoenix's father said. We never knew who your mother was, but we assumed she went with him because there were 2 bodies found burnt to a crisp in his room. One was a pregnant woman about the same number of weeks your mother would have been. So they were dead. I whispered, they're all dead. I don't have any family members left. Your grandfather died a few weeks ago. Cassian's father shot me a sympathetic expression right about the time we confirmed your identity. He lived a long, full life, 220 years of peace and prosperity during his reign. My eye widened as Cassian released a low chuckle at my expression. Atlas' lips twitched as Phoenix let out a loud sigh. We can live that long. Cassian's father inclined his head at my question. Then what happened to the rest of my family? Cursed. The lot of you, the stoic woman spit out, her eyes glaring daggers at me, which had my own marrowing. In return, a curse that will suffice if we don't eradicate you from our presence. Molly? Phoenix's father growled. Don't. It's true, TR, she growled back, pointing a bony finger at me. Chess, the reason why Wolf is dead. That's not true, Molly. Cassian's mother argued. Wolf died because our safe house location was compromised by the marksman. The woman glared at each and every member of the council before sitting back in her throne chair and crossing her arms over her chest. As I was saying, Phoenix's father turned his attention towards me. Since you're the last Lupine heir in existence, we deemed it necessary for you to be surrounded by your people. It was no longer in the best interest for our community if you remained unaware and defenseless outside of our reach in the human world. We needed you here, right where we can train and watch over you properly so that you can one day take over the title that is rightfully yours. Where is here exactly? I asked, trepidation lining my tone. Am I still in California? You're in our shifter community outside of the human realm, he said cryptically. While the location is not necessary for you to know, our community does still have the same necessities and technological advancements, if not more evolved, that the humans do. Whatever you need or want will be provided for you. And what about my people? I questioned. My friends, my family. People will notice that we're gone. Your friends will think you're at college. And in a way, they'll be right. Cassian's father said. You will be starting college. It's just not at where you originally applied, with a tad different curriculum. As for the street, James, they will be given adequate accommodations. You're going to release them? I asked hopefully. Can I see? He pursed his lips. We're not going to release them, sweetheart. Cassian's mother shot me a pitying smile. But we're not going to keep them imprisoned. They will remain under watch at one of your smaller estates in the countryside, thousands of miles away, in order to prevent you from losing focus from your studies. I blinked at her. One of my estates. Her lips twitched in amusement at my question. Yes, sweetheart, she smiled. Your estate. You are a multi-generational heir whose family has amassed a generous amount of wealth. Your family has always been on top of their game when it came to financial decisions or investments. As the Lupine heir, you are not only responsible for continuing that legacy, but are also responsible to use that wealth in order to take care of the packs underneath your control. Phoenix father raised a hand, cutting off Cassian's mother momentarily. But until you have learned our way and traditions, he said, and caught up to your studies, it was decided that the Penta will momentarily take over those responsibilities as our own. We will still debrief you regarding certain situations, but your main focus is to acclimate to our culture as seamlessly and flawlessly as possible. If I acclimate according to your standards, will I get to see my family at all? I asked. They are my family after all. Tia pursed his lips. How about you say goodbye to them today, and we evaluate this discussion in a few months. Father suggested we understand that this is a major adjustment for you, with finding out what and who you truly are. But we really need you to focus on your main responsibilities while at the academy. As much as it pains you to hear this, sometimes family can be the one thing holding you back from your true potential. I stared at each and every person in the room, more questions whirling through my mind. I could sense that this meeting was ending, and while I wanted to voice these questions out loud and demand for more answers, the lump in my throat wouldn't let a single syllable pass my lips. When no one else spoke, TR dismissed the Penta meeting with a wave of his hand. Before I had a chance to step off the stage myself, Cassian was once again there, holding a hand out to me. I gratefully took it, passing him a small smile. Before we could exit the room completely, TR's last words had my muscles tensing. Welcome home, Nova Lupine. He said, it's good to finally have you back where you belong. Hello, everyone. Today I want to share with you a novel full of fantasy elements. The novel features a very captivating setting, the Academy's class system. The Academy is divided into 4 classes, with the lowest being the Gene, who are unable to shift, and the highest being the heirs, who have pure bloodlines, and our female protagonist, Nova, as the werewolf heir, should enjoy the highest status. But due to her background and experiences, she is at odds with this class system. Her relationships with others in the Academy, including other heirs, are full of contradictions and conflicts. The identity issue under this class system and the resulting interpersonal entanglements make the whole story full of drama and appeal. Chapter 8. I observed the council members and their heirs hastily exiting the war room in the wake of Nova's departure. The expansive chamber, once bustling with activity, now stood eerily quiet. Only my father and I remained, the tension between us palpable in the silence. Phoenix, my father murmured, his pens crashing against the pages of his planner with an unsettling urgency. I stood at attention, my posture rigid as I awaited his next words. Yes, father, I responded, my voice carefully neutral. He didn't look up as he spoke, his words carrying a weight that made my stomach churn. I want you to keep an eye on the girl for me. Get close to her. Learn her habits, her likes and dislikes. Learn everything about her and report back to me. I felt my body stiffen, shock coursing through me. This request went against everything we stood for as Penta members. Spying on other members or their heirs was strictly forbidden, a rule put in place to maintain the trust that was crucial to the pack's survival. The very idea of surveilling Nova made me feel physically ill. Cautiously, I attempted to reason with him. I don't have many classes with her, I said, struggling to keep my tone neutral. I am almost 3 years older than her and about to graduate. I don't think. My father's eyes flashed with anger as he cut me off. I don't want to know what you think. He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. I want you to do what I ask, but... I began, only to be silenced as he abruptly stood, invading my personal space. His hand shot out, gripping my face with bruising force, forcing me to meet his gaze. I flinched but remained still, knowing that any sign of resistance would only provoke his wolf, which was already simmering just beneath the surface. The threat of violence hung heavy in the air between us. Do as I say, boy, he snarled, his claws breaking the skin of my face. Or else you'll drag your sister back from that hippity-dippity school in France and have her do it. At the mention of my sister, my heart plummeted. The thought of her being pulled into this twisted game filled me with dread, and I knew I had no choice but to comply with my father's demands, no matter how much it went against everything I believed in. I finally just got from underneath our father's controlling claws and didn't want her to be brought back in just as she was starting to find herself. She didn't deserve to be wrapped up in this chess game my father was concocting, and while I hated to be a pawn in his game, I would do everything in my power to make sure my little sister stayed out of whatever plans he had brewing in that sick head of his. What about your rules of never getting too close to the other heirs? I croaked. What makes her exempt from the rules? His eyes gleamed. She'll be a powerful tool to have on our side. A tool, not an ally, because all he cared about was gaining more power, no matter what it cost. Okay, father, I inclined my head. Leave it to me. He grinned at me, releasing my face before giving it a light pat. When pulling back his hands, my eyes locked on the blood staining them. Now go clean yourself up before talking to the girl. He stalked away. Wouldn't want to make a bad impression on her. After all, Nova tears streamed down Mom's face as she clutched me tighter to her body. The boys were clinging to my leg, their little sobs making my heart break as they rubbed their snot-filled noses against the leg pajama pants. I'm so sorry, Mom cried, clutching me tighter to her. I am so sorry, baby girl. I understand why you did it, I murmured into her wild red hair, inhaling the scent of gardenia. And honey, did you know what I really am? She pulled back, giving me a confused look. What-oh? So they didn't tell her what I was or who my parents were. I guess she didn't need to know, considering she wasn't from this world. That she was human god. I cowled and trapped my head around the fact that I wasn't human. I was a shifter. I turned into a wolf. And not just any wolf shifter. I was the last heir to a wolf empire I had absolutely no idea how to run. I pushed those thoughts away from my head, trying to enjoy the final movements with the only family I have left in the world. Where are we going, Nova? Jax cried just as James silently gripped my leg tight. And why aren't you coming with us? I gently pried their little hands off of my pant legs, squatting down to their level and pulling them towards me. I'm going to college, remember, bud? I murmured into JX's ear, brushing my fingers through James' hair. We talked about this, buddy. You're supposed to go to the one near our house. He shook his head, his free eyes wide as he looked around. Not. I saw a big coyote outside, James whispered, grabbing my face in his cubby hands and redirecting my attention to him like a really big one. What if they tried to eat you? I winced, knowing that what he saw, in fact, wasn't a coyote but a wolf shifter. It'll be okay, bud. I pushed his blonde hair away from his cherub-like face. They have a special coyote security team to protect the students here. Like these guys, Jack said, looking at the shifters decked out in suits and tactical gear surrounding us. They'll protect you from the mean animals. I winced. Yeah, buddy. It's time, a gruff voice said from behind us. We should get going if we want to make our flight. I turned my head fractionally and shot the guard an icy glare. One more minute. I ignored his protests and kissed the tops of my brothers' heads, inhaling their violet, powdery and candy-like smell. I want you guys to be on your best behavior when I'm gone. No monkey business and no giving Mom a hard time. They clutched me tighter in their shared embrace. We promised to be on our best behavior, NYZ. Good. I straightened and met the water gaze of my mother. Can I talk to you for a minute? She gave me a shaky nod as I ushered the boys to the car, glaring at the grumpy man who reached for my brothers. I got it, I growled, quickly locking them into their respectable car-appropriate seats. I love you both. We love you to NYZ, echoed through tiny sniffles. My heart broke into pieces. I shut the van's door closed behind them. Anyone leaves or mistreats them when I'm talking to my mother, and you'll have your head on a platter, I growled menacingly at them, watching in satisfaction as they all stiffened and gave each other a look. They nodded towards me as I drew my mother to the side. The place you're going is, I'm told, quite beautiful. I just want you to know that you don't have to worry about anything while you're there. Just focus on you and the boys. She stared at me. What's the catch? No catch, Mom. I shook my head. Just keep the boys in line because they'll be watching your every move 24/7 and report back to the people that brought us here. I don't want to know what happens when we disobey their orders. Who are these people? She whispered. What do they want with us? Extremely powerful people, I muttered back, and they don't want anything from you. Only me. Her eyes widened as she immediately went into Mama Bear mode. And what do they want from you? She snarled, glaring at the agents around us. If they hurt you, I swear to God that I will rain down hellend. Mom. I gripped her shoulders. Breathe. She took a deep breath in, but the fire didn't leave her eyes. Come with us. She gripped my hands. Come with us, and I can protect you. I shook my head even before she finished her sentence. I can't. Why not? Because apparently I was the only child of someone pretty important. She flinched at that, and since that person has passed, the responsibilities they had now fall to me. But more tears filled her beautiful eyes. You're just a baby. Not ready for that responsibility yet. Mom, I smiled down at her, cradling her pale cheek in my hand. I'm 19. Just a baby. She sniffled. My baby. You will forever be my baby. My eyes softened. I love you, Mama. I love you to Nova Nick Street. James, she hugged me fiercely. One last time, stay true to yourself, and don't let them try to turn you into something you're not. You're not only my daughter, but you're your father's daughter too. And while we made some mistakes in the past, we don't regret how we raised you. Because you're ours. Our little warrior. I cowled and helped the little tear that escaped at her declaration of love. A throat cleared behind us as I gave my mother one last hug. Be safe, Mama. I closed my eyes as the sound of engines roaring to life reached my ears. Some slid right up next to me, his silence surprisingly comforting as the SUVs drove further and further away. I'm never going to see them again. Am I? I croaked regardless of the council's empty promises. He said nothing, but it was all the confirmation I needed. I opened my eyes and found Atla staring intensely at me. Do I get a room in this supposed hellhole? I asked, or am I expected to sleep under lock and key? Only coming out to follow through the Penta's will. He narrowed his eyes at my attitude, but still remained silent. I knew the attitude of yours would come back sooner or later. A distinct voice sounded from behind us. It was just a matter of time, I suppose. I whirled and glared at the cocky asshole stalking towards us, his assured steps making him look stupidly like a model. The remaining guards parted like the Red Sea at his arrival, many of them bowing their head in respect at the eldest stare. I'm not doing your stupid tour today. I glared at him. I just want to barricade myself in my room with some food and a hot shower. If you can't accept that, then you can fuck right off, Mr. Kidnapper. You damn well know my name. He glared down at me, so cut the kidnapper crap right now. I raised my chin at his words. I don't think I will. A chuckle of laughter sounded from my left, making my eyes dart to Cassian's vibrant green ones. Great. The Three Stooges are back together, I snarled. Now, are you going to show me my room or not? Phoenix looked down at me with a condescending smirk, sweeping his arm out in front of him in a mocking gesture. After you, Lupine. I smirked right back at him, mimicking his gesture. No. I insist. After you, Princess. Atlas' snort made my grin widen. Phoenix's eyes narrowed. Follow me. He brushed past me, stomping his way into the foliage behind us. Cassian followed right after him, shaking his head and letting out a TS-king noise. A nudge at my back had me turning my head to glare up at Atlas. No touching, I warned him. I had to get you moving somehow, he shrugged. Plus, if you don't catch up with them now, you'll never find the way to your room. You're not coming. It doesn't take 3 geniuses to help one little wolf to her room. He smirked at me. Plus, I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of each other soon enough. It's 1 hour away from the lot of you. I ignored his words, stomping towards the foliage to catch up with Idiot 1 and 2. My eyes widened when I realized how far they truly got. Nearly a mile ahead of me already. Well, maybe not a mile, but far enough that by the time I caught up to them, my lungs were on fire and I was wheezing. The only good thing that would come out of this whole wolf ordeal was the fact that I'd finally be able to start that diet and exercise program I've been putting off. Because if classes and dorms were this far at this stupid academy, it'd have to take up running or something to make sure I made it to classes on time. My nose crunched in confusion. These are the dorms. Cassian let out a snort at my words. Phoenix rolled his eyes. This is our home, he said. Cass. Atlas. And his home. I guess it's yours now, too. My eyes widened at his words. I can't share a space with you 3. I'm a girl. And we're boys. Cassie Ann concluded. Thanks for the deduction, princess. I shook my head. How is it allowed that I can live with 3 guys? Heirs have been living together since the academy was built like 1500 years ago, Cassie Ann explained. It's easier this way. The Penta employs guards around the surrounding area for our protection, and it's easier if we're all in one place rather than spread out on different floors of the dorms. If someone does attack us, then there will be less casualties. I cannot believe I'm the only female heir that has a problem with this. Well, well. Believe it, Princess. Cassie Ann grinned, because you're the first female heir that the Pentas ever had. My mouth gaped open, my eyes swinging towards Phoenix for confirmation. A slight incline of his head. I turned back to Cassie Ann. What about the foul heir? I asked. She's a woman and a heir. Surely she would have lived here too. He shook his head. Foul was a rather late addition to the Penta, he explained. She only took over like 10 years ago, when her brother died from some kind of illness. So you're telling me I'm the first ever female-born heir on the Penta Council? They nodded. All the previous Penta members and leaders usually have had only male heirs. I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling a migraine coming on as the last few days began to catch up on me. There's no other room available. Phoenix shrugged. You can try to ask the housing department tomorrow on the tour, but with it being this late in the semester, and the wait list being abysmally long as it is, chances are that rooms are all full. Even the ones housing 3 or 4 students together in one suite. So I really don't have another choice. Do I? Afraid not, Princess. Cassie Ann chucked my chin gently with his knuckles. Come on. I'll show you around. Atlas' words came back to me, suddenly making sense. That little shit. He knew about this all along. How does this work? I asked, confused at the architecture of whoever constructed this place. It was like a damned maze. One hallway leading into the next before curving into another one and then branching out into the middle of the pentagon-shaped building. We each have our designated points in the house, Cassie Ann explained from the middle of the room, twirling with me as he pointed out who roomed where PHE is up front near the door because HE is the oldest and lightest sleeper. Then it's my room. Atlas's room across from mine. Yours in the back. The kitchen dining room. And finally the living room in the middle. Once you figure out which hall houses which room, it'll be easy peasy lemon squeeze. More like stress why it's giving me depressed, why I rubbed my temples, whatever. I'll figure it out later. Will you please show me to my room? Cassie Ann took a step towards me when Phoenix stopped him. I'll show her. I narrowed my eyes at him. No thank you. His blue eyes snapped towards mine. What? No thank you, I repeated. I don't have enough energy to deal with your sass right now. Sass? Cassie Ann choked out, snickering at the look on Phoenix's face. That is not a verb people here use to describe PHES. Attitude. Phoenix scowled at Cassie Ann, hooking an arm around my shoulders and dragging me into a hallway. I scowled at him. I wanted Cassie Ann to show me to my room. And I wanted the Lupine heir to be nice and docile. He shrugged. Guess we can always get what we want. I growled at him in nice. He snorted. Sure you are. I'm nice to people who don't kidnap me. He shot a glare down at me. Atlas and Phoenix participated in the kidnapping too, but I don't see you giving them half the crap you're giving me. That's because they're only acting like half the dicks you are. I said, you've been a megadick since we've left my house. He shrugged again. I can't help my genetics. A laugh bubbled out of me before I could stop it. He smirked down at me, stopping at an intricately carved door that made me gasp in awe at its beauty. I trailed my fingers at the calligraphy-like lettering of the name Lupine. Moons and stars of all different types carved into the wood so finely that it looked like it must have taken hours upon hours or days to create this. Are all the doors labeled like this? Phoenix gave me a short nod. They have our last names. But the designs are different depending on which pack you descend from. And the moons and stars? I asked, grazing my finger across a crescent moon that's the insignia of the Lupine pack. He nodded again. What's your insignia? I asked, looking up at him in curiosity. He just smirked at me. You'll just have to wait to see it for yourself, princess. I rolled my eyes. Really? You're going to be a tease. His smirk turned into a grin, briefly lighting up those sad eyes of his. Apparently, I like being a sassy tease. I smirked at his words. grabbing the brass doorknob and opening the door to the most majestic room I've ever seen. My whole house back home could have fit in this room. I gaped, twirling around the large space and taking in everything from the gigantic king-sized bed to the desk, wardrobe, and small library in the corner that reminded me of something Belle would have from the Beauty and the Beast. This is mine. Only the best room in the house for the Lupine princess. I whirled on him. If I have to cut the kidnapper crap, then you and the others have to cut the princess shit. I'm not a princess, nor will I ever be one. He leaned into me, engulfing me in his heady scent. That's where you're wrong, princess. Vampire deception. I tried Mason and EY Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to cause at a low-level witch. You are a princess. He leaned impossibly closer to me. What the council purposely failed to mention was that with you back, the power shifts from the four of them back to you. The council was created for just that. To counsel you. At the end of the day, when everything is said and done, you have the final say on all matters. The reason why you are our #1 priority to find was because you are royalty princess. You are descended from the first and of all time. Chapter 9, The Tour. Novinix, you've got to be kidding me. I yanked down on the short skirt to no avail. When Phoenix said there were spare uniforms for me to wear at this Wolf Academy, I initially thought he was joking. I mean, he had to be, because was opposed college, shifter or otherwise, forced their adult students to wear silly uniforms like they were in high school. Apparently this one did, which leads me to my dilemma at hand. I was a tall, curvy girl, much taller and curvier than girls my age tended to be. I was never athletic. Didn't inherit that gene apparently, because every attempt at a sport always ended up with a broken bone and a bruised ego. And sports just didn't mix, and I was okay with that. What I wasn't okay with was the fact that this skirt was just too short for my all-frame and body type. If I bent over just fractionally, my ass would be showing. And not in a flattering way either, considering that it wasn't as firm as I wanted it to be. The white blouse was fine in of itself, if not for a little loose in the chest area. Unfortunately, being a curvy girl didn't mean I got both the boobs and the butt and mellowed out the explicitly of this horrendous skirt. I would have worn leggings if they were provided to me, but unfortunately, the only thing given to me with these uniforms were thigh-high socks and black pumps with red bottoms and a small black ribbon on top of them. Whoever oversaw uniforms needed to be replaced ASAP because they were letting their cough fantasies take over. The only thing good about these stupid uniforms were the fact that they consisted of dark colors: black, charcoal, and deep burgundy. I sighed, knowing that there was nothing I could do about the uniform today. Maybe, while on the tour, I could ask my guide if there was a way I could get new sets of uniforms. Ones that were tailored for my size, as well as throw in a couple of pants in there too. I grabbed my jacket and traveled through the maze that was my new home. After the 5th time taking the wrong hallway, I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Cassie and chowing down on a bowl of cereal in the living room, watching something on the TV hanging above the fireplace mantel. When his eyes lifted to mine, I saw them bug out as he accidentally choked on a spoonful of what looked like to be Cocoa Flakes. My heart panged at the little reminded of my brothers. Cocoa Flakes were their favorite cereal too. He gasped for breath, and I briefly wondered if choking to death would kill a wolf shifter. Not that my brain was on that topic. What would kill a wolf shifter? Were the legends true? Would a silver bullet to the heart kill me? Still so many unanswered questions I had. Holy shit, Cassie Ann muttered, gazing at my indecent skirt. I think, Phoenix, Atlas, I need your help. Why are you calling them? I hissed at him. Throwing my jacket and bag on the back of the couch was wrong. This better be important, Cassie and Phoenix sighed. Sipping on his coffee, I was just about to finish my... His words trailed off as he caught sight of me in my uniform. Atlas narrowed his eyes from behind his friend. No, absolutely not, Phoenix barked. Go change. Right this instant. Into what, genius? I barked back. All of the skirts are like this. Apparently, whoever was in charge of my uniforms didn't factor in my height as well as the size of my ass. I whirled to emphasize my point, rolling my eyes when I heard 3 tiny growls of displeasure. Cassie and muttered something so low that I cowled hear him. But his friend sure as hell did. A pink tint blazed across Atlas' cheeks as he turned around and stalked back into the kitchen. Phoenix's jaw ticked as he stared at my uniform in loathing. "You're going to be enough a distraction as it is," he snarled. "We don't need something else to add on top of that. It's not like I wanted to come here," I sneered, my anger rising at least at my college. I was allowed to wear clothes that actually fit. "How fast can we get a tailor here?" Phoenix ignored me, talking directly to Cassie, and I could probably talk to Cortez to let us. The alarm on my phone blared loudly, reminding me that classes started in 10 minutes. Cassie sighed. "We don't have time, PHE. We can't let her walk out of the house like this," he argued, pointing at me. "There's going to be enough eyes on her as it is with being the last Lupine heir, let alone the last female Lupine heir." Cassie grumbled at his friend's words, rubbing a palm to his eye. "What if I give her a pair of my trousers? I soft he'll be swimming in them." He smirked at me. "You calling me THICC princess?" "I'm calling you a giant," I smirked right back at him. "I'm tall, but you're ogre level tall." He let out a mock gasp. "Can we get back to the matter at hand?" Phoenix snapped at us. "I rather have you swimming in Cassian's pants than have you flashing the entire school campus." I snickered at the thought of swimming in Cassian's pants. The words, although innocent enough, conjured up a very naughty image in my mind. "Bad Nova. I chastised myself. Do not think about your kidnappers that way." "The shoes don't help," Atlas grumbled from the kitchen doorway, interrupting my internal thoughts. "They add too. Her legs look longer in them." "I can at least help in that aspect," Cassian said, running out of the room. He returned a moment later with a familiar pair of shoes in his hands. "My docs," I squealed, reaching for them and kicking off the stupid heels. "Where did you find these?" "How do you have them?" "I saw them by your front door," he grinned sheepishly at me. "And since you weren't wearing any shoes the night we brought you home, I decided that these would do when you woke up." I shot him a grateful smile, lacing up the last lace of my shoe as tightly as I could. I stood inside, feeling my feet wiggle in their familiar environment. "The professors will have a fit that Chess not following the dress code." Atlas' lips curled up at the corners, his small grin enhancing his already gorgeous features. "Chess and Air Phoenix rug. They can grumble all they want, but they know not to get on our bad side." I raised an eyebrow at his comment. "You think you're above the rules?" He smirked at me. Cassie tapped my hip from his perch on the armchair behind me. I glanced over my shoulder to find him grinning up at me. "Princess, the rules don't apply to us." I looked down at the small piece of printer paper in my hand, wondering how I was going to survive these classes. 1 from the beginning, the history of wolf shifters and the first packs. 2, basic shifting 101.3, shifter defense 4, learning the lore 5, study hall 6, living from the land, medicinal review. A few normal classes that everyday college students would take were mixed in, like English and psychology. But I was told by Cassie that those classes didn't really count at the academy like the main curriculum ones did, which was a bummer considering that I had absolutely no idea what any of these classes were about. The only 2 classes I was excited for were the lore and medicinal ones. Cassie and Atlas bid us adieu the moment we stepped inside this grand castle-like building, my overstimulated brain barely hearing their goodbyes as I took in the hauntingly beautiful academy that could have given Hogwarts a run for its money. Crescent Celestial Academy. School for the shifter-lie inclined, as I like to call it, was every bit what I expected from a college that housed some of the most deadly shifters in the world. The atmosphere was dark Gothic mixed with a unique kind of elegance that somehow worked well together. The moment I stepped into the front office with Phoenix at my side, the secretary at the front desk shot me a look that was a mix of surprise and awe. I squirmed, uncomfortable at her scrutinization. Despite my uncomfortability, I shot her my best smile. "Hello," I said pleasantly. "I was wondering if you had a minute to talk." The woman all but jumped out of her chair, speed walking toward the front desk. "Yes, of course." She stuttered. "What would you like to chat about, Ms. Lupine?" I gritted my teeth at the use of my new last name. not really liking the sound of it but understanding why they insisted on you. I was, after all, to them, a lupine. I was wondering if there were any rooms available in the girls' dorms. I asked pleasantly, as you know. I'm new here and am not really comfortable sharing my space with 3 creepy men. Phoenix let out a deep chuckle which had the secretary jumping up in surprise at the sound. She glanced hesitantly at him. Unfortunately, Ms. Lupine. The girls' dorms are full for this term. Besides, even if they weren't otherwise occupied, the school isn't allowed to permit an heir to live in the campus dorms, since that would require establishing new safety protocols for not only you but the students around you. I could practically feel Phoenix's haughty smirk from right next to me. I frowned at her answer. And the academy docent have a problem with a young innocent woman being roomed with 3 men? She shook her head, giving me a confused look. We have no problem with the heirs sharing their compound together. I reared my head back in shock. Why the hell not? She asked, startled. Whatever do you mean? Phoenix stepped forward, giving the secretary a small smile. I got it from here, Janice, he said, knocking on the front desk. Please let our professors know that I'm giving the newest heir a tour. Of course, Alpha Fenrir. She inclined her head. I'll also get another ta to cover your morning courses. My eyes widened at her words, my head automatically swinging to the man next to me. You're ta. Of course. He glanced down at me. In the top of my class and only the best teach at Crescent Academy. But you're a student. I'm almost done, he said. I graduate in the spring and will take over my dad's position next fall. He ushered me out of the office ahead of him, nodding to the left for me to follow him. As you know, Crescent Academy was founded fairly soon after the Penta was formed. He strode through the empty halls with all the confidence in the world. The leaders at the time thought it would be best for the new generation of shifters to have a safe space, to them to learn what it meant to not only be a part of a pack, but to also come into their own as shifters. Before the academy, new shifters would find it hard to navigate not only the heightened emotions that came with shifting but also the control of their wolves. He pointed out classrooms and large gathering areas as we walked by. What kind of heightened emotions? I asked. And how does that help with controlling your wolf? Anger, sadness, or even just plain old happiness could give your wolf an opportunity to break free at any moment. He explained. If you can't control your wolf, then you pose a serious threat to those around you. While we expect accidents to happen with new wolves, we try to minimize as much damage as we can because conflict between shifters can affect pack dynamics. And how many packs attend this place? All of them. What? I gaped. All packs from around the world attend Crescent Academy, he said, and being heirs means that we each control our different territories full of them. So what's the difference between heir and an alpha? I asked back there. The secretary called you an alpha instead of an heir. Alpha is the leader of a pack, he said technically. I am an alpha. All the heirs are. Our parents handed the reins over to their packs to us by the time we turned 18. How old are you guys anyway? I found myself asking if you're about to graduate. You can't be older than 22. 23, he corrected. I just turned 23. Atlas is 21 and Cassie and just turned 20 last month. Old men. The lot of you, I muttered as we passed by the cafeteria. The smell of bacon and waffles wafting from the door making my stomach growl. Are we done yet? Not even close, princess. I raised my eyebrow at the nickname. Okay, kidnapper, I rolled my eyes. Can we at least take a break? I'm starving and the fashion dilemma from this morning made me skip breakfast. We just started, he pointed out. We have a few more hours to go. I gaped at him. Hours? He nodded. If you think I'm bitchy now, wait until I get angry. I warned you don't want to see me when I'm angry. You're telling me your personality gets worse? He asked, generally surprised. I smirked at him. You're telling me your little file didn't make note of that? He sighed, looking down at his watch. Classes let out in 5 minutes. Perfect. I exclaimed. Gives me just enough time to grab a plate and go. 1 minute. I grinned widely up at him, which had him stare down at me with a quizzical look on his face. I took a step towards the food court when I paused, looking back at him as the nagging question from this morning popped into my mind. When you turn into your wolf, where do your clothes go? He choked on air. What? I've read shifter romances before, I said, tapping my forefinger on my chin, and Ivy always wondered where the clothes go when you shift. Do they just tear right off you, or is there like special kind of magic when your clothes are miraculously spared? Do you constantly have to worry about clothes, or do you care if everyone sees everything? Biscuits and all. My God, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Do you not have a filter? What normal person asks that? I think we've already established that I about as far away from normal as possible. I snorted, but seriously, where do your clothes go? Our clothes are unspared when we shift, he finally answered. When we shift, we had to take them off beforehand, or if we're on school grounds, the academy outfits the forests with these that blend with the trees that holds extra clothes. I nodded. Cool. He sent another weird look my way, about to ask something when his phone rang. My eyes snapped on the little rectangle. You have a phone? We all have phones here, he snorted, glancing at the screen. What do you think? Were heavens. I cracked a smile at his words. When can I get my phone back? He stayed silent. My eyes jumped to his as I repeated the question. His lips pursed as he, once again, chose not to answer. I gaped at him. You're not even going to give me my phone back? You don't need it, he said firmly. Anything you need or want, you'll tell me and I'll take care of it. I want a phone now. What's the point of telling you about something I want if you're not willing to give it to me? I threw my hands up in the air. What about my friends? What about them? How am I supposed to contact them? He smirked at me the old-fashioned way. I blinked up at him, not understanding his meaning. His smirk widened into a devious grin. Send them letter with our messenger pigeons. My eyes wide. And you use messenger pigeons here? No, his grin turned into a full-blown laugh. Did you really believe that? I narrowed my eyes, scowling at him. You're such a dick. His phone rang again, and this time, he answered it, keeping that god-awful annoying smirk on his stupid face. 1 minute, he mouthed, holding up a finger to emphasize his point. Get your food and hurry that ass back to me. I'll be waiting. Chapter 10. 1 minute, he mouthed, holding up a finger to emphasize his point. Get your food and hurry that ass back to me. I'll be waiting. I shot him a look, turning on my heel and heading into the breakfast line. My stomach growled at the trays and trays of delicious-looking food, my eyes snagging on the custom omelet and waffle bar. Oh my God, I groaned, grabbing a Togo box and peeling food into so high I'm sure it went close. I think I'd gone to heaven. An ass-heel and chuckle sounded from behind me, and I turned my head to find a handsome guy staring at me in amusement. His long dark hair was pulled back into a small ponytail at the back of his head, his sea-green eyes looking at me in equal parts mirth and surprise. I smiled at him, glancing down at the wheelchair he was currently in. Nice ride. This old thing. He moved them from side to side, the sunlight glinting off the custom-painted frame. It's not as nice as the one I'm working on. I looked at him in surprise, reaching for another serving spoon as I heaped another scoop of home-style potatoes in my box. You make wheelchairs. I make my wheelchairs, he corrected, reaching for a box and the egg scooper. You should see what I can do with my wrench. His voice trailed off at his last words, making me glance at him. His cheeks were pink as a blush streaked across his face. I bit my lip at his reaction, barely holding in my giggle. Was that supposed to be an innuendo or something? I asked after I couldn't take it any longer, full out laughing as my words caused his expression to shift from barely concealed horror. Because it is. I don't think I want to see anyone's wrenches anytime soon. He groaned, dropping his head back on the top of his chair. That's so not what I meant. I sent him a wink, walking a little further down the buffet line. I know, I grinned at him. I was just pulling your leg. Ah, so the new girl's got a sense of humor, he said, grinning as he followed me. How refreshing to know that not everyone is either a total douche or a part of the sympathy committee. I curtsied with a dramatic flair. Why, thank you, good sir. His grin wide. And so, what's your name, new girl? I stepped towards the counter and was about to pull out my wallet when the guy's arm shot out quickly as he handed the cashier a black card. I paused my movements to send him a nasty side. I can pay for my own meals. He didn't bat an eye. No, you can, but I'm about 50 points away from scoring 200 travel miles. Your food plus mine would send me over that limit. So in actuality, you're doing me a favor. I still don't like the thought of someone buying my food. I pointed it out, or having to owe someone. Think of it as a welcome to school gift. He shook his head. Now, are you going to tell me your name? Willingly, or will I have to earn it by throwing some of my favorite jokes your way? His upbeat attitude was seemingly contagious because I cowled and helped a small smile from gracing my lips. Nova, I finally said. Like the star. I raised an eyebrow. And your name? Those sea green eyes of his took on a mischievous glint. How badly do you want to know, new girl? I smirked at his little game, scrolling my features quickly. Not bad enough, I say with a shrug as I grabbed my boxes and twirled on my feet, striding towards the exit. See you later. Wait, he called out, and I could hear the tires on his wheelchair squeak on the marble floor as he made his way quickly towards me. Hey, wait up. No, I don't think I will. I called over my shoulder. Thanks for the trade. You're really going to run away from a guy in a wheelchair? He called after me. Those legs of yours walk faster than what my arms can wheel. I paused my steps, sending a glare over my shoulder. You are so not using the wheelchair card on me. I got you to stop, didn't I? He exhaled, a single piece of hair falling out of his neatly pulled back hair. I think the wheelchair cards works for me in some cases. I shot him a mean glare, but all he did was grin at me and hold out a hand. In Pluto, like the non-existent planet. I cocked my head, extending my own hand to shake his, or the animated dog. The god, actually. He laughed. But most people guess the dog. You're probably the first person to guess the planet. I laughed. Where you going in such a hurry, new girl? He asked, his eyes glittering. Why aren't you eating your food while it's hot? Because I'm currently in the middle of a stupid tour. I rolled my eyes. And why aren't you in class? I thought it ended in 5 minutes. I'm allowed to get out of class 10 minutes early to beat the crowds. He gestured to his wheelchair. The hallways are a bitch to navigate with a million wolves sauntering around. I groaned. Don't tell me that. Not a crowd person. Nope, I shook my head. Not even a people person in general. He was about to say something else when a familiar voice rang out behind me. I was gone for less than a minute, he said gruffly, and somehow you still disobey. He stopped talking when he noticed Pluto was right behind me, looking between the two of us with a curious expression in that turquoise gaze of his. Raid on Phoenix inclined his head. I see you've met the newest addition to Crescent Academy. Pluto nodded, sending me a grin. Yes, rather refreshing to be around. I snorted. You make me sound like a lemonade. His eyes lit up. If the wheel fits. I laughed at his stupid joke, making his eyes light up even more. Phoenix huffed, wrapping his meaty hand around my upper arm. If you'll excuse us, he said, we have a tour we need to continue. I sent a smile over my shoulder, waving to Pluto as Phoenix all but dragged me out of the cafeteria. The turquoise eyes glimmered with an unknown emotion as a crooked smile graced his face. So down, I grumbled as Phoenix continued to drag me down the hall. I'd really like for my arm to remain in its socket so that I can eat this food. He stopped suddenly, whirling on me with a nasty glare. Stay away from Pluto, he ordered. That kid is nothing but trouble. Him. I scrunched my nose in confusion. He seems sweet and funny. That kid has broken more hearts around here than there are female shifters. He shook his head. Apparently that smile and charm of his has a way of worming its way into girls' hearts. I was talking to him. I rolled my eyes, not begging him to date me. Just stay away from him. He gritted his teeth and turned away from me. I grumbled, flipping open my box before scooping a handful of potatoes and eggs into my mouth. Apparently, now that I had the food in my hands, this asshole wouldn't let me eat it. Where are we going? I muttered around my bite of food. And when were we going to stop? He shot me a dirty look, pointing towards a large stadium-like building. That's the Fenrir Coliseum, but it's known around here by everyone as the Cages. Why the Cages? You'll see, he said gruffly, stomping towards the arena. And whatever you do, don't touch the fences. Why? He didn't answer me, instead making me follow him inside. He expertly navigated through the Coliseum, making me think he's been here too many times before from the way he knew exactly where he was going, which turns to making everything. As he led me into the large arena floor, I gawked when I saw the hundreds of cages lining what would be the gladiators' entrances onto the arena floor. What is this place? Our shifting center, he said. It's where all our shifters practice their shifting, whether it be for the first time or the 100th time. It's also where we hold our tournaments. Tournaments. I blinked up at him. What kind of tournaments? Think of them like flag football but with wolves instead of humans, he said slowly. But instead of capturing the opposite team's flag, you had to incapacitate them or make them submit on their own until there are no members left on the opposing team. You start off with 5 players on each team, and every 3 minutes, one of the cages releases a competitor. He pointed towards the cages. It's always random of which player, from which teams, gets released first, so it's essential that you make as many players from the other team submit first. And if you don't, then you risk having the max amount of players from the opposing team gunning for you, he said, which is difficult because not even the best shifter can take on 20 players at once. 20 wolves. My eyes wide, and 20 freaking wolves. All at once. He nodded and I took in the cages with a fresh set of eyes. And this place doubles as a shifting center. I asked, what does that mean? New shifters are unpredictable when they first experience the shift, he explained. The heightened emotions take over and our wolves turn off the human parts of our consciousness in order to protect us from the pain and memories that come with the first shift. The cages have a dual purpose. They give us enough room to shift, but not so much where new shifters are able to ram the gates or rip open the doors. The fencing is also endowed with electrical currents that intensify when a part of a shifter's body touches it, forcing that shifter to either remain stock still or in human form. I gave him a horrifying look. You torture the students here. He shook his head. The students are aware of the cage's purposes. They willingly sign the waivers before each semester. What if they don't want to sign the safety waivers? Everyone signs the waivers. I narrowed my eyes at him. But what if they don't? Then their admittance into the academy will be put on hold. His lips twisted. But if the school admittance fills us before they're able to make that, then they lose their spot. Then they really don't have a choice when you look at it, I muttered, eyeing the cages like they were going to animate to life and chase me whether they want to or not. They have to sign that waiver or else they'll lose their spot to the most prestigious university in the world. Either not hearing my words or choosing to ignore them. Phoenix continued on his little practice tour spiel. Your intro into shifting class will be held here, he said, glancing at me. So I hoped you remembered how to get here because I will not be saving your ass from Coach Calhoun's wrath when you're late. I glared at him. Dickhead. The moment I stepped through the airhouse, my stomach grumbled as loud as a roaring dragon as I took in the most delicious smells. The tour absolutely drained me, and while I didn't go to classes today like I expected, because apparently Phoenix decided it was a good idea for me to know the layout of the academy before I started to attend classes, my body still felt like it was hit by a big rig and I was exhausted. Latin music sounded from inside the kitchen, and the closer I got, the more recognized the familiar tune. I watched in equal parts surprise and amusement as I took in the scene before me. Atlas was bobbing his head to the music as he stirred something that smelled absolutely delicious in a big pot. Cassie munched on an apple as he sat haphazardly on a kitchen stool, scrolling through his laptop. The moment I entered the kitchen, both of their eyes snapped toward me. I took a step back, startled at their reaction. Cassian's eyes lit up as he shut his laptop closed. Princess. He cooed at me. You're finally home. What are you guys doing? My boothang is cooking me some dinner. Cassian shot Atlas a smug smile, shooting an air kiss his way. Isn't he the sweetest? My lips twitched as Atlas scowled at him, throwing a large and heavy-looking wooden spoon his way. Cassian dodged it just in time, the spoon clattering to the floor with a large boomoy. His Mexican mother is showing. Cassian cried out. Watch out before he gets his size 15 shoes and throws them at you. Phoenix chooses the moment to walk in from behind me, freaking shirtless and sweaty, walking to the fridge and grabbing a water bottle before walking up to Cassian and slapping the back of his head. Stop antagonizing the guy that cooks your food, he said before sending Atlas a pointed look at you. Stop throwing shit. The last time you threw something, you put 2 holes in the wall and broke our window. Atlas turned off the stove, reaching for what I assumed were the plates, right next to the stove. As long as he doesn't say stupid shit. I won't throw anything. He paused, taking on a smug look. I can't say the same for poisoning him, though. See that, princess? He whined, walking over to me and throwing a muscular arm over my shoulder. They're being mean to me. My lips twitched as I untied the stupid school tie from my neck. 3 sets of eyes followed the movement, making me stare at them in confusion. What? Phoenix was the first to avert his eyes, followed by Atlas. Cassian's eyes were the only ones who remained on mine. His lips upturned in a small smile. Who would have thought you'd be exactly what we needed around here, princess? His smile turned into a full-blown grin. I can't wait to see how exactly you shake things up. Chapter 11 Nova Nix. I felt the prickle of awareness the moment I stepped into my room. There was a suspicious lump's-sized shape in the middle of my bed, surrounding by my blankets and comforter. My shoulders tensed when that lump-shaped thing started to move. I swear to God, if those assholes out there were P-ranking me, then I was going to throw more than a wooden spoon at their heads. More like something sharp and pointy, and I wouldn't miss. With stiff fingers, I gripped the blankets and yanked them off of my bed. I cried out in shock. Brutus. I threw my arms around his thick neck, plunging my fingers in his gray wrinkly fur. Oh my. I can't believe you're here. He perked up at my voice, those cloudy eyes of his seeking me out from the sound of my voice. How did you get here, sweet boy? I sniffled, wiping the stupid tear that managed to escape at seeing the last piece of home I had. Atlas had him camping out in his room for the night. Cassian's familiar voice. I'm surprised you didn't hear all of this poor guy's whining. He really missed you. I turned to find Cassian leaning against my doorframe, regarding me with an unknown emotion in his green eyes. I turned back to my sweet dog, bending down and touching my forehead to his. I missed him more. I kissed the sharp point of his head, an after effect caused by his abusive previous owners. He doesn't like being away from any of us longer than a few hours. Cassian nodded his head. That might be the reason I found Atlas passed out on the floor next to this poor guy. He was trying to comfort him. Brutus snuggled closer into my side, nudging my hand with his sharp head. I hummed. What? I never took Atlas as an animal person. Cassian snorted. Aren't we all considered animal people, princess? My lips twitched at the remark. I thought they sent him with my mom and brothers. I closed my eyes when Brutus flipped onto his side and pawed the air, motioning for me to continuously rub his belly. Why didn't they send him with them? You don't want him here. Cassian asked quietly. You didn't like the surprise. Of course I want him here. My eyes snapped to his butt from what the council was implying. Anything from my old life was considered distraction. Why would they let me keep my dog if they would let me stay in contact with my family? The council doesn't know us here, Cassian said. And if it's all right with you, we'd like to keep it that way, considering pets are officially off limits at Crescent Academy. Apparently there's enough wild animals running around as it is. While he tried to play it off as no big deal and make light of the situation, I saw through his thinly veiled facade. Whose idea was this? I asked, having a sneaking suspicion of already knowing the answer if it was the Pentas. Whose idea was it to bring my dog here? He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I blinked, confirming my thoughts. It was your idea. But why? He shrugged. You looked like you could use a friend. With those final words, he disappeared into the hall and headed towards his room, leaving me to dissect not only his words but one of the most thoughtful gestures anyone has ever given to me. Come on, bud, I whispered. It's time for Bida. The moment I stepped into my closest, I was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming amount of clothes. What held a few items of clothing yesterday, mainly to uniforms and a couple sets of jeans, t-shirts, and satin PJs, now was filled with different styles of clothes, ranging from designer to generic brands and then some. Don't even get me started on the shoes. From heels to a rainbow assortment of docks. It seemed like whoever bought me these outfits had also taken into account the matching footwear. My mouth gaped open when I also saw the brand new uniforms, these ones looking more luxurious and form-fitting than the last ones. My finger grazed over the small golden pin on the collar of my blazer. 5 little paw prints arranged into what looked a pentagonal shape. Before I even had time to question what that meant, the alarm on my phone rang. My eyes widened when I realized I only had 10 minutes to get dressed and move my ass out the door. Damn it. Looks like you'll be skipping breakfast. Again. 1. The beginning. The history of wolf shifters and the first packs 2. Basic shifting 101-3. Shifter defense 4. Learning the lore 5. Study hall 6. Living from the land. Medicinal review. I was late. On my first official day. Wonderful. I wanted to crawl into a hole and die when I opened the classroom door to my History of Wolf Shifters class, and every onus eyes immediately shifted to me. The professor ushered me inside. You must be our new student. How excellent. Please, take a seat in any free available spot. We just started our lesson. My face burned even more as I had to walk across the large expansive classroom. That could double as a freaking auditorium with how big it was. I would have thought it was the auditorium if Phoenix hadn't shown me on the tour that all classrooms in Crescent Academy were built like this, considering that they needed as much space as they could in order to house dozens and dozens of shifters per course. The moment I passed a particular group of girls in the front row, whispers started flying around from all directions. That's her. She doesn't seem like much. Dude, she's hotter than I expected for someone that hung out in Norm World. So we're Seth's going to fucking flip her lid. I bet her wolf is super strong. I frowned at that last statement, tucking myself into the corner seat at the farthest row in the back. Class, the professor clapped his hands. Let's focus back on the topic at hand. He sat on the corner of his desk and glanced down at his open planner. Now where were we? By the time lunch came around, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally, because while the stares, whispers, and assessing gazes were a lot, the classes were even harder than I expected. And while I didn't expect things to be easy, since I wasn't born with shifter knowledge like the other students were, I didn't know just how quite hard this shifter thing could be. Harder than it sounds, believe it or not. Especially for someone who came from a shifter family like I did. A soft voice said from behind me, I think you're sitting at the wrong table. I turned my head and found a small girl standing behind me, her expression shy and eyes downcast as she fidgeted in her Mary Jane shoes. Her dark auburn hair was braided neatly down her back. Her uniform hung off her small frame like they were 2 sizes too big. Oh, sorry, I gathered my bags. I didn't know that this table was taken. It's not that, she said quickly, placing her tray down on the table. It's just that it would be social self-destruction to sit with me. I paused, looking as her cheeks turned red. Why what? She asked, startled. Why would it be social self-destruction to sit with you? I asked, sitting back down in my seat. She blinked at me. Because you're Ian Air, so. And Imogene, she said like it explained everything. This time, I blinked up at her. A what? She sat down hesitantly. No one explained the hierarchy here to you. I shook my head. No one's explained much to me except the bare minimum. I let out a humorless laugh. Apparently, it's on a need-to-know basis. But I don't think I should be the one to tell you. Her expression turned hesitant. Please. I begged. You're the first person here that seems genuine, and I much rather have the truth come from you than have a twisted version come from someone else. You've only known me for a few minutes. She whirled the loose thread of her blazer around her finger, momentarily cutting of the circulation. Before releasing it and freeing her finger, I could be the biggest liar you've ever met. I have a pretty good bullshit meter. I smiled at her, and mine is telling me that you're not like that. She gaped at me for a moment before a look of resolve set in her blue eyes, her spine stealing as she came to a decision. My lips twitched. The first thing you should know about Crescent Academy is the hierarchy. Her voice was low as she spoke the words, her eyes flickering to the students in the surrounding tables next to us. There's a caste system here, and as much as administration likes to pretend it doesn't exist, that system determines who and how much these people are willing to get away with it. Her lips pursed. The higher your up in the ladder, the more you able to get away with. You're basically untouchable. Just how high is this metaphorical ladder? I reared my head back. And how much can these people get away with? There's 4 tiers, she sighed, each one more power, hungry than the last. That bad? She nodded. First you have the pures. Those who come from families who are only from the most purest of shifter packs. She nodded to a packed table filled with those from different breeds of life, all gorgeous and laughing with each other like there was to care in the world. Next you have the halves or half-bloods, she continued, those who have one parent that is 100% wolf shifter and the other is another type of shifter. However, to be accepted into the academy, the wolf gene must be dominant gene in the child born of these two shifters. There are other shifters out there besides wolves? I asked, surprised. Just how many shifters are there? Not as many as you'd think. She listed them off on her fingers. There's dragons, panthers, kitsunes. Holy shit, I leaned back in my seat. What the hell is a kitsune? Her eyes widened at my words. You really don't know anything about our world, do you? I shook my head, picking at my plate. I really don't. She shot me a pitying smile that I chose to ignore. Next you have the genes. She changed the subject. Those of us born to purebred wolf shifters but have a mutation in our DNA and makes it impossible to shift into our wolves. We have plenty of the shifter gene to be admitted to the academy, even more than the half-bloods. But due to our inability to shift, we aren't considered worthy enough. What's the fourth one? I asked, cocking my head to the side. You said there were 4 castes in this place. What's the last one? The most rarest one of all, she whispered. The heirs. Descendants from the original 5 packs. They're really that important? Yes, you are, she corrected me with a smile. You're the leaders of our community. I coughed, rolling my eyes. I think you're exaggerating on the importance of these heirs. I don't know if you know this, but ever since you've stepped into the lunchroom, every owner's eyes have been on you. I gasped, my own eyes widening. That's not true. I turned and almost immediately those hundreds of eyes who were on me immediately darted away. The only pair that remained were a set of brown eyes, so dark they almost looked black. A scowl was on her face as she glared at me with such hatred in her eyes. It wasn't until the boy sitting next to her, who had the same dark eyes and hair color as her, nudged her, whispering something in her ear. Who's that? I asked, nodding towards the pure blood table. The girl, right in the middle. That's the worst Kyoto fowl, she whispered. Der fowl's niece. That boy next to her is her brother. You two. And their heirs too. She shook her head. They would be if their parentage was in question. What do you mean? Word has it that heir fowl's nephew, the heir before her, had a wife who was a bit promiscuous, she said. Because of that, their legitimacy status is being questioned by the packs, especially since heir fowl is retiring once you graduates. I glanced at them again, and while her gaze was no longer on me, I could still feel the hatred radiating off her in waves, aimed directly at me for some reason. Can they hear us? I murmured, looking back at my new friend. Can they hear what we're saying? She shook her head. Imbued in the tables, our doom rooms, or the professor's private offices, are little fragments of sound, she explained, and unlike the name implies, the stones make it impossible for others to eavesdrop on private conversations. A shadow fell over the table, and we both simultaneously turned our heads to see Atlas standing there. Jade. Atlas acknowledged my new friend before turning his attention to me. Nova. Jade looked like she was a second away from fainting at Atlas' attention. If you'd excuse us, he nodded for Jade to head out. We have some things we need to discuss. Jade gathered her things quickly, scrambling as far away from the table as soon as possible. Of course, she stuttered, gazing down at the floor before glancing up at me. They'll see you later. I smiled softly at her, waving to her retreating form before turning back to the man sitting across from me. My smile faded when my gaze met his serious amber ones. What is it? To escort you to your final class, he said simply. Why? Because this class is the hardest one of all. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, and coach is a hard ass. To act as the buffer between you and everyone else. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Why you? Because coach purposely failed Cassie Ann 6 times and hates Phoenix Escats, he said, and the only heir he can tolerate to be around. I was quickly leaning that one thing about Atlas was that he was never going to be someone to mince words in order to spare another feelings. He called it like he saw it, and while it was an admirable trait, I could vaguely see how it could get irritating for me going forward. like when he opened his mouth in the next moment and says, "You can't shift." I have a feeling Coach is going to be on your ass more than the others. I thought he was supposed to remain unbiased. I frowned, as part of the faculty and all. Atlas just stared at me, not saying a word to defend the shifting professor. Right eye nodded my head, catching what he was saying without words and guessing he doesn't like non-shifters. Atlas shook his head. He doesn't like heirs, he said. We don't know why, but Coach is especially hard on us for some reason. Cass thinks it's just because HES and emotionals is prick. My lips twitched, but you don't. He shrugged. No one can understand why Coach acts the way he does. The bell rang just as I was about to ask more questions. Come on. Atlas stood, nodding towards the cafeteria door. Best not to be late for his class, ho, else hell make you run 5 extra miles. Hey family. Today IVE found an ultra-exciting novel. The heroine's entry as the legendary Last Lupine ALL CHAPTErs in the spotlight. But she has a fatal flaw: she can't shift. In a school that emphasizes supernatural powers, it's like being labeled as an outsider. While everyone thought she'd fall into desperation, she resists fate's fix. She refuses to hide her true identity, standing bravely in the spotlight, breaking prejudices with her wisdom and courage, and proving her worth. Moreover, she uncovers some shocking secrets along the way. Chapter 12. The Coach was nothing like I had envisioned. Instead of the towering, scowling giant I'd imagined, a man barely taller than myself stood before the class, his voice echoing through the training grounds of Crescent Academy as he barked out harsh critiques and seemingly impossible demands. Despite his shorter stature, his presence was undeniable. Clad in tactical pants and a Crescent Academy polo, he exuded an air of authority that reminded me more of a seasoned law enforcement officer than one of the world's most renowned shifter professors. Yet, according to Atlas, that's exactly who he was. McKinley. Coach's voice boomed, causing me to flinch. You call that shifting? My deceased grandmother could do better. Explain to me how that's possible. I watched as McKinley's face flushed a deep purple, his third attempt at shifting clearly unsuccessful. The Coach's piercing gaze then swung to another student. Rojas, if you take any longer to shift, you'll be an easy target for marksmen. He bellowed. This isn't one of those anime transformations you secretly watch when you think I'm not paying attention. Rojas averted his eyes, clearly embarrassed as snickers rippled through the group of students. I felt a twinge of sympathy for them both, grateful that I was yet the focus of Coach's attention. That reprieve was short-lived. Coach's blazing blue eyes locked onto mine where I stood slightly behind Atlas. His gaze darted between us, a question forming in his expression. Are you planning to hide behind him all day? He snapped at me. Or are you going to join the class and actually earn your grade? I narrowed my eyes at him, defiance rising within me. As I took a step forward, away from Atlas' protective presence, I felt a sudden grip on my wrist. Atlas had reached out, halting my movement. I have explicit orders from the Penta regarding Nova's participation in this class. Coach, Atlas stated firmly, producing a folded letter from his pocket. I believe you'll find the explanation you're seeking in this document. Coach snatched the letter from Atlas' hand, tucking it into his back pocket without so much as a glance. I couldn't help but wonder what those explicit orders entailed, and why I hadn't been informed of them myself. I don't have time to read pretty little bureaucratic bullshit, Lobo, he said, crossing his arms. Tell me what it says. I'd rather have you read it, Coach, he says, glancing at our classmates, too many nosy fucks not minding their own damn business. I glanced around to find everyone of eyes on us, a majority of them stopping what they were doing to focus their attention on us. I'll read the damn letter later, he snapped at me, motioning for me to join the back of the line for now. You need to get the fuck out of my class. I passed you already, so there's no reason why you're still here bugging me. Atlas smirked at the Coach, nodding to where the letter was residing in his pocket. I've missed you to Coach. Atlas scooted so much, in fact, that I decided to take a refresher course. Whispers erupted from around us, mainly questioning why an heir would want to repeat the hardest class in Crescent Academy history. Others were questioning why Atlas was still holding onto my wrist. I yanked it out of his grasp, taking a giant step away from him, rubbing at the spot where his warm, callous hand met my skin. Atlas sighed at my behavior, taking a step forward which brought him closer to me. Coach reared his head back in shock, ripping the letter from his pocket and scanning its contents. His eyes snapped to mine, shocking lining that blue gaze. I had no doubt that whatever he read in that letter was related to my situation, namely my inability to shift. Coach's head snapped around to our spectators, the crowd large and eager as they took in the scene before them. "Did I say you all could stop training to gawk at me?" he roared. "Get back to work or I'll make you repeat my course. Since you love my face so much, I bet it'll be no problem for you to come stare at it over the break." The crowd dispersed quickly after that, and Coach stomped over to where I was standing, grabbing me by the arm and dragging me inside the Coliseum. Well, he tried to drag me, separating the two of us with lightning-fast speed, a growl rumbling from low in his throat. "Don't touch her," he muttered, yanking the coach's hands off of me. The coach countered his movements with some maneuvers of his own which had Atlas stumbling on his ass. "Remember I taught what you needed to know in order to survive outside the wards," Coach growled, "but I didn't teach you everything I knew." Instead of getting angry like I expected him to, Atlas merely smiled. The psycho smiled, and before Coach could even blink, he was laying flat on his back and staring up at the sky, the wind knocked out of him. Everyone gasped in equal parts shock and horror. "You might not have taught me everything you know," Coach Atlas said, "but don't forget I have a few tricks up my sleeves as well." A few seconds of silence before the coach started laughing. Uncomfortable chuckles of alarm rang out as a few students took a few steps away from us, like they knew something that I didn't. Coach jumped up off the floor quickly, dusting off his pants as he continued to chuckle. "Fine," Coach said, "I'll let you stay in my class on one condition." "What is it?" "You may not interfere," he said, his tone serious. "She must complete this course on her own. No assistance from you whatsoever." Atlas' eyes wide, and he looked like he wanted to argue when Coach spoke up again. "And in order to ensure that you follow this rule, you'll be locked in a cage," he informed him. "Every session we have, you'll be in one of those cages." "You can't." "I can," Coach growled, "and I will. That is my stipulation. The Penta might have me by the metaphorical balls, but this is still my class. I still decide what goes on with my students." By the time class ended, I knew that it was a matter of time before the gossip of whatever today spread like wildfire. I stomped out of the Fenrir Coliseum in anger, the giant and annoying shadow following my every movement step for step. The moment we were no longer surrounded by students sending me curious looks as they exited the Coliseum, I whirled on Atlas. "What was in that letter?" I demanded. "What letter?" He played innocent. "Don't act stupid," I growled. "What was in that damn letter?" "I don't know." I shot him a deadpan look. "I really don't know." Atlas shrugged. "I didn't open it." I scoffed. "You're right. I didn't read it, Nova," he said seriously, frowning. "It would be considered a crime punishable by banishment to open a Penta letter." "Then why did you say that the letter would answer all the Coach's questions?" I asked. "How did you know it would be a sufficient enough explanation for him?" He shrugged. "Regardless if it was enough explanation, the letter was from the Penta, so it had to be enough for him. And you called and pull him." "I don't know anywhere else to give him that letter or have that conversation," I asked, poking him in the chest. "Now the whole school is going to be gossiping about me tomorrow." "What's the difference between today and tomorrow?" he muttered so low that I almost didn't catch it. "Almost." "What?" I reared my head back. "What does that mean?" He sighed, closing his eyes and tilting his head back in a way that had him looking at the sky. I gazed at the dark tattoos that curled up and behind his neck, and for some strange reason, I had the strongest urge to trace my index finger around those swirling tattoos. The urge was so strong that my fingers twitched at the mere thought. Those amber eyes flashed open and gazed down at me, a sigh crossing those full lips. "Nova, everyone hasn't been able to stop talking about you since the moment you got here," he said, his lips curled up in a half-smile, and that won't change until some other scandal happens to divert their attention elsewhere. He nodded towards the university. "You're the Last Lupine heir. Nova," he said, "you're the biggest thing that has happened here since, well, ever. While my little display might add a little more gasoline to the fire, it won't stop the people from talking. But now they'll know that something is up with me. I whispered you. The letter. It'll make people realize that I don't have. That I can't." Before I could finish that sentence, Atlas yanked me into his chest, cradling my head against his broad shoulders. I gasped. "What are you?" "There are ears everywhere and no sound stones around to protect us." He leaned down fractionally so that he was able to whisper in my ear, "No one must find out that you haven't developed your gift yet. If they did, then it would not only be catastrophic for all packs, but you would be subjected to even more danger." "More danger?" I reared back my head. "I thought I was safe here. I thought the whole reason why you and the Penta kidnapped and brought me here was to ensure my safety." His lips pursed. "We attend a shifter university, Nova." He took a step away from me, palming the back of his neck. "Safety is never guaranteed when it comes to ill-tempered shifters." He walked past me, letting his finger trail across my cheek as he walked away. The intensity of his final words chilled me to the core. Safety, especially when it comes to us heirs, is a luxury we cannot afford to take lightly. Chapter 13. Nova Nix. I was in study hall, going over some notes for class, when suddenly the chair in front of me was pulled out and a lithe body filled its empty space. I looked up and immediately locked eyes with familiar dark ones. So Worse Fowl sat across from me, her composure calm, cool, and collected as her aura irradiated something that immediately made me on edge. "Why, hello, new girl," she cooed at me. I don't think I had a chance to formally introduce myself. "My name is So Worse Fowl," I answered on a sigh, leaning back in my chair as I tapped my pen against the wooded table. "Air Fowl's niece and top female pure blood in our graduating class. So you've heard of me." Her smile wide, and how wonderful. "This makes things so much easier on my end." I raised an eyebrow, not really understand what she was trying to get at. "I know you're new to our world, new girl, so I forgive you for not knowing how things work around here." She started. "So I wanted to take some time out of my busy schedule to inform you myself, in order to avoid certain miscommunications." "What kind of miscommunications?" "I need you to stay away from Phoenix," she said in a matter-of-fact tone, like if it was the most simplest and easiest task for me to follow. "And while I understand that being an heir means that you have to share a house with him and all, I need you to minimize contact with him as much as possible." I gaped at her in open shock, my mouth literally hanging open for a few seconds. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. "You want me to stay away from a guy who I'm literally forced to live with? A guy who TAs my shifter lore class? A guy I have to see and attend their meetings with every week?" She nodded her head in seriousness. "Why?" She blinked at me. "What? Why would I do that?" I repeated my question. Why would I take such unnecessary steps and go out of my way to avoid my fellow heir? I paused and asked, "Or am I supposed to do the same thing for the other two too? How am I supposed to avoid all three roommates at once?" "I don't care what you do or don't do for the other two." She shook her head. "But I need you to stay away from Phoenix. My fiancé shouldn't have to be subjected to another female in his personal space, just because she's a colleague." Fiancé, my eyes wide, and at the word, "What do you mean, Fiancé? You're engaged to Phoenix?" The words tasted acidic on my tongue, and the thought of that grumpy bastard with the sad blue eyes being engaged to her made me feel hollow and murderous for some reason. She nodded. "We've been engaged to each other since we were children." She unlocked her phone and scrolled through it for a minute before flipping it over and showing me what was on the screen. My heart dropped at the sight of a young and stoic Phoenix standing next to a love-stricken Source, her eyes gazing adoringly up at him. She looked at him like he hung the sun and stars just for her. He couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 in this photo. Those eyes still the same shade of blue as they were now, but held a different emotion in their depths. Anger and fiery determination. I wonder what must have happened in the time between then and now that made him lose that fiery look in his eyes and replace it with his current sadness. No, the words escaped me before I could stop them. Harsher than I ever would have expected. "I won't do it." "What?" My eyes lifted and immediately locked on that burning gaze of hers. She was pissed. What did you just say? She asked, her tone eerily calm. I'm not going to go out of my way to avoid Phoenix, I said. And while I can understand your discomfort with him being in a house with another woman, I won't actively go out of my way to avoid my roommate. If you have a problem with that, then I suggest you go to the Penta yourself. How dare you? She growled. Do you not have any respect for the sacred bonds of? I narrowed my eyes at her. I wouldn't finish that sentence if I were you. Or what? She leaned forward, her eyes darkening even further. What could you possibly do to me? Impractically and heir myself. But technicality doesn't count, I murmured. Just because your aunt's an heir doesn't mean that you are. She leaned forward, her eyes radiating pure hate. And just because you're dead, just because your dead daddy was a Lupine doesn't mean that you'll ever live up to the name. With those final words, she stood up and left, her words hitting the intended target they were meant to. Because the little slip of doubt that was in my mind just grew a tiny bit larger. How was I supposed to take down the people that tore me away from my family if I couldn't even gain the skills I needed to survive? I stormed through the house like a woman on a mission. Whilst the worst words hurt me in the moment, I couldn't help the anger that followed after I realized that I was letting her get to me. I followed the rambunctious laughter coming from the kitchen, glad that all three morons were in the same place. Good. They'll all be there to witness what I have to say at the same time. I swung open the kitchen door so hard that it banged against the wall. The conversation died immediately as three sets of eyes locked on my angry form. I walked up to where Phoenix was sitting and slapped my hand on the table next to his plate, bending down so that his eyes were locked with mine. Oh shit. I heard Cassie and mutter. She looks beyond pissed. Shatlas shushed him. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what. He continued to eat his chicken like I washed up in his face, threatening him. Why didn't you tell me about your fianc? I growled. Do you know how hard it was me to try to defend myself against the woman basically calling me a whore just because I wouldn't actively go out of my way to avoid you? What? He choked on a bite of his chicken, reaching forward to grab at his cup of water. What the hell are you talking about? So worse, Sal just cornered me in the library, I growled, telling me that I had to stay away from you because she considered it disrespectful for another woman to be in the same proximity as her man. Vampire deception. I Drake Mason and EY Dwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to cause as a low-level witch. His eyes wide and wan. Right now I shook my head. Why does it matter when it happened? The only thing that matters is that it happened, and that I'm definitely on her shit list. Just going to be out for my blood now. What did you tell her? Atlas asked, curiosity lacing his tone. I glanced at him. What did you tell her when she demanded you to stay away from Phoenix? He asked, his head tilted to the side. Are you going to stay away from PHE? I pursed my lips as I felt Phoenix's eyes on the back of my head. I told her no, I said, standing to my full height and the grump behind me. Why would I go out of my way to avoid him if I have to live with the jackass? Cassie and whistled low. Yeah. You're definitely on her shit list now. I glanced back at Phoenix. So why didn't you tell me? I didn't tell you because I don't have a fianc, he sighed. Leaning back in his chair, I called the engagement off the moment I turned 18. I reared my head back in surprise. What? Atlas and Cassie and nodded at his friend's words. Phoenix was the one who asked the Penta to inquire about the foul heir's true parentage. Phoenix flinched. It was the only way to get me out of that awful marriage contract. Marriage contract. I parroted like idiot. What contract? The boys all sent each other looks. I narrowed my eyes at them all. What aren't you three telling me? You should sit down for this, Nova. Atlas said, pulling out a chair for me. Why? Because this may be a little bit of a shock to you, Cassie Ann said slowly, but technically, all the heirs are entered into a marriage contract by the time they're born until they're 5 years of age. And we can't dissolve that contract unless reasonable doubt is proven, Atlas said with a shrug, and Phoenix proved that doubt in order to get out of that archaic tradition. Lucky bastard. Cassie Ann muttered. So all of you. I looked at each of them. Are engaged to someone? Kind of. What does that mean? That? I gasped in sudden realization. Am I engaged to someone too? 3 growls sounded out from the room, much of their postures turning rigid. No, Phoenix said through gritted teeth, we won't let that happen. But I'm an heir to, I said, and since the Penty insists on following tradition, then that means that. It means nothing, Cassie Ann snarled. You shouldn't be subjected to such an awful fate. And you three should. I argued, how is that fair? No one's getting engaged. Atlas redirected the conversation. We're not going to let that happen to you. Phoenix nodded in agreement, and technically, I was the only one currently engaged. My eyes scrunched up in confusion, but I thought. My younger brother fell in love with my supposed fiancé. Atlas gave me a half smile, since her family runs one of the biggest packs in Latin America, and didn't want her to give up her position as the new alpha in order to marry me. They allowed an exception that fulfilled the Lobos portion of the heir marriage contract. Another lucky bastard. Cassie Ann muttered. My gaze swung to him. What about you? I'm engaged, he said miserably, and since an only child, I don't have anyone to bail me out. Does she go here? My gaze softened. Is someone else going to add me to their shit list too? I don't think she goes here. Cassie Ann shook his head. I don't even know where she goes. Cass hasn't met her yet, Atlas said softly. Unlike me and Phoenix, Cass's parents are waiting until he graduates to announce his betrothed. I thought heirs were the next rulers of the shifter community, I said, leaning back in my seat. So if that's the case, then why are you being forced to marry someone against your will? Can't you say no to all of this? They collectively shook their heads. There are 2 rules heirs must implicitly follow in order to receive their rightful position as the Pental Eaters, Phoenix said, the first being that the Penta chooses the partners for their heirs based on how useful these alliances could be to their ruling region. And the second rule was hard to follow until now, Atlas murmured to himself, confusing me even further. Phoenix shot his friend a scathing look before addressing my question. Heirs cannot fall in love with other heirs, he said, locking eyes with me, for the power balance between the shifter community would shift exponentially and potentially devastate other relationships between the packs. Chapter 14, Nix. And that concludes our lesson today, class, Professor Estrella announced, dismissing her students as she concluded her lecture. I'll see you all here next week. I was just about finished packing up my laptop and books when the professor's voice rang out, making me freeze. Ms. Lupine. A word, if you will. The gazes of the few kids still lingering in the classroom shot between the professor and me as I made my way down towards her podium. She sent scathing looks to the remaining students who hurried out of the classroom like their asses were on fire before turning back towards me, a sympathetic smile on her face. Ms. Lupine, I wanted to discuss your recent test scores in my class. She bent down to pull out some papers out of her work bag. As you can see, your exams have been subpar at best. I'm afraid if you keep it up at this rate, you'll fail out before spring break. I just stared at the 3 big facts on my papers, wondering how in the world this could have happened. I've never got less than an 85 in any of my schoolwork, proud that despite working 2 jobs to help my mom out with the mortgage, I never dropped below my B average. But I studied for these exams. I croaked. I read and reread everything at least 3 times. I used all the same study habits I used before at my old school. How could I have failed so miserably? The curriculum at Crescent Academy is much more rigorous and unique than it is in the human realm, she said, while I have no doubt that you did, indeed, study for these exams. I'm afraid that the techniques you used to study for them weren't quite effective like they would have been for your human courses. What can I do? I asked, looking at her desperately. I can't fail out of this class. She shot me a sympathetic smile. My best advice would be to find a tutor. A tutor? I said, how would I go about finding one? You wouldn't have to look far. She smiled at me. Mr. Lacoste took this course freshman year and passed with flying colors. I would start by asking him if he could tutor you. I'm sure he'd be willing to help a fellow heir out. I internally groaned at her solution because while I had no doubt that Cassie Ann would help me if I pleaded enough, I just know he'd get some kind of sick and twisted enjoyment, and my begging, my stubborn pride wanted me to see if there's alternative to this predicament. And there isn't any extra credit I could do in order to make these exams up? I asked, a sliver of hope lining my voice. I would much rather try to do this on my own before involving someone else. She shook her head even before I even finished my sentence. Ms. Lupine, I could give you extra credit work from now until the semester ends and you still wouldn't have enough points to cover these 3 exams you said, and let's not forget the next 3 exams you have coming up in addition to the final exam. A tutor is the only real option you have left at this point. I'm afraid. I took about 3 deep breaths before I knocked on Cassian's door. It was about 9:30 at night, and while the house was quiet, all the boys retiring to their beds early this Thursday evening, I knew Cassian wasn't sleeping yet. The lights from his room were still on from what I could tell based on the little sliver that was peeking out from underneath his door. His door, very much like mine, was intricately carved with various moons and wolf-like attributes, like paw prints or trees. Unlike my door, however, it looked like most of his pack history derived from the Greek culture. Greek words, phrases, and symbols all covered his door, making me super curious about what they meant. I raised my hand to knock again, when the door flew open and I was met with a sight that had my mouth drying up quicker than the Sahara Desert. Nova, a shirtless Cassian, leaned against his doorframe, his soundproof headphones pushed up and off one ear as his light grace, wet pants hung dangerously low on his sharp hip bones. Nova, what's wrong? Are you okay? I swallowed down what felt like sandpaper in my throat. I need your help. He straightened, immediately whipping off his headphones and throwing what looked like to be a video game controller onto his bed. What's wrong, Nova? He asked, his tone worried as he bent down fractionally to look into my eyes. Is it Brutus? Did he get stuck behind the bookshelf again? My lips quirked up at the memory of when I found all 3 boys in my bedroom trying to corral my blind dog out from behind my bookshelf. No, I said after a moment. Brutus is safely tucked into bed. Thanks for the stairs, by the way. She is able to get up and down much easier now. I'm glad. Cassian smiled. All that jumping was making his arthritis worse. My icy heart thawed at his words. I wouldn't admit this out loud, but there was nothing sexier than a man who cared about the well-being of animals. However, the gray sweatpants that outlined everything were a very close second, though. I shook my head, clearing my thoughts and focusing back to the task at hand. I took another deep, calming breath in. I need a tutor, I finally blurted out, and failing my medicinal review course, and it seems like nothing I'm doing is working. I need your help. Cassian's eyes wide hand around my wrist and yanking me into his room, shutting the door closed as softly as he could. You're failing Estrella's course? He asked, guiding me to sit on the trunk at the end of his bed. I nodded, looking over his shoulder at some game poster hanging above his desk with a clenched jaw. How? I don't know. I sent him a small glare. I'm using the same study techniques I used back home, but apparently it's not working. Estrella suggested I find a tutor and mentioned that you were one of her best students. So here I am. His eyes softened. Of course they'll help you. I let out a breath of relief. Thank you. On one condition, though. I tensed, glancing at him warily. What is it? The others can't find out what we're doing, he said slowly. Actually, no one can find out that I'm tutoring you. Why not? He winced. I rather have them not know how well I'm doing in my courses. I looked at him in confusion. You don't want your friends to know how smart you are. He looked away, his cheeks tinting pink. It's not just that. Then what is it? Unlike me, PhD and Atlas. He smiled at me. And now you. Heirs of the past usually weren't friends. While they tolerated each other for the sake of their packs, there was no relationship beyond them, just being the heirs. While everyone at school knows we're friendly with each other, they don't realize the extent our friendship goes beyond us being just heirs. While we may have our disagreements at times, I consider those men out there my brothers and to do anything for them. If they realize how close we are, then some outliers in our packs might cause some trouble for us. Your own pack would turn on you. Not everyone, but you can never be too sure. He shrugged. Power can turn even the most loyal pack member into a villain. But that still doesn't explain why you don't want anyone to know how smart you are. If people realize how smart I am, they'll have to live up to certain expectations. He sighed, and having the top scientist in pack history for a mom is a path I definitely don't want to follow. I sighed. I'm never going to get the hang of this pack stuff. You will in time. He grinned at me, reaching forward to tug a piece of my hair. We just have more experience with these fucked up pack politics. I cowed and helped the small grin tugging at my lips. Thank you. For what? For helping me, I smirked, even if it does mess with your cool air status. He laughed out loud, quickly clamping a hand over his mouth to muffle the sound. Get out of here, princess, before you get me in trouble. He leaned back in the desk chair, running a hand through his blonde hair and ruffling it up even more. I snickered all the way towards the door, thanking him once again as I closed it softly behind me. What I didn't hear any shuffling from his side. I sighed and leaned against the door. My eyes flew open and I took a giant step away from Cassian's door when I heard a creak from my left. My gaze clashed with brilliant blue ones, the sadness momentarily replaced with an unknown emotion. Before I could explain myself, Phoenix slunk wordlessly back into the shadows. Chapter 15, The. Where are we? I asked Cassian as followed his lit up the winding hilltop. The Lycos Ridge, he said, grabbing my hand to steady me when I tripped over my own feet. Kids don't come up here unless there's a party or annual back-to-school bonfire. I can see why I grumbled too much freaking walking. He looked back at me. I don't think I've ever met a wolf that hates the outdoors as much as you do. I've never liked the outdoors. I wrinkled my nose. Too many bugs and creepy crawlies. Not to mention, the sun is an absolute scorcher. I much prefer the indoors, where it's dark and I can curl up in bed with a good book. I think we kidnapped the wrong girl. His grin wide, and I think we kidnapped a vampire instead of a wolf. I laughed. Are there really vampires? The 5 realms coexist right next to each other, he said, nodding his head. My eyes widened. There really are vampires. He grinned at me. Yep. I cocked my head to the side. 5. He nodded. The Shifter realm is in the epicenter of the 5 realms, he explained. The north houses the vampires, the south housing both the 5 realms, the east housing the humans, and the west housing the witchlands. And how do you know where one piece of land ends and the other begins? My eyes wide. And if these realms are so close? He snorted. Trust me, you'll know how. I asked, are there like borders or something? In a way, he said, shaking his head. In order to cross the lands, you'd have to be a part of an ancestry. What? I asked in confusion. What does that mean? I'm horrible at explaining things. He apologized in advance. So let me try this again. In order for you to get into another realm, you must have a portion of that other realm's DNA running through your veins. Like, let's say you wanted to go back to the human realm. You can exit from our realm and enter the human realm only if you had a parent that was a human. Oh, I hummed, kind of like a key. Yeah, he said, like a special key only you have access to. So if I wanted to go back home, all I'd have to do would be to just cross the border to the east. He paused. That would be how it would work typically, but it might not work for you. Why not? Because you're a wolf, not a human. I blinked at him. But I lived in the human realm my entire life. Yes, but we don't know how that was possible. He cocked his head to the side. We're still trying to figure out how you managed to slip past the Penta's radar. What do you mean? The Pentas should have put in more effort into trying to find you, he grumbles, when they realized what happened to your father. They should have shifted all their efforts into finding you and confirming your whereabouts. I thought the Penta said they found my birth mother lying next to my birth father during the fire. I said, wouldn't they have done some testing or stuff to confirm if that was really them? He pursed his lips. You don't think they ran confirmation tests? I don't know what I think, he sighed, but I don't think that the Penta tried as much as they should have. Isn't your parents on the council? I asked. You doubt your own parents? He let out a small laugh. You're not the first person that told me that. If I'm not first person that told you that, then apparently this issue has been discussed before. He shrugged, holding out a hand to help out the particular steep portion of the hill. You and Phoenix have surprisingly similar responses. I looked at him in horror. Phoenix told you the same thing. Enough about this, he said. Let's focus on the real reason we came here. The top of the hill came into view when he took a step away from me, leaving me breathless. The view from up here was indescribable, and so worth the treacherous hike. The academy looked minuscule compared to wide expanse of lush green land. It's beautiful, Yak Cassie and whispered. It really is. I turned my head and found Cassian staring down at me, not the view in front of us. I bit my lip and looked away, cursing the stupid warmth that rose up my neck. Cassian cleared his throat and took a step away from me, focusing on some type of flower nearby. These are called night weeds, he pointed out. They only grow at night and their roots usually increase in size about 5 to 10 feet at a time. And why are they important?
When you pick them at night.
After they bloom. Then you can grind them up and use them in special tonics or medicines. Their properties usually have a numbing effect that can spread throughout the body when used correctly. I raised a brow. Those little flowers do that much? He nodded. Sometimes the smallest things in life have the most impact him. I shook my head. I never really thought of it that way. He grinned at me, his eyes sparkling in the daylight. That is why I am the teacher and you are the student. Young grasshopper. Then by all means, Obi, I snorted, teach me your ways. The sun was setting by the time we finished with our lesson for the day. Thank you, Cassian, I said sincerely. I really appreciate you helping me with this. He smiled at me, holding out his hand to help me down from a particularly high rock. It isn't a problem, princess, he grinned. I think this is the most fun I've had in a long time. Now I know you're Eli. I laughed. You couldn't possibly have had fun on your day off. I'm serious, he said, grabbing the backpack from my hands and knocking his shoulder gently into mine. You were a great student. It definitely helped that you simplified a lot of things, I said. Whenever I sit in Estrella's course, it always sounds like she's speaking another language. She's definitely overwhelming at times, he said, especially when she gets lost in her lectures. How are you able to make this class so easy? I honestly don't know, he said, palming the back of his neck. I think it helps that my mom's a scientist and she was always finding ways to integrate that stuff into my learning when I was younger. I looked over at him in surprise. Really? He nodded. When it was time for Mom to go back to work, she always felt guilty about leaving me at home with a nanny. He whirled something around his finger that I immediately recognized as the familiar ring that all 3 of the boys wore, so instead, she chose to bring me along. And it's just you? I asked. You don't have any siblings? No, he shook his head, smiling sadly at me. Shifters have a hard time reproducing as it is. My parents, they've been married the longest out of all the other heirs' parents. About 15 years longer. After their struggles to have a child of their own, they were just about to give up on their dream of having a family when my happy ass came along as I laughed. I bet it was a very happy surprise for them. I'm pretty sure they didn't believe I was really real until the day my mom's water broke. He snorted. They didn't even have a nursery put together or give me a name until I was about 2 weeks old. I glanced at him. And how do they come up with the name Cassian? His lips pursed. Cassian's my middle name. I raised an eyebrow. It's your first name then? He grimaced. I rather not say. That's not fair, I nudged him. You 3 know everything about me, but I know basically nothing about you all. I'll answer anything else, he groaned. Just not that question. My interest perked up at his words, wondering just how bad his first name had to be in order for him to go by his middle name. You know, I'll figure it out, I warned him, and when I do, I'll never call you by your middle name again. Good luck with that, princess, he smirked at me, because no one, not even the other 2, know what my real name is. Where have you been? Ellis asked casually from his lazy perch across the couch. A sleeping Brutus snoring halfway on his chest and halfway on the couch. I gazed down at Atlas in equal parts shock and amazement. How did you get him to do that? Do what? He raised an eyebrow at me before looking down at my snoring dog Sleep. He does that a lot, actually. In case you didn't notice. I narrowed my eyes at him. You know what I meant, jackass. He chuckled, gently rubbing the pointy part of my elderly dog's head. I heard him crying for you when I was in the kitchen making lunch, he explained. I figured since I didn't know when you'd be back, it wouldn't hurt for him to come out and explore the house for a while. He was a good boy, only going into rooms with the open doors and didn't even bark once. I was fine leaving him alone and minding my own business on the couch when he suddenly came up, sniffed my elbow, and jumped on top of me. Wait, she has been sleeping like this for an hour and a half. He hates men, I whispered, never taking my eyes off of my content little guy. The shelter said that he adores women and small children, but has despised men ever since his last owners abused and neglected him. Every man he comes into contact with, he attacks them on sight. Atlas smiled at Brutus. gently scratching the underside of his chin, which had my dog leaning into his touch. He has been nothing but a sweetheart, he cooed, as you can see. My face is intact and I still have all of my fingers and toes. What sorcery is this? My mouth dropped open even further. What makes you so different? Atlas has an advantage, Cassian said, rolling his eyes as he handed me my backpack. He has been raised around all types of animals, both domestic and farm, all his life. His grandma in particular used to save elderly dogs that were left at the kill shelters, many of them happening to be bulldogs that were used and abused for breeding or baiting. My eyes snapped towards Atlas, who was looking down at Brutus with a fond look in his eyes. Animals are much easier to understand than people are, he said. Locking eyes with me, my grandmother taught me that animals aren't just animals. They're living beings with souls purer than our own. We don't deserve them or the endless amount of love they give us, no matter how broken they might seem. Chapter 16. Nova Nix. It was bound to happen. In fact, I'm surprised she didn't do it sooner. It's been exactly 1 month since my little run in the library with Sawersa and Wylan. Not surprised that she chose to retaliate against me. I am surprised that it took this long. Jade spotted them the moment I did, her quick intake of breath letting me know that whatever it read on the poster was bad. She attempted to reach for the poster and rip it off the wall when I stopped her, scanning the contents. You think that this is supposed to hurt me? I said calmly into the quiet hallway brimming with students whose gazes were bouncing back between me and a smirking Sawersa, improud of where I come from. The gasps sounded from everywhere, and when I turned to confront Sawersa head-on, I found almost every shifter's face displaying some kind of horrified stare. You hear that, everyone? Sawersa cooed, her friends giggling from behind her. Our newest heir here, your future leader, is a normie sympathizer, raised by her own kidnappers and forced to live amongst those monsters, sharing their ideas and way of life, looking down at us just because we're different and we're blessed with gifts their puny little minds cowled and even begin to comprehend. Whispers and sneers were pointed my way, a few muttered remarks ringing out from somewhere behind me. I glared at each and every one of them before locking eyes with Sawersa. If this was supposed to humiliate me or make me feel bad about where I come from, then you epic ally failed. I don't think I did, she murmured, grinning at me as her eyes shifted around the crowded hall. It turned exactly how I imagined it would. While I didn't let any of the emotions play out on my face, I cursed at myself when I realized her intentions. This was meant for my public humiliation. This was meant to undermine my new status and at the shifters at this school to doubt my loyalties and intentions. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on here? A familiar voice barked as 3 sets of heavy footsteps sounded from behind us. I turned in time to watch the hallway part as 3 very pissed-off alphas approach us. At least a dozen posters clutched tightly in each of their fists, whilst the worst remained stock still. From the corner of my eye, I noticed that her clique took a giant step away from her. Cowards. Phoenix, Atlas, and Cassian stopped right in front of me, their eyes taking in both Sawersa and his tense positions. What is the meaning of this, Sawersa? Phoenix barked at her. She just fluttered her eyelashes innocently up at him. Whatever do you mean, Phoenix? Cut the shit, foul, Atlas growled. We know you orchestrated all of this. Her innocent act dropping as she sent Atlas a scathing look. No one's talking to you, Lobo, she snapped. Why don't you mind your own business for once? I am minding my business, he snapped at her. When you decide to mess with one heir, you're messing with us all. Hence, making it our business. She ignored him, instead refocusing her attention on Phoenix. I don't know who put up the posters, Nick, she lied, her tone completely doing a 180 and changing into a softer pitch as she gazed up at her ex-fiancé. And I was just offering our newest heir here my help when you 3 showed up. It is, after all, one of my duties as the president of the Shifter Success Center. Cassian coughed. Do you think we're dumb, foul? Atlas growled through gritted teeth. I'm willing to bet that this has your filthy paw prints all over it. Phoenix isn't dumb, she smiled. He knows what I'm saying is the truth. This time, I could help but snort at her words. Simone's delusional. What was that? Her angry gaze swung to me. Got your tongue, normie lover. I was about to take a step forward when a hand clamped down around Sawersa's arm, pulling her away from me and into the middle of the onlooking crowd that, somehow, grew 5 times more in the last 5 minutes. You're playing a dangerous game here, foul Phoenix rumbled, the corner of his eyes tightening with anger. Chef's our lupine hair. At his words, so worse ripped her arm out of Phoenix's grip. And you too is your foul heir, but I don't see you running to his defense when our pack started turning their backs on him at the untrue rumors. She hissed, you won't even allow him inside your damn house. He crossed his arms, looking down at her with an uninterested look in his eyes. You and I both know why that is. You've known us practically our whole lives, she seethed, pointing at me. Yet you welcome the outsider freak in with open arms. Careful, foul Alice mocked. Your jealousy is showing, and it isn't pretty. You would know all about that. Wouldn't you, Lobo, she snapped, sneering at him. How does it feel to be the only firstborn son in history whose own parents view him as a disappointment? My heir who didn't even do his duty and marry their chosen fiancé and secure his pack's resources, instead having to pawn her off to his younger brother. The unadulterated rage that overcame me took my breath away, making something inside of me snap as I lurched towards her. Cassian's eyes wide and as reached forward and hooked an arm around my waist, locking me tightly into the side of his body. It's no wonder why they won't let your brother into their house, I snarled. If he's anything like you, a fucking snake, I wouldn't trust him within 10 feet of me, let alone inside my inner sanctum. Her eyes widened at my words as her entire face turned red in anger. How dare! She raised her arm to slap me, but with lightning quick movements, Kiss jerked me out of her reach as Alice caught her arm. Enough, Phoenix snarled, his voice bringing everyone in the halls to their knees. This ends here. Well, almost everyone fell to their knees. The only ones that remained standing were Phoenix, Atlas, Cassian, and me. And as hard as she tried, so worse just couldn't resist the power of an alpha heir's command. She gritted her teeth and sweat across her brow as she tried to raise her head from its bowed position. Hear me loud and hear me clear, shifters, Phoenix started, his tone going deathly calm but his power never lessening from this moment on. If any of you decide to pull another one of these stunts with our newest heir, you are officially declaring war on all the heirs. I will not stand for bullying of any kind, especially when it comes from the packs under my care. Neither will I, Atlas growled, inserting his own alpha power. Nor I, Cassian said, adding his power to the mix as well. And if any of you have a problem with that, you'll know where to find me. Word of the wise shifters, Phoenix growled, locking eyes with each and every shifter that he could, all of them shifting around nervously. I would think very carefully about where your alliances lie, because when you aim for these crowns, you best not miss. Best of luck to anyone who tries. Atlas, what are we going to do, Phoenix? I whirled on my friend as soon as we crossed the threshold to our own secret chamber. Getting deep within the library's labyrinth foul just added more doubts to their heads, and if we keep going at this rate, we'll have a rebellion on our hands. After the threat we sent to our packs, and the message was well received by most, the crowd dispersed and we let Headmaster Cortez deal with the worst fouls insubordination. Because while though she was, nor ever be and dare, she still is heir foul's niece and therefore technically untouchable. Well, untouchable that until we can prove that she and her brother are bastards born from a low-ranking soldier in the foul pack ranks. Before we had a chance to say anything, Nova dragged Jade somewhere to presumably cool off. And while I was anxious that she's somewhere on campus, alone, my mind was eased slightly at the thought that this was about the time my brother started his shift as her shadow and guard. Because while she thought she had free reign of the academy, the Penta thought it would be in her best interest if she had a guard with her at all times. And since we didn't trust the Penta's guards at all, since they were brainless zombies that only answered to their beck and calls, Cassian, Phoenix, and I thought it would be in our best interest if the guards assigned to Nova were people that we trusted impolicitedly. Hence why my two out of her brothers were a part of her guard rotation. They wouldn't dare try their hand at a rebellion. Phoenix's scowl deepened not with the rising tensions between the vampires and the Fae. We bought some more time. Cass argued whatever plans they had involving her were put on hold the moment we declared our intentions, but that won't last for long. You know there's always that one little bastard that likes to challenge us. I nodded in agreement. And what if we're not there to protect her? I said, crossing my arms as I leaned against the cold stone wall. We got lucky this time, because we found that little idiot hanging up the posters at the entrance of the school. What happens when Fowl decides to go a more discreet route that could end up with Nova being more than just humiliated? You need to control the worse, Phoenix Cassian said, glaring our best friend Chess getting out of hand. First the library encounter and now this. What's next? An ambush during a class they share. Nyx glared right back at him, snapping, what do you propose I do, fuckface? You know she doesn't exactly listen to reason, especially when I'm the one giving it. Make her listen then, I said, or else. Threaten her to her crazy ass to the council. He shot me a deadpan look. Don't you think I've tried that? And Cass asked. And the lunatic just laughed in my face. He groaned, said that she'd love to have a meeting with the council since she has so much to say since our engagement was called off. This is exactly why we should report her to the Penta, I said seriously. She's gotten away with too much already and thinks she's untouchable just because her hag of an aunt is still on the council. Imagine what you would have done if you two was actually inducted as an heir. She kind of is untouchable at this point though, Cass said, frowning, because if Nyx brings up charges against her, Fowl could just spin it and say the HES being a bitter ex. My beta's mate is in Fowl's pack and says that's the worst, that's telling everyone she broke off the engagement because she found out that Nyx was the man she thought he was. Then why can't me or Cass from a complaint? Because everyone in the entire universe knows that you hate her guts, he pointed out, and I can't file a complaint because then Fowl would get spiteful and cut off the packs at the Crescent Canal, the only place where Mom's synthetic aconite grows. Aconite. Need I remind you? We need for the loans. Fucking loans, I sighed, always ruining something or another. Loans were a big problem for all of our packs because unlike rogues, the werewolves who chose a life of solitude and loneliness away from a pack on the outskirts of our realm. Recently though, the normally peaceful nomadic wolves started acting unusual and began attacking not only our borders but terrorizing the borders near the other realms too. According to the Penta, they've received word from the other 4 councils that these wolves were almost zombie-like, not listening to reasoning and only acting on instinct to find whatever is they were looking for, and had to be put down accordingly. And while I hated the fact, considering our numbers were slowly but surely dwindling away, I knew from personal experience that a shifter who lost in control of their wolf was dangerous. What are we going to do then? We do what we always do, a dangerous glint lit Phoenix's eyes. We sit and wait for our prey to make a mistake, and then go in for the kill. Chapter 17 Nova. I growled, muttering profanities to myself as I stomped back and forth across the space in the Lil's End garden behind the university that Jade dragged me to. Jade murmured, I mean, that was the worst I've seen her be to someone. I paused, sending her a look. She gets worse. Jade nodded. One time, this girl I knew had to drop out of the academy because the worst thought she was ogling Alpha Fenrir. I gaped at her. She made someone drop out because she didn't like a girl looking at Phoenix. And the worst part was that the girl wasn't even looking at him. Jade sighed. She just had a lazy eye. I choked on a gasp. What the hell? Poor girl was bullied so bad that she became alone. I stared at her in confusion. What's alone? She blinked at me sometimes. I forget how little you know for being an heir. Tell me about it, I sighed. I feel like I'm always the last to know things. It'll get better the longer you're here, she said. Her tone sympathetic. You have to remember that we were all raised around this lifestyle. It's a lot to condense 19 years of learning into a few days of being here. I sent her a smile. That's why you're quickly becoming one of my newest best friends. An honor I gladly accept. She smiled back at me. Alone is a wolf who chooses a life outside of a pack. Like a rogue. Her lips quirked. How do you know about rogues? I read a lot of supernatural romances. I shrugged. Some of the authors like to explain pack dynamics to their readers. Well then, she said, what do you know about rogues? Not a lot, I admitted, only that they're usually the bad guys in stories. That's partially correct, Jade said. Rogues are the wolves who are thrown out of packs after they commit unspeakable crimes. Wolves who were a part of packs usually suffer from withdrawals when suddenly cut off, as rogues arise when the insanity takes over from being detached from their packs for too long. causing them to lose all sense of rationality and moral righteousness. After a while, their humanity becomes non-existent as they're led by their predatory instincts, killing anything in sight without hesitation. Can they be cured? I asked in curiosity. She shook her head. The Pentas tried to figure out a way to tame them and reverse the psychosis, but nothing they've ever tried has worked. So what happens to them? They're usually put down. What? I guessed they're killed. And that's the only way. She nodded. And everyone's okay with that. It may sound awful, Nova, but that's the way it is, she murmured, because when it comes down to it, it's either us or them. You don't sound too sad about that, I observed. Her lips pursed. Rogues are a touchy subject for me and my family. I sent her a questioning look. My older sister was killed by a rogue when I was 10, she whispered. She was walking home after school, on our pack's territory, when a rogue wolf stumbled out of the woods and into her path. My parents scowled and have an open casket for people to share their respects because my sister was in pieces and unrecognizable. A lone tear rolled down her face as she gazed at a small patch of orchids growing right next to us. I sucked in a sharp breath. I'm so sorry, Jade. I'm not telling you this because I want your pity, Nova, she murmured. I'm telling you this because rogues are more dangerous than any of those authors who wrote those books could even imagine. I don't want you to end up like my sister. I sat down next to her, nudging her shoulder with mine. Thank you for sharing that with me, Jade. What are new best friends for? She nudged me. Plus, what kind of wolf would I be if I didn't warn the Lupine? If I didn't warn the Lupine heir of potential dangers from her own people? I was about to mutter a smart-ass comment when suddenly, I felt this prickle of awareness in the base of my neck. Jade opened her mouth to say something when I pressed a finger to my lips, choosing her, moving as silently as I could. I leaned over and grabbed a medium-sized rock from beside the stone bench we were currently on, stronger than I knew I was capable of. I threw the rock as hard as I could at the tree 20 feet away from us. A loud curse followed by rustles of leaves and a thump as a body hit the floor greeted my ears. Jade jumped up in fright, clutching my arm. What the hell was that? I don't know, I growled, but I'm about to find out. Stay here. Are you out of your mind? She hissed, yanking back on my arm. What if it's a rogue? Did you listen to nothing I just told you? I paused. Can the rogues break through the Academy's wards? She swallowed. I don't think so. Then chances are that this isn't a rogue we're dealing with, I said, unhooking her hand from mine and stomping over towards the figure that was still cursing and clutching his head. Who are you? I demanded, toeing the dark-haired guy's leg with the toe of my dox. And why were you hiding in the tree? Spying on us. God damn, he rumbled. My brother told me you were feisty, but he didn't tell me you had the arm of a professional quarterback. Who's your brother? He looked up at me then, and I didn't even have to hear the next words that came out of his mouth to confirm whose brother sat before me. The eyes gave him away. The same unique amber shade that captivated me from the first moment we met. Which Lobo brother are you? I barked down at him. He gazed up at me in surprise. You know who I am. I know you're Atlas brother, I confirmed, but I don't know which one. How do you know I'm Alice brother? He questioned. We look nothing alike, and for safety reasons, no one knows what we look like. Hell, no one even knows Atlas has more than 2 brothers. So the question is, how do you know who I am? The eyes gave it away. I said you have the same eyes as your brother, except now that I'm looking at them, yours are a little more golden than amber. He stood then, dusting off the dirt from his jeans, and making me glare up at him. He was tall, way taller than me, but not as tall as his brother. The eyes were probably the only similarity the brothers shared because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to tell that the man in front of me was related to my surly roommate in any way. Where Atlas was tall, dark, brooding, and covered in tattoos, his brother radiated an alluring and warm aura. He was also tattoo-less and sporting dirty blonde hair that reached past his shoulders in a way that made him look more like a male model and less like a spy. He was attractive to say the least, but not as attractive as his brother was. Exo, he sighed, holding out his hand to me, and my brother's going to kill me. I raised a brow and shook his hand. You still haven't answered my question. What question? Which brother are you? The second youngest, he ran a hand through his hair, and the sexiest one out of the Lobo clan. My lips quirked up fractionally. And why were you spying on us? His lips pursed. Exlo, why were you spying on us? I asked again. This time, he gave me a pained look. Exlo, why were you spying on us? Dade stutter from behind me, making both of us look her way. I don't think he can tell you, Nova. Why not? Sometimes, Alphas can order their pack members to follow their commands without complaint. When that happens, we're bound to follow their commands implicitly and cannot speak a word about it to anyone else. So he can't tell me because he was forced not to. She nodded. I narrowed my eyes at Exlo, gripping him by the ear the same time I motioned for Jade to follow me. Oh well. Oh, he wind as we may outweigh outside of the garden. Where are you taking me? I ignored his question, instead focusing my attention on Jade. Can you make it back to your dorm safely while I deal with this? She nodded, her gaze straying to Exlo momentarily before meeting my gaze again. Perfect, I said, dragging my little spy behind me and stomping back to my dorm. Let's go, little Lobo. When he realized where we were headed, he dug his feet into the dirt as hard as he could. You can't take me in there, he said, panicking if they find out that my cover's been blown. My ass is grass. They'll skin me alive and hang my fur over their fireplace. Calm down, little Lobo, I reassured him. There will be no skinning of furs tonight. I'll make sure of it. You obviously don't mind my brother or his friends are capable of, he exclaimed dearly. I've seen them skin someone for less. I threw open the front door and called out to the Three Stooges, pushing Exlo onto the closest armchair near me. Though I smirked down at him stay, the look of outrage he gave sent me almost made the giggles I held back burst forth. What's with all this noise? Phoenix trailed off when he saw a pouting Exlo sulking on our armchair. Shit is right. I narrowed my eyes at Alice as he slowly walked into the living room, his eyes focusing on his baby brother Care, explaining why I had a little stalker watching me from a tree. How in the hell did she make you? Atlas barked at his brother. Ignoring my question, I helped train you myself. Apparently not good enough, Phoenix murmured, which had Atlas shooting him a nasty glare. I don't know, Exlo grumbled. 1 second, I was watching her like I normally do, in the next, I was being pelted in the head with a rock the size of a small dog. It happened so fast that I didn't have a chance to hide. 3 sets of eyes shot over to me. How did you know he was there? Cassian asked, curiosity lacing his tone. Exlo is not only the best royal guard we know, but HES considered the best assassin in all the packs. My eyes slid to the boy that couldn't be older than 17. HES an assassin, hey? Exlo said indignantly, sitting up straighter in the armchair. Age has nothing to do with my talent and skill sets. Just because I'm not 100-plus-year-old doesn't mean I'm not great at what I do. I didn't say you sucked at your job. I narrowed my eyes at him. I just meant that you're really young considering your occupation. He harm-fed and sat back into his chair, grumbling. I locked eyes with Atlas. How many brothers do you have? His lips pursed as he gazed down at his brother. I could tell they were having a silent conversation with each other by the small shakes of their heads and narrowing of eyes. Officially, I have 2 brothers, he sighed after a moment, and officially, I have 4 brothers in total. My eyes widened. Why are you hiding the other 2? I'm not hiding them, he said. I'm giving them the choice that I never had. At my look of confusion, Exlo chimed in softly. He did it to protect us. My eyes snapped to Atlas, urging him to elaborate further. In the firstborn, he started explaining, I never had the choice in the matter of whether I was to be a part of the public eye. The moment I was born was the moment that my life was no longer my own. I was created for the survival of the pack, a title I revere greatly. However, with the privileges that this life has, it also has its misfortunes. Mainly, the fact that no matter how powerful you are, there will always be someone in the shadows waiting for the opportunity to eliminate you. My second brother was in the similar boat as me. He continued being the spare, the backup. He needed to be in the public eye in case anything were to happen to me. My third brother's birth was leaked to the media on purpose by a bitter friend of my mother's that betrayed her. Because of that, I ensured that Luciana kept her pregnancies with my younger brothers a secret. Who's Luciana? I questioned, finding it weird that he would call his mother by her first name. My mother Exlo said softly my youngest brother and I share the same mother. I looked towards Atlas in surprise you have different mothers. She's my mother he groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose I had to mother's. I was thoroughly confused at this point. Something Phoenix pointed out in the next moment. Great. You've confused her, you jackass. I don't know how to explain this to her without freaking her the fuck out. Atlas muttered. I'll explain it to her. Exlo volunteered. No, all three men exclaimed at once, making Exlo pout and cross his arms as he leaned back in his seat. Explain what to me? In our community we're blessed with something called mates, Phoenix explained, triggering something in my mind. I've heard that term, I murmured to myself, racking through my brain's memories where have I had that term before. The Penta asked if my parents were mates. I snapped my fingers as the memory filtered into my mind, and one of my professors briefly mentioned something about mates in passing. What are mates? Mates are the one person in the world that is made specifically for you. The person or persons you're drawn to for an unknown and indescribable reason. You share a love so strong and deep with them that you end up questioning if the love you've experienced prior to meeting them is ever truly love at all. Mates carry a piece of your soul and connect with you in a way where no one else will understand. They bring you peace, calmness, and happiness in a way no one else could. Mates accept you for who you truly are and are loyal to no end, loving you until they take their last dying breath. By the time Phoenix finished explaining what mates were, I was breathless. That was breathtakingly beautiful. You said person or persons, I noted. What does that mean? The boys looked at each other, having a silent conversation of their own. It was interesting watching Cassian's face tighten in anger and Phoenix's continual head shakes. Mates are rare these days, Atlas said slowly, but when they do happen, you typically only get one in your lifetime. But there are even rarer occasions in which someone could have more than one mate in their lifetime. Cassian chimed in. My mother died in childbirth with my third brother when I was 10. Atlas explained. The jealous friend that told the world about her pregnancy was the primary nurse, a part of her medical team. She purposefully let my mother die instead of intervening when she should have. My mother was his mother's youngest. Sister Exlo supplied apparently. The bond between our father and my mother snapped into place the moment she stepped foot inside the cathedral for the funeral. I winced at the statement, knowing it must have been hard for Atlas to watch his father move on from his mother so quickly after her death. Who was his mate? What? You said you only get one mate in your lifetime, I questioned, and if that's true, then who was your father's true mate? Apparently, our father was one of the rare exceptions, Atlas said, because both my mom and Luciana were his mates. Just in different times. You can't have multiple mates at one time, Phoenix said, and if you are destined for more than one mate, they can't exist at the same time. So that means you're only supposed to be blessed with one mate in your lifetime, Phoenix surmised. No, one is lucky enough to have more than one mate at a time. Hey everyone. Today, we're exploring a novel where the protagonist's world is turned upside down. She's thrust into a situation where she must quickly adapt and learn the rules of a new and dangerous game, with hidden agendas, unexpected twists, and a cast of characters that keep you guessing. This story is a wild ride. Join me as we uncover the secrets and see how our protagonist emerges from the chaos. Chapter 18. I fidgeted with the strap of my bag, my nerves on edge as Alice and I made our way to the coach's class. It was my final period of the day, and the anticipation had been building steadily, leaving me with a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Atlas walked beside me, his presence both reassuring and slightly intimidating. His hands were tucked into his pockets. The fabric of his long, sleeved shirt stretched taut over his muscular frame. My eyes were drawn to the intricate lines of his tattoo, peeking out from beneath his collar more prominently than usual. The design tantalized me, and I found myself fighting the urge to ask about its significance. Instead, I decided to broach another subject that had been nagging at me. White tattoos, I blurted out, breaking the comfortable silence between us. Atlas turned to me, His eyebrows raised in surprise. "What?" he asked, caught off guard by my sudden question. "What do you mean?" I elaborated, my curiosity getting the better of me. "Why are you the only heir with tattoos? In fact, why are you one of the few shifters I've seen with so many tattoos?" His expression shifted, a mix of amusement and wariness crossing his features. "Why the sudden interest?" "I'm just curious," I replied with a shrug, trying to appear nonchalant. The Penta wanted me to focus all my attention on learning shifter culture and such. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Atlas' lips quirked into a half-smile. "I think they meant more along the lines of learning about your history and culture instead of my tattoos." Potato. I smirked, feeling a bit bolder. "Either way, I'm learning something." His lips twitched, and I could see he was fighting back a grin. As we approached the classroom, I couldn't help but feel a small sense of victory at it having coaxed a reaction out of the usually reserved Atlas. Perhaps this class wouldn't be as daunting as it initially feared. Tattoos for shifters really depend on one of two things. He started to explain, whether or not the tattoos themselves are significant in their individual packs, and the shifter's individual healing genes. Some members of our community take to the tattoo process really well, while others can have their new tattoo completed and healed to the point where their skin erases all traces of process. For example, my skin can take really well to the ink versus someone like Phoenix, who comes from Nordic ancestry, whose genes reject the ink and tattoo process entirely. Does that mean he heals better than you? Not necessarily. Atlas shrugged. There have been a few research studies done, and that's where the hypothesis of pack significance and genetics comes into play. According to a few scientist hypotheses, the shifters from my pack are able to withstand and maintain the tattoo process is because my ancestors used to preserve our pack history and traditions with special tattoos and markings on our skin. How is that possible, though? I questioned, genuinely curious, because when someone dies, don't they usually shrivel up and decay? How can you pass down your history if the place you wrote it down on is no longer viable? You have to remember that shifters don't age like normal humans do. He reminded me we have longer lives. Not as long as the Fae do or vampires do, but long enough to transcribe the history onto someone other elder if need be. It also helps that our bodies are preserved in a way where we don't decay like a human does. When we die, our bodies are preserved in a crypt with special properties that prevent us from decaying. I gaped at him. How is that possible? He shrugged. Wolf magic, I guess. I sent him a droll look, nudging his shoulder with mine. Really? What? He smirked down at me. Don't believe in magic. I shook my head. Nope. Really? He said in mock surprise. The girl who was kidnapped by 3 very handsome alpha shifters and brought to a magical foreign land, where Shess not only told that Shess the last of her line, but also the long-lost daughter of one of the most powerful heirs in history, and that Shess the first official female in heir history. Well, when you put it like that. He smirked at me, those amber eyes of his lighting up and turning into a molten gold color. Our conversation lulled into a comfortable few minutes of silence before I decided to ask him the second question on my mind. Can I ask you another question? It depends. On what? It depends on whether I want to answer it or not, he said, because as much as people try to deny it, there are indeed such things as stupid questions. My lips quirked. But knowing you, you'll ask it anyways, he sighed, so go ahead. Ask away. Do you regret your choice? I'ma need you to be a little more specific than that, princess. He nudged my shoulder. What choice are you talking about? Hiding your brothers away. I said quietly. Was the childhood you had as an heir so bad that it was easier to hide your brothers away from the world? I did it for their protection. I don't want the polished and practiced answer you give everyone, I said, shaking my head. I want the truth. He stopped walking, and so did I, our bodies mirroring each other as I stood there and waited for an answer. Those golden orbs darkened as his familiar amber color returned, emotions tormenting his eyes even though his face remained stoic. And how do you know that what I'm saying isn't the truth? Because while your mouth is saying something, your eyes are saying something different. Careful, little wolf. He took a step closer towards me, close enough that the tips of our shoes kissed each other. Curiosity is a dangerous thing. Maybe I like a little danger, I whispered. I mean, my story does start off like that after all. If that's the case, then. He smirked at me. Why don't we wait to see how our story plays out then? Shall we? Atlas. I still don't see why this is necessary, I grumbled as Coach Calhoun slammed the metal gates on my face. A slight grin on his sadistic face. I got him heir after all and do have composure and control over my wolf. Boy. I don't know if you're blind or stupid, Coach scoffed, shaking his head as he moved towards the keypad on the cage to activate the electrical fence. Move your ass before I fry it like my favorite chicken. You wouldn't do that to me, Coach. I rolled my eyes, grinning at him. You love me too much. Would you bet your life on that? No, I would not. Didn't think so, punk. He smirked at me. Now remember, your job is to stand here and look pretty. If I even sniff a hint of defiance, I'll be calling the air guards still loyal to me to drag your ass out of my stadium. Students began rickling and before Coach could walk away, I called out to him, just don't let her get hurt, Coach. I can't make you no promises, boy, because they'll all be gunning for her, he said, looking back at me from over his shoulder with a serious look on his face. But if she's anything like her pa, she'll take it in stride, dusk herself off, and fuck up anyone who tries. More students started to join the others before I could respond to his answer, wondering just how much more Coach knew about the Lupine heirs than he was letting on. It was obvious Coach had some sort of relationship with Wolf Lupine, whether it be friends or just acquaintances, because the faraway look in his eyes told me he was reminiscing about a memory in the past. The crowd coming from the locker rooms drew my attention back to the present, thinning out and becoming more sporadic as almost every person in this course walked out onto the field. The ones that happened to lock eyes with me quickly shifted their gaze and focused on something or somewhere else. I frowned and scanned the crowd again, my eyes instantly trying to search for the brown-haired beauty amongst the throngs of shifters. My heart settled when I spotted her walk into the Coliseum a moment later, only for it to drive into overtime when I saw what the hell she was wearing. What the fuck? I growled, drawing her attention to where I was locked in the cage. What the fuck are you wearing? She looked down her body at the crimson gym shirt with the academy crest and tight black itty-bitty shorts that hugged her ass in a way that made my wolf want to rip out every male's eyes from their sockets. That was a new and unexpected emotion for me. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? That's not the fucking uniform, I snarled, almost risking the fucking electrocution by touching the bars. Where did you get that? It was in my locker, she said, glancing at the other girls' outfits, everyone is wearing them. I don't care about everyone else wearing them, I hissed. One wrong move and your ass will be hanging out. Her ice blue eyes narrowed at me. Careful, Lobo, she growled. Don't say something that will make me want to punch you in the throat. Before I could say anything else, Coach barked at everyone to line up. Everyone listen up, Coach raised his voice, shoving Crux back into line when his friends accidentally bumped him into Coach's way. I'll only be explaining this once. Uneasy, queasy feelings started to form in the pit of my stomach, because if he planning what I was thinking he was planning, Nova was in deep shit. Coach pointed towards the mats laying out on the hard Coliseum floor behind him, as well as some upperclassmen I recognized that graduated from this course last year. Who's ready for a tournament? Chapter 19 Atlas. We're going to be doing a tournament-style hand combat day, he explained, pointing to the 6 shifters stationed at each of the 6 mats behind him. These 6 were my top students from last year, and they've graciously decided to take time out of their busy schedule to help me teach all of you. Coach started to stride up and down the rows of students, assessing each of them with a critiquing gaze, before stopping right in front of Nova with an indescribable look in his eye. My stomach churned at the thoughts running through Coach's head, because as much as he was a fair man, I knew he also wanted everyone to earn their spot and grade in his class fairly. He wouldn't intervene unless someone, most likely Nova, was severely hurt. Coach was also a very unpredictable shifter. No one knew what he was thinking, and if anyone thought that they knew what was going on in that mind of his, he would surprise them and pull a completely unexpected card out his hat, which was why he was so damn good at his job and was able to train some of the most successful air guards and executioners in history, my brothers included. Each of my students will be teaching you a new skill set that you will be demonstrating to me on your assigned partner, he continued once y'all finished going through each station. You will compete against your partner using only the new skills you've acquired. The winner of the round will then move on to compete against someone else. So on and so forth. The last two competitors standing will then face off against each other until a winner is crowned. What do we get if we win? Someone from the back row shouted out. "UAINT going to win," Kid Coach smirked as the rest of the class broke into laughter. But to answer your question, whoever asks the last one standing gets a single pass to use for this class whenever they choose. Everyone perked up at that, and I didn't have to be a shifter to sense the sudden change in the Coliseum. Every wolf's competitiveness immediately coming out like if Coach just dangled the key to everlasting happiness in their faces. Which, in a sense, this kind of was a key to happiness, considering that Coach rarely let anyone miss his class unless they were on the verge of death's door. Any other questions? Bunch of hands shot up. Sully, Coach barked, "What's your question?" "Can we shift into our wolves?" Coach narrowed his eyes a second before his clipboard went flying through the air. "EK." The girl dove out of the line of fire just as the metal clipboard nailed Sully right in the face, leaving behind a small cut above his brow. Sully just blinked in shock. "Did you not listen to a word I said, Sully?" Coach growled. "What does hand combat style mean to you?" "Did I say hand to, paw tournament style?" "No, I didn't." "Next question." A girl raised her hand hesitantly. "POK Owski." Coach acknowledged your question. "Can we use basic moves like guarding?" Coach nodded. "Basic moves like guarding or jabbing are fine as long as they out your opponent," he said, "because if your opponent is taken out with any other move besides the ones taught today, you will be disqualified." People groaned. "Don't whine or else they'll make you all run 17 miles in the next class." Coach rolled his eyes. "I also want to point out the obvious. Any little bitch moves like hair pulling or dirt in the eyes will be immediate grounds of removal from my class. A class, need I remind you, that you all need to pass in order to graduate from Crescent Academy and attain any type of reputable job. Why are we competing a human form?" A girl I recognized as one of the worst minions. Win from the back row. "It's not like we'll be in any situations that our wolves won't help us out." Coach just stared at the girl for a few seconds before closing his eyes and hinching the bridge of his nose. "This is what's wrong with your generation," he groaned, opening his eyes. "When the huntsmen attack, what do you think their first course of action will be?" "The huntsmen are a legend, Coach." Someone yelled. "There hasn't been an attack or sighting from them in 20 years. If they only knew how wrong they were." Coach narrowed his eyes. "You're lucky I don't have another clipboard to throw." A few uneasy chuckles sounded throughout the class. "Back to what I was saying," Coach redirected every onus attention to him. "What if the vamps decided to attack us this very instant? Or the fine humans decided to revoke their decision on the Mythos Accords? What happens then?" When Coach was met with silence, he continued on his speech. "As much as you don't want to hear this, but the superiority complexes you all seem to have. But if it was down between us and the rest of the factions, everyone will turn their focus to permanently eliminating the shifters. But the humans rapidly developing weapons or the phase poisonous blood, we don't stand a chance against them by ourselves. Now what if the witches aided the other factions in our elimination? What if they provided them with potions or spells that were able to stop you from shifting? What would you do then?" Murmurs sounded out from everyone, making tense lines appear on Coach's face. "You didn't think about that, did you?" The girl who originally whined about not being able to shift shrunk in on herself, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. "Can we pick our partners at least?" "No," Coach said, grabbing his clipboard from Sully's outstretched hand. "You'll decide who's partnered with who, because if I leave it up to y'all, you'll either pick a friend or try to cop a feel from the opposite gender, and I don't want to deal with the paperwork that comes with the girls beating the crap out of you purrs." Snickers sounded out at his words. "Now line up with girls on one side and boys on the other," Coach barked, blowing into his whistle. "If you go by a different pronoun or gender identity, then form a small group behind your respective lines." I was proud when I saw Charlotte, or Charlie as he wanted to be called now, walk confidently to the back of the line. His older brother was Exlo's best friend. I knew just how much courage it took for Charlie to get to this point in his life, considering his traumatic past experiences. and especially when Charlie's ex-boyfriend was looking at him with so much anguish in his eyes. At this point, Coach had paired almost everyone in the lines off except for Nova. With an unreadable look on his face, Coach's eyes locked on Charlie, and I nearly breathed out a sigh of relief, knowing that Nova wouldn't be in as much danger as she would have been if she was paired with anyone else. Before the words even finished exiting Coach's mouth, I was mind-linking with Charlie. "Charlie, you will go easy on Nova," I ordered firmly. His startled brown eyes clashed with mine immediately. "Vampire deception. I Dwight Mason and E.Y. Dwight, as an undocumented changeling, and forced to pose as a low-level witch." He asked, "But Coach will know." "He won't," I reassured him. "I promise you, you won't suspect." "But Alpha," he started hesitantly. "No, but I commanded you will go easy on your Lupine heir, or else you and I will have a problem." "Yes, Alpha," he said through gritted teeth. "I will go easy on our Lupine heir, Nova." "Nova, this is Charlotte," Charlie Ingrid's coach introduced, automatically correcting himself. "Charlie, this is Nova Lupine. If I were you, Ingrid's, I wouldn't try to kill or seriously injure or maim the last heir from the Lupine family. You know, for legal reasons." "No pressure or anything," Charlie muttered to himself, running a hand through his short hair. "Trust me, Coach. The Lupine heir is safe with me." Coach nodded briskly before looking down at his slightly bent clipboard. "You're at Station 5, he said with Mikos. Before either one of us could respond, Coach walked off quickly, leaving us standing there facing one another awkwardly. "Well, this isn't awkward," all Charlie muttered, running a hand through his hair again before looking at me. "Hi, I'm Charlie." "Hi, Charlie," I cracked a smile in Nova. He snorted. "Oh. I know, oh." I raised a brow. "I see news travels fast around these parts. Do you know me because I'm the last Lupine heir, or because I was stupid enough to piss off the worst foul?" "Both, actually," he grinned at me, "but mostly from the first one." I snorted at his response. "Wow, you're normal," he suddenly blurted. "What?" I let out a choked laugh. "What's that supposed to mean?" Charlie had the decency to look slightly embarrassed at his words. "I'm sorry," he said, blushing slightly. "It's just, sometimes their heirs are a little." He struggled with words to describe my fellow heirs, so I decided to help him out a little bit. "Stuck up, snooty, demanding, pain in the ass." I smirked. "Is there any particular adjectives I missed?" Charlie clammed a hand over his mouth to hide his loud laugh, wincing when Coach's narrowed eyes shot our way. "You're nothing like every owner saying you are Alpha Lupine," Charlie murmured. "I find that oddly refreshing." "I find you refreshing," to Charlie. I grinned at him, "and because of that, I'm deeming you as one of my new friends." "What?" He choked out a laugh. "You can't just." Can," I said firmly, smiling down at him, "and because you're my new friend, I must insist that you call me Nova. None of this Alpha or heir bullshit. It's too pompous for someone like me. Someone like you." He raised an eyebrow. "You mean an heir?" I waved my hand at the stupid title. "The second rule as my new best friend is honesty and trust," I said seriously, ignoring his statement. "If you can't be honest with me, then I can't trust you. Plain and simple." Well, how do you know that I'm that kind of person?" He flashed me a confused look. "And how am I supposed to prove it?" "You can prove it by telling me the story behind you and Hazel Eyes over there." Charlie's head snapped over to where a handsome guy around our age stood, his eyes never once straying from my new friend. Charlie swallowed thickly, his body tensing immediately as Hazel Eyes continued to stare at him with anguish in his eyes. It's a long story," Charlie whispered to me, "one I much rather not relive at the moment." My heart softened at the heartbreaking tone in his voice, and just from that little fact alone, I knew that whatever Charlie had gone through in his life was nothing short of tragic. "Okay," I whispered, looping my arm with his as I dragged him with life. "We won't talk about it now, but I expect to hear about it later, when we're more acquainted with each other." "Why?" he questioned. "Why do you care?" "Because I do." "But why?" He persisted. "Why would an heir care about someone like me?" I cocked my head to the side. "What do you mean, someone like you?" He fidgeted under my gaze. "You do know what I am, right?" A shifter. This time, I was the one sending him the confused look. "Yeah." I know what you are now. He trailed off, gripping the back of his neck. My new friend, I smiled softly at him, gently patting his arm as he continued to stutter through his sentence, and I don't care. Chapter 20 Nova, he looked at me, shocked into stunned silence. Now come on, I dragged him to our assigned station. The faster we get this over with, the faster I can learn some things about my new friend, our temporary teacher. Nico smirked up at our approach, sending a wide grin my way. I cowled and helped a small blush that spread across my cheeks, because while I didn't want to get involved with someone at this school, especially at a time like this, I couldn't deny that he was handsome. Nikos was considered an unconventional type of handsome. The flirty grin he wore making my blush deepen just a little bit more. Charlie flinched from beside me, his eyes glancing over to where Atlas was glaring at us from the inside. Okay, students, Nikos clapped his hand, motioning for us to follow him onto the mat in this station. You'll be learning the art of redirection. Redirection? Charlie questioned, his nose crinkling with that. Good question, a question. Nico smiled. Redirection is when you counter your opponent's technique and use it against them. His eyes slid to mine. Do you mind if I use you for an example? I nodded and his smiled wide and even more as he moved over to where I stood, his hands gripping my hips in a way that had me flushing as an uncomfortable feeling started in the pit of my stomach. It was a dull and unpleasant feeling, making my body want to recoil away from his touch. The thunderous growl sounded from behind us, making every onus eyes shifting towards the grumpy alpha locked up in the cage behind me. My eyes met his and I was startled when I saw an almost animalistic and brutal look in his eyes. Eyes that somehow seemed to freaking gleam even more golden than before. Coach scowled before stomping over to where the cages were located and typing something into the keypad. Suddenly, the electrical fence was powered down a second before 3 panels shot down from the top of the cage, encasing it in what looked like thick-ass glass. Atlas pounded on the door, snarling something no one could hear. Back to what you were doing. Coach barked at us, don't mind him, while everyone returned to their exercises. I was hesitant to turn my attention away from a very pissed-off looking Atlas. My attention was redirected when Nikos placed his hands on my hips once again. Back to what I was saying, he said, forcing me to face Charlie. Charlie, if you will, please attack us. Charlie raised a polished eyebrow. You want me to attack the last living Lupine heir? Nikos laughed. Trust me, she won't get hurt. How sure are you of your techniques? Charlie questioned seriously, because if I so much as leave a tiny scratch on her, you'll have nearly 1,000,000 wolves coming for my heads. And that doesn't even include my very pissed off heir that's right behind me. He hitched his finger behind him and I didn't even have to look over to where Atlas stood to know that he was shooting us a scathing look. Nikos didn't even bat an eyelash. You won't hurt her, I promise. Even though Charlie still looked unsure at his words, he lunged hesitantly towards me. Nikos' grip on my hips tightened as he did some kind of maneuver that had me moving at a dizzying speed. Charlie stumbled slightly before righting himself, turning towards us with a surprised look in his eyes. How did you do that? Redirection, Nikos grinned, releasing his grip on my hip and taking a step back. Like I mentioned, is a particular skill we use in order to gain the upper hand on our opponent. When do we use it? I questioned, because from where I stood, he had to get pretty close before we even moved. Good question, Nova. Nikos sent another flirty smile my way. The downfall of this particular move would have to be the proximity in which your opponent must be. What's the proximity? About 5 feet into small reaction time. Nikos said, in about a 10-second window for you to decide if you want to use this move or not. Why so small? I asked, ignoring Charlie's snicker from behind me. Because you have to decide if it's the best course of action to use on the particular opponent in front of you, he said, and while this move works on a majority of those who try to attack us, there is a small percentage of people in which it doesn't work on, so there's no guarantee that this move will work when we need it. He shook his head. Guarantees aren't something we consider in our world. Then what do you do in case this doesn't work on someone? You use anything you can in order to survive. The moment his hands moved to grip my hips, presumably to go through the move again, was the moment all hell broke loose. The shattering of glass was the last thing I heard. Atlas, what the fuck is wrong with you? Phoenix bitched at me from his perch on Headmaster Cortez's desk. You nearly killed one of the Lupine shifters and injured a shitload of our own pack members. And, according to my third, Nikos Alexanders was fucked up so badly. He had to be shipped out to a specialty shift or medical facility 2 hours away. He should have never touched her. Then I grumbled, crossing my arms over my chest. What was I supposed to do? He was pawing at her like she was his. I couldn't just stand there and not do something. Phoenix rolled his eyes, scoffing at my words. Both of his arms and legs were broke, and Cass frowned as he scanned the incident report the coach filled out after he pried me off of that little shit's body, nearly torn from his body and ripped out of their respective sockets. "You're an heir, for God's sake," Phoenix said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You can't be acting like this. Just because I'm an heir doesn't mean I don't have some kind of emotions." I glared at him. "Didn't those alien leaders of yours teach you about them before they left you here to enact their plan of world domination?" Cass snorted at my words, covering it up with a forced cough. The glare Phoenix shot me would have shaken a lesser man. "We both know that." "That isn't true, Atlas," Phoenix said, ignoring my dig. "We all know how much control you have. You talk about what marvelous fucking control you have every chance you get. I don't think you understand me, Phoenix." I frowned at him. Sitting up in my chair, I was in control of everything I did. What? The moment that motherfucker placed his filthy hands on her was the moment I was done. I wanted him dead, and I didn't care what I had to do in order to accomplish that. I explained with a shrug. I was in full control of my actions. I wanted to end him. Phoenix's eyes widened comically as Cassian shot me a surprised look. I was the least bit sad or disappointed at my decision to fuck that asshole up. In fact, the only emotion I felt was joy. When I saw his face was unrecognizable. The moment he touched her was the moment I decided that he needed to die. Or at the very least, suffer for his capital offense. Question is, what made him act that? Cass questioned from his perch, because from where I'm standing, the answer's pretty clear. Phoenix shot him a confused look as I narrowed my eyes at him. What does that mean? The constant staring, the tracking of her movements, the possessive nature. Cassian snapped. "I had to fucking spell it out for you to." "Spell what out?" "No," Phoenix whispered. "That's not possible." "Is Nova your mate, dumbass?" Cass growled, my eyes wide as I flew out of my chair like my ass was on fire. "What now? How do you know you're not? Because that would be pretty fucking hard to miss, don't you think?" I snarled. "I would have known if she was my mate the moment we met." "No, you wouldn't," Phoenix said, "because Nova isn't 21 and won't be for another 2.5 years. Why does that matter?" I barked. "Cal was 18 when he found out her was his mate. Because unlike our packs, the Lupinus and the Lycos have the long-standing tradition of finding their mate the moment they hit 21. Phoenix crossed his arms over his chest. "The mating signs won't reveal themselves until the month before her 21st birthday." Cassian nodded. "Why do you think my parents are waiting until I graduate to announce my betrothed?" He said they wanted to at least give me a year of trying to find my own mate, if I have one, before they force me to shackle myself up to some power-hungry stranger for the greater good of my pack. He winced, shooting a sympathetic look my way. "Sorry. This doesn't make any sense." I shook my head. "How is it possible for me to be mated to Nova? Heirs aren't supposed to be mated to others' heirs. That doesn't mean they can't be." Phoenix grumbled. "It's just abnormally unusual." "How unusual?" I asked hesitantly. "Like once-in-a-lifetime task," said sarcastically, considering Shes been the only female heir born since the beginning of time. "Enough." Phoenix redirected our attention. "We don't even know for sure if Shes your mate. But if you look at it, Phoenix," I said, "it kind of makes sense. I am protective of her, and I do find her more interesting than I've ever found anyone else." There's a connection there." "Well, shit," Cass mumbled. "I feel a connection too." Phoenix's head snapped around so fast it was nearly comical. "What?" Cassian flushed him, not going to deny that there's definitely a spark there. "Since fucking when?" We both shouted. Cass avoided our narrowed gazes. "Oh, let's see." He put a finger on his chin. "I guess since the moment we've met." My mouth dropped open. "How is this possible, Mr. Smarty Pants?" My eyes slid to Phoenix, who's her real mate. I don't know, Phoenix murmured. I've never heard of someone having two mates at once. Chapter 21. Phoenix. I was on my way to Headmaster Cortez's office to discuss the possible repercussions of Atlas' outburst when I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Shit. That could only mean one thing. Or specifically, one person. Phoenix, my boy. His dreaded voice called out from behind me, how wonderful it is to see you. The students that lingered in the halls quickly scattered, shooting small but nervous smiles our way as they scurried away. Alpha heir Fenrir, I bowed my head, acknowledging his status. What a lovely surprise. He reached out to fix my tie, merely making me flinch at his close presence. Nothing ever good came from him being this close to me. Oh son, you know you can call me Dad now that I've passed my title on to you. I almost snorted at his words, knowing that while his mouth thin, his eyes were saying something completely different. His words meant absolutely nothing to me, considering that this whole conversation was a farce. Even when I was a young child, I was never allowed to call him father or dad or any other paternal term of endearment because, according to him, it was a sign of weakness and disrespect for the male Fenrir heir to address his father and Alpha heir in such a way. What do I owe the pleasure, Alpha? I asked, barely managing to conceal my surge of annoyance. Because if he was here, visiting me, that only meant one of two things. Either another unscheduled heir meeting was about to occur, or he wanted whatever intel I had on Nova. Even though it's been less than 2 weeks since he commanded me to spy on her, my bet would be the latter option. And while I would tell him the truth about the Lupine heir, they would only be small fractions of the truth. Because as hard as I tried to deny it for not only the sake of my friendship, but also my pack, I couldn't shake the feelings that evoked in me from my best friend's spoken words yesterday. Nova managed somehow to worm her annoyingly beautiful and stubborn self underneath my icy defenses. Felt something for her, whether it be love or lust. I didn't know. But what I did know was that if the man in front of me caught wind of my newfound feelings for her, he'd use those feelings I have for her to control me, to regain control of my pack. A pack that was never his to begin with in the first place. A pack he never wanted to hand over to me by choice but was forced to by council law. I just wanted to stop by and see how my son's doing, he said suavely, smoothing out my collar. Let's take a walk. As soon as we were out of earshot from the other students, in a very secluded part of the academy grounds, my father whirled on me with venom in his eyes. Well, what? Where's the information I asked for? I sent it to your private account this morning. He said nothing, choosing to instead unlock his phone and scroll through the private account he hid from the other Penta members. His eyes snapped to mine. Are you serious? I remained silent. I asked for important intel about the girl, not how many sugars she takes in her fucking coffee. He wanted to know everything about her. I shrugged in, gathering all the information I can about her. I wanted pertinent information about her, he growled. Not this garbage. She hasn't anything remotely interesting for me to mention. I said. She goes to class, comes home and then locks herself in her room. Nothing more and nothing less. What does she do in between classes? He questioned. Who does she talk to? Does she have friends? Is she friendly with the other heirs? We don't share the same schedule. Remember, I said in a monotone voice. She's to herself, and I highly doubt she talks to the others. She doesn't trust us. I would expect nothing less from a Lupine. My father rolled his eyes. Pretentious asses. Her father didn't trust anyone when he was alive, least of all those ruling at his side. Geez, I wonder why I thought sarcastically. Happy that at least someone saw through my father's bullshit lies. You'll expect more the next time we meet, my father said over his shoulder, slipping his phone back into his suit pocket as he walked away from me. I would hate to have to pull your sister out of her school so early in the semester, especially when she just received word about the leading role in that play of hers. I gritted my teeth in pure loathing at his words, surprised at how fast his little source was able to procure information for him. Sphinx barely called me 30 minutes ago with an excited ear-piercing squeal about her involvement in a new play her university was putting on. I've never heard my sister so excited in her entire life. Not even for special events like her birthday or holidays. I sighed, knowing that I had to step up my game if I wanted to keep Fenrir off of my back. Nova Nix. As soon I walked inside the noisy classroom, it was like a record scratched with how quickly everyone quieted. I sighed in annoyance as I took the seat closest to the window, knowing that this was the third time today that this has happened and it probably wouldn't be the last. And all because of endless fuck up. I honestly don't even know what really happened. The day a blur as everyone reacted all at once. The moment the glass shattered, Coach was by my side in an instant, yanking me away from the scene and basically pushing me into close awaiting arms, who then whisked me away from the Coliseum and locked me in my room for safekeeping. When I demanded to know what was going on, and if everyone was okay, I was met with deafening silence. The only explanation given to me was that the Lobo heir was sick with something that allowed his wolf to momentarily break free. I called bullshit until I noticed that Atlas never came home that night, or the night after, or the 6 nights after that. And every time I asked Tweedledee and Tweedlegrumpy asked what was wrong with him, they always told me the same thing. HES recovering at home. When I asked them to clarify where exactly Atlas' home was, considering he lived in fucking Mexico when school wasn't in session, they brushed me off by saying he was staying at the Lobo heir house close by. And when I asked what the address, so that I could visit him and ask him what the hell HED been thinking, Cassian shot me a pitying smile as Grumpy Wolf grunted out that it was forbidden for heirs to trespass on other heir properties. I sighed, leaning back in my seat as those sitting closest to me shifted farther away, some even going as far as gathering their things and changing seats. At least test it better than the gawking I thought. A second before the professor walked into class with a bright smile on his face. "Good afternoon, class," he said cheerily, leaning against the edge of his desk as he received half-hearted replies today. Instead of what I have planned on the syllabus, I decided to switch it up a little. Oh, one of Sewer's cronies snickered from in front of me the last time someone decided to switch something up. She almost got somebody killed. Side eyes were shot my way, and I gave them all one of my best and interested looks. Jesus. They're acting like I was the reason Atlas Wolf went off the deep end. The professor cleared his throat, no doubt hearing what the girls said but chose to not comment on their words. As he regained the attention of his class, I've decided that instead of having me drone on and on in a lecture about the history of the packs, it'd make this class more interactive, he stated, holding up what looked to be a thumb drive of some sorts, and to do that, I made up a little scavenger hunt. Whines filled the room and the professor's cheery mood tanked into a glare. It's either the scavenger hunt or a 14-page detailed essay all about the pack's history, that he said with a shrug. Your choice. Simone's hand shot up. Will this be a group project? No, the professor shook his head. You can either work in groups or by yourself, so long as this entire list is completed by the end of the class. And if it isn't, someone else asked. Then it'll dock points and you'll still have to do the essay, he said with a maniacal grin. Your choice. Where do we start? A majority of the class asked at the same time. Wise choice, the professor nodded before rounding his desk high. Managed to send each of you as listed through your tablets. Be aware that everyone has the same number of questions, but they can either be in different orders or asking for a different thing. Your job is to read each question carefully and deduce what it's really asking for in order to find the answer. Notification pings sounded across the whole classroom as the professor finished his speech. Remember, you'll have until the end of class to send them back to me. His eyes flicked to the clock. I suggest you start right away. Chapter 22 Nova. There were a lot freaking clues on this list, and while some of them were relatively easy, clues that referenced the garden or Coliseum, other clues weren't so easy. Specifically ones that made me scratch my head and wonder how the hell I was supposed to finish this thing in 2.5 hours. 3 clues in particular were making me scowl at the stupid list on my tablet. Clues. 1. In order to understand and learn the past, you must first enter the building that houses them. 2. I used to be a tree, but I traded my roots for roots. I have a rose, but am no garden. 3. The entrance where you watch the seasons change from time to time. You know, if you keep scowling like that, your face will get stuck like that. My head snapped around at the familiar voice, a smile tilting my lips when I saw Pluto heading towards me in a crazy cool new chair. Cool ride, I smiled as he stopped right in front of me. Mind if I take it for a spin sometime? A grin lit Pluto's mouth, lightening up his handsome features even more. Am offended, new girl, he chuckled. We've barely known each other for less than a few weeks. Due to your reluctance, mind you. And now you're asking to borrow my stuff. What can I say? I shrugged. You've got some pretty cool stuff. Somehow his impossibly large grin widened even more. I told you I had a chair for everything, he said before tilting his head and looking at me curiously. Tacha doing out here? I tilted my tablet his way. This stupid scavenger hunt for one of my classes. Are you almost done? Nope, I snorted. I barely even started. Can I see it? I handed my tablet over to him and he scrolled by my tablet. Oh, this is easy, he said, scrolling down some answers on my worksheet. Easy for who? I gaped at him because it sure as hell wasn't easy for me. That's because you're new here and the professor is a bigot twit, he said. Those amazing eyes locking with mine. Chandler's right. This shit has his name all over it. I think this cheating. My lips twitched. I didn't fill out a single thing. Sure you did, he smiled, handing the tablet back to me. You see that answer at the top? You did that. That's the name portion. I laughed. How important is that? He snickered. So very important. I glanced down at the screen. I said smugly. I wouldn't be so cocky, mister. Fancy wheels. Why not? Because you forgot to. I showed him, pointing out the questions. The one about the changing of season and garden. He smiled. I purposefully left those unanswered. Why? Because those are the most important ones. I narrowed my eyes at him. You don't know the answer to them, do you? He snickered. Caught me. I grinned in satisfaction. So what are you doing here? Remember, I get a 10-minute grace period before class. I looked at my watch. It's already past 10 minutes. Oops, he shrugged. I must have got lost. I let out a laugh. Now I know why everyone's always warning me away from you. It must have not been the right thing to say because his laughter died quickly after that, an unknown emotion taking over his face. They tell you to stay away from me because I can't shift anymore, he said quietly. So soft I almost didn't hear it. They think that my congenital disability will somehow rub off on them. My heart softened as I related to his words in a way I never thought I would. Whoever thinks that is an idiot. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it. Trust me, I've dealt with more people like that than I care to admit. Yeah, I nodded. My brother is autistic and you wouldn't believe how many kids nowadays are assholes, I said with a scowl. I swear. Out of a class of 20, like 18 of them are Satan's little personal spawns. He laughed, his eyes gaining back that spark of mischief once again. Look at you, he teased, poking my hip. You didn't know it, but inner she-wolf was always there. If that was my inner wolf, then I'm scared for the rest of the population. Why? Because she can be a real bitch sometimes, I said with a grin. He let out a howl of laughter, making me giggle at the joyful sound. You're something else, new girl, he said, wiping a tear away from his eye. Something I wasn't ready for. I snorted at his words, my eyes shifting down towards my tablet as a notification popped across it. 20 minutes left before it was due. I sighed. You gotta go. Pluto surmised. I nodded. Before you go, he pointed to my right. His gaze locked on a spot of foliage. One of the answers to your questions is right there. How do you know? Because I've been a student here longer than you have, he said with a smile. Duh. I chuckled at his words and took a step forward, about to head in the direction Pluto pointed out to me when his voice rang out. Nova. I glanced at him from over my shoulder. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't stand too close to the door. What? He didn't answer me, instead choosing to give me a secretive smile as he turned around and went back to class. What freaking door? The door in question was just that, a freaking door, which was very freaking disappointing considering what my brain was imagining. While I was expecting some kind of grand pearly gate or wrought iron door, I was vastly disappointed when I was met with a plain wooden doorframe in the middle of the freaking forest. Like just a doorframe with no door and thick trees lining on either side of the frame. The space where the door should have laid shimmered and glinted in a way that had me drawing closer. I gasped when I saw what lay beyond this door. Veil. Whatever you wanted to call it. In front of me was a scene that looked like it came right out of a fairy tale. So white and thick that it made a Californian like me Someone who only dreamt about snowy winters because of movies or shows I saw on the TV. Want to jump right in and make snow angels. I swear I could feel the icy snow all the way over here. Smell the crispness of their air that was so refreshing and relaxing that I tilted my head back inside, the tension easing from my shoulder fractionally. I was just about to reach out and touch the door when it shimmered again. My eyes widened when the scene shifted in front of me, the snowy fairy tale turning into floral field. What is this? The scene changed again, quicker this time, but instead of it turning into another delightful change of scenery, the door dimmed into darkness that had me gasping for an entirely different reason. I swear it looked like the dark forest from The Wizard of Oz, the menacing branches curling towards me as if they were alive. Something moved inside the portal, immediately drawing my eyes towards it. I squinted as a tall and hazy figure came into view, stalking towards me really freaking quickly. I took a step forward, leaning towards the door to see what the hell it was, when a familiar voice startled me, making me whirl away from the door for a moment. The door shimmered again, and this time, a summer beach scene filled its view. I turned to find a very pissed-off-looking phoenix stalking towards me, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides, making those annoyingly attractive muscled forearms pop out even more underneath his uniform sleeves. Why did the biggest assholes have to be so handsome? What in the ever-loving fuck are you doing now here? He barked, looking around as his eyes searched for something and alone to. Where the fuck are your guards? How am I supposed to know? I narrowed my eyes. I didn't even know they existed until a few days ago. What are you doing out here? He repeated. I waved my tablet at him. Classwork. Alone. He growled. I wasn't alone. I raised my chin. I just finished talking to Pluto. Before I could finish explaining, he let out an amused laugh. Of course you were, he said with an eye roll, because you tend to do the opposite of what anyone tells you to do. Not anyone. I narrowed my eyes. Just you. Of course. He rolled his eyes again, grabbing my upper arm. Come on. Let's go. I dug my feet in the grass. What is that? What is what? He said, acting dumb. I narrowed my eyes at him, and you wonder why I don't listen to a single thing that comes out of that stupid mouth yours. Said mouth dropped open in surprise, his eyes flashing with some unknown emotion. What are you doing here anyways? I snarked at him. I thought you had a class to teach. That surprised look turned into one of complete smugness. Oh, I don't think I liked the mischievous grin that his stupid face was rocking. The one little grin transformed his entire face, his posture changing instantly as he became someone I didn't even recognize. You keeping tabs on me, little star? He purred. Chapter 23 Nova. You keeping tabs on me, little star? My eyes wide and his words sudden nickname for me. What? I said. He leaned into those blue eyes lighting up as he gazed down at my face. You keeping tabs on me, little star? Was he flirting with me? Who the hell are you? I blurted, catching him off guard as he blinked at me. And what have you done to the asshole that normally inhabits that body? What? He asked on a laugh, taking a step away from me. What kind of question is that? A sane one, I said, seriously, considering that the only human emotion you've ever shown me is hate. I don't hate you. I snorted. Could have fooled me. I don't hate you, Nova, he remarked sarcastically, with a roll of his blue eyes. I just hate what you stand for. I reared my head back in shock. What in the ever-loving hell does that mean? Nova. He sighed. What does that even mean, Phoenix? I growled. You don't hate me, but you hate the idea of me. You stand for so much more than you think, little star, he said, his voice solemn and earnest. Haven't you noticed the uproar you've caused since you've arrived? Yeah, I deadpanning. It's because in New Heron people tend to get excited when a shiny new toy enters the picture, especially one that's from a land that YLL barely interact with. His lips twitched. People around here are used to new things or things changing all the time. He said they usually go back to normal within the hour, not gawk or avoid eye contact for a whole month and a half. Of course they gawked. I growled after Atlas' little stunt the other day. It'd be scared and weary of the new girl too. He shook his head, stepping into my personal space at a bit more than what I would usually be comfortable with. Except, this was the only time where it was completely unbearable to have someone crowding my personal space. I squirmed at the sudden heat his skin was radiating, and I swear to God it felt like I was feeling his warmth through the thin material of my uniform. And I was definitely not liking the way my body was responding to said heat. They gawk at you not because of the stunt that idiot pulled, he uttered as I gasped, his fingers somehow sneakily working their way on my right hip and gripping it tight, nor do they ogle at you because you're one of the most gorgeous women they've ever seen. They got WP at you because of who you are and what you stand for, something not every wolf in the world is happy about. What do you mean? I whispered, my breath catching at the sudden fire blazing in his eyes. An emotion I've never seen on his except for that sparing glance at the old photo on Sawer's phone. The loopiness were the epitome of what an heir and ruler should be, he whispered. Those long fingers traveling from my hip into my wrist and then up my arm until they gently grazed my cheek, they rule fairly and went above and beyond for their packs. They never used their status or rank against the other heirs, even if they absolutely were in their right to. My mom used to tell me stories about the loopiness, he said. Brushing a piece of hair behind my ear, she used to say that out of all the loopiness, your dad was the bravest and most fearless wolf she'd ever seen. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know that my family and yours has butted heads since the beginning of time, he said, cupping my cheek in his large hand, and since your father's disappearance and ultimately death 18 years and a half ago, mine has been in charge. A title he enjoys very much. My eyes flashed to his. He won't give up without a fight. Will he? No, and where do you stand? On the winning side, he answered truthfully, whether that be yours or my father's is still yet to be determined. Phoenix. It was late at night when my sister's ringtone blared throughout my room, making me snap upright and reach for my phone. INX. I said frantically into my phone. What's wrong? What happened? Are you okay? A sniffle sounded from her end of the line, making me flinch at the sound. Sphinx. What's wrong? I pleaded into my phone, begging her to tell me what the problem was so that I could fix it. Tell Nixie what's wrong. A small sniffled chuckle came from the line, making my rapidly beating heart calm just a fraction. Father called, she whispered. He called to congratulate me about the play. I swore, running a hand through my hair. I never told him a thing. INX. I know that, she said, and I'm sorry for bothering you so late. The call just caught off guard. What else did he say? She stayed quiet. Sphinx. After the small commendation, he hinted that it would probably be in family's best interest if I considered moving home and transferring back to Crescent Academy. I swore again, louder and more profane than before. Don't listen to him, Sphinx, I said. I swear to you on my life that you don't have to worry about transferring back. I believe you, she said softly, however. What I want to know is what he has you doing in order for you to keep that promise. I winced, knowing better than to try to lie to the one person in the world that probably knew me better than myself. Don't worry about it, I said dismissively. It's my cross to bear. Phoenix, she sighed. I can guarantee whatever he has you doing is not worth it. Is, I remarked. It isn't, Mixie, she said seriously. You know how he works. He uses what you love most against you, making you do unspeakable things that slowly gnaw away at your soul until all that's left in its place are broken pieces. She was strong. Pierre Fenrir was the king of mind fucks, the worst kind of monster out in the world, the one that no one suspected because of the gentle facade he put on a daily basis, manipulating his victims in such an intricate way that had them questioning if whatever they enacted on his behalf was really their idea and what they wanted. I know what I'm doing, Sphinx, I muttered. She sighed. Phoenix. Are you happy? I blurted out, interrupting her before she could try to talk me out of my decision. Be honest, INX. She was silent for a brief moment. Yes, she whispered, her voice so timid and small that it sent me back to a time where I used to comfort her when she cried during one of our parents' many arguments. I'm so very happy here that sometimes I feel guilty for leaving you. I let out a small laugh, leaning back against my headboard. You don't have to worry about me, baby sister. But I do, she argued. I worry about you so much, especially since that monster is so close to you. I closed my eyes, my grip tightening on my phone so hard that I was afraid I was about to break it. I'm okay, sister, I reassure you. I'm not alone. I swear I could hear the smile in her voice when she said, "How are those two idiots?" I snorted, "They're still idiots." "And the new heir? You've heard about her. The new heir is a girl," she asked excitedly. "I'm surprised you don't know." I rolled my eyes. "Isn't that best friend of yours, the gossip queen?" She laughed surprisingly. Ariel knew very little about the whole situation. "That's a first." "Is she pretty?" I blushed, freaking blushed at her words, as I searched for the right answer. "A holy crap," my sister squealed, laughing. "You totally like her, no?" I shouted, wincing when I realized just how loud I probably was. "Just okay looking for a lupine." Sphinx laughed. "You can't lie to me, big brother," she said in a sing-song voice. "I know when you lie." "Shut up," I grumbled, "or else Sim fly out there and embarrass you in front of that Fabio look. I like your fawning over constantly." Her loud gasp made me snicker over the phone. "Yeah, you didn't think I knew about that, did you? How did you find out?" "I have eyes and ears everywhere, little sister," I snickered harder. "How was that turkey sandwich you had at lunch?" "Son of a..." She swore with some very unladylike language. "I swear to God, when I find those spies of yours, they'll be begging for mercy." "Careful, sister," I teased. "Your inner Fenrir is coming out," she growled, promptly hanging up on me. Maybe today was such a bad day after all. Chapter 24 Nova. I bit the end of my highlighter, glaring down at the small text for what felt like the 100th time, still not understanding what in the hell I was reading. I was in the library, doing a last-minute study session before my exam tomorrow, when I suddenly had a weird feeling like someone was watching me. My head snapped up as I took in my surroundings, frowning when I saw no one in sight. The library itself was mostly empty except for the few stragglers here and there, doing some last-minute prep like me. I was near the back of the library, where it was quieter and less distracting, and now I somehow realized that it was possibly a mistake for me to be so secluded. A noise sounded from one of the cells behind me, and I snapped my head towards it, quickly gathering my things and shoving them haphazardly into my bag. Nope, not doing it. I could handle wolves. I could handle witches. I could even handle handsome assholes that disliked the very being of my existence. What I couldn't handle was freaking ghosts or demons or anything related to that. I blame my old babysitter, the woman who instilled the fear in me at a very early age, always telling stories of her own encounters with supernatural entities, the last one so horrendously awful that she was forced to walk around with a permanent scar on her face, as well as being fully decked out from head to toe in anything evil eye-related items she could get her hands on. I have no idea what I am now, but my parents, my adoptive parents, were white and Irish American. Therefore, I was raised the American way. You know, the type of people that didn't investigate the spooky noise but instead called the police whenever they heard said spooky sound or weird noise. I accidentally banged my shoulder on a bookshelf, sucking in a deep breath and exhaling a curse as a book dropped wide open to the floor. I picked up the book quickly, my eyes skimming the words without comprehension. I was about to put the book back on the shelf when a particular word stood out to me, making me pause mid-return. I dropped my stuff on the floor and flipped the book back open, browsing the pages until I found the one that it was just on. The ones that started it all. I flipped to the cover of the book to see who wrote it, and frowned when I saw there wasn't an author or even a publisher listed on the cover or front page. I knew without a doubt that this book had some answers to the questions I had, the questions the other refused to give me. So, with a quick glance around me, to see if anyone was watching, I accidentally dropped the book again. Before I could regret my decision, I quickly stuffed the medium-sized book inside before gathering my things quickly and heading out the doors. The moment I stepped outside, I noted that I originally thought the stars brighter and more visible than I'd ever seen them back home. A pang of sorrow hit me when I realized that I didn't quite miss the city as much as I thought I would. I mean, of course I missed my family and friends obviously, but I didn't miss the chaotic mess that was the outside world. For some strange and unusual reason, I was content at Crescent Academy, something I'd never thought was possible when I was first brought here a few weeks ago. Because as much as I'd hate to admit it out loud, especially in front of those boneheads I live with. This place felt more like home than my own home did, which was unfathomable considering that my home housed a lot of fond memories for me. Memories that ranged from my first milestones to the first time we got Brutus, and even when my brothers were born. I had my first heartbreak in that house, my first kiss outside in the tiny backyard near the oak tree, and cemented the two most important friendships of my life that I couldn't imagine living without. I shook my head, knowing that this was some sort of Stockholm Syndrome-like side effect. But instead of falling in love with my captors, I was falling in love with the environment I was forced into. I pushed the thoughts from my head, focusing on the trek back to the air house. The walk itself was peaceful, the moon shining bright and lighting my path in a way it never would have in the city. I smiled bitterly at my second comparison between this world and my old one. Almost everyone I've come across, even my new friends, thought I was so lucky to be living in the air house, surrounded by the 3 hot and mysterious alphas that almost no one could get close to. And while I couldn't deny that each of them were gorgeous and unique in their own personal ways, and that anyone else would literally kill to be in my position, my gut was warning me that something wasn't right with them. Because the truth was that while they were seemingly honest and faithful alphas, loyal to their packs and people, they were also men. Men that had secrets, each one deeper and darker than the last. I could see it in their eyes and feel it in the way they carefully craft their words or sentences. They hid behind their soft diplomatic smiles and strategically impassive faces, which most people didn't look twice at. A look that I recognized every day whenever I looked in a mirror. A look that screamed smile in order to keep the truth from revealing itself. A truth that my guarded heart hid well. I sighed as I reached the front door of the house, extending my hand towards the knob to unlock it, when it suddenly swung open. My eyes snapped up and I gaped at the 3 very pissed-off heirs standing there, each giving me their own version of a glare. Atlas's eyes were narrowed into slits so small I'm surprised he could see out of them. Cass's face was furrowed with worry as he quickly scanned my face. When he could tell that I was fine and uninjured, that expression turned into a scowl. Phoenix's face was my favorite, however, making the corner of my lips curl in amusement. His face was impassive, but he couldn't hide those eyes of his. Eyes that were blazing with emotions, anger, concern, and a little bit of relief shining through their oceanic depths. He might have been playing it off that he didn't care where I was, but those eyes spoke volumes. He was probably the most worried out of the 3, if that was even possible. I breezed past them with a smile, making Cassie and gape at me as I glided towards my room. "Fuck no," Atlas' deep voice sounded behind me before his meaty arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me into his chest. "You don't get to waltz in here like nothing happened and pretend you didn't have us 5 seconds away from forming a search party." I tilted my head back on his shoulder, locking gazes with those pretty amber jewels dramatic much. His eyes narrowed as his arm tightened around my waist even more. "What's dramatic will be me locking your ass away in a tower and throwing away the key," he said, wrapping my hair around his fist before giving it a small tug. "I think the proposal look will fit you nicely, don't you think?" He flared at his tug, making me squirm away from where our bodies were currently touching. In fine, I waved off his concern. Walking into the kitchen, I was just studying in the library. The 3 stooges followed me into the kitchen. Hell, witch, hell. Even my Brutus followed behind them. The little traitor. He'll remember that next time I decide to give him an extra scoop of food whenever he gives me that sweet face of his. Studying at 10 o'clock at night. Phoenix raised his eyebrow. "Why didn't you study here?" "Because I didn't want to study here. I grabbed a water from the fridge. You 3 are so loud." "Are we done here?" "No," they all said at once. I sighed. "Okay. You caught me." Their eyes widened at my words, the 3 of them standing a little taller and tenser. "I didn't study here because I was out with my new boyfriend," I lied, taking a sip from the bottle before continuing on, trying my damnedest not to break character, and burst out and laughing. "And we weren't studying at all. We were having a hot and heavy make-out session behind the lake house. I swear to God." All 3 of them froze like statues. Cassie, Anne, and Phoenix's eyes snapped to Alice before quickly jumping to me and then back again. What? Atlas asked through clenched teeth. What the hell did you just say? I said. Before I could finish, Cassie and blurted out, "Don't repeat that sentence." Why not? Because. Because why? Because. He looked at Phoenix for help. Why can't you repeat that sentence next? Because heirs aren't allowed to date their pack mates. He spoke in a maddening matter of fact tone. It's against the vows we took as heirs. What? My eyes widened in shock. What vows? The vows you took the moment you became ours, Atlas growled out through clenched teeth. Have you ever wondered how someone would break free from a predestined fate? In this novel, Nova is exactly in such a dilemma. Her three guardians seem to conceal huge secrets about her origin. Her pursuit of the truth might trigger an unprecedented storm. Meanwhile, her emotional entanglement with the three male leads is heating up. Will they stand firm in their positions amid the storm? Chapter 25 Nova. The vows you took the moment you became our fellow heir. Cassie Ann stammered out quickly, his serious demeanor cracking as he glared at his smirking friend. The vows we all took at the beginning of our lives. I felt my rebellious nature flaring up, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. I don't remember agreeing to any vows when I was dragged here. I growled out, my voice laced with defiance, and that would have been a pretty big detail to miss. Don't you think? Phoenix, with his characteristic dry humor, interjected, a small smile curving at his lip. Metaphoric vows, he explained, his tone somewhat serious. The vows that are implemented on all the heirs the moment they're born. What the fuck? My mouth dropped open, my outspoken nature taking over. What vows? Atlas, his smugness practically radiating off him, replied with the biggest and most self-satisfied smile I'd ever seen. The ones you have to follow, he said, clearly enjoying my confusion. The ones you're bound to. I felt my frustration mounting, my confrontational side emerging. I thought I didn't have to follow those rules. You aren't following the engagement rules, Phoenix clarified, his lips twitching with amusement. But you have to follow all the other heir rules. Nobody told me about this. I growled, my voice rising with indignation. What are the other rules? All three of them shook their heads, wide smiles gracing their faces, which only served to irritate me further. Explain these rules, I demanded, frustration lining my tone. Just exactly how many are there? Not many, Atlas said, that infuriating grin still plastered on his face. The first one being that heirs can't date other pack members, regardless of the pack. What? I gasped, feeling a mix of shock and outrage. I'm not allowed to date anyone. No, Phoenix scowled, his usual humor momentarily absent. Or go on dates. I pressed, hoping for some loophole. Nope, Atlas grinned, clearly reveling in my discomfort. With us, forever. Hell no. I reared my head back in shock, turning to the other two. You're telling me you three never dated anyone? They shook their heads, their expressions a mix of resignation and amusement. Atlas shrugged, his playful nature shining through. Nobody was ever interesting enough. I stood there, processing this new information, feeling trapped by rules I never agreed to and surrounded by three heirs who seemed far too comfortable with this arrangement. My mind raced, trying to find a way to challenge these seemingly arbitrary restrictions. My rebellious spirit refusing to accept this fate without a fight. Why date and get to know someone? Possibly fall in love. When it'll end the moment I graduate. Cassie Ann said next. My eyes found Phoenix Fenrir-est on date. My mouth dropped open. You were engaged, so you had to have gone on some dates with her. I gawked, and you've literally been engaged since you were children. You grew up with her. What makes you think and believe for 1 second you two never went on a single date together? Have you met her? Atlas grumbled. Even if we were allowed to date, she would be the last person in this universe anyone would willingly want to take on a date. Phoenix ignored him, Heirs can't date, he reiterated. It's because we're held at a higher standard than the rest of our pack members. It's considered disrespectful to date someone, or even fool around with someone, when our betrothed are out there waiting on us. So you can't date pack members, I frowned, my mind whirling. What about everyone else? What do you mean? Cassian asked, cocking his head to the side. Who's everyone else? Members from the other factions, I said, like the humans or the witches or someone else. All three of them blinked at me for a second before bursting out in laugh. Holy shit. Atlas guffawed, wiping tears away from the corner of his eyes. Imagine us with one of those coven weirdos. Or vamps, Cassian chimed in, making Phoenix's lips twitch up. Remember when Finn tried to get with one of the newly turned ones? The one that said he smelled like a wet moldy rat. Atlas roared with laughter right before she threw him across the bar and into that giant speaker. He always loved doing stupid shit, Phoenix chuckled lowly. I swear he thinks that since HES HES somehow invincible. Yeah. Laugh it up, Cass said with a roll of his eyes. You two aren't related to him and don't have to deal with his shit on a regular basis. Yeah. I wouldn't wish him on my worst enemy, Atlas snorted, clapping his best friend on the shoulder. I swear, those genes must clash against each other in that brain of his, making him do the most stupidest and compulsive things at the most inconvenient times. But somehow, he always manages to survive. I cleared my throat, redirecting the conversation back to the matter at hand. So, what you're saying is, it is possible to date someone from another faction. Phoenix shook his head. Wolves don't mix well with the other groups. Why not? For one, humans are fragile and cowed and handle our prowess, Atlas said with a smirk. Witches choose to only intermix with their own kind. And vampires and wolves especially don't like each other, Cassian added, and that's probably the only thing those shows and books of yours got right. Why don't they like each other? Besides the obvious. Cassian snorted. The list for why they do like each other would be shorter. Because two predators can't coexist peacefully together. Phoenix thinks their territory is so far away from ours. I blinked at him. I didn't know it was so far away from us. You idiot, Cassian smacked Phoenix's arm. She hasn't explored the territory yet. Therefore she doesn't know the directions of the other factions. Phoenix was about to say something else when I interrupted him. If the vampires are so dangerous. I raised a brow. Then why did that Finn guy try to get with one? Finn's a special case, Cassian sighed. A very special case, how? It's not my story to tell. His lips pursed, but if there ever was an exception, Finn's name would be written all over it. Okay. I looked towards the other. To how about the Phi? The Phi? Phoenix's nose drinkled. What about them? Those pompous assholes. Atlas snorted. They haven't left their dome for over 1,000 years. When I shot them a confused look, Cassian shot me a sympathetic smile. The Phi are unusually unique creatures, he explained slowly. They don't really interact with the outside world and, like the covens, only mate with their own kind to keep the bloodlines pure and strong. Bloodlines are a big thing with the Phi. Phoenix chimed in. The stronger the bloodline is, the more powerful their family line becomes. Those pointy-eared bastards look down at us, Atlas added, reaching behind me to grab a water, and all because of that damned bastard Dark Princeling. Cassian snorted. You believe in that old story? You don't. My eyes toggled between the both of them. What old story? An old tale our parents used to tell in order to scare us when we were younger, Phoenix said, waving off my question. They didn't want us wandering off near the Vale alone. Why not? Because we'd be kidnapped by the boogeyman, Atlas said in a creepy tone, wiggling his fingers across my neck. He'd take us back to his lair and keep us locked away forever, never to be seen or heard from again. I shot him a look. Really? Atlas shrugged. That's what my dad used to tell me and my brothers. I think our versions differ from yours, Cassian snickered. My mom and dad never told me that He'd kidnap you. Only that He'd use his powers of madness on you, driving you to the brink of insanity and fracturing your mind into a bazillion little tiny pieces. Atlas blinked. I honestly don't know which version is worse. Both of them are fucking ridiculous, Phoenix said, turning towards me. The Dark Prince is just a myth told by pack parents in order to get their younglings to listen to them. He doesn't exist, and even if he did, He'd be long gone by now. The Phi live long lives, but not even the strongest of Phi could survive being alive for over 200 millenniums. As for the others, he continued, nobody really knows what the Phi keep to themselves other than the fact that they're self-entitled pricks that look down on those who don't possess anything that can help them enhance their own power. They think we're savages because of the animals we have inside of us. They see us as ravage beasts that can't control our urges or instincts. They don't understand that the only difference between us and them is the side of the veil we life on. I don't know about you, Phoenix murmured. Those blue eyes never leaving mine, but I'd rather be single for the rest of my life than be with someone that judges someone else based on where they come from. I knew that the logical thing for me to do the moment I stepped out of the shower would have been to either continue studying or be called at night and went to bed. I did neither of those options, because apparently I lacked any kind of logic or rationality. It's just, something about the guy's words bothered me. My mind kept whirling about one thing. Or should I say person? I grabbed my typed in the name that kept swirling around my brain. The Dark Prince Ling. I crossed my fingers, hoping that despite the school disabling the chat and call features, no doubt due to the 3 fuses I lived, hopefully they didn't disable or limit my ability to look up anything on the web. Yes, I whisper shouted when there was immediate search results, thank God. I clicked on the first link I saw, quickly skimming the words on the page. When I found nothing substantial, I exited the page and clicked on another link. This one was a little more detailed, but not by much, and very vague on who or what the Dark Prince Ling even looked like. The third link I clicked on, however. It was perfect, just what I was looking for. The author and owner of the website, Faction Facts, broke down everything and anything related to myths regarding the individual factions. And you wouldn't freaking believe how many crazy myths or legends each faction held. I scrolled through the alphabetized list of myths, my eyes eagerly trying to find the myth relating to the Dark Prince Ling. Bingo, I clicked on the link and was immediately taken to what looked like a whole-ass fan page dedicated to the mysterious Phi. Holy cow, I whispered when detail after detail popped up about who and Dark Prince was. And boy, did this myth not disappoint. Chapter 26 Nova. According to the website, the Dark Prince Ling was the ruler of the Darklands, or what the Phi referred to them as, the Underneath. The Underneath was one of the 7 Phi realms that consisted of the Underneath, the In, Between, the Above, and the realms of the 4 seasons. The Dark Prince was said to rule and command the Underneath and In, Between, 2 realms that coexisted cohesively together and existed on the same plane. Based on this site, the Dark Prince Ling was really old being, existing around the same time the 5 original packs and the bubble, as the boys called it, were created. According to this author, the Equinox Saga, the bubble was created when the leaders of the seasons declared war on the Dark Prince Ling and his acolytes for an undisclosed reason. The 4 rulers of each season used their powers to form the dome that cuts off the Light Phi, those who derive from the realm of the 4 seasons, from those who live in the Darklands. The Darklanders were considered outcasts by the rest of the Phi and because of that, burst into a life of exiles. A desolate existence, if you'd ask me, because according to this website, these once extroverted and happy Phi turned into savages from the banishment and loneliness. I scrolled lower and my breath caught in my throat at the few sketches some people are able to capture of the elusive Dark Prince. It was a side portrait, barely showing any recognizable features that I doubt I would remember if were to see another drawing of him again. But somehow it had my heart beating slightly faster. From what I could tell, that man was fine in his day, with a slight smirk lifting the corner of his mouth and a gleaming mixture of mischief and severity in his gaze that the artist somehow managed to capture in this drawing. A knock on my door startled me so bad that I nearly jumped 10 feet up in the air. I slammed my tablet closed, grabbing the cotton robe from the end of my bed and wrapping it tightly around me before cracking open my door. What is it? I'm just letting you know that Phoenix will be accompanying you tomorrow to Coach's class. Atlas muttered, his tatted hands firmly tucking into the front pockets of his jeans. I leaned against the doorway. What? Coach banned you already? He let out a small chuckle. How do you know? It was kind of obvious. My lips twitched. Why didn't you let me know in the morning? Truthfully, I nodded. Of course. I wanted to apologize for being a dick earlier, he muttered. Amber eyes downcast and so Atlas, like of him that my smile sonned at the gesture I was acting shitty and it was so unlike. It wasn't like you at all. My snort of laughter cut him off. And you're not truly sorry for what you said. You're only sorry for how you said it to me. What makes you say that? In the little time we've known each other, I've studied each and every one of y'all's quirks, mannerism, likes, dislikes, and even eating habits. I cocked my brown as not the time to pretend to be bashful, Lobo. It isn't becoming of you. He stared at me for a long moment before a wide grin spread across his face, wiping away the bashfulness and replacing it with a smugness I've ever seen someone else wear so well. I'm not sorry, he said. You're right about that. But what I am sorry for is for the way I've talked to you. For that, I'm sorry about being a dick. I thought it over. Apology accepted. I'm forgiven. He froze just like that. Sure. Wait. He held up his hands. Am I real forgiven, or is this one of those girl tricks where she says she forgives the guy, but is still really upset with him? Sure means sure, I shrugged, my lips twitching in amusement. Take it however you like. He groaned, dropping his head back. This is exactly what my brother warned me about. I grinned. Whatever do you mean? His mate does the same thing. Alice rolled his eyes. She says she fine one moment, but the next, just all mad and snapping at him. Well, what did he do? I laughed because you Lobo boys are annoying as hell and quick to get on someone's nerves. He shook his head in contemplation, humming softly to himself. Okay. Fair point. I snorted, making him grin down at me. After a few seconds, his smile disappeared as he sobered up. You going to be okay tomorrow? I should be. I crossed my arms across my chest, making his eyes drift fractionally to take in my pink polka. That color drobe. Does Phoenix know HES coming with me? It was his and Coach Hess' idea. He said he proposed it while I was recovering at the Lobo Hacienda. Apparently banned from entering the Coliseum ever again. How are you, by the way? My eyes scanned him from top to bottom, lingering on the dark circles underneath his eyes. You still look like shit. Thanks, he laughed. Tell me how you really feel. I'm sorry, I winced. Sometimes my filter doesn't work and whatever I'm thinking at the time just spills out. The best kind of quality, he smiled. And to answer your question, I'm fine. What do you have? What was wrong with you? I asked. What made you act like that? My wolf was having a bad day, he said, looking away. We were tired, running a fever, and me being a stubborn ass, as you so eloquently pointed out. I didn't think it was that bad. You're better now, though. Right. I cowled and keep the concerned tone out of my voice. Even if I tried, they prescribed you medicine or something. I paused. Wait. Does medicine work on us? Yes, medicine works on us, he said, still avoiding my eyes. But I had something that antibiotics don't work on. Was it contagious? Very, he nodded, looking me in the eyes as his face took on a serious expression. I'm almost afraid I gave it to the other two. Atlas. I walked into Phoenix's personal library. The attachment the Fenrir air added the moment we stepped foot into this place our freshman year. I sighed, plopping down into the armchair he kept in front of his presidential-sized desk. My friend was scanning over a pile of documents when I walked, looking so much like his freaking dad that it was almost scary. And sighed, too, taking off his glasses before rubbing at his eyes. What is it? I don't know how long I can keep lying to her, man. I leaned my head back onto the stiff leather chair. It might end up killing me. It's one day, he said, still rubbing at his eyes with the palms of his hands. Lying won't kill you on day one. She might if she finds out. I murmur, excuse me. When she fucking finds out that all three of us are lying to her. He sat back in his reclined chair, staring me down with those freaky neon blue eyes of his. We can't very well tell her that we're her mates, he said with a sigh, or that she even has 3 mates for that matter. And how sure are we that all 3 of us are her mates? I asked. How do we not know that I'm not the only? He shot me a dirty look. You're not. But how do we? I'm sure of it, he said confidently, reaching for something in his locked drawer. Tests don't lie. What tests? I squawked at him. He slid 3 files over towards me and I took them hesitantly. almost afraid to touch them as if they were hexed by a witch. I opened the files and read them quickly, my head snapping up as I gaped at my friend. What the fuck is this? A piece of paper with test results on them. He raised an eyebrow. I thought you Lobos could read. And I thought you Fenrir were supposed to be better looking. I shot back as I once again read the words on the page. What am I reading exactly? You're reading the results of the first ever mating confirmation systems. A new technological advancement that verifies a mating bond between a potentially fated couple. My eyes once again snapped to his this computer thingy is able to tell someone who they're mated to. No, he shook his head. It's an incredibly intelligent and advanced piece of technology that can process 100 billion pieces of analytical and statistical numbers in less than 3 seconds, but it can't predict the future or tell someone who they'll be mated to. What it can do, however, is confirm, with 99.5% accuracy and no bias, if the person that you believe is your mate is truly yours. And how do you get your hands on it? In addition to being devastatingly handsome and quick-witted, I'm also extremely wealthy and well-connected. He smirked at me with that signature prickish Fenrir grin, and that is very useful in the scientific world when a desperate dual-majored scientist wants grant money to fund his secretive project. How do you know he won't blab? I asked, or worse, double-cross you for more money and sell it to the highest bidder. Yes, been handled. My eyebrows rose. You kill him? No, he rolled his eyes. God. You Lobos really do attack first and ask questions later. Defense is the best defense. I shrugged. That's how we Lobos always stay one step ahead of you Fenrir. He snorted. Anyways, I had the computer system run our blood against Nova's and it was a 99.5% match. The highest match percentage the system has ever had. All 3 of us are definitely her mates. And how many tests has it actually ran? So far. I nodded. 500 million. 200,640 people, he remarked, and counting. The doctor and his team are running more tests as we speak, all of them adding to the positive percentages and confirming the machine's accuracy even more. How do you get her blood? I questioned, my eyes widening. More importantly, how in the hell did you get our blood? He waved a dismissive hand at me. Don't worry about it. How can I not worry about it? I exclaimed. Do I gotta start sleeping with one eye open now? Like you don't already. True, I hummed, especially after that prank you fuckers pulled on me. His lips twitched. That was 2 years ago. I sat up in my chair, growling at him. I was stuck on top of my mattress in that fucking lake for 3 hours. In only my boxers. Do you know how cold it was? Fuck no, he snorted, and I'm glad I never had to find out. Fuck you. He blew me a kiss. Love you to sweets. Can we get back to the problem at hand? I growled. How are we supposed to handle the Nova situation? Easy, he said smoothly. We do what we do best. And what would that be? Deny and hope for the best. He winced. And hope for the absolute best possible for the area when the time comes for her to find out that she's ours. Chapter 27. Finn like Os Cassian's cousin POV 1 year ago. Whatever you do, you will not embarrass me. My cousin and alpha heir growled into my ear, gripping the scruff of my ear tightly. This is a very important meeting, and if you fuck it up, I will murder you in your sleep. I shot him my cheesiest grin. I don't think our moms would appreciate your homicidal tendencies towards me at the moment. I swear to God, he growled at me, pinching the skin at my neck. I don't care if our moms are sisters. Ruin this for me, and I will disown you the moment we get back home. Okay. I held up both hands. Geez. When did you become such a buttskill cousin? You're starting to sound a little bit like Fenrir. He growled again before releasing me until I had no choice but to stumble into the hard edge of the bar top. His Baden third shot me small sympathetic looks before avoiding their face of any emotion and following behind their alpha heir. Oh, how I did not envy those 3 of their jobs. Internally wincing at the responsibility and sacrifice they have to give up every single day of their lives. My heart pangs at the stress and frustration I see lining my cousin's shoulders as he stalks towards the room in the back. I knew this bar kept for these exact occasions, when important meetings needed to be held in discreet locations without the prying eyes of the Pento or their minions breathing down your neck. I didn't mean to add even more stress onto Cassian's shoulders, knowing that he counted for me to be on my best behavior and use my skills to observe people's thoughts, Something that only I could do considering it was one of many gifts passed down from my father, the former prince of the vampires. A few lesser rank members from our pack joined us tonight, but stood as far away from me as possible, worried or freaked out that I might snap like they always think I will and drain all their precious blood from their body, something I'd never do for a multitude of reasons. The first being that blood, unless it comes from an absolute pure source, is absolutely foul-tasting, especially the blood from full-blooded wolves. The second reason being that I really didn't need blood to survive, and even if I did, I would never feed from my fellow packmates. I'm not an idiot even though everyone else tends to think of me as one. If I were to attack a pack member or any member from any one of the other 4 packs, my cousin would have no choice but put me down. He couldn't banish me, for that would be too light of a sentence for those out for my blood. They punish me for who my mother chose to fall in love with. They goad me to get rid of me, trying to force my cousin's hand until he has no choice but to deal with the vampire-wolf hybrid, the first and only one of his kind according to ancient texts and history. And while many have attempted to create hybrids like me, none of them have been successful, mainly because my parents had something they didn't: the fact that they were true mates, destined for one another according to the fates. My attention focuses back on the matter at hand when a few unsavory remarks from my own pack members filter through my mind. The big one being how my cousin could allow such a monstrosity to not only accompany him, but to also be so high up in the ranks. High enough that I was considered one of my cousin's personal guards, but low enough to not have scrutiny or major responsibility fall back on me. Another thought crosses my mind, making me cock my head at the person's words. Just going to die tonight, the person thought. Her voice every bit sadistic and cruel, letting me know that it was a vamp her blood smells just sweet to let go to waste. I discreetly tilted up my nose in the air, looking for the source of the vampire's current desire. When the scent of apple and cinnamon hit me, my mouth watered instantly, which was weird considering I never, like I said before, I've never been one to crave blood before. My eyes immediately zeroed on the blonde vamp sitting next to some other vamps, no doubt from her coven, as she gazed at someone a few feet away from her. My gaze followed hers and my heart nearly stopped beating at what I saw. More specifically, who I saw sitting there. A raven-haired beauty so gorgeous that she took my breath away. The pale pink glasses she was wearing sat cutely on her butt and nose as she waited on the nearby tables. That sweet innocent look she had going on clashing with what Say was currently wearing. An outfit that had me narrowing my eyes at the attention she was getting from everyone in the bar. Not just the vamps. She was in a tight tank top that dipped low, kissing the top of her cleavage just enough that her pink lacy bra was peeking out. Her tight short shorts hugged her curves so much that it looked like her ass was about to fall out. An ass so full that it had me biting down on my knuckle to keep from groaning. But what really got my heart pumping was her face. So innocent looking adorable. And out of place here that I just wanted to bundle her up in my jacket and run out of here, making sure none of these perverts or animals could hurt her. The blonde vampire's thoughts once again invaded my mind. Poor little mouse won't even know what hit her, she cooed to herself. Obviously a newly made vampire that wasn't old enough to know how her mind. And if she wasn't a newly made vampire, and older than I originally thought, then she was an idiot being driven by her bloodlust. My body was moving before I knew it, my ears ignoring the quiet hisses from my own pack. I smoothly slid right next to the blonde, signaling the bartender for to drinks before turning towards her with my very best charming grin. Nice night, isn't it? I cooed, thanking the bartender with a 20 as he slid over my drinks. Funnily enough, alcohol and sugar were the only 2 things that didn't taste like absolute tash on Vampire's palate. I passed one of the tumblers to the blonde who took it without a word of gratitude. Rude much. Yeah, she muttered into the glass of expensive bourbon, nursing and savoring her drink almost sparingly. It's turning out to be a really good night. She snorted at her little inside joke and I had to try my hardest to keep a scowl off of my face, instead trying to act confused instead. I glanced at her friends and with a startling realization, I noticed that the entire group was filled with newly turned vampires, their gaunt appearances and twitchy muscles giving them away as they each had a potential helpless victim they could feed on when it was time. I looked back at the blonde and really took the time to observe her, noting that while she was young and newly turned, she was as newly turned as the rest of the group was, which had me thinking that she was in charge of them tonight, teaching them the ways of whatever coven they come from, and how to hunt for their prey. However put her in charge of this assignment must have been dumb, blind, and a complete moron. This girl cowed and even sensed her enemies from her allies, even if said enemies were sitting no less than 2 feet away from her. I mean, my scent was a little hard to figure out considering I didn't smell neither like a vampire or a werewolf, but even if she cowed and picked up on my scent, she should have easily picked up on the fact that wolf was bubbling beneath the surface of my skin, itching to get out. And there was no way someone like her, a fellow predator, would have missed his presence. Do you mind if I buy you another drink? I slurred a little, trying to gain her attention onto what would be an easier target than my raven-haired beauty. I swear you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen. And that's saying something considering I've eaten a lot of pretty girls. Her lips curled in disgust, but she said nothing, most likely wanting to keep the drinks coming as she waited for my girl to get off work. I signaled for 2 more drinks and then chatted her up for as long as I could. Thoughts from my fellow pack members drifted into my mind, mostly annoyed at my flirty behavior towards a vampire. There was only one person's thoughts that had me glancing back over to where he stood, my mind taking a mental note to discuss his statement with Cassian later. Was Roland. The bigoted idiot thought I was conspiring with the vampires at this very moment, intending to turn on the one person I considered my brother, and according to his thoughts, Roland would have no qualms about taking me out to protect his alpha. I also didn't miss his brief image of him taking my saw at my cousin's side. Started to say, but she quickly cut me off. Look, thanks for the drinks, but I'm not interested. She dismissed me. You're not my type. But I interjected half-heartedly. I thought we had a connection. No, she pushed, basically throwing me into the jukebox so hard that it sparked and stopped playing music. You were nothing more than someone to buy. The raven-haired beauty unhooked the dry cloth from her jean shorts before heading behind the bar and bending down to pick up a backpack. She patted the bartender on the shoulder before heading towards the back double doors. The blonde vamp smirked before throwing back her drink, signaling her coven that she was going on a hunt. I waited a beat or 2, my heart beating in anticipation, before leaning forward to ask, in the very best drunk voice I had, where the bathroom was. When he pointed in the direction of the double doors, I nearly smiled. It's showtime. Chapter 28. Finn Cassian's cousin. I slammed open the back door, turning my nose up in the air and taking a deep breath, knowing that the next couple of moments were about to get ugly. I turned, scowling when I saw the blonde vampy following the gorgeous beauty as she walked through the dark alleyway, humming happily as she listened to her music. This girl was going to be the death of me, and I didn't even know her name. The vamp's posture tensed in by the way her body was tightly coiled. I knew she was about to attack, before she could even take a step further. I acted fast, clamping a hand around her mouth and dragging her back into the shadows. With a smile, I watched my ebony-haired beauty stride happily out of the alleyway and towards the roadside walk, disappearing from my sight. I have a feeling it won't be the last time we see each other. With that final, though, I threw the snarling vampire in my grasp into the side of the brick wall, watching in satisfaction as she slumped next to the dirty trash can. What the fuck? She gasped out in pain. What? Hello again, I said, my smile downright predatory as I looked down at her. Her head snapped up at equal parts shock and anger. You, she snapped. What the hell are you? What did you? I feigned surprise. Why? I didn't do anything except save you from making a grave mistake. She stood, dusting herself off in anger. You cost me my dinner. I cost you nothing, I said, my own anger rising. In fact, I saved your life. One would think you'd be a little more grateful. I did nothing wrong, she snapped. The fact that you don't realize what you've done is telling enough. It scared you're a fledgling. Aren't you? I'm a lieutenant. You bastard, she snarled at me, stronger than you'll ever be. I smiled. How disappointing your cub must be if they have such a sad excuse for a lieutenant. I'm surprised they have you training the new generation of fledglings. I wonder how many will die before the week's end. My guess, All of them. You prick. She snarled. Rushing towards me at high speed, they'll kill you. For someone like me, although she was moving quite fast, I was still faster and swifter than she was thanks to contributions from my parents' genes. A shout of anger had me turning to see the rest of the new vampires swarming around me. I turned my eyes back to her with a maniacal grin. See dead before the week's end. I was done playing now. The fun quickly turning into boredom. Looks like you're outnumbered now, you wolf freak, the blonde vamp snarled, and while like Alden to enjoy her blood, they'll gladly bathe in yours. A few of the young vampires behind her licked their lips, nearly salivating at the thought. And what does wolf blood taste like? I heard it spicy with a little kick at the end, someone said, nearly moaning the words that I wonder if that's true. We're about to find out. Are you? I cocked my eyebrow. Well, come on then. If you want a taste of my blood, then you're gonna have to work for it. They attacked all at once. Or tried to anyways. Before anyone could blink. I had 6 hearts in my hands, watching as the 6 vampires which the hearts belonged to looked down at the gaping holes in their chests before dropping dead on the dirty alleyway floor, their bodies immediately turning a sickly gray before dissipating into ash. I turned back to the blonde, locking eyes with her as I licked a trail of blood that was dripping down the side of my wrist. I made a face bitter, just like I thought you debauched me. The blonde took a step back in shock, tripping over her own feet as she tried to get away from me. Vampire deception. I Dwight Mason and EY Gwet, as an undocumented changeling and forced to cause at a low-level witch. Are you? She stuttered as she took in both my fangs and different colored eyes. One a brilliant glowing light jade color and the other one completely solid black. In the best of both worlds, I grinned at her, my fangs lengthening into lethal lengths, half wolf, half vampire. Her eyes wide and impossible. Nothing's impossible, I said, gesturing towards myself as proved by my very existence here, standing in front of you. Before I could take a step towards her direction, and the pathetic excuse she calls an afterlife, a dark figure blurred past me. An awful crunching sound reverberated off the brick walls as her head was separate from her shoulders in one clean swipe. Hey, I whined as the familiar face scowled at me. That was my kill. Are you fucking kidding me? My cousin hissed, yanking on my arm and practically dragging me towards one of the pack-armored cars. One job. You had one job to do, and that was to stay out of trouble. How does someone fuck up that simple task spectacularly? Have you met me? I muttered. He shot me a dirty look, slamming open the car door and throwing me inside before mind, linking the rest of the pack to clean up the mess left behind. What in the ever-loving fuck happened? He growled, making me internally wince at both his words and tone. My cousin was a pretty chill dude, outside of his role of being an heir, and fair alpha who had a strong sense of morality. With that being said, though, he only cussed out of necessity or when he was having a really bad day. He was always lecturing his pack me more so than others about the importance of retaining the Lycos values of honor, duty, and equity, while others saw him as the powerful and sometimes frightening alpha that he was. I perceived him more as an older brother, someone I could always turn towards for advice or even to hear me bitch about my day. And as much as I hated to admit it, he saved my ass more than a handful of times throughout our years growing up. He made it possible for me to join his pack, something that was unheard of for someone like me, for someone who came from the same parent as Shy did. He protected me from bullies when we were younger, those who would do anything in their power to rid me from this earth, and even gave me the opportunity to rise through the Lycos pack ranks and earn my spot as one of his guardsmen. He aided my parents in my craving management. When some particular tastes arose when I turned 14, I owed him everything, even though he expected nothing in return. And while I was sorry I killed those vampires tonight, I was sorry that I caused him another added stress. They were going to kill an innocent, I explained softly. She didn't deserve to die such a brutal death. This isn't our territory, Finca said softly, pinching the bridge of his nose. We don't get to decide who lives or dies on this side of the border. The faction accords of 1801 state that there shall be no killing of any kind or of any creature on neutral ground. That idiotic vamp was going to break the accord. The bar itself was constructed in a way where everything inside of it was considered neutral ground, he said, turning towards me with sympathy in his eye. Those conniving bastards knew what they were doing when they built that bar. Anything outside of that bar is considered dirty and fair game. I hissed, what are vamps doing in wolf territory anyways? The owner of the bar has a vampire mistress, he said, and my eyebrows rose so far. You know, some wolves like to occasionally intermingle with their enemies. Not many, I pointed out. No one nowadays from either factions wants to risk bloodlines getting polluted. He shrugged. It's not like they can pollute much, he said as an afterthought. You know, genetics and all. My eyebrows raised higher and he laughed. Oops, he snickered. That familiarity of my cousin, not my alpha heir, coming into play, I forgot. Yeah, I rolled my eyes, laugh it up at my expense. It's not like I have feelings or anything. You make it so easy, cousin, he grinned before sighing. The smile so similar to mine that it was no wonder why people used to ask if we were twins. Laszlo's going to be so pissed when he finds out I murdered his mistress. That fledgling. You knew who she was. My eyes wide, and you still killed her. She was attacking one of my pack members, he shrugged. Died on take to kind to someone harming one of my own. Especially someone who shares the same blood as me. Shit. This sentimental motherfucker was about to make me cry. I had to blink back the tears, clearing my throat when I asked what were we doing here anyways. Getting information. About what? Something important. I raised an eyebrow. You're really not going to tell me? Pen to business, he shook his head. Sorry, baby cousin. But you don't have high enough clearance. I pouted. How is it that you trust me to read others' minds but won't trust me enough with whatever information you got from this Laszlo guy? Speaking of, he redirected the conversation smoothly. What did you hear? I sighed. Beyond the usual stuff. He nodded. Besides roll and plotting to kill me when you're not looking. I de-rolled sarcastically. Nothing much on the mind front except for explicit musing and drunken thoughts. Nothing else. I shook my head. And you culled and treed the thoughts from those in the other room with me now. Did you do what I asked? He said, you know, before your little massacre. I didn't. I culled and hear a thing. I said, not even for Matteo or Rowan. I thought so, he sighed. Laszlo must have had the room reinforced with magic. Can he do that? I asked. First a vamp mistress and then a witch on the payroll. HES already being dealt with. Cassie and waved a hand. Lobo will be dealing with him as soon as HES of no use to us any longer. And when will he no longer be of use to us? When he gives us what we want. And what is it that we want? And addresses. Chapter 29. Phoenix. Go ahead and ask whatever it is you want to ask, I sighed. I'd the most infuriatingly gorgeous woman I've ever come across. Your stare is quite unnerving. She glanced awake, quickly, a blush erupting across her beautiful face as she digested my words. I was staring at you, know. I raised a brow. Then what do you call it when someone doesn't stop looking at someone or something else for an extended period of time? Ashit, she muttered softly before sighing. Why are you coming with me today? I thought Atlas already explained. He did, she said quickly, but what I want to know is why you volunteered. He said that this whole thing was both yours and the coach's idea, which I find hard to believe since I thought you two hated each other. An unintentional snarl overcame my face at the mention of that Ashit's name. I had reasons why I hated Coach Calhoun, and it had nothing to do with preposterous rumors floating around about why that may be. I hated my uncle because even to this day, he pretends to not know what really happened with my mother, or what went on in our house during the years leading up to her death, even though I know he did. I mailed her fucking letters myself. Even after her death, he sat back and watched idly as an alpha continued to make his nephew and niece suffer at the hands of their father, never once stepping in or trying to help us. And while I knew he couldn't do shit to help us, seeing as my father was an alpha and a member of the Penta, the fact that he didn't even try to help us made me hate his guts 100 times more. If only people could see what kind of a man the coach really was. He was the brave, powerful, former commander-general of the Crescent Guardsmen, or the hero that everyone thought he was. No, he was the coward that cowled and even saved his big sister's life, even when she begged for his help. I shook away my dark thoughts. trying as hard as I could to keep the venom out of my voice as I said, Coach, and I have a very strong difference of opinions. I honestly would have believed that. She snorted if I didn't see that ugly expression on your face. My lips twitched fractionally before I schooled my expression. You shouldn't worry about anything going on between Coach and me. I dismissed her words, just focus on how you're going to survive in there. Thanks for reminding me, she shot me a dirty look, and for the words of encouragement. In Not Lobo, I shrugged. It's not my job to mince my words in order to spare your feelings. You're nuts if you think he spares my feelings, she gawked at me. Her icy eyes wide in shock. None of you spare my feelings. Except maybe Cassie, on rare occasion when the two of you are being especially unpleasant. Other than that, you're all pretty straightforward with your thoughts and feelings. I internally winced at her words because if she knew the truth, if she knew that we were keeping the truth from her about all of us being her mates, I think she'd kill us. I knew she was capable of it. I'd seen the murderous look in her eyes multiple times throughout our arguments, and the moment we tell her the truth might be the one thing that pushes her over the edge, the one thing that makes that lupine temper, the one that all wolves hear about, come out to play, a temper that, according to Cassian's parents, that had my father recoiling in fear. That thought made me respect Wolf Lupine 100 times more for not only standing up to men like my father, but also being brave enough to not conform to the ways of past Penta members. Okay, fine, I relented. We don't really spare you feelings, but that's because we don't know how to deal with someone like you. Her brow rose. Someone like me. A woman. A woman, she echoed, a small laugh following her words. I thought you had a sister. I frowned, wondering how in the hell she knew that little tidbit of information I do. And isn't she considered a woman? I must have made a face because she started laughing. That beautiful sound making an uncomfortable feeling squirm around in the place where Atlas says my heart should be. She's a child. How old is she? 18. I just turned 19. Nova started laughing. She's only a couple months younger than I am. No, I shuddered. She's a child. A woman, Nova corrected on a laugh like me. I shot her a disgusted look. Can we please change the subject? We can for now, she teased, but if you think you'll let this go just because you're asking, you have another thing coming. I could only stare at her gorgeous face, happy for once that I get to be on the receiving end of her smile instead of her verbal lashing. To see this side of her, to have her teasing me like this, was the best feeling in the world. And as soon as the thought crosses my mind, guilt quickly followed. Another foreign feeling and not used to, considering I've ever felt guilt for anything or anyone other than my sister before. No wonder why Atlas was so stressed out and panicky. Lying to our mate was absolute torture. And the worst part of this torture, I couldn't even claim her as mine. None of us could, considering that we don't know how in the hell that would work, considering there's never been more than a pair of mates before. She was about to say something else when a throat cleared from behind us. I tensed, knowing who it was even before he opened up his big fat mouth to address us both. Lupine, go get ready, his barge gruffly. We're picking up where we left off from before. Nova nodded, saluting him with 2 fingers as she faced the Coliseum entrance. She only managed to take a half step forward before pausing, glancing over her shoulder at me in question. I nodded towards the pretentious structure my ancestors insisted our surname be branded onto. When she was out of sight, I turned to the stoic man behind me. What is it? I snapped, avoiding the eyes that looked so much like my mother's that it physically hurt to look at them. What do you want? We won't have the same issue that I had with Lobo. Correct, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. I would hate to have to report that another student was injured due to a current Alpha Heir's negligence. There will be no issues where I'm concerned, I said in a controlled voice. Even though the last thing I wanted to do was be in control where he was concerned, as long as you do your job and teach these students skills they actually need. He took a menacing step forward. I mean, it would have been menacing if he was 6 feet shorter than I was. What does that mean? Calm down, I said with a roll of my eyes. Dismissing his words. Wouldn't want your blood pressure to shoot up now. Would we? He ignored my words. I teach those younglings everything they need to know. I raised a brow. And what do you call that bullshit you were teaching the day of Lobo's attack? He gritted his teeth. It was a necessary lesson. Really? I mocked, turning around and heading towards the Colosseum, because from what Atlas shared, those pathetic moves were taught in grade school. It was. Save it, I walked away, it's not my business anyways. If you want to waste everyone's time doing trivial tasks, then be my guest. It'll make my job today that much more easier. I was almost out of sight when his voice rang out. Not everyone had the luxury of learning those maneuvers in grade school. I paused. What? His footsteps echoed from behind me. You have your reasons for acting the way you do, Alpha Heir, but do not question my teaching methods. I teach my students what they need to know in order to not only survive out there in the world, but also within these walls. What are you talking about? He faced me then. The fierce look in his eyes had me taking a step back. Every day you send that girl into that Colosseum means that she's one step closer to death, he growled, pointing to the big dome-like building. Not that the scent of death ever really leaves her. Considering her last name. Day after day I have to make sure that the controlled environment I create and there is enough to keep her safe from 100 other wolves gunning for her. She's safe. His laugh of disbelief had me stopping mid-sentence. If you think she's safe within these walls, then you're a fool. Are you calling your alpha a fool? I narrowed my eyes at him. That's a serious offense punishable by banishment. I would never insult my alpha, he answered sarcastically. I would, however, insult the boy who pretends to have everything under control. Chapter 30 Nova. The wind was knocked out of me for the 5th time today, forcing a wheeze from both of my lungs. A familiar silhouette filled my vision, temporarily blocking the sun's rays from my vision. As Charlie's worried came into view. I'm so sorry, he winced, holding out his hand to me. I shouldn't have hit you that hard. I took his hand, shaking my head in frustration. As I stood up, I should have been able to block it. You can't block something you can't see. He shot me a sympathetic look. It takes a while to get adjusted to our reflexes. I've been here for 2.5 months, I muttered. How much longer do I need? Rome wasn't built in a day, so it'll take time. Charlie shot me a sympathetic look. You have to remember that we grew up learning the basics since elementary school. I don't have time to spare, I groaned. The longer I can't defend myself, the bigger of a target he'll be. I can practically feel, so we're plotting my death as we speak. You can trust these things no matter how hard you want it to, he said softly, because if you do, it'll leave more room for injury. What's the difference then? I snorted, getting into position the coach taught us at the beginning of last class, because either way, I'm getting my ass handed to me. I swear I had bruises over my entire body and some muscles I didn't even think could get sore. Charlie winced and I felt bad, not wanting him to think that he was the cause of all my physical and emotional anguish. Don't even blame yourself, Charles, I warned him. You're just doing what the coach wants us to do. How can I not blame myself? He positioned himself in a way, was waiting for me to strike him. The one who gave you those bruises. Technically, he was right, considering that coach always paired us up together. Something I was secretly grateful for, considering the looks I'd got from a few others, particularly from those in the foul pack. In the class, he suddenly looked sick as his arms dropped to the side. Oh God, the Penta's gonna kill me. What? My own eyes wide, and why? Because I bruised the Lupine heir, he whispered. Eyes wide in fright, I heard the Last Lupine heir. Oh God. The heirs will come after me too when they find out what I did. I cowed and help it. I started laughing. He scowled at me. I'm glad the thought of my death is as hysterical to you. It's not, I snickered, but you're worrying for nothing. How would you know? He pouted, resuming his previous position. Firstly because, as you said, I'm the Last Lupine heir and they can't touch you. I won't allow it. I lunged for him, but he easily dodged my sneak attack. I growled in frustration, turning just in time to block his jab to my rib cage. He asked skeptically, you have that much pull already with the Penta and the other heirs? I shrugged, twirling out of his reach. His lunged for me. I have no idea how much pull I, or even my predecessors, had before me, I admitted, but what I do know is that they won't hurt you. His eyes softened. We've all heard stories of what a wonderful Alpha heir and Penta member your father was. His words, although kind and appreciative, caused a pit to form in the base of my stomach. I've heard bits and pieces of the stories H.E.S. referring to about Wolf Lupine. Hell, I've seen accolades and awards he received when he went here, but my mind couldn't wrap around the fact that my dad, the man who raised me, wasn't actually my dad, Matthew Street. James was simply a kind-hearted doctor who fell in love with a sickly newborn orphan, a man who did everything he could to keep said newborn a part of his family and away from a broken system. That's just the kind of man my dad was, always mindful of others' needs. What kind of man was Last Lupine? I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't see Charlie strike until it was too late. I wheezed out a groan, my lungs burning as I once again stared up at the blue sky. Shit, Charlie yelped, coming into view once more in So Sorry Nova. Phoenix. I schooled my emotions, particularly the wince that overcame me when the kid from Lobo's back threw my mate down on the mat for the 6th time, while my wolf clawed at my insides, fighting and begging to be released. And I had to remind him that if he intervened, my prick of an uncle wouldn't hesitate to throw us out and ban me from entering the Colosseum ever again, which is something he has the power to do, considering the sway he has with Headmaster Cortez, the man he freaking trained as part of the first graduating class of guardsmen. And while my last name might have been branded on the front of the building, I didn't have the power to overrule them yet. Not until my father handed over the Fenrir title to me, its rightful owner. I cowled and held the slight flinch that overcame me when the kid took Nova down to the floor once again, gritting my teeth to keep the rage that overcame me from spilling out. No wonder Atlas nearly killed that guy who touched her. I wanted to fly across the stadium and murder this kid, even though the rational part of my brain knew that he was only doing what his professor assigned. The kid was even pulling his punches and jabs, avoiding the areas I knew would cause the most damage to her body. Again, Calhoun barked over at Nova and the kid Lupine. Stop flinching and anticipating the pain before he even makes a punch. Sorry, coach, she croaked out before taking the kid's outstretched hand and letting him haul her to his feet. Let's try this again. It was 11 by the time I made it back to the air house. Not even surprised in the least when I saw Atlas and Cass waiting for me in the living room. Where's Nova? I asked, bending down and gently nudging Brutus the other way before he smacked into the wall. Sleeping, Cass answered, leisurely flipping through his textbook pages. She came home dead tired and was about to skip dinner when Atlas all but had a fit and shoved the pasta down her throat. She went to bed shortly after, and that was like 4 hours ago. Did you see the fucking bruises on her? Atlas spit out, anger flashing in his yellow eyes. Why does she have so many fucking bruises? What happened today? I sighed, plopping my body into the single armchair she got her ass handed to her. That's what happened. They both sat up straight, Cassie Ann's textbook falling close to the floor with a light smack. What the fuck does that mean? Atlas hissed whilst she partnered with Charlie. I'll kill him. Why do you let anyone get that close to her? Did you want me to get kicked out of her class? I raised a brow because that's exactly what would have happened if I killed your pack member. Is she okay? Cassie Ann, always the mother hen, asked. She didn't mention anything to us over dinner. Why would she? Atlas countered, crossing his arms over his chest. That woman's more prideful than OL grumpy pants over here. It would have hurt her ego to admit that she was in pain. You think she needs some painkillers? He asked, gnawing on his lip. Or a visit to the school witch? No, Atlas growled. I'd want one of those hex-happy witches touching a single hair on her perfect head. Atlas' extreme hate for witches never made sense to me, considering that not only was his brother married to a wolf whose sister practiced the craft, but also because he knew how well we vetted and kept an eye on the witches who worked for us wolves. Witches who were outcasted from their covens simply for not going along with the traditions and rituals of human sacrifice. Cass frowned. You know, Amethyst would never hurt her. Amethyst, before becoming a part of the permanent staff at Crescent Academy, was the Lycos personal practitioner. She was with them throughout the years, practically raising Cassie and him alone in that castle they called home while they gallivanted throughout the world for their research. Atlas waved a dismissive hand towards our friend. Amethyst is an exception, but she's still a witch. Cass frowned, and she's proud of who she is and where she came from. Just disappointed that no one wants to strive for change. You say she's an exception, but you still wouldn't let Nova see her. I pointed. How does that make sense? I don't trust anyone nowadays, Atlas sighed. Gripping his hair, my wolf has become a suspicious motherfucker nowadays. Nowadays, I smirked. He shot me a glare, throwing a couch pillow at me. Don't act like you don't know what I mean, jackass. I don't. Cassie Ann frowned. What are you two talking about? Atlas rolled his head to look at our best friend. You'll know it when you see someone put their hands on her or throw her to the floor about 600,000 times. Cassie Ann's frowned even more. I don't think I like the sound of that. You won't, Atlas said before turning back to me. Why did she have so many bruises? That's why I was out so late, I said. Pulling some notes from my messenger bag, I pulled her records from the... You pulled her records? Cass asked, his tone incredulous. I thought they were sealed the moment she entered Crescent Academy. They were. Then how did you? For some insane reason. Atlas said he has these connections in high places. That's because people actually like me. I smirked at him. They fear you, Atlas corrected. Your Tr Fenrir's son, the leading council member of the Penta. The wolf destined to rule over the council the moment our parents retire. Of course your contacts are gathering their favors now. They'll meet you in the future. I shrugged. Either way works. What you find next? Cass asked, his leg bouncing anxiously. Is Nova okay? Just healthy. I passed them the test for a human. Hello everyone. The novel I'm bringing you today has a plot so tight it takes your breath away. Beneath the glory of the werewolf nobility, there are undercurrents. The protagonists have to deal with external supernatural threats as well as internal struggles over the heir. The emergence of that mysterious creature makes the situation worse. How will they choose? Where will they go? Let's uncover the mystery right now. Chapter 31. Their heads snapped up at my words. The tension in the room palpable. She's not human, Atlas and Cassie Ann said simultaneously, their voices laced with concern. She's a lupine. I leaned back in my chair, my eyes scanning the results before me. According to these tests, she has the same genetic make-up as a human. I informed them candidly, my tone clinical and detached. Atlas' body relaxed fractionally, his protective instincts momentarily subdued. We all did at one point, he explained, running a hand through his hair. That's what makes it so easy for us to blend in the human world as kids if we needed to. Our DNA doesn't really change until we shift for the first time. Cassie Ann shook his head, his analytical mind working overtime. That doesn't explain the bruises, he countered, his brow furrowed in concentration. Even though we start out with human DNA, we still have the healing properties of wolves intertwined within our cells. Alice's eyes widened as realization dawned. Then that means she shouldn't have any bruises. I finished for him, my voice grave. She shouldn't even be in pain or sleeping as much as she does after defense class. Atlas leaned forward anxiously, his gaze darting between Cassie Ann and me. It should go away after she shifts. Right? He asked, his voice tinged with hope. Right. I took a deep breath, preparing to deliver the news. She doesn't have a wolf, I started, but Cassie Ann cut me off sharply. We don't know that, he interjected, his tone firm. Just like we don't know what the effects are for a shifter who's been away from her pack for 19 years. I softened my voice, trying to ease the tension. She doesn't have a wolf. Cass, I said gently. And that's okay. She has 3 of them, alphas no less, at her beck and call whenever she needs them. However, there's the little fact that if she gets hurt, there's a chance she could get seriously injured. Or worse. Atlas jumped up from his seat, his protective instincts flaring. Fuck that, he growled, his eyes flashing with determination. Pull her out of that class now. Cassie Ann shook his head, ever the voice of reason. She needs it, he argued. It helps her build muscle and learn technique, something the other students are starting to notice that she is seriously lacking. Atlas growled, his body tense with frustration. If they think They won't do anything to her unless they're 100% sure she can't defend herself. I cut him off, and they will only strike if they know they have at least some kind of consent from at least one alpha. My pack would never. Atlas barked to kill them before they'd even tried. Neither would mine. Cass sent him a pointed look, but there is more than the 3 alphas sitting in this room. Their eyes shifted to mine, and I raised a brow. If you think that, we know you wouldn't hurt Nova, Atlas said, rolling his eyes, but we also know that you don't have 100% control over your pack yet. I have enough control to keep my pack in line, I snapped. Tier only thinks he's in control, which is exactly what I want him to think. You haven't swayed your elders yet, Mix Cass said softly. Kitty swimming in his eyes. They still favor TR as much as an ass he is, because they claim that he has something you don't. I don't know why they have any input, Atlas added, and it's obvious why they side with TR. I cocked my head to the side in a go-on gesture. The Fenrir clan was once considered the most ruthless wolves in history. He said they killed and pillaged first and asked questions later. That the generation the elders come from. They like TR so much because he's a ruthless motherfucker who doesn't give 2 shits about anyone but himself. He'll kill anyone who stands in his way, which is exactly what the elders want. I raised a brow. I don't think I could be like him. They both shot me sad looks. Non-XY Atlas punched my shoulder in a brotherly type gesture. You're too much like your ma. Which isn't a bad thing, Ass said quickly. Seeing me emotion change quickly on my face. That's what makes you different from your father. That's the one thing that has all the other alphas and pack members respecting you. I cleared my throat, avoiding their eyes and cursing myself for having my mother's soft heart. Anyways, Atlas redirected thankfully the topic back at hand. You think Fowl would give them the go-ahead? She hates the loopiness, I reminded him. My thoughts elsewhere, especially Nova for some reason. While she wouldn't outright agree to her pack members going after Nova, I wouldn't put it past her to turn a blind eye if her pack was planning on doing something. Kyoto wouldn't allow it, Atlas said, shaking his head. He might be a giant douche with a stick up his ass, but at least Heichi's the honorable one. Kyoto isn't the real Fowl heir, Cass reminded him. So worse on the other hand. Don't even say it out loud. I sent him a sharp look. If she ever found out that she was the real Fowl heir, the only Fowl heir, our entire lives would be ruined. Nova, I swear to God something was up with the 3 Stooges I lived with because they were treating me differently. Not so different that it was completely out of character for them, but enough of a difference that I noticed their change right away. The little things like Atlas piling more food onto my plate than usual, or Cassian pulling out my chair and asking me if I needed anything every 5 minutes. Even Phoenix was joining us at breakfast for once, his eyes lingering on me every few seconds. After the 10th round of Atlas piling even more food onto my plate, and Cassian's checks, I sighed. Okay, out with it. I placed my utensils down gently on the table, looking at each of them in the eyes. What's wrong? All 3 of them blinked at me a few times before simultaneous saying nothing's wrong. Then why are you treating me like glass? Phoenix rolled his eyes. Just because we're nice to you for one day doesn't mean something's wrong. I narrowed my eyes at him as they fused. That right? Ellis avoided my eyes while Cassian winced, his eyes subconsciously flickering down to my bruised arms. I shifted in my seat, pulling down the blazer to cover my black and blue arms. Is that what this is about? I huffed, not liking this vulnerable feeling in my chest. They're just bruises. They'll heal. You're right, Phoenix said, his voice serious and kind. They will heal, but we need to make sure you don't suffer from any more until they do. How are you planning on that happening? I raised a brow considering I had coach's class this afternoon. Actually, Atlas started but then winced when my head snapped over to where he was sitting. What did you 3 do? We pulled you from class. What? My eyes. Why? Because you need to heal, Phoenix answered seriously, and we can't have the other packs noticing those bruises. I can't miss his class. You hate that class. Atlas wrinkled his nose. Why would you want to voluntarily attend a class you hate if we're giving you an out? Because I need those skills. Why? I blinked at Phoenix. What do you mean, why? You're the last living Lupine heir. He said you could have thousands of warriors fight any battle you want them to with the snap of your fingers. I don't want anyone fighting my battles, I said honestly, wincing at the thought of someone getting hurt. Or worse. Dying because of me and not worth it. You're worth 10,000 soldiers, Phoenix snorted, all of which who would gladly lay their lives down for yours. I need the skills. I shook my head. I need to be able to defend myself. Atlas cocked his head to the side. Why are you so adamant about Coach S class? I thought you hated it. I hate the exercise part, I grumbled. I don't hate the self-defense portion. I think there's been some miscommunication somewhere. Phoenix shook his head. We're pulling you from Coach S class. I got that part. Einstein, I interrupted him. He continued on, ignoring my little quip, but what we're not doing is taking away his lessons. What do you mean? I paused. I'm so confused right now. You're still going to be able to learn the self-defense portion of Calhoun S class. Ow. A tutor. A tutor. I said slowly, and who would that be? Cass sucked in a sharp breath as Atlas let out a slow exhale. The best tutor out there, Phoenix smirked, the only one who got a perfect score in his class. My eyes slid to Atlas, but he only shook his head. I passed the class but wasn't even near the top. My eyes slid to Cassian next, but he just shook his head. If you two weren't. My eyes wide, and as the realization set in, shit. Don't be like that, Princess, Phoenix scooed. The biggest grin I've ever seen gracing his face. You and I are going to have so much fun with each other. I gaped at him. They're going to kill each other, Cass muttered to himself. But oh, what fun it'll be to watch Atlas. A teasing light entering his eyes, and I can't wait to see who ends up winning in the end. Chapter 13 Nova. I was at my desk, the one closest to the window, looking at the darkening sky when I felt a presence take the seat next to me. When I looked over and found the familiar face staring back at me in amusement, I nearly sagged in relief. Charlie, I beamed at him. I didn't know we shared this class. We didn't until an hour ago, he grinned, pulling out a notebook and pencil case. Turns out I'm behind in the competition and need to catch up. What competition? The one for valedictorian. He said it's between me and one other person who. His lips pursed, but I didn't miss the way his eyes drifted to the guy from our defense class, the one that currently sat rigidly in his seat a few rows down. Oh, I said, clicking my pen twice as I thought about my next word to get the story behind you two. There's nothing to tell, Charlie said softly, ripping his eyes from the guy and focusing on the whiteboard. His jaw clenched tightly as he continued to look straight ahead. It sure doesn't seem like nothing to me, I said, my tone just as soft. It looks like you two have history. He looked away. He has a history with a misconstrued past. Charlie said something he made very clear that he wants nothing to do with anymore. People have regrets, I murmured as the teacher walked into class. People also say things they don't mean in the heat of the moment. He glanced at me. I never believed in that saying. Why not? The angered docent makes some own's words venomous, he said. The anger just gives them the nerve to say what they couldn't before. I blinked at him. I didn't know you were a philosopher. He cracked a smile, releasing the small tension that arose at the touchy subject. I'm a man of many talents, Sir Lupine. He nudged my shoulder. Stick around, and maybe you'll end up learning a thing or two. Maybe, I snorted. Maybe not. All right, class, the professor cleared his throat. Let's begin. My next class was nearly enjoyable as the one I shared with Charlie, and considering this class was the equivalent to a human world history course, I was quite literally bored out of my mind. The professor just read off of his slides word for word, and since I had a copy of them, it was like I was basically teaching myself at this point, something I could gladly do in the comfort of my own room, surrounded by a plethora of snacks and my dog. I was about to zone out completely when one sentence stood out from the rest, which had my gaze swinging towards PowerPoint. The equinox is considered one of the greatest accomplishments the life I have ever crafted, Professor W.Y.N. Chester said, but not only keeps out the dark fire and their creatures of the night, but also creates balance between the 4 seasonal kingdoms. How so? My question came out so fast that it not only startled the other students but also startled the professor. He cleared his throat. Pardon. How does a big barrier that cuts them off from the rest of the world create balance? Giggles and scoffs sounded throughout the whole classroom. The professor leaned back on the edge of his desk within the equinox. The kings and queen of the seasonal realm are at an equal advantage, he said. One does not have more or less power than the other. They all have the same amount. How? I sat forward in my seat. I thought there were no limits when it came to the Phi power. It was a sacrifice on the Phi's part. Professor W.Y.N. Chester explained, creating the equinox, the one thing that keep the evil away from the good, took a lot of power from the Phi royals. It still does, in fact. In order to keep the equinox indestructible, the royals must act as a conduit and have their powers funneled into the shield at a constant rate. I reared my head back. If that's the case, then why did the Phi build the equinox then? I asked. If it's funneling so much of their powers, then why do they continue to keep it around? Murmurs of "what a stupid question" or "someone didn't brush up on her history" sounded throughout the class. Because of the dark fight, as someone whispered. I ignored them, choosing to keep my eyes on the professor, who was looking contemplative. "I'm not quite sure I understand your question, Ms. Lupine," he said slowly. "Can you please explain a bit further?" "I understand that the equinox was built to keep the dark Phi out," I said, shooting a glare at everyone in the room, "but what I don't understand is what the purpose was of locking their own people inside. If the equinox shuts off all portals from the seasonal realm, with no one coming in or out, and takes away their power, why would they willingly choose to keep it? From my understanding, there's been no sightings or attacks from the dark Phi in centuries. Why would any nation keep something they work so hard to create?" The professor countered, "Like the humans' Great Wall of China, or the borders around some countries. While the threat isn't present in the moment, that doesn't mean it still doesn't exist. While there's been no sightings doesn't mean the dark Phi still aren't out there. But to keep themselves in that position," I shook my head, "what would they gain by keeping it up? Even if the dark Phi did come back, there could be other solutions they can use now instead of the limited options they have centuries ago." Translation: what were the Phi trying to hide? While we don't know the motives behind the Phi's ways, there have been speculations behind why the equinox still stands. And, before he could answer my question, a familiar hand shot up, making me glare at the back of the red hair's head. Professor W.Y.N. Chester. "I think we're getting a little off topic here, Holly O'Hare. One of Sawer's friends and sidekick." Irritating voice rang out. "If Nova wants to learn more about the Phi and the equinox, I think she should do so on her own time, so it doesn't take away from the rest of our studies." She shot me a smug look. Or maybe she could go back a couple of grades and learn her own history first before trying to understand another faction's. Someone should go back to the salon and learn how long she should wait before her next touch-up. I grumbled. "Your fried roots are showing." She gasped while everyone else sputtered out laughs. "Shit. I forgot about the wolf hearing. Or did I? It wasn't that funny." She snapped at her, the boy right next to her. "She's not a fucking comedian." "She's not wrong though," someone snickered, which had the class laughing even harder. "Hollis, I thought you said you were a natural redhead." Her face turned betrayed, matching her fake hair, and she growled in outrage. "I am. Not from where we're sitting," the person said. "Who would have knew?" "You should have another voice," giggled. "You dated her for 3 months. When I dated her, everything matched. If possible." Holly turned an even deeper shade of red. I would have felt bad for her if she was being such a raging bitch. "Class," the professor snapped, "let's get back to the topic at hand." He shot me an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Ms. Lupine, but I must get back to today's lesson. If you wish to know more about the equinox, I suggest you ask our librarian. Is it true?" I flinched as Jade basically slammed her tray on the table, right next to mine. "Is what true? Did you start a fight with Holly O'Hare today in 4th period?" she asked, curiosity blazing in her eyes as she took her seat next to me. "I heard that you fought with her today." Before I could answer her, another body joined our table, taking my other side. "You fought with Holly today." Charlie whistled low. "I leave you alone for 2 periods and you decide to act out. Geez, girl. I didn't know you deemed me that bad." I rolled my eyes, reaching for my apple-eared idiot. That maybe he nodded his head, but I didn't hear a denial of a fight in there. Neither did I. Jade sang so. "Did you?" "No," I sighed. "Why does everyone assume I'm the one that always starts these fights? Am I that big of an asshole?" Their moment of silence had me grinning. I threw a piece of my apple at them. Jade expertly dodged my at it in his mouth like it was a treat. "An asshole, no," Charlie answered. digging into what looked like a black bean burger, but you do have a resting bitch face. You know, which you know. You're not the first person to tell me that. I hummed. My best friends tell me that all the time. Ouch. Charlie grabbed his chest like he was in pain. Way to wound my already fragile heart, Nova Lupine. My lips twitched in amusement. It takes a little more than pulling your punches to consider you my best friend, Charles. His eyes widened as his mouth popped open in surprise. How did you? I trained with Phoenix the same time your E&Co chess class. I smiled at him. I was coming back from the locker room on the other end of the stadium when I saw you take down 3 dudes at once, knocking them out flat. He blushed, turning his head as he munched on his sweet potato fries. Why do you pull your punches, Charlie? I didn't want to hurt you. I believe that I told him honestly, but I don't think that's the entire reason behind your decision. I would have followed the order regardless, he mumbled to himself. You're different than the others. Who ordered you, Charles? Don't get mad at him, a very familiar voice rang out. He was just doing what I asked of him. Chapter 33 Nova. Don't get mad at him, a very familiar voice rang out. He was just doing what I asked of him. Of course it's you. I glared over my shoulder. What do you want? My eyes drifted automatically to the 2 unfamiliar men behind Alice. Their dark auburn hair a stark contrast against their olive skin complexion. The closer I looked at them, the more I realized that they were twins. I nodded towards them. Who are they? Don't look at them, he said dismissively. Focus on me. I glanced at Jade and Charlie and found them both gaping at the twins with equal looks of shock and amazement. The Canellet twins, Jade whispered, blushing as the one of the right turned towards her with a critical gaze. Zero emotion on his face as he glanced at her from head to toe, his gaze darkening as his hazel eyes locked on hers. I heard Jade's sharp intake of breath as she clutched my arm. The one on the left is entangled, she whispered, and the one at the right is Teo. The butchers of Lupine Bay, Charlie whispered, amazement in his tone. The sons of Alice Andro the Bear Canella, Beta to heir Lupine and the most fearsome warrior in all of shifter history. My head snapped back towards Atlas and the twins, my gaze narrowing as I took in the 2 men in a new light. Teo slits twitched at my friend's whispers, his gaze turning inquisitive as he took me in from head to toe too. Why are they with Atlas? Because they're part of my pack, Alice answered smoothly. Let's go. Where are we going? I asked, still rooted to the seat. And what are you doing here? Don't you have class? I'm flattered you have my schedule memorized. Little star, his lips twitched. Now let's go. We're going to be late. Late for what? He took a step forward, crowding me just enough that I was forced to either lean back and away from him or stay where I was. I chose the latter, not wanting to back down from his challenge. And it was a challenge considering the way his eyes lit up the closer his face came to mine. I'm not above throwing you over my shoulder, he whispered, his head tilting slightly as his lips grazed the corner of my mouth. In fact, I think I might enjoy it. You wouldn't dare, I growled, not in front of all these people. And not when I'm wearing a skirt. Especially since you threw such a hissy fit last time. I did not throw a hissy, he scowled as he backed away, giving me much needed space. The Penta has called an emergency meeting regarding some recent matter that has just arose. We better get going before we're punished for making them late. I stood and followed him, sending my friends a look of goodbye. When I turned back to the 3 men in front of me, it was the first time I noticed that the entire cafeteria was quietly gawking at us. I caught up to Atlas's long strides. Always causing a scene, I murmured to him, I thought you were the mysterious one I'd like to blend in when we first met. Blending in for those ashamed of who they are or where they come from. He glanced down at me. I am not ashamed of either of those things. He opened the door that led to the outside seating and strode ahead, leaving me staring at his retreating form. I felt a hulking presence draw closer to me, making me feel both unnerved and at ease. Riddle me this, I asked, keeping my gaze straight ahead and locked on the self-assured air. If your father was beta to mine, then what the hell are you doing in Atlas' pack? A moment of silence. It's hard to stay in a pack that wants nothing to do with you, the gruff one. And Colas, I think, said they don't care how long your father dedicated his life to the pack or what he gave up to protect them. They only cared about removing the 2 children they deemed misfits from their presence. I didn't have to see them to know that they were communicating silently with each other. There were no more Lupinas to protect him. Teo added softly, also another reason for us to not overstay our welcome. I sucked in a sharp breath. But that was your pack. That was our father's pack, one of them said, correcting me politely. It was never ours. I glanced over my shoulder at them, and while their faces held no emotion, I could tell by their words that they were deeply affected by what the Lupine pack did them. So you went to Atlas back. Our mother was originally from the Lobo pack, and Teo sent a sad smile my way, and when she was widowed after our father died. But to small boys in unfamiliar territory, their Lobo's pack welcomed her back with open arms. Assholes, I muttered to myself, turning to face forward once again. Shame staining my cheeks. Apparently, I'd have a pack full of assholes. How exciting for me. One of them chuckled while the other stated people fear what they can't control. They wouldn't be able to control us either. They were right, of course, Encolis. A smirk apparent in his voice. No one will ever control the butchers of Lupine Bay. Enco. Antio snapped at his twin don sound so smug and from an air. Why the butchers? I asked. Ignoring their little argument, have you guys really killed that many people? Anteo stuttered a little. Our name doesn't come from our body count. What does that? My eyes wide as I snapped my head to look at them once more. Holy shit. You're telling me you to really chop people up? For a living? Silence. 25 feet ahead. Atlas finally realized he was the only one walking towards the meeting. He spun and barked at us. What the hell are you three doing over there? Playing charades, I deadpanning. What do you think we're doing? I know what you're not doing. He yelled, and that's walking that fine ass over to me. The twins started forward, but I stopped them with the back of my hands to each of their chests. They looked down at me simultaneously, every bit the twins they were, and waited for what I was going to say. I struggled for the right words. Genuine words that I instinctually knew that these two killers at my side needed to hear. I know my words mean absolutely nothing to you right now, especially since you don't know me or my character. I began softly, but know that it'll correct the wrongs that you have suffered at the hands of others. I may not have known Heir Lupine well, but I know that he wouldn't have wanted a pack he cared for so much throw out to smart and talented wolves that probably meant a lot to him. I glanced at each of them and was surprised to find them staring down at me with unknown emotions in their eyes. Why? Encolis coughed, clearing his throat once. Like you said, you don't know us and we don't know you. Why would you go through that trouble for something that happened 20-something years ago? Why wouldn't I frowned. I might not have known Wolf Lupine, but I know that he wouldn't have stood for bullying or tyranny in his pack, especially when it came to children. They just glanced at each other, once again using that 21 new twins shared, before glancing at me again. This time, the expressions they wore were so fierce that I took a step back. What? My gaze bounced from one twin to the other. Why are you looking at me like that? Even more silence. I was about to snap at them, wondering what the hell they were looking at, when a hand slithered its way around my waist and pulled me into a strong chest. I'm not getting in trouble for you, Starry, Atlas whispered in my ear, squeezing my hip once as he guided me forward one step at a time. I don't want to hear Nix why bitch at me all day for being late. Nix why? Phoenix. He could cast and his nickname for our dear old grumpy ass. Nuh on my lips twitched. He does not let you call him that. He does, Atlas snickered. I'm pretty sure he won't mind if you called him that to him. I chuckled. I just find it so ironic. Why is that? My friends back home call me NYZ. I smiled at him, thinking about Samara and Lily and the last time we saw each other, because of my middle name. NYZ, he repeated my nickname, the sound rolling around his tongue, and making it sound like it was the sexiest name in the world. I like it. It's fitting for you, little starlight. I rolled my eyes and opened my mouth to snark at him when I was suddenly thrown backwards, hard enough that I lost all breath in my lungs. I landed on the twins with a oomph, watching as a blur of movement ran towards us at an alarming speed. What the fuck is that? Chapter 30 for Nova. What the fuck is that? The creature in front of us was something I've never seen before, and judging from the way both twins were gawking at it, I'm pretty sure they never saw something like this thing before. It looked like a wolf, with its features and fur, but at the same time looked like a decaying humanoid corpse. Part of its skull and ribs were discernible from where I was standing, so noticeable in fact that I saw brain and organs protruding from their respectable cavities. Blood was matted in his fur, and while his crimson eyes were bouncing between the four of us, I couldn't help but notice that its eyes were focused solely on me. Oh shit. That Calden had been a good sign. With a deafening shriek that had my ears ringing, the creature ran toward us at lightning speed, somehow dodging Atlas' attempt to block him. Get her out of here, Atlas roared, transforming into his wolf as he dug his paws into the ground and sprinted towards the terrifying creature. The twins, who were already yanking me out of the trajectory of the beast, gripped each of my arms and hauled me towards the direction of the council building. What the hell is that? I screamed when I heard Atlas howl of pain, turning my head to find his shoulder locked in that thing's jaw. The creature locked eyes with me as it bit down on Atlas' shoulder, tearing it even more aggressively as he jerked his head from side to side. The sickening crunch of bone and shredding of muscles met my ears, making me want to cry and hurl at the same time. Help him, I screamed as I tried to yank my arms out of the twins' grasp. For fuck's sake, forget me and help him. They winced as they dragged me away from Atlas and the creature, their eyes constantly shifting between me, the fight in behind us, and the open perimeter surrounding us. Those aren't our orders, heir Lupine, they said simultaneously. Alpha ordered us to get you to safety. Another howl of pain that made me physically ill to the point when my heart was clawing out of my chest in panic. You can't seriously think you'll leave him behind. I growled at them. You need to help your Alpha. Please. Nicholas. Please. Mateo. He needs help before that thing kills him. Antio looked between me and his brother with anguish in his eyes. And Colas cursed before shoving me completely into his brother's arms. Get her to the Penta and send the guards. Whatever this creature is, it's not nor natural. It shouldn't be overpowering an Alpha, let alone heir, the way that it is. The moment we burst into the council's meeting, a meeting that happened to be ongoing my triad, a dozen set of scowls were sent my way. You're late. Atlas needs help. I cut off foul with a scathing look. We were attacked on the way over here. My two heirs stiffened at the parent's side. What? Phoenix barked, stalking towards me with a ferocious look in his stormy eyes. Tell me what happened. While Mto quickly explained what happened to everyone else in the room, I gripped the front of Phoenix's shirt, drawing those unique eyes back to mine. You have to help him, Nix, I whispered so low that I was surprised he heard me from the uproar of everyone in the room. That thing, whatever the hell it was, injured at Atlas. Before Mto dragged me here, the last thing I heard was Atlas' howls of pain. His expression turned thunderous as he barked out orders to all the guards in the room. Cassie and he snapped at the other heir, gripping my arm gentle but firm in his large hand as he walked me over to Cassie. Know what to do. With those final words, he and Teo strode out of the room, shifting into their wolves as they exited the Penta building. Cassian's gentle touch brought my attention to him and those around us, or therefore, the lack of people around us. We were the only ones left in the room. Where did everyone go? I asked as Cassian gripped my hand in his, leading towards the Penta Council chairs. It doesn't happen often, but if a threat manages to break through the wards protecting our world, we have special protocols in place, he explained softly. This thumb brushing small calming circles on the back of my hand. The older heirs get whirled away by guards to their panic rooms hidden within the Penta Council. He stood behind his designated family throne and tapped on the Like Us family crest 3 times, then paused before tapping it once more. There was a small click and suddenly, the chair started shifting forward and to the left. My eyes wide, and there's a secret tunnel. He nodded, and all the heirs disappeared underneath here. He shook his head. For safety reasons, all heirs chose their own location of their panic rooms. He explained they typically only tell their beta and to trusted guards where that location is. Even the children of heirs don't actually know the location of their parents' panic room. I cocked my head to the side. You don't even know the location of your parents' panic room. Another safety protocol. He shook his head. If the kids knew the location of their panic rooms, and if somehow we were kidnapped by our enemies, they could potentially torture it out of us. I frowned. What's so important about these rooms? These rooms usually store duplicates of everything we keep at our estate offices, he explained, and since those estates are crawling with guards and security, the next best thing is to try to get access to our panic rooms. People really go through all that trouble. You'd be surprised. He held out his hand to me. Watch your step. It gets pretty steep the lower we go. Is it even safe for me to be accompanying you to your panic room? I paused. Do I have a panic room? You do, but since you just arrived, and with all the chaos going on, we haven't had time to outfit it properly. As he led me down stone steps, the little sliver of light that we did have was dwindling fast as the throne slid back into place and mixed. Atlas, and I decided that if something like this happened, you'd accompany me down here. When I almost tumbled down the stairs, he wrapped an arm tightly around his waist, guiding me the rest of the way down. Almost there. My panic room is just a few feet away. Just how many panic rooms are there? I asked as we passed door after door of what I assumed were panic rooms of the past heirs. And how far does this place go? No one really knows, he said as we stopped in front of one door, but considering the original penta shows this exact that it used to belong to an underground pack of nomads, it'd say this place goes back pretty far and has rooms that we probably still don't even know about. A buzzing sound filled the room before another click was heard. The metal door that I knew was added within the last 10 years. If the technology it housed was anything to go by, and I was surprised to see that it led to a tiny, white hallway. This is the panic room. My nose scrunched. It's different than what I expected. No, he laughed, nudging me inside the room. My beta reinforced the room and included this little hallway as a buffer from the enemy. From the inside of my room, I could literally disintegrate enemies with laser beams. Laser beams. My eyes wide. And you don't seriously have those, do you? No, he snickered. I'm just joking. You should see your face right now. I choked out a laugh, punching his shoulder gently as he placed his palm onto another surface. A small tablet popped up from behind the panel closest to the entrance just as the wall behind us slammed shut. Your name, Alpha, the robotic voice announced. Cassie Ann Lycos. Your full name, please, the voice repeated. He looked over his shoulder at me and groaned. Any chance you could close your ears? I frowned. Close my ears. The last time I was here, I forgot that my beta upgraded our tech. He grumbled. One that requires voice and tone recognition. It asks questions only it'd be able to know, like what my full name is. Understanding dawned on me as I felt my mood perk up slight. I'm finally going to get to know the infamous first name of the Lycos heir. I grinned at him. He groaned and looked back towards the tablet, who apparently was waiting patiently for us. Your name, please, Alpha. Deca Nos Cassie and Constantinians. Lycos, Cassian whispered, looking over his shoulder at me. The white wall in front of us clicked and Cassian opened it wide enough for us to walk through. I looked at him with a raised brow. Deca Nos Cassie and Constantinians. Lycos. I butchered the pronunciation as I tried to recreate his name, rolling the different cadence on my tongue. Dean, he muttered. It translates to Dean in English. Dean's a pretty normal name. I shot him a confused look. Why are you embarrassed to use it? Because if you knew the backstory behind why my mother chose it, you'd be mortified. Like I am. He locked the door behind us, hitting buttons on the second tablet inside, and activating the panic room's alarm system. Okay, then I wandered farther into the room that looked more like a cozy open space loft than it did a panic room. What's the story behind your name? It's not the worst name story out there, he sighed. Just embarrassing. Long story short is that Mom named me after one of her favorite characters on those human shows about to monster hunting brothers. What show are you? My eyes widened when I realized the exact show he was talking about. I love that show. Mom was obsessed with it too, which was ironic considering she was a shifter. He went so obsessed, in fact, that she named her only son after one of the characters. Dean, I surmised with a grin. How fitting. How so? He asked, curiosity lighting his tone. You've never seen the show. My mouth dropped open. Why not? Would you want to see the show that your mother Fangler ed over a character so hard that she named her firstborn after? He scowled. It's weird. I think it's cute. I pinched his cheek. And technically, you're kind of named after the characters. What? The character you're named after? My lips twitched as a best friend named Cass. And you know, your name is Cass too. So he groaned, "Are you messing with me?" "Nope," I grinned, "look it up if you don't believe me." He didn't, then cursed when he realized I was telling the truth. This is what you get when you make fictional men so damn attractive and alluring. I smiled. Fictional men aside, I sat down on the soft sofa tucked against the wall. "Can I ask you a question?" He nodded. "Why are you down here with me instead of up there helping Phoenix with Atlas?" The curse of being the lone heir. He gave me a wistful look. "Since I have no siblings, or spares as the elders like to call them, and forced to hide in here while my two best friends are out there fighting some horrible creature." I was about to say something else when my eye flicked up to the screen above the door unconsciously, the one that held for vantage point views from the differently placed cameras on the outside. I jumped off the couch. "What the fuck is that?" Chapter 35, Phoenix. I huffed out a breath, wiping the blood out of my eyes, as I took in the bodies surrounding me. That creature, whatever the fuck it was, killed more than half our guards and injured the rest. I watched as the injured were getting checked out by the campus healers while the dead were being carried away by the royal guards that could still walk. "Bury them in the guards' crypt," I ordered them. "That's the least they deserve for their service today." "Yes, Alpha." A rattled groan from beside me had my eyes snapping to him, his mangled body looking like it was pushed through a meat grinder before getting run over by an 18-wheel. "You're one lucky bastard." I dropped to my knees to stanch the flow of blood from his abdominal wound. "How the fuck you survived? This is beyond me." He laughed, the sound turning into a wheeze as more and more blood poured from his wounds. "And how the fuck you still look like a male model while being covered from head to toe in blood is mind-boggling." He croaked. "Fucking Fenrir S. Well, mind-boggling." I called for a healer. That's a big word for a Lobo that failed kindergarten, 1st, and 4th grade. "Shut up," he grunted when the healer took over. "Starting with the wound that was currently coating my hands in blood. It was my fault and you know it." I chuckled, glad that he was alive and talking to me. But on the inside I was anxious. He was losing too much blood. His normally tanned skin looked pale and his skin was cold to the touch. "How's Nova?" He croaked out. "Did that thing." "Chef fine," I reassured him. "One of the Butcher twins got her to us in time." "And the other?" I looked over my shoulder at the other twin who was currently growling at the shaky healer who was trying to mend a particular gruesome wound running across his chest. "Still alive." I shook my head. "There must be something in that Lobo pack water because you bastards don't die." When he didn't reply to my snarky comment, my head immediately snapped back to look at him. His eyes were closed and his breathing was uneven, but he was still alive. "Why isn't he healed yet?" I snapped at the healer who trembled slightly. "Alpha, his wounds are deep," the witch said, "and for some reason, all I could do is manage and redirect his blood to vital organs so they don't start to fail him. My magic isn't working on our Lobo." "What?" I barked. "Why the fuck not?" "I don't know," he stuttered. I've never experienced something like this before." I called for more healers, demanding that they put all their effort into saving Atlas. "Are the others stable?" I asked one of the head healers. "Stable enough to at least heal our Lobo." "Most are heir Fenrir," she rushed out quickly, wiping her bloody palms on her soiled, blood-stained dress. "I managed to call in more healers, but there's a limited amount of us as there is, and our magic can only last for so long." At least 10 witches surrounded Atlas now, their hands and eyes glowing as they pushed their powers into my friend's frail body. If only Atlas could see himself now, to know that the very people he disliked were fighting to save his life. He would have a fucking fit. A fact that I would definitely not let him forget when he was better. "Do you know what's causing this?" I asked, softening my voice in order to minimize the prying ears surrounding us. The older witch shook her head, her frazzled gray hair bouncing slightly in the wind as she glanced at the dead creature a few feet away. "My guess," she said just as soft as I spoke, "it has something to do with that thing." I glanced at the creature. "Do you know what that is?" Her hesitation had me looking back at her. "You know what this is, don't you?" Her flinch of fear had me automatically gripping her arms. "If you know what this is, by Lupine law and the Miger Coven emendation that you are mandated to notify. I've lived in the community a long time, Alpha." She ripped her arms out of my grip. "I know all the laws we witches have to abide to like the back of my hand. My entire coven, I have to constantly refer back to them in fear that we might break one that has you lot throwing us out. I didn't mean it like, yes, you did, she said, waving her hand in the air, but I'm used to it. I'm sorry, I apologized, realizing that if I managed to piss off the one which that the others looked up to. Atlas was as good as dead. I'm worried about my fellow heir. An heir and alpha I've known for a long time and whose pack doesn't deserve for him to die. Her eyes widened as she took a small step backwards, her shock very obvious at my words. I get it. I really did. Heirs. Let alone Fenrir heirs. Don't apologize to those society deems as less desirable or those who had to power our society. And since our healers were witches that were outcasted from their own covens, many wolves saw them as the lowest of the low in our society. I don't know what it is, she said softly, drawing my thoughts back to the conversation at hand, but I heard stories. What stories? The Darklanders, she whispered, the dark vice avages. I reared my head back in shock. You believe that? That thing is one of those fabled creatures. I can't be for sure, she eyed me, but from what the stories mention, it fits those for descriptions. That's just it, I said. They're tales that are passed from one generation to another in order to scare the pups away from causing trouble. You should know more than anyone that those stories have some truth swept into them, she murmured to that alpha heir. Lobo hasn't found his mate yet. My head snapped to hers. What does that have to do with anything? She looked at me, most likely started by my desperate tone. What does having a mate have to do with Atlas? It doesn't happen often, but it is said that sometimes mated pairs can heal each other in a way that healers can't. She looked at me in confusion. The intrinsic bond that forged the moment mates meet allow them to comfort, if not heal, each other in moments of pain or anguish. How does it work? I don't know, she said. I've personally never seen it been done before. Then how do you know it's a real thing? I growled, and not another fable. Our book's alpha heir Fenrir, she narrowed her eyes at me. While I've never seen it been done before. That doesn't mean that someone has. It's documented in our text dating back a few couple decades. My heart started pounding as an idea formulated in my head. It was risky. So fucking risky, considering that I didn't know if what she was talking about was actually true. I've never heard any situation where mates were able to heal each other. Albeit I've never really looked into the matter before, considering that I always believed that my mate never existed and I would likely be forced to marry someone out of duty to my pack. However, if what she was saying was real, if mates could heal each other better than healers, then our little star would be the solution to our pressing life or death situation. Where's Amethyst? I asked the healer, whose frown of confusion grew tenfold. She was in the med wing, if I recall. The healer said, making tonics and special wound dressings for the guards coming in. Summon her, I ordered, and quickly. Alpha Fenrir. We are perfectly capable of caring for. I do not doubt you or your coven's abilities, I interrupted her, but I do need someone I am familiar with tending to alpha heir Lobo swoons around the clock. Is he safe to travel? Travel. She clucked her tongue, an incredulous tone mingling with her words. You want to move him? Is he stable enough to move? She looked over at him, and while there were still healers working on him, the once sizable group dwindled significantly. Exhaustion was starting to creep on the healers, and we both knew that within the next hour, all of their magic would be depleted. He took a lot of damage, she said, more damage than a normal shifter body should have took. We managed to stop the bleeding and heal some of the more superficial wounds, but the larger ones have yet to mend back together. Is he safe to move? I repeated. A short distance. She glanced at me. Possibly as far as the medical wing if I use some of my students, but no farther than that. The Penta building was much closer than the med wing, but I didn't tell her that. An Amethyst. I'm here. The familiar stout-statured woman appeared beside me, her fair hair glinting in the sun. What is it that I can help with, Fenrir? You're dismissed, I told the healer, who immediately took off to join the others working on Atlas. You need to come with me. Where are we going? Curiosity lit her tone as she followed me a few feet away from the chaos. Do you have a silent stone on you? Of course I do. She fished in her waist-long apron and held up the small pebble proudly in her small hand. I always carry one on me in case little Ian stops by the wing for a chat. Cassie Ann, or little Ian as she fondly referred to, might have grumbled and blushed at her name for him. Even though we all knew that he loved it when his pseudo, Mom called him by the childhood nickname she came up with when she raised him. Once the stone was tucked tightly in the middle of her palm, I dropped a bomb on her. I need you to tell me where Cassian's room is. You know where his room is. She blinked at me. You live in the same house as he does. We both know that that's not the room I'm talking about. She sucked in a sharp breath. How did you? Cass, though he was such a genius to bypass the Penta's rules, I raised an eyebrow by only telling his beta about the panic room, which left him the right to tell one more person about the panic room. A person that should have been his third or most trusted guard and not his former witchy nanny. She raised her chin in defiance. I'd rather die before I betray the sweet boy's trust. And that sweet boy will most likely want to die if he finds out that one of his best friends in the world died, and that the woman he viewed as a mom had a hand in his death. She reared her head back in shock. What? Atlas is stable for right now, I told her honestly, but that won't last. We need to get him to Cassian's panic room before it's too late. You have some of the best healers in the world working on him. She quickly glanced behind us at the even smaller group of witches helping Atlas. What's so important about Cassian's panic room that could rival the magic of coven healers? I nearly smiled as the image of our beautiful little star running into the pent, a meeting like an hurricane, popped into my mind. While she may not have subconsciously known that Atlas was her mate, or that she cared for him at all, her instincts sure did. I could see it in the way that her body was slightly angled towards the door, the way she nervously wrung her hands or bounced on her feet. If no one decided to listen to her plea of help, to help someone she had grown close to, she would take it upon herself to save him instead. Cassian's panic room holds its own kind of magic. If only I knew just how true that statement was. Chapter 36 Nova. What the fuck is that? Cassian glanced over to the security panel. Eyes widen as he jumped up and unlocked the panic room's door. Phoenix, he gasped. Atlas. I jumped out of my seat and ran towards the door, trying to peek over his broad shoulders that were blocking the entrance to the room. I gasped when I saw what awaited at the door. More specifically, who stood there. Phoenix. I choked, my eyes dropping from his bloody body to the person he was carrying, who looked like he was 10 seconds away from meeting the Grim Reaper Atlas. Cassian ushered them in, slamming the door shut behind them quickly before Ray engaging the panic room security system. Phoenix lowered Atlas gently onto the couch I previously occupied, his blood into the soft beige couch. My lips quivered as kneeled next to him, cataloging all of his injuries as my arms from one wound to the next. Almost automatically, my hands hovered over the largest wound on his stomach, as if they willed the blood to stop oozing from his body. That monster caused all this damage. I looked at Phoenix, who gave me a terse nod. And where is it now? Dead, he said bluntly before he managed to get maimed nearly to death. The bastard took down that creature. I only provided the distraction he needed to kill the thing. My eyes roamed over him from head to toe as he talked, my heart beating dangerously fast as I checked for any wounds he could be sporting. What I found? None. Well, no obvious ones. My eyes slid back to the man at my side. Good, I whispered, pushing back the blood-stained wisp of hair away from his forehead. How did that thing get in the academy anyway? I thought you said we were safe here. That I was safe. Silence. I didn't have to have eyes on the back of my head to know that Cassian and Phoenix were giving each other secretive looks. We figuring out that now. Phoenix said I have the less psychotic butcher when working on it. A throat cleared and my head snapped over to where an older woman stood in the corner of the room, her critical gaze bouncing from me to the guys and then back once again. A small growl slid from my throat as I covered Atlas' body with my own, protecting him as much as I could from this unknown woman. Who's this? My eyes narrowed at the matronly woman. And what is she doing here? Relax, Starlight. Cassian put a hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. This was my nanny, Amethyst. She used to care for me when my parents would travel the world for their research. And Shess here because Shess a witch. He spoke softly, and a very powerful healer. She'll be able to help Atlas better down here. I eyed her, wondering just how powerful she was, considering she looked like the live-action version of Mrs. Potts. Why down here? I questioned. What? Cassian gave me a confused look. What do you mean? Why does he have to be healed down here? I clarified, why can't he go to a hospital or something where he can be treated properly? I looked at his wounds more, emphasizing my point, before meeting their eyes again. He's in really bad shape, Nix, I said. Looking at the self-proclaimed leader of the group, he should be taken to someplace that can provide better care. Nova. Phoenix grabbed my hands, helping me stand and blocking the others from view. Trust us. Amethyst is the best healer in the entire academy. If anyone can heal him, it's her. He needs more support than just her. Phoenix. I whisper, he needs real doctors and nurses and testing. Things work differently here than they do in the human world, Nova, he said softly. His calloused hands drawing circles on the back of my hands. Healers are better than any human doctor or est. If anyone can save him, Amethyst can and will. But why are we healing him in the panic room? Because if anyone sees him like this, it'll leave doubts of his capabilities. That happens. Someone might get the crazy idea in their pea-sized brain to challenge him in front of their entire pack while he's at his weakest. My eyes wide, and someone would actually do that. His snort of derisive had me gaping at him. 10 summons would do that at once for the chance of a seat at the table. I glanced at Atlas, gnawing at my lip in worry. I was pissed and worried at this entire clusterfuck of a situation. The worst combination for an overthinker like me. At this rate, I was going to be an insomniac shifter with anger issues. How long will he need to be down here? He glanced at Amethyst in question. A week, maybe longer, she supplied, her eyes sliding to me for a quick second before returning to Phoenix. Says it all depends on how well he responds to the treatment. Won't depend to be wondering what happened to him. I asked, won't his father or siblings want to see him? He shook his head normally. After an assassination attempt, we're all on lockdown until the threat is secured. Assassination attempt. My mouth dropped open. That's why that creature was here. To kill Atlas and me. We don't know who the intended target was. His lips pursed in until we find out who they were after. Or we're sure that another attack isn't going to occur. All Penta members are to remain in their safe rooms. Does that mean you and Atlas have to leave? The protocol would dictate that we should leave. My heart raced at his words, at the little hope that they inspired in me. And will you? I asked. Leave us. Phoenix, and will you? She asked, her icy-colored eyes blinking innocently up at me. Leave us. My heart, the one the boy said was identical to my mother's, softened at her words. I can't believe this beauty in front of me was mine. Well, of mine, but still mine nonetheless. She was trying to be strong for Atlas' sake. Hell, for all of our sakes. But I could tell from the slight tremble of her bottom lip and constant shake of her hands that this whole experience really shook her up. And I understood what she was going through. The memories shuddering through me so quick that I didn't have enough time to lock them away in that dark place where they belong. Please, Father, my 10-year-old self pleaded, pulling against the silver chains, the cuffs digging into my skin as I tried to wrench away from the biting sting of the aconite poison my father dipped in. I don't want to do this. Quiet boy, he backhanded me so hard that I saw stars. You will do this, or else they'll go back to the house and drag your sister out of bed to make her do what you can't. The choice is yours, boy. The thought of my 6-year-old sister being forced to do this, to do what he wants in this moment, made me physically sick to my stomach. My entire body trembled. I'll do it. Stop stuttering, boy, he backhanded me again. I will not have an imbecile of a son soiling the Fenrir name. With those final words, he threw me into the arena. I could never forget the hot breath that washed across my face, the smell of death and decay permeating the air around me. I didn't have to look up to know that the red eyes of a feral were locked on me. How in the hell he managed to capture a feral and drag it here, to the Fenrir Coliseum on the Academy grounds, was mind-baffling to me. But then again, it Shulton had been surprising to me, considering that Tr Fenrir was shady as hell to the point where it bordered on almost criminal. Your mother kept you weak, he sneered at me from the safety of his balcony. But tonight, I will purge you of that weakness. I will help you reach your full potential as my heir. At those words, the feral attacked, and I was forced to live through one of the worstest nights of my life at the hands of that sick bastard who enjoyed watching the innocence bleed from my soul. That night, as I looked up its satisfied face from the Colosseum floor, the chain still wrapped around the feral's broken neck, my hands stained in blood. I vowed something to the universe. I vowed that no matter what happened in my life, how twisted or sadistic I became, it used those skills he forced upon me to end his very existence. The monster he created, the one he formed with his bare hands that night, and thousands of nights thereafter, would be the one to end him. Just like how he ended my mother the moment she found out about his abuse towards his own children. Hello, friends. In the novel I'm sharing today, there are numerous unexpected twists. The female protagonist Nova strives to find her place in this perilous world. Her relationships with the male protagonists are also full of ups and downs. For instance, as the bond between Nova and Phoenix begins to heat up, new dangers and challenges arise. Moreover, with the other male protagonists by her side, how will the romantic competition among them unfold? Join me in delving into this novel to experience these exciting contradictory conflicts and emotional entanglements. Chapter 37, Phoenix. I was jolted back to reality from the haunting memory by an angelic voice that could only belong to one person. Ixnobe's gentle hands caressed my face, her touch grounding me in the present. "Are you okay?" I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat, my protective instinct soaring with the need to reassure her. "You don't look okay," she murmured, her observant eyes scanning my features with concern. "Where did you go just now?" It was almost surreal to think that this beautiful, caring woman before me had become such an integral part of my life in such a short time. Despite knowing her for mere months, I felt a connection deeper than any I'd experienced before. I knew, without a doubt, that I would lay down my life for her. I would fight tooth and nail to keep her safe. But above all, I would cherish and love her with every fiber of my being until my dying breath. "I'm fine," I finally managed to croak out, clearing my throat to steady my voice. "I'm fine. You don't look fine," she whispered, her angelic features etched with worry. "You look terrified." Gently, I took her delicate hands in mine, giving them a reassuring squeeze before releasing them and stepping back. My strategic mind kicked in as I addressed the others in the room, my tone shifting to that of a leader. "Atlas and Cass will remain here with you. Amethyst," I instructed, my gaze sweeping over the group. "I will head to and remain in my own panic room for the duration of this lockdown." Nova's eyes wide and in surprise. "What, Phoenix?" Cass sighed, his cautious nature evident in his voice. "I really don't think that's such a good idea, man. Shouldn't we stick together in case of another attack? What if that thing has friends? Or worse, one of us needs to be in their respective safe rooms when the messages start coming in." I reminded him, my tone decisive, "and it's best if I'm the one to be there to control the narrative to the Penta." "What messages?" Nova asked, her caring nature prompting her to seek understanding of the situation. Cassie pivoted in a way to address both of us at once. The Penta pings coded messages to each panic room as a way of communicating and updating each other. We get messages every so often and have to respond to them within a certain time frame. How do they know where to send the messages to if they don't even know where every Hispanic rooms are located? Nova asked, her nose scrunching in confusion. "And how much time do you have to respond?" "You have an hour to respond," I provided, "and the second that hour is up, they immediately send another message that you must respond to within 10 minutes. And how do they even send these messages if these walls are so thick?" "Echo stones," I said, nodding towards the panel that held a security tablet there made from the same stones that are immersed throughout the academy to keep conversations private. The pack that used to inhabit this pack's entries ago were clever enough to embed the stones into the walls as they were building. Another reason why this was the best place for the council house. "And you can't send your replies from here." I shook my head. "How would it look like if we're all holed up together in one room? Like we're smart to stick together," Nova answered, and Atlas groaned of consciousness had all of our attention snapping toward him. Nova rushed quickly to his side, avoiding Amethyst's glowing lilac-colored hands as she continued to heal our friend. "Is he okay?" she asked, glancing at the healer. "What's happening?" "He's responding well to the treatment," Amethyst said softly, her lavender eyes glancing at Nova briefly before returning to her patient. "Then why is he groaning in pain?" "Because the healing process still hurts," she said, "and no matter how careful I try to be. The process of mending bones, muscles, or skin is still painful. As you can see, the wound on his abdomen is almost completely knitted back together." Nova's eyes snapped to the wound, her mouth gaping open as she watched the flesh heal before her very eyes. "That's incredible," she whispered, her fingers caressing a freshly healed scar on his upper chest. "How long will this whole healing process take?" "He's responding better than I could have anticipated," she said, the purple glow fading from both her eyes and hands. As she leaned back on the stool she was occupying and exhaled a deep breath, "I would give him about a week, maybe 12 days tops, to feel like himself again." "That's amazing." Nova tracked Amethyst's movements. "But why are you stopping?" "Because the more magic I use, the more my own energy gets depleted," she explained gently. "All of his internal injuries are healed and a majority of his external injuries are starting to heal as well. The next couple of days will be crucial because while he may look all healed, the wounds are still fragile. On that note, I better head out," I said softly, squeezing Nova's shoulder as I passed her. "I'll see you 3 in about a week." Cass nodded, dismissing me as he turned his focus back to our best friend. Amethyst stood, dusting her hands off on her clothes as she locked eyes with me, purpose in those weather features of hers. "Can I talk to you for a second, Fenrir?" "Of course." I nodded my head towards the door and she quickly followed me out. As soon as I shut the door, she whirled on me, fire in her brown eyes. "Does he know?" she growled. "Does he know?" I asked, feigning innocence. "Do not act smart with me, Phoenix Fenrir," she uttered. "Not when I watched you grow up all the way from a chunky little babe to a hormone-driven teenager and now a grumpy adult. I know how smart you are, and this little dumb act might have worked on me 15 years ago, but it won't work now." I sighed. Of course, Cassie and knows that Atlas is Nova's mate, and HES okay with it. Her head reared back in surprise because that boy is gone to the wind in love with her. I've never seen him so infatuated with someone else before, let alone a fellow heir. I honestly think if I would have told Amethyst the truth, that we were all in love with Nova and were her destined mates, her brain would have exploded and she would have ran screaming from the tunnels and exposing our secret to the world and our enemies. So instead of telling her the truth, I told her what she needed to hear in order to protect all of us. "Cassie and's a big boy, Amethyst." I softly he'll get over it eventually for the sake of not only his best friend's happiness, but also their business relationship as heirs. Her eyes narrowed. "That was a very political answer, Phoenix Fenrir." I shrugged. A very political person." Her eyes narrowed more. "If that was even possible." Into tiny slits. "You don't seem too bothered by this revelation, Phoenix. If anything, you're taking this whole situation in stride." "Why would I?" My own eyes narrowed. "They're my best friends. I'm happy that someone finally found their mate." "You're not even the least bit jealous of him?" she questioned, "considering that HE's younger than you." "Nope," I said, turning and striding down the hall. "Are we done with the interrogation here? I have somewhere to be. I'll be keeping my eye on you, Phoenix." She called after me. "You're hiding something from me. All 3 of you are. And you'll eventually find out what it is." "Atlas." "Mommy," I watched as my 6-year-old self tugged at her pretty emerald-colored dress. Her long dark hair curled especially for today. "Mommy, why are you crying?" She sniffled, wiping away the dark smudges underneath her eyes quickly before turning a bright smile on me, crouching down to lift and settle me on her hip. "It's nothing, mi precioso hijo." She smushed her cheek against mine, snuggling close to me even though I tried to get away from her, squealing and shimming out of her grasp. "Hey, where are you going?" "Mommy, don't change the subject." I put my hands on my hip, trying to give her my best glare. "Why were you crying?" Her amber eyes, identical to mine, softened as she bent over and booped my nose. "It's nothing you should be worried about, my little titan," she said softly. "Just grown-up stuff." Now what do you want to eat for dinner? Does this have to do with Papa being late again? I frowned. I told him that it makes you sad when HES late like this. He promised me that he wouldn't again. Tears filled her eyes and my frown deepened further. I let my small hand touch her cheek, wiping away the tears that started to fall down her pretty face. Mommy, you're crying again. I said, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry if I did. She knelt on the cold marble floor, gathering me in her arms and squeezing tightly. My sweet, sweet boy, she sniffed, holding me even tighter. You could never, ever do something wrong in my eyes. But I made you cry. These are happy tears, little one. She gripped me tighter, tears that let me know I did something right at least. I frowned harder. Well, how do I make the happy tears stop? She let out a small laugh. He'll stop crying if you promise me something. Anything, Mommy, I promised fiercely. Promise me that when you meet that one person that's meant to be yours, you'll always make sure that they not only feel safe and protected, she whispered. My father's beta walking into our kitchen with an apologetic look across his face, but that they're happy at your side too. Why, Mommy? Because not only is loneliness the worst feeling in the world, she said, but it's the worst type of pain a person could suffer from. Chapter 38 Nova. The wait was the worst part of this whole ordeal for someone like me, a neurotic and impatient over-analyzer. Because not only did I feel helpless in this situation, but I also felt incompetent. Incompetent as an heir and a friend. Amethyst was keeping Atlas in a magic-induced coma to keep his brain from swelling too much, and because of that, we aren't able to wake him up until he hits at least 10 days of healing. It's only been 3 days. Cassie Ann has been quieter than normal, more subdued than I've ever seen him before, and definitely more contemplative about the situation as a whole. And don't even get me started on Nyx, because while he did check in on us here and there, like he said he would, those messages were despondent, vague, and very un-Phoenix-like of him. That should be enough healing for today, Amethyst said, interrupting my thoughts. Those vile ties of hers fading back to brown as she pulled back her magic from Atlas. Sometimes too much healing could do more harm than good. How so? If you use magic too frequently on the same person, within a consecutive time frame, it could alter the genetic make-up of that person. My eyes widened. How? I've never experienced it personally, she said with a shrug. I just know that when I was still in my coven, our elders told us to be careful about who and how often we healed someone. So does that mean that all witches can heal? I asked after the conversation lulled for a second. I mean, might as well make the most out of this situation and learn something since we'll be stuck down here for another week at least. She sat back on her chair and smiled at me. Are you really curious, or are you just trying to pass the time? I'm genuinely curious, I said, cocking my head at her words. As you know, I didn't grow up here, so I don't know anything about any faction, let alone the witches. Then how about we play a little game? She smiled. A question for question. You'll ask one and then you ask. And so on and so forth. I looked at her warily. What if I don't want to answer one? Then the game stopped. She reached forward and squeezed my hand once before letting go. This will be fun. I promise I won't ask anything that makes you uncomfortable. That's not the point of the game. Okay, I nodded. Let's play. Excellent. She clapped excitedly, her brown eyes sparkling in delight. First question. How has your experience been at Crescent Academy? My nose scrunched on its own accord. That's your first question. She nodded. It's been fine, I guess. I thought back to my first couple of months and then paused. Scratch that. Sometimes it's been a shit show of a disaster, but that's mainly because of one person. She shot me a knowing smile. Okay. Your turn? Are all witches healers? No, she said, her eyes getting that far away distant look. There are different types of witches within the covens, but we all derive from some kind of elemental power. Healers usually draw their powers from the element of water because water represents healing and the essence of life. My eyes wide. And what do the other elements represent? Nah, she sank. That's 2 questions and it's my turn. My lips twitched as I raised my hand in a go-on gesture. What do you think of the boys? My eyes wide and at her abrupt question. What? I asked with a laugh. I've known the boys since they were born, she giggled. Well, since Cassie Ann was born. I was just a regular academy healer until Cassian's parents hired me to be their live-in au pair while they went on their research excavations. No way, I grinned at her, so you must have exciting stories about these three. She snorted the stories I could tell you. I glanced at Atlas with fond smile on my face before peeking over my shoulder to where Cassian was reading a textbook. A pink highlighter tucked snugly behind his e-reel. Definitely want to hear all about them later on. So I guess that smile means you think highly of the boys. She smiled coyly at me. Do you have a favorite? That's two questions, I remarked, which had her grinning at me, and I think it's my turn. Technically, it's still my turn since you never answered, she said, but I'll let it slide considering that no one can fake that look or smile. I blushed deeply, at a loss for words. Phoenix. I blinked as the sun's harsh beams nearly burned my retinas, my lungs taking in the fresh air for the first time in nearly 7 days. Remind me again why you decided to pull me from my bunker. I asked Rune, my beta and close confidant for almost 2 decades, with a scowl considering that everyone else is still safely tucked away in theirs. I apologize, Alpha. Rune bowed his head slightly, a frown marring his face, but we thought it best that you see this before anyone else. Yes, we. 2 pairs of footsteps sounded from behind me, making me tense as Atlas' psycho twin stopped at my side, considering we found it first and decided to take it to your cantankerous beta instead of our own. Cantankerous. My brow raised. What the fuck do you lobos do in your spare time over there? Read dictionaries. Play vocabulary games with friends. The nicer twin grinned. Why do you think our pack is 100% smarter than yours? Rune snorts, which has my lips tilting up in a smirk. Are you going to show me what you supposedly found, or are we going to keep chatting like your grandma's on bingo night? I asked because if it's the second option, then it'll cut my loses now. Right this way, your majesty, the one on the right. The slightly more insane one. Said we hit it about 20 feet from here. I raised an eyebrow, turning towards my beta. He shook his head. Or if you see it for yourself. The walk on the way over was comfortably quiet up until one of the twins decided to open his big fucking mouth. How's Nova? The psychotic twin asked casually, which had me narrowing my eyes at him. Why do you even care? Don't be such a Viking dick, he sneered at me, which had me pausing and my care about her safety and well-being. I do have emotions after all. Since when? I looked at him in mock surprise because the last time I checked, someone with emotions doesn't chop up bodies for a living, wearing fucking grins on their faces while they do it. Might I experience the same emotions that same people do? Just because I express my emotions differently than you do doesn't mean that I don't have them. He shrugged. It means that you're e-certifiable, Rune said, looking at him like he was a lunatic. Great, great. Just what we need. I turned to my beta psycho who goes to therapy. We care about Nova, the nicer twin, said softly Shess, the daughter of our father's Alpha, and the man we once considered as an uncle. Plus, Shess different than the rest of you. I narrowed my eyes at him. Different how? Don't get your panties in a bunch, Fenrir, the more murderous twin said with a roll of his eyes. Shess beautiful and all, but we don't see her like that. How do you see her then? We were there the day Uncle Wolf announced that he was expecting a child, Tio. The slightly nicer twin explained softly, which had my head snapping sharply to him, and we were the only ones that knew that she was going to be a she. My mouth dropped open in surprise. You knew all about the Lupine ALL and decided to say nothing. We were children, you asshole, the other one sneered. What did you want us to do? Call up the Penta and set up a meeting discussing our Focal's gender reveal party. If you would have said something sooner, or if your father would have mentioned that little tidbit when he was interviewed by the Penta after Lupina's death, we might have found her sooner. We could have brought her home. She could have grown up with us and not only learned about her heritage and history but also about her dad too. I was just upset. I was fucking pissed. Because while the logical and rational part of my brain understood why they never said anything, especially being the outcasted children of a beta that everyone feared, the other part of my brain just didn't want to hear it. It was that part of my brain that kept thinking how different things could have been if she grew up with us. How different all 3 of us would have turned out if she was by our side this entire time. Alpha. Rune's voice abruptly pulled me from my thoughts. You should see this. My gaze pivoted from him to the twins. and then down to the green camouflage tarp concealing something between two large and untamed shrubs. Remove the tarp. Chapter 39 Phoenix, what the hell is this? I gaped down at the without clothes. Dead body laying underneath the tarp, what the fuck? There was another attack while you were away, Rune said softly, which had my head snapping towards him. What? I growled. Why wasn't I notified? Why wasn't any heir or Penta member notified? Because unlike the last creature, the new one dropped dead the moment it crossed the wards. Well, where's the creature then? I asked, your looking at him. Tio said what? Looked back at the body. My mouth agape, that's not possible. Apparently it is Alpha. Rune said the twins were patrolling the eastern border when he stumbled in, dropping dead at their feet mere moments later. HS the shifter, I tilted my nose up in the air, getting hints of death mingled with the undeniable scent of a shifter. A shifter is not capable of becoming that thing, whatever it was. He didn't exactly look like that creature that her Telful Obo Enko said as he crossed his arms, his assessing gaze sweeping over the young shifter from head to toe. He looked more like a wolf this time, except for the intestines protruding from his abdomen. He also looked like... Tio hesitated, looking at his brother. My eyebrow rose. Like what? Like he wanted to die. Enko frowned, an unknown emotion entering his eyes, like there was nothing left to live for and all he wanted was to finally be put out of his misery. And you didn't kill him? I asked for confirmation you weren't inclined to put him out of said misery. We didn't have to, T.O. said, like your beta said, before we could even take a step in his direction. He dropped dead. That's not the only thing. Alpha Rune winced at my exasperated sigh. Fuck. What else could possibly go wrong? I wouldn't say that if I were you, Enko murmured, making his brother elbow his ribs. What? You know that whenever someone says that, things get exponentially worse. Rune pointed at the body. According to my research, his kid went missing about 5 months ago. My heart panged at the confirmation of his age. Who was he? Jacob Edwards, the 19-year-old eldest son of Wilhelmina and Grisha Edwards. His mom died when his youngest sister was 2 and it's only been him, his father, and his sisters since then. Rune's voice dropped to a whisper. His plans were to attend med school the moment he graduated from the academy. When was he reported missing? About 5 months ago, Rune answered. Both his roommate and father filed guards report a few days after he went missing. It wasn't uncommon for him to go low contact at times to focus on his studies and exams. It wasn't until he missed a few family dinners, events that he religiously attended since his mother passed, did his father know that something was wrong. Like I said, it wasn't uncommon for him to not answer his phone for days at a time, especially during exam time. Rune shook his head, and quite honestly, the father didn't have much time to investigate why his son was visiting. Grisha Edwards' youngest daughter is very sick and requires continuous treatment from the local medical institution, something that costs much more money than anticipated, which has him working long hours at one of his 3 jobs. There was a pit forming in the bottom of my stomach at his words. Something not sitting right with me at my beta's words. What night did he go missing? Rune hesitated. The night Last Lupine was returned. The feeling turned into an even bigger pit. And what pack did he belong to? All 3 men glanced at each other, briefly shaking their heads before looking back at me. What pack did he belong to, Beta? I demanded softly. I will not ask again. The Edwards family are devout pack members to the Lupine pack, Rune whispered, as were the 16 other people, all ages 17 through 19, that went missing within the last year. At least 10 years ago. Mom pulled on her dress, frowning as she sat on porch swing, a gift Dad gave to her for their 9th anniversary. She was bundled up in 3 big blankets, mascara smudged and a blank expression on her face as she continued to gaze over the guard Ed gave to her a year ago when she expressed joy over her newfound habit of gardening. Mom, my nose wrinkled when she took a sip from the dark crimson juice she usually reserved for times like this. Times that started to occur more frequently as my father started to travel more and more for his air meetings. The cries from my newborn brother grew louder in frequency, making me wince at not only the pitch but also his desperate attempt for the loving attention of his mother. I tried to hold him and feed him and even tried to change his diaper, but he rewarded me by spraying pee everywhere. but nothing I did for him worked. He only started to cry harder, his little face turning a shocking raspberry color. Mom, I gripped her blanket coy o his cry out, I can't him to stop. Not right now, Atlas, she murmured, gripping her blankets tighter. Go play in the yard, sweetie. Mom, I said in a firmer tone, more firm than I've ever used with her before. I need you to come inside and take care of my brother. My heart was pounding as she swiveled her head towards where I was standing, giving me a look she's never given me before. You sound just like him, she said, her voice devoid of emotion as she turned her head back towards her garden. Maybe there's no hope for you after all. My eyes flew open as a gasp flew from my throat. The memories that I kept tightly locked away in the back of my mind suddenly reappeared out of nowhere. Atlas, someone gasped quietly, making my head turn towards the familiar voice. Amethyst, I croaked, my voice dry and crackly, my throat feeling like someone stuffed cotton balls down my throat. What happened? She gripped the side of my head, her violet magic-fueled eyes scanning my face quickly before threading her powers through me. She asked, shining a pell-light in my face before turning it from one side to the other. Vaguely, I groaned as the headache that assaulted me since I woke up started to recede. I remember killing that hideous creature and then nada. Her eyes softened as they turned back to their original brown color. What else do you remember, Atlas? My heart stuttered as I sat straighter. Where's Nova? Her eyes softened even more. Atlas, where's Nova? I asked, my tone desperate. Amethyst, where's Nova? She's fine, Atlas. Her hands squeezed my shoulders gently. She's in the next room sleeping. One of the Butcher twins got her to the Penta in time, which in turn allowed us to get to you in time for some much-needed healing. Where's Cassie, Anne, and Phoenix? The Penta lifted the protocol this morning, she said. Cassie and joined Phoenix on the investigation about an hour ago. I nodded, interested to learn more about what my friends were investigating, but not so interested that I was willing to leave my mate. I stood, my legs wobbling slightly like a newborn. Fun. How long was I out for? Amethyst looked away. 9 days and 21 hours. My eyes wide, and that hideous creature did that much damage. You were on the verge of death, Atlas. She said we had 20 healers working on you at once, and the only thing they were able to accomplish was to stop the blood loss. I looked down at my healed body and wondered then, how do you fix me? Nova did. She smiled. I just assisted where I could. Vampire deception. I drank Mason and EY Blett. As an undocumented changeling, and forced to cause as a low-level witch. I gaped at her. Her eyes twinkled as she patted my shoulder. Mates having the ability to heal their mates when they get hurt or ill. What? I must have not heard her correctly, because there was no way she would have or should have known that Nova was my mate. It's okay, Atlas. She touched my cheek in such a motherly gesture that I felt my emotions choking me. Especially after all the memories of my mother I just experienced. Phoenix told me that Nova was your mate. I promise I won't tell a soul. I would never betray you or Cassie Ann like that. I'm glad that you're awake now, Atlas. Before I could say anything, she headed towards the door. I'd best be going now, since my services are no longer needed. Nova was still sound asleep as I quietly made my way from the kitchen to the bathroom and finally to the bedroom. I gritted my teeth as I sat down, every bone and muscle in my body aching and burning from the lack of movement for the past week and a half. I cursed that creature to the very pits of hell as I crawled underneath the covers. Besides Nova, I pulled her closer to me, sighing in happiness as I pressed my nose to the crook of her neck and inhaled her sweet scent. Gods, have I missed her? She stirred, which had me freezing as she readjusted her position, snuggling even closer to me in the process. Atlas, she mumbled softly, most likely unconsciously as she dreamt about me in her sleep. Atlas, come back. To me. I'm right here, baby, I murmured into her skin, pressing a soft kiss beneath her. I promise to never leave you again. She sighed happily, snuggling her face into my chest to the point that her hair started to tickle my side. A small chuckle I tried to suppress managed to slip out, which had her stiffening in my arms. Her eyes fluttered open and the breath was stolen from my lungs at the shockingly gorgeous color, just like the rest of her. Absolutely breathtaking. Atlas, she cried happily. You're awake. I grabbed her waist, steadying her as she straddled my waist, looking down at me with such happiness and delight in her eyes that it caused my heart to pound wildly in my chest. Hey baby, I grinned up at her, pushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Did you miss me? Chapter 40. Phoenix. I frowned down at my desk, dozens of once smiling faces staring back at me, as the sound of missing person report after report printed behind me. You're telling me that over 60 missing persons reports have been filed, but only one person has been identified? Cassian questioned, a familiar analytical look on his face as he looked through all the files. Were we able to with the first creature? Keldon Tenko shook his head. His arms crossed. The royal guards burned the body as soon as Alpha Obo was secured. You think that the first creature was also another missing person? I asked. Yes, Cassian nodded his head. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. T.O. glanced at every file on my desk with worry. Like you said, there's over 60 missing shifters here. If one of them was able to take down an alpha heir, one of the strongest heirs of this generation, what kind of damage could 60+ creatures do to our community? It'll be a massacre, Renko said, and we're definitely not prepared for more of them to come through our borders. We got lucky that the last creature died like it did. Watch your tongue, I growled sharply. That creature was an innocent child that was stolen from his family and people. Enko bowed his head in apology. When was Jacob reported missing? Cass asked. The night heir Lupine was brought to the academy. Tio told him why. Because that means he was the last person that was taken, he said, grabbing the files and rearranged them in a way that had me raising an eyebrow. And based on when each person went missing according to their missing persons report, then that means it's possible that the first creature was probably someone that disappeared early on. I looked at Enko. Is it possible to run a DNA test taking the remains of the first creature? It'll be hard, but it's not impossible, he said. I'll get one of my contacts on that. Use discretion, I growled at him. I don't want anyone outside of this room, besides Rune and the other heirs, to know about any of this. About even the Penta? T.O. asked, and I shook my head. Especially the Penta, I warned. I don't want them digging too much into this. Why not? I pursed my lips, my eyes sliding to Cassian, who shook his head imperceptibly. Just make sure that your contact is discreet, I threat, and because if I find out that they weren't, I won't hesitate to make them disappear. Hell, keep quiet, Tenko shrugged, his phone to his ear. He knows the repercussions if he doesn't. He stepped out of the room and I turned towards his brother. Can you do me a favor? He nodded. I need you to investigate whether or not there has been a substantial amount of missing people from the Lobo pack. I asked him. Cassian and are doing the same. We need to know how far this dilemma goes. Why me? He asked, and why not our beta? Your bait is busy as it is, I told him, not mentioning that HES and rustworthy as hell. But I didn't let that little tidbit of information slip, no matter how much I was starting to trust them with Atlas being out of commission as it is. He nodded as he walked towards the door, accepting my answer at face value without asking further questions, hesitantly pausing when he was halfway there. I raised a brow. Was there something else you needed? He nodded slowly, turning to face both Cassian and I. I looked towards my friend, who looked back at me with an indescribable look in his eyes, as he lowered the files in his hands to my desk. I don't want this to be a surprise to any of you when Alpha Obo wakes up, he started slowly, but my brother and I have decided to reconnect with our Lupina's pack. My eyes wide and what? I glanced over at Cassian and found that even he was taken aback by Antio's words. For so long the Butcher brothers vehemently denounced their father's pack, vowing that they would never, ever step foot on their former pack land again, no matter their downfall. So to hear that they wanted to willingly rejoin the Lupine pack, a pack that treated them like they were worse than shit at the bottom of their shoes, was startling. Why the change of heart? Cassian asked carefully. We were under the impression that you were happy in the Lobo pack. The Lobo pack has been good to us, he stated. They took us in when we were at our lowest and not only allowed my mother to reconnect with her family but also gave her a purpose after our father's death. So then why would you willingly want to leave your home? Because sometimes homes are meant to be temporary, Enko said as he strode back into the room. confidence radiating from his smug face as he stopped beside his brother and nudged his shoulder in such a sibling type of way that it made miss my own sister at this moment, and we were always supposed to end up by Nova's side. The past, Enco. I frowned at my brother, pinching his side as he continued to wring his hands together as we stood in front of Uncle Wolf's door. When our father told us that Uncle Wolf wanted to talk to us, I thought nothing of it. When he clarified that Uncle Wolf wanted to talk to us, alone without the presence of our parents, even I had to admit that I was a little nervous, probably just as nervous, or even more so, than T.O. was at this moment. The only difference between the two of us was that I was better at hiding my nerves than he was. Obviously, we knew that we weren't in danger, because this was Uncle Wolf we were talking about. But I cowled and helped but wonder what we must have done this week to have him summon us like this. Stop that, I hissed at my brother, slapping at his hands before knocking on the door. It makes you look guilty. I am guilty, he gulped. I stole Uncle Wolf's last apple fritter from the donut box yesterday without telling anyone. I bet he found out, and that's why he's calling us up here. He wants a confession. I stared at my brother, wondering how in the hell we're related, let alone how Wirt wins. Why would he call us to his office over a donut? I asked if anything. He's calling us about the fight you started 2 days ago. T.O. winced. I forgot about that. I raised a brow. You forgot about the fight that caused you to put 4 middle schoolers in the hospital. They jumped me. His eyes darkened as he thought about the fight. It's not my fault that they overestimated their abilities. And remind me again why they jumped you. They were teasing some kid in a wheelchair. He shook his head. The poor kid looked helpless and scared. I cowled and let them treat him like that, so I gave them a taste of their own medicine by putting them in wheelchairs. I snorted. Yeah, that's definitely why Uncle Wolf is calling us up here. He shrugged, his nerves gone. I don't regret a single thing. Before I could say anything else, Uncle Wolf's door swung open and he grinned down at us, his gray eyes twinkling. T.O. and I both froze. Why, you ask? Because this is the first time we've seen this particular expression on Uncle Wolf's face. He looked ecstatic, happier than I've ever seen him before, joy practically radiating from every pore in his body. You're not in trouble because of the fight, boys. He ushered us inside his office, ruffling out hair. I quite agree that those boys deserved everything that happened to them. I don't tolerate that kind of shit in my pack, no matter who initiates it. I grinned at his words, glad that we weren't in trouble. T.O. frowned. If you're not mad at us for the fight, then why are we here? I jabbed his side, shooting him a what the heck look. He beamed at us, leaning against his desk as he motioned for us to take a seat. Boys, I think it's finally time that you were given your own assignment within the pack. T.O. choked out a gasp, turning to me with wide eyes that I'm pretty sure were mirrored on my own face. But we're only 9.5. You know, your father was around the age when I asked him to be my beta. Really? I beamed at him. Dad never told us that. Uncle Wolf winced. I think he probably wanted to wait until you were older before he explained that particular story to you two. Why? I asked. It's a long story, kiddo, he smirked, but a funny one once you're old enough to understand. I raised a brow. So we're old enough for a pack assignment, but not old enough to hear about how our dad became a beta at such a young age. Nope, he grinned at me, and since I'm the alpha, I don't have to explain dilly shit. I'll leave that up to your da. I laughed while my brother murmured something about Uncle Wolf owing a few $100 to the new switch our mom just implemented for us. I rolled my eyes. Goody tissues. Back to what I was saying, Uncle Wolf opened up his desk drawer and pulled out a medium-sized frame, looking down at it with an unknown emotion in his eyes. Before handing it over to us, this is the assignment. I looked at my brother in confusion before focusing on the weird little black and white photo framed in my hands. A little alien being sat in the middle of it, and no matter which way I turned it, I cowled and understand what the hell I was looking at. Uncle Wolf, I think you forgot to take the weird photo that comes with the frame out, I said, because I have no idea what I'm looking at. He chuckled and readjusted the frame in my hands until I was once again looking at the little alien thing. Boys, he beamed, I want you to officially meet your cousin. Our heads snapped up so fast I'm surprised we didn't break them. What? I barked at the same time my brother breathed your air. Uncle Wolf nodded, taking the frame from our hands and lovingly running his index finger across the little alien's tiny head. "A baby," I said. "In shock you're having a baby." He beamed. "Yeah, how?" I asked, and he blanched slightly. "I think that's a question for your parents," Skiddo has said, his cheeks turning red as he looked away. "I don't think." T.O. cleared his throat before Uncle Wolf could say anything else. "I think NC means how are you having a baby if we don't even have a Luna yet?" "You have a Luna?" "If that's true, then why didn't we know about it?" I asked with a frown. "Why hasn't she been introduced to the pack yet?" He pursed his lips, the light slightly fading from his eyes. "The most important people have met her," he said softly, "and I was going to introduce her to the pack next month, during the solstice, when we found out we were expecting. For their health and safety, Ivy decided to wait until after our baby is born to officially introduce them to our pack." I looked away, hurt by his answer, hurt that my brother and I weren't considered important enough to meet our Luna, judging by the expression on his face too. Tio was just as hurt by our uncle's words as I was. "Boys," Uncle Wolf said softly, kneeling next to us and gently gripping our shoulders, "you two were one of the first ones I wanted her to meet, but your father thought it was in everyone's best interest if you waited to meet her along with the rest of the pack. Why?" He smiled tightly. "Since when do you question your pa and co?" I crossed my arms over my chest. "Since he decided to start lying to us." "He didn't lie to you, little warrior." Uncle Wolf ruffled our hair. "He just kept his promise to me." "I don't understand." T.O. spoke up softly. "Is this why we're really here, Uncle? Do we even have an assignment, or do you just want to surprise us with this news?" Both Uncle Wolf smiled at him. "You really do have an assignment. Your father and I talked about it in lengthy conversations, and we felt like you two were ready." When he didn't elaborate further, I sighed. "Care to share what the assignment is?" "Protection duty." I looked at him in surprise. "Protection duty? We're 9.5. T.O. gave him an incredulous look. "Who could we possibly protect?" "My heir." "Why would your son, the Lupine heir, need protection?" I reared my head back in shock. "And from who?" "She what?" My face scrunched in confusion. She who?" "My daughter," he said softly, an unknown but protective look entering his eyes. "Your next Lupine heir. The first girl born to the Lupine family since the beginning of our creation. Shall need the protection of both of you in order to survive those who LL come for her. Because they will come for her. They'll all eventually come for her." Chapter 41. Nova. "Hey baby," he whispered huskily to me, locking that pretty amber gaze of his with mine as he twirled a strand of my hair around his callous finger. "Did you miss me?" "What kind of question is that?" My gaze scanning his face as I looked for any sign of pain or discomfort. "Of course I missed your snarky ass. It was quiet here without you." A smile he gave me had butterflies fluttering in my stomach because it was so different than his usual snarky grins or cocky smirks. It lit up his entire face, making him appear younger and softer, and more like the 21-year-old that he is. My index finger lightly traced from his temple to the edge of his jaw, and his smile wide, and even more before gently cupping my cheek with his large hand. I closed my eyes and placed my hand on top of his, gripping it tightly. "You really scared us, Atlas," I whispered, my heart aching. "For some unknown reason you scared me. We thought you weren't going to make it." "Baby," he whispered just as soft as I did. "No matter what happens, no matter how far away we from each other, know that it always come back to you. That's my vow to you. Forever and always." "You can't promise me that," I said, closing my eyes as his thumb swept across my cheek in a soothing motion, "especially not after what just happened." A minor inconvenience. I felt him shrug underneath me like it was no big deal. The thing caught me off guard. "It won't happen again." My eyes snapped open as I pulled away, glaring down at him harshly. "You make it sound as you accidentally broke your arm." I snapped, and not nearly fucking died at the jaws of a monster. "Nova. No, after the stupidity you just spewed. You don't get to say anything," I said, glaring down at him as my hair curtained us in this private, heated moment. "Now, I don't know if you think that because of your namesake. You're invincible and shit, but let me remind you that you nearly fucking died out there. In fact, you were literally in the Grim Reaper's grip before Amethyst was able to bring you back to the land of the living." I watched that thing attack you. I heard the anguished howls of pain you released no matter how hard you tried to keep them in. I felt your blood soak through my clothes and stain my fingers. I gripped his face tightly in my hands, making sure he understood the importance of my words. So don't diminish the severity of what just happened to you, I growled, anger radiating through my chest, and don't make promises that you and I both know you won't be able to keep. The world we live in, the world you dragged me into, is too dangerous for that. Baby. His eyes softened at my words. That's why I made you a vow. Promises are meant to be broken, but vows, especially the vows I make to you, last through this lifetime as well as the next. I sighed, making a move to pull away when his hands suddenly clamped down on my hips and reversed our positions until I was on my back and he was settled in between my legs on top of me. My eyes widened as my hands automatically came to rest on his broad, tatted shoulders. Are you crazy? I checked his injuries to make sure they were actively bleeding again. You can't move like that. You just got out of a 10-day coma. Nova. Humor lit his tone as he gripped my chin tightly in his grasp. Baby. Look at me. I stubbornly avoided his eyes. Nova Nix, he said in a sing-song voice, his nose skimming my cheek and then down my neck. Will you listen to me? No, I breathed, nervous at his close proximity and how it set off the butterflies in my stomach. Not if you're going to keep saying stupid things. Baby. I'm sorry. He buried his face in my neck. I didn't realize how traumatizing it was for you to see something like that. I guess I'm so desensitized to these sorts of things that I didn't take into account how it could affect you. I was so scared, Atlas. I shivered, both at the memory of what nearly happened to him and the small kiss he pressed to my neck. I knew that this place was dangerous, but I don't think I realized how dangerous until 10 days ago. To know that you and the others grew up around this, around these constant dangers, I choked up, imagining what it must have been like growing up for the 3 men I considered friends. His head snapped up, those amber eyes darkening. Would never let anything happen to you, princess, he growled. Cass. Nix and I would die before we'd let anything or anyone touch a single hair on your perfect head. There you go, making promises you can't keep, Atlas, I whispered. You know that. The thing was after me, right? What? He stiffened, shaking his head. No. He attacked me. Because you were in the way, I said softly. He wasn't even paying attention to you until you got in between us. That doesn't make any sense, he growled. Why would he want you? I raised an eyebrow. I'd think it would be easier to give you a list of why he wouldn't want me. His lips quirked before he schooled his expression. Do the others know that he was after me? I clarified and he nodded. Tio told them. That's what they're at right now, trying to figure out why he was after me. He scrutinized me, somehow realizing that I was leaving something out. What aren't you telling me? He narrowed his gaze. You know why they were after you, don't you? I have a theory, I said slowly. It's the most plausible one I could think of, and it's because of who I am, I whispered. More importantly, who my biological father was. You think he was after you because you're Last Lupine? It makes sense if you think about it, I said sadly in the last of my line. If anyone had something to gain by killing an heir, it'd be the most obvious target. I have no family, no connections of my own besides the Penta. An obligatory resource at best. My pack, if it's even really mine at this point, barely sees me as one of their own. By the way they treated the twins, it's apparent that if it came down to it, they wouldn't back me up. If someone killed me, then they'd have everything to gain. A vicious and ferocious snarl overcame his face as he pushed me further into the bed. His weight is surprising comfort to me. I've never let someone be this close to me, always acting aloof to male attention because I was interested or just not ready to take that vulnerable step with someone that I couldn't 100% trust. Even my first kiss was more like a quick peck on the lips from my friend's older brother. A kiss that lasts all of a nanosecond. I squirmed as his heat soaked into me, the butterflies in my stomach flapping so rapidly that it felt like they were seconds away from bursting out of my chest. I'll kill them all before they get within a hair's breadth of you. He leaned his face closer to mine, those amber eyes darkening even further. I'll rip them limb for limb until there's nothing left but bone and ash. You're just one man, Atlas. I sent him a weak smile. You barely managed to kill that one creature last time. What happens if 2 of them were to attack next time? You're really hurting my ego here, baby, he murmured, pushing his face into my neck, inhaling deeply. I swear I had everything under control. I rolled my eyes, running a hand through his hair and smiling wide as he shivered in my arms. It was good to know that I affected him the same way and the others affected me. Baby, he whispered. I hummed, gently tugging on the strands of his hair. I felt him swallow harshly against my neck. Can I ask you a question? Anything. Are you scared of me? I entangled my hands from his hair and pushed on his shoulders, forcing him to pull away from me slightly. I noticed that he avidly avoided looking in my eyes. Why are you asking me that? I questioned curiously. He sighed and rolled off me, putting his head in his hand as he laid on his side and looked down at me. You've seen me as a wolf before, he started, and I couldn't help but interrupt him. Yes, I reminded him. I remember seeing your wolf when you kidnapped me from my home and brought me here. His eyes narrowed playfully, some tension leaving his body at my snarky answer. Smartass. What I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted, he continued. Well, you've seen my wolf before. I know that you've never witnessed a murder before. I know firsthand how that one moment can change your life forever. I swallowed back the tears that threatened to fall at his words. He was right. I was scared. Just not of him. Chapter 40 Nova. I was scared. Just not of him. I was scared of the unknown and how little I actually knew of this world. I was scared of the dangers I didn't realize were constantly following me, patiently waiting in the shadows to strike and burst the protective little bubble I've created for myself since coming to Crescent Academy. Stupidly, while I was aware of the dangers inside of the academy, I arrogantly thought that I could deal with any problem that these privileged kids threw my way. Rumors, glares, snide remarks, petty posters. No big deal. A terrifying half-dead creature gunning for me and nearly killing someone that I realize has becoming important to me. Now that was a different fucking issue, because while I hadn't had the time to really process what I witnessed that day, too busy worrying over Atlas and the others, I couldn't stop the subconscious recollections swimming through my dreams at night. There was just so much blood, covering everything and anything I laid my eyes on. A shudder moved through my body before I could stop, the heat from Alice's hand on my hip immediately disappearing as he misinterpreted my terror for disgust. I'm sorry, baby, he whispered, pain mingling in his voice as a choke sound left his chest. Never. I won't. I'm sorry. I placed my hands over his mouth, essentially hushing his unnecessary apologies. Lobo. I straddled him gently, leaning my head on his chest as I lifted my hands from his mouth. Does it feel like I'm scared of you? No. He blinked toolishly at me, but that could be because I'm biased, a little hopeful, and a hell of a lot confused right now. My lips twitched up in a smile. And how long have you known me? A couple months. Give or take, he said, eyeing me warily. Why? So you know that I'm not one to mince my words or hold back my feelings. I said I'm also not one to let others touch me, like at all. I lifted his hands gently until they were once again back on my hips, biting my lip to hold back the waft that wanted to escape as he continuously blinked rapidly up at me. You annoy me in more ways than I thought was physically possible. I began. You're rude. Arrogant, somewhat crass at times. Geez, he muttered. Tell me how you really feel, baby. I raised a brow. Do I need to muzzle you, wolf boy? His eyes heated, that familiar smirk racing his face, making the butterflies go in my stomach go haywire. That really depends on what you plan on using to keep me quiet. His grin turned downright sinful, and I might have some ideas if you're open to it. I blushed, freaking blushed at his statement, ignoring his enticingly scandalous words. But underneath all the assholeness is a humble, honest man that not only cares deeply for his pack but also for those closest to him, regardless of their status within a pack. I said softly, cupping his cheek. From what you've shared with me, your life hasn't been easy, with your mom dying the way she did, but you've managed to make the best of it, for not only your brothers but for yourself too. I took a deep breath, hesitantly leaning forward and kissing the corner of his mouth, my lips trembling softly as they met his unshaven, scruffy face. So the answer is no. Atlas, I said softly, pulling back slightly as I looked down at him, only to find him gazing up at me intensely with an unknown look in those amber eyes of his not scared of you or the others. I honestly think, as fuck up as this sounds, that even if I saw you murder 1,000 of those creatures, I still wouldn't be scared of you 3. Fucking nah. Little star, he breathed, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. You're going to be the death of me. I smiled down at him, about to make a snarky remark when his hand suddenly shot out and cupped the back of my head, pulling lightly on my hair as he guided me close to him. But oh, what a way to go, he murmured, tugging me in close to him until our faces were only an inch away from each other. They might murder me when they find out, but fuck it. Before I could ask what he meant, his grip tightened on my hair as he reared up and kissed me, twisting in a way that forced me to follow his lead as he reversed our positions. He groaned into my mouth, adding more of his delicious weight on top of me as he nudged my legs apart with his as he settled in. The kiss, if that's even what you wanted to call it at this point, considering it nearly consumed my very existence with how fan-fucking-tastic it was not only unexpected but also mind-numbing to the point that I'm pretty sure I forgot my own name for a second. Atlas shifted slightly, and in my lust-induced haze, my body misinterpreted that as him trying to leave, so my legs automatically wrapped around thick waist and subconsciously brought him closer to me. He swallowed my whimpers of needed and groans of delight, letting out his own sounds of pleasure as my hands gently tugged at his silky, dark hair. I moaned as he broke away from the kiss, arching my neck as his lips trailed down my neck, nipping and leaving small bites on my skin. When that sensation became too much for me to handle, I yanked his head back up and kissed him again, our mouths dominating one another in a way I've never experienced before. Not that I had much experience to begin with. I mean, what in the ever-loving fuck is going on here? A familiar voice boomed loudly in the small safe room, startling me so badly that I accidentally bit down on Atlas's full bottom lip. I bit down too hard, apparently, because 1 second he was fine and the next, a slight metallic tang of blood filled my senses and coated my tongue as he continued to kiss me, not caring about his bleeding lip in the slightest. Atlas groaned, impressively managing to somehow grip the bed's comforter and pull it over our heads until we were enveloped in a blanket cocoon, only pulling back slight as the shuffle of footsteps and strides could be heard from across the room. "Baby?" he panted out, his forehead dropping to mine as we stared at each other, trying to catch our breaths. Don't be alarmed or feel guilty about what the guys will do next. Trust me, it's every bit deserved. I frowned. What do you mean? If they start beating the shit out of me, he clarified, right when the covers were ripped right off of us and he was dragged away from me. Remember, baby? It was all totally worth it. I gasped as sat on my knees on the bed, reaching for Atlas as Phoenix continued to drag him away from the bed. Cassie and hovered in the doorway of the room, eyes shifting from me to Atlas and then Phoenix before settling on me once more. His eyes narrowed in an unfamiliar emotion. Phoenix was angrily muttering something to Atlas, his familiar scowl in place as he continued to berate the man who was just caught kissing me. My lips tingled just thinking about said kiss, a blush heating my cheeks and rushing towards my neck. Cassie narrowed his eyes even further, stepping into the room until he stood a foot away from the bed. He reached out slowly, almost hesitantly, as he brushed a piece of hair behind my ear. "He wasn't rough with you, was he?" No, I blinked up at him, sitting back on my heels. "Why do you ask?" His index finger trailed down my neck, swirling softly around a particularly tender spot. I gasped as he continued his trek down lower, stopping short at the edge of the V-neck sleep shirt that I wore. "Because his marks look like they hurt?" Cass asked, his eyes darkening. "Do they hurt, princess?" "No," I breathed. "He didn't. They don't hurt." He must have saw the truth in my gaze because his body relaxed fractionally. "And you wanted him to kiss you?" he asked in a quieter tone, the voices of the other two idiots rising as their anger got the best of them. "He wasn't pushy. He didn't extort his illness against you." "No," I looked away, my cheeks on fire at this point. I initiated it. Silence. After a few awkward seconds of silence, I took a chance sneak at Cassian. He turned before I could get a good look at his face, clearing his throat as he stepped away from me. "I see," he said in a weird tone. "Well, you let me know if he becomes too clingy or obsessive. I've seen firsthand the extent the Lobos take when pursing their girl." In the mysterious supernatural world, many secrets are hidden. The female protagonist Nova's identity is the story's core. The male protagonist, as her guardians, reveal inner conflicts during protection. As the mysterious organization's conspiracy becomes clear and the power struggle intensifies, will they survive the crisis? Chapter 43. As I exited the safe room, leaving Nova and those two bickering fools behind, I felt an overwhelming need for solitude. My wolf, usually so composed, was restless and demanding space. I found myself absently rubbing my chest as I navigated the labyrinthine underground passages of our sanctuary. Unfamiliar emotions surged through me, a tempest I had never before experienced in my 20 years of existence. Anger and envy, the sentiments I'd rarely entertained, now threatened to consume me. Atlas and I had always been more than friends. We were brothers, bound by a loyalty that transcended blood. Along with my parents, they were the only ones I'd ever considered family. Yet now, for the first time, I felt a burning jealousy towards Atlas. The urge to return to that room and throttle him until he lost consciousness was as novel as it was disturbing. But Nova's not just anyone. "You idiot," my subconscious taunted. I halted mid-stride, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Nova, my stunning mate, was the catalyst for these turbulent emotions. I'd always prided myself on my even temperament, a trait I'd attributed to my wolf's natural confidence, dominant enough to remain unfazed by empty threats, yet level-headed enough to navigate high-stress situations with ease, or so I'd believed. But after witnessing that scene in the safe room, I was teetering on the edge of losing control as I'd never experienced before. The very foundation of myself, perception, was crumbling, all because of the captivating female who'd awakened these dormant feelings within me. As I continued my solitary journey through the winding corridors, I grappled with this new facet of myself. The confident, unshakable Cassian was now faced with the challenge of navigating the treacherous waters of jealousy and possessiveness, all for the sake of Nova. A growl tumbled from my chest as I stalked towards the exit, immediately shifting as the warm late afternoon air kissed my fur. And without a second thought, I ran, and ran, and ran. It was around in the morning when I finally stopped running, exhaustion seeping into my bones as I sat on the edge of my favorite cliff that overlooked the Academy's grounds, the same cliff that I happened to bring Nova to during our study session. Inadvertently, a smile graced my face as I thought about that day. She was so intrigued by my words, and considering the subject, I knew she had to be bored out of her mind, but she never showed it, her eyes lighting up at even the smallest things. She was adorably beautiful that day, and I had to try my damnedest to restrain myself from leaning forward and kissing the hell out of her. I wonder what she would have looked like if I kissed her. Would that pretty blush of hers spread across her entire body? Would those blue eyes of hers darken with lust? A snarl grazed my face as I remembered the way she looked after Atlas' kiss. Of course, that slick bastard was the first one of us to break the pact we made. Always the troublemaker, never thinking about the consequences of his actions and what those actions could cause the rest of us. While I was upset with him, and after long hours of contemplation, I couldn't help but be grateful at the same time, because while he did screw up massively, and would mostly likely be monitored closely by Nyx in the upcoming days, in a way, it was kind of a relief, because now I don't have to feel guilty about my thoughts regarding Nova or worries about breaking the pact. I closed my eyes, swallowing thickly at the memory of how satisfied Nova looked sitting in, her eyes so dark they turned into a stunning lavender color. A rumble went through my chest at the thought of having her look at me that way, of teasing her so deliciously that she solely focused those lusty dark eyes on me and no one else. Shit. This was going to be a problem if my wolf doesn't want to share her with the others. I was distracted from my sharing dilemma when a vaguely familiar scent filled the air, assaulting my senses with how both foreign and familiarly potent it was at the same time. I tilted my head in question as my gaze snagged on a pair of robed figures heading towards the south borders. I knew that scent. Why did I know that scent? Then it clicked. Hell, I can't believe I forgot. Which was pretty unbelievable considering that I must have smelt it about 1,000 times in my parents' lab. That pungent and unique smell of bleach and peppermint with a dash of artificial lemon. My parents' prototype for a new product they were working on that masked the scents of wolves. I frowned because there was no way they managed to finish the product already. The last time I checked, they were still in the early stages of testing, considering that the batches they previously attempted ended up giving their tests subjects anaphylactic reactions. As the figures came closer, I S-linked back into the cover of the shadows, cursing violently as I realized that the herbs I needed to remain temporarily undetected were too far away from me to reach. The figures were close enough that if I strained my ears and remained stock still, I could make out bits and pieces of conversation. How longer? An unfamiliar, garbled voice asked. Hell, this whatever it was serious if not only they were masking their scent, but also if they were wearing voice modulators too. Almost though the other robotic voice stated the others. They were either out of my hearing earshot or one of them must have activated a silent stone. A few heartbeats passed before I decided to emerge from my hiding spot. I let a few more moments pass before I reached for some roots and herbs surrounding me, quickly grinding them together before rubbing the thick paste on my pulse points and heart. Because while my parents were scientists that focused on the scientific and individual aspects of herbs and roots, Amidst was the one that taught me that even the smallest and most antithetical ingredients, when combined with the right intentions, could create a reaction that defies expectations. Which is why when I added Larkla's root with the ixade grass and a sprinkle of moss, I was able to mask my presence and stalk the robed pair, while they wouldn't be able to hear me, and my wolf scent was somewhat diminished to those closest to me. I could still be spotted by anyone if I was careful, which was why I headed for higher ground, lifting myself onto the nearest branch and climbing as high as I could, traveling between the trees as I hunted the pair down. They continued on down the path, the shadows and robes obscuring them to the point that they were one with the darkness. Because I was at the last tree on this cluster of the forest, I had to drop from my perch and follow them on foot if I wanted to know what these figures were up to. Thank God there was enough foliage for me to use to my advantage, nearly tall enough to hide my entire body in some areas. They stopped walking and I was startled to find 6 other robed figures waiting for them at the south border, the border closest to the file ends. It's time to finish this, another robotic voice stated, moving forward until he it looked like he was gazing at the border, or we must end this tonight, or else all is lost forever. The man, I'm guessing that I'm considering how tall and bulky he was, turned and the moonlight hit him with just enough light that I was able to take a good look at his face, or mask, should I say. All the blood drained from my face at the sight of those masks. The masks of the marksmen. The hunters of the supernatural world. The one group of people that all races of the supernatural world was afraid because they were able to curse us to eternal damnation with a single drop of their blood. According to history books, the marksmen were created around the time the supernatural population started increasing in the world. No one knows if they were a gift from the gods or cursed from the humans in order to contain us, but the fact of the matter is that they could kill the strongest of us. Like they killed Last Lupine all those years ago. Like they would kill me if I didn't find a way to get out of here or call for reinforcements. Because these fucking people thought of everything tonight. From the robes to masks and even the scent blocker and whatever the hell else they were hiding on them. Are we sure we should be doing this? A voice stepped forward hesitantly. A woman, this time by the stature of her. You've seen what happened last time when we did this. That creature. It nearly killed us. That's because I didn't have a good hold on it last time, the gruff robotic voice said, flexing his hand into a fist stronger this time. That's what you said last time, someone said dryly, and we can't afford to mess this time. My sources tell me that the heirs are investigating missing persons reports as we speak. That has nothing to do with us. A scoff sounded. We don't create those things. Donovan. A voice hissed. One of those creatures nearly killed my son. My heart stopped at those words. This isn't possible. Chapter 40 for Phoenix. Do you have any idea of what the fuck you've just done? I hissed at the traitor in front of me, my wolf lingering just beneath my skin, urging for violence and blood and death. Whose death? I'm not too sure yet at this moment. Atlas ignored me, instead focusing on the woman of our dreams as she tidied up the small safe room, his eyes practically shining with adoration and those heart emojis. Hey fuckface. I snapped in his face, gripping his chin and moving his head until we were face-to-face focus. That kiss was so worth your bitching and complaining, he muttered, taking a step away from me and towards the beauty at the bed. I think I'm even more in love with her than I was yesterday. I stared at him like an alien sprouted from his forehead. Bullshit. No nicks. No nicks. I'm serious. He gripped my arm with one hand while the other touched the center of his chest. I feel like an entirely different person. The moment our lips touched, it felt like I could breathe again. Like I had no worries in the world as long as she remained by my side. My eyes wide and at both his words and the odd tone he said them. Because for as long as I've known him, Atlas has never been someone emotionally in tune with his feelings. Hell, he's never been one for words at all. With anyone, always choosing to listen from the shadows instead. So to hear him like this, emotionally invested, was insane. It was one kiss. It was just a kiss, Phoenix, Atlas said, eyes shining with emotion. It was so much more than a kiss. Before I could comment on anything, the safe room door burst open. Atlas and I moved fast enough to cover the most important thing in our lives. Nova. I was a second away from shifting when I realized who was standing in front of us. What the fuck, dude? Atlas relaxed. What? We need to leave, he hissed out, eyes frantically looking over us until they settle on one thing. Or person, Nova. We need to leave. Cass strutted forward, reaching Nova's side in less than 5 seconds, tugging on her arm and dragging her forwards until she was within reach of us. What's going on, Cassianne? Her nose scrunched in confusion as her eyes briefly glanced at me, questions swirling in the icy gaze of hers. Why do you look so freaked out? His lips pursed as he looked at us. Another one of those things are coming. I immediately tensed. What? How do you know? I just know how. Because I just watched someone fucking summon it, he whispered, his eyes scrunching at the corners and stressing. That's not even the worst part. It gets worse. Atlas grunted. So much worse. How? Because someone controls that thing, he said, and he only has one target in mind. Who? I asked, already dreading his next words, considering that I'm pretty sure I knew what his answer was. It's me, isn't it? Nova whispered. All of this is my fault. Cassie, and 1 hour ago. Silence. The marksman named Donovan hissed at his followers. We either open it tonight, or we can kiss the chance for harmony within the packs goodbye. Wait. What? Why would marksmen, our literal supernatural enemies, care about any type of harmony within the packs? And now that I think about it, how did they get onto the Academy's grounds? Grounds that I know were warded with a special type of ancestral magic that was infused within the castle's walls the moment it was created. Son of a bitch. The answer was right there in front of my face this whole time. Either we had traitors in our midst, or these weren't the real marksmen. They were imposters. These people standing in front of me were just shifters disguising themselves as the marksmen so that in case someone stumbled upon them, would have no choice but to retaliate against the real marksmen and not these pretenders. Do it. Number 7 Donovan hissed. Open the portal. Once I open the portal, I have no way of knowing who or what comes through it. The figure name 7 stated they don't send who they want, who they think will be most useful to our cause. They. I thought in confusion, who the hell is they? And look how well that went. Someone muttered that thing nearly killed all of us last time. Open it, Donovan commanded. Now. The figure stepped towards the border with raised, glowing hands, muttering incomprehensible things as another figure started outlining some weird sigils in the dirt surrounding the witch. Double shit. Because not only were shifters involved in this horrendous crime, possibly people from my own pack, but they also somehow managed to convince the witches that lived within our perimeters to get involved too. Which meant that whatever their cause was, whatever they were fighting and creating all this chaos for, must have been an worthy enough cause to fight for if the witches decided to go against our treaty for. And considering that the exiled witches that lived among us kept to themselves and their tight-knit groups, never once getting involved with shifter affairs no matter how much they disagreed with them, to risk their forged homes and livelihoods, as well as livelihoods of the innocent witches, was unsettling. What if you can't control this creature? The woman voiced her same opinions to her leader. What if it tries to murder my son? We're in this mess because of your son, Donovan growled, gripping the woman's arms. In fact, we're in the mess because of all of your sons and their penchant for getting involved in business that doesn't pertain to them. But, not another word, Donovan growled, pushing up the sleeves of his shirt before nodding at the witch. Are you ready? As ready as it'll ever be, they said. Remember, you must establish the connection first before you're able to command them to do your bidding. And if I don't, then you'll have a rogue WLLNCH on your hands, the witch said, and this one's been kept alive the longest. It'd say only be a matter of hours before half of the Academy's population dwindles away. Donovan, someone interrupted. I don't think we should do it, Donovan hissed, ignoring his followers as the witch immediately slashed her at them across his arm before dragging it across the wrists of every follower in attendance. I watched in equal parts of horror and fascination as they lifted their collective bloodied hands to the border wall, smearing sigils across the invisible barrier in hurried strokes. The barrier shimmered for a few seconds before going completely still again. It wased until a familiar creature, 10 times bigger than the last one, stepped over the border. Did I decide that it was time to go? I didn't realize my mistake until it was almost too late. The branch snapping underneath my foot caught the ears of not only the masked figures a few feet away from me, but also from the terrifying creature at their side. How about we see how much control I have now? Shall we? Donovan dipped his fingers into his own blood and whispered something to the creature that I cowled in. Here now, my creature. Go hunt and kill whosoever out there watching us. Make it painful and make it be known that we will not fail again. We will not stop until the blood of the 2 heirs bless our people once more. The creature, so much more preserved than the other ones before it, tilted its head back and let out such a terrifying howl that it chilled me to my bones. Because not only was the sound hauntingly horrifying, it was also mixed with a type of despair I didn't think was possible. Do not stop, creature, until you feel the cracking of her bones beneath your monstrous jaws, Donovan commanded, until you feel the life draining from her pathetically weak body. Until her soul is devoured gods as retribution for those who have not only wronged us but tried to exterminate our people and our culture. Shit. This was bad. Hell. This was the worst possible scenario I could have ever thought of. Because not only did this creature look like it could rip 20 shifters to shreds at once, I recognized a familiar glint in its eyes. The glint of intelligence. Something that told me that this creature was probably smarter than the others. Hell, probably even smarter than those that summoned it. And, for that reason, its intelligence would make it impossible for anyone to kill it. I needed to get to Nova and the others before this creature did. I needed to warn them about what was coming for us, what was coming for her. Because if anything would be the death of us, it would be this creature right in front of me. The creature who held 1,000 different secrets in those glassy white eyes of his. Terms. WLNCH, ancient word for resurrected shifter. Chapter 45 Nova, where are we? I asked as I leaned over Atlas in the back seat of Phoenix's luxury SUV to look at the grand estate in front of us and who's following behind us. Phoenix glanced back at me, one hand on the wheel as he drove up the winding path leading towards the estate. The Butcher twins, he said, and a few royal guards loyal to us, including Exlo. And we're going. I trailed off. The Lupine estate, Cassian said softly, gripping my hand and rubbing his thumb against the back of my skin. The most secure estate out of all the other estates. What? My eyes wide, and we're going to the Lupine estate. I barely wheezed out the words before an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. This would be the first time I've visited anything remotely related to the Lupine family since arriving at Crescent Academy. And why I was scared out of my mind at the prospect of another one of those monstrous creatures out on the loose, hunting me down like the prey I was. I was more nervous at the moment about entering the leering mansion in front of me. How is it more secure than the others? I swallowed roughly. Wouldn't this be the first place that someone would look for us? Atlas shook his head while Phoenix barked the car. No one would ever think to look here. Why not? I asked as I followed them out of the car. Because this place hasn't touched in 19 years. A familiar voice said from behind me. I turned to find Nico and Teo leaning against their car, an odd look on his face as he drifted towards his brother's side. How do you know it hasn't been touched in 19 years? I asked. Clearly looking at the manicured lawns a suspicion, it looks like it's been maintained quite well. It should look that way, Nico said. Coming to stop in front of me, it's been purposely preserved by magic. Atlas whistled low as Phoenix sucked in a sharp breath. How in the hell did you manage that? Our father did, Nico said softly. Never once taking his eyes off of me. Once it was confirmed that Alpha Lupine was gone, our father took it upon himself to ensure that only someone from the Lupine bloodline could access the estate. How? I blinked up at him. And if that's true, then how is anyone else here with me? Our father made sure that the only other bloodline that could access the estate would be ours. Teo followed up just in case. But that doesn't explain the rest of them. My eyes skimmed the three men standing protectively behind the twins, each listening intently to their words despite the small scowls gracing their faces at Nico's close presence. How are the guys in Exlo here? His lips pursed as his eye slid towards his brother. We think it's because you drove here with them, Teo said quickly, and since Exlo drove here with us, the property spell adapted to your intentions. It can do that. Of course, Nico said. The witch our father hired was very skilled in her craft. It took her nearly a year to complete the estate's entirety, including the additional acres acquired before our father's death. I nodded, his words making sense considering that it was the only possible explanation why everyone besides the twins and I were able to enter the premises. The estate's completely protective? I asked. It was the first thing secured by our father, Teo said, and is subsequently secured every 2 months when we do our annual safety checks. I nodded absently, turning towards the looming estate in front of me, my nerves making me want to simultaneously puke and run away at the same time. A warm body sidled up to me. You know, we can go somewhere else if you like, Cassie, and murmured softly to me. I looked up at him, our eyes locking. His were full of sorrow, anxiousness, and regret. Was that creature as terrifying as you say it was? He gave me a slow but steady nod. And this is the place we're supposed to be, I said, squeezing his hand softly. If this is the safest place for us, then this is where we're going to stay. I can't risk any of you getting hurt at my expense. With those final words, I stepped towards the estate in hope with all my might that the twins were right about this impenetrable fortress, while the guys set up whatever they had to set up. I went exploring. The estate was much different than I expected it to be. It was homey. Dozen of picture frames lines the walls, unfamiliar faces smiling back at me as I passed them in the halls. So far, I managed to find an office, a guest bedroom, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, a foyer, and a living room. I slid my hand up the shiny, wooden handcrafted banister as I headed up towards the 2nd floor. I stopped at the top of the landing, wondering which room I would visit first out of the 7 rooms on this floor. My hand traced the beautiful stained glass window at the end of the hall as I decided to start from left to right. It was a picture of the night sky. 3 beautiful white stars overlooking a frozen lake while also surrounded by what looked like the northern lights. It was stunning, and whoever the artist was needed to seriously be commended for their work, considering how they managed to manipulate the glass with the most intricate detail. I opened the door on the left, not paying attention to the matching craftsmanship that reflected the glass art. I opened the door and wheezed out a breath, quickly shutting my eyes at image that I felt a single tear slide down my eye. My breath's coming in quick pants now as I gripped the door handle for support. I can't believe that out of all the possible doors I could have chosen to start with, I picked this room, a nursery, but not just any nursery. My nursery. And God, was it beautiful. It was straight out of fairy tale. The beautiful handcrafted bassinet was covered in intricately carved roses and ivy, arranged in a way that made it seem like it was a part of the beautiful tree of life sprouting from the wall. The wallpaper, upon closer inspection, was really wallpaper at all but a hand-printed portrait of iconic scenes from the different fairy tales. I turned and found a large closet filled to the brim with baby clothes, shoes, and the most adorable accessories I've ever seen in my life. When I picked up a framed picture of an ecstatic giant of a man holding the ultrasound in his hands. Beaming at the camera, I cowled and helped the floodgate of tears and emotions that bombarded me at once. I sunk to the floor, sniffling down my sobs that the guys didn't come in here, guns blazing, and wonder why I was on the floor crying my heart out. I swallowed thickly, looking down at the man in the photos in equal parts shock, amazement, and apprehension. And while Fowl was right in the aspect that I didn't look like my father much, I did inherit the one distinguishing factor that made me recognizable as a Lupine and his daughter. His eyes, those brilliant, blazing blue eyes of his. I traced every feature of his with my eyes, memorizing our similarities and vast differences. Besides our eyes, the only thing else we shared was the fact that we shared the same dark hair color. Other than that, I must have received everything else from my birth mother. At that thought, another sob broke free from my chest, no matter how hard I worked to keep it in. Although I loved my family with my entire heart and soul, and I would die for them in a second, I cowled and helped but sob for the way my life could have been. I sobbed for a little girl who lost her parents before they could even get the chance to be parents. I sobbed for the life that that little girl could have had, the one she deserved. I sobbed at the lost friendships, the lost memories that could have been. Nova, a hesitant voice reached out. Startled, I hunched into myself, turning away from the door to hide my emotions from the last person I wanted to see them. "I'm fine," I sniffled. "You're not fine, Nova." Someone sit next to me as a thumb wiped the tears away from my eyes. "Let's not try to pretend otherwise." I moved my head away from him. "I don't have time for arguing, Phoenix." "Then let's not argue," he said softly. "Let's just wallow in silence." Chapter 46 Nyx. I flinched as another muffled sob racked Nova's small body, the hands holding the frame trembling as she continued to look down at the beaming giant posing with an ultrasound photo. I've only met Wolf Lupine once in my life. A very brief exchange during a meeting I attended with my dad when I was 6.5. It was the only meeting where Alpha Lupine personally requested that all the heirs convene together, without a moment's notice, in order to discuss something important. That something important was an announcement and of this beautiful creature in front of me. I can recall that day vividly, even if I was a little on the young side, because my father had been particularly nasty that morning after he got off of the phone from the Lupine heir. "Who does he think he is?" Tyr snarled, snapping his phone into as he ranted and raved at the head of our dining room table that entitled fuck couldn't even call me himself. Had to have his lapdog call me instead. The servant scoured and trembled at his tone, cowering and scrambling out of his way. My mother, ever the saint, shot them a sorrowful look as she gently cradled her growing stomach. "Whatever he must have to discuss with you all must be important," she said softly. Her blonde curls piled perfectly on top of her head, "and it must be taking up all of his time if he didn't call you personally. You know Wolf likes to make his calls to his fellow heirs personally." Of course you come to his defense. Tyr sneered at my mom. "Apparently things never change." Mom glanced at me sitting quietly in my seat, and with a strained smile sent my way. She asked me to go play with my nanny, and I did, only after listening to their entire conversation. "I might have been his friend first, Tyr," she said, frustration coloring her tone, "but I married you. You're my husband, Tyr, and I love you." A scoff so loud permeated the air, letting goosebumps erupt on my arms at the cruel sound. "You loved what I could offer you." The scraping of a chair had my body tense. "Let us not forget who took whose name in this marriage," my mother hissed, surprising me since this was the first time I've ever heard her stand up for herself. "We both know that my name offers a lot more than yours ever could. I am the truth and rear heir that graciously stepped aside to relinquish my title onto you. I'm the one who convinced the elders of my pack as well as the other heirs that the son of my father's beta, the man I fell in love with, would be a much better heir and alpha than I ever would be." Her voice dropped to a whisper and telling me that I was making a mistake, giving up my birthright by marrying you. "I still chose you. And for what? Just a facade of the man I thought you were. A moment of silence before the bomb went off. How dare you? I worked hard for this position, he snarled. I earned this position with my actions, proving so much more than those pretty words of yours could ever spin. Keep telling yourself that, your mom said, her voice sounding exhausted, because you and I both know that no matter how much Leaf tried to prove their worth with their actions, they could never accomplish a fraction of what I did with those pretty little words of mine. I was brought out of my memories by a soft hand touching my face. Nix, you okay? She asked with a watery smile. You look even more troubled than I do. I sent my beautiful made a strained smile. I'm fine. You sure? You know, I met your dad once, I said softly, redirecting the conversation and watching as her eyes widened. It was brief, but he made a lasting impression on me to this day. She scooted closer to me until her thighs were pressed against mine. Really? She asked hesitantly. I nodded. How old were you? About 5.5, I chuckled when she made a face. What's that face for? If I can't remember anything from when I was 5 years old. She said, I find it hard to believe that you can. I smirked at her. I'm a special breed. She snorted and my heart eased as the tears started to disappear from her eyes. It was actually the day he announced that he was having an heir, I said softly, my hands fidgeting with her nursery carpet, of course. I didn't know what that meant until later on, but I could never forget the faces everyone in the room. The most memorable one being the one that belonging to your father. Really? She asked skeptical. What did his face look like? He looked so damn proud. I said, he never revealed your gender, but I honestly don't think he would have cared if you were born a potato, because he would have loved you regardless. A hint of bitterness escaped my voice, no matter how hard I tried to keep it out. Because while Nova's father beamed at a piece of paper with love swelling in his eyes, my own flesh and blood looked at me like I was a piece of used gum at the bottom of his expensive shoes. The only reason he brought me to that meeting was to show off the fact that he had the oldest heir out of the alpha heirs. I was jealous of my mate. I loved the fact that her family, especially her dad and a renowned alpha, was proud of who she was. With that being said, I just hated the fact that the only thing my sister and I were good for, according to our father, was the ability to carry on the Fenrir last name. A legacy he was proud to say he molded with his bare hands. Despite the hundreds of thousands of actual Fenrir-s that came before him that did so much more in their lifetime than he would in his. Nova's eyes shifted towards the floor, anguish crossing those icy depths. Can I be honest for a second? She whispered, truly honest, with no smart-ass remarks or replies. You can try. I nudged her shoulder, but as you stated before, I kind of have no filter, so I can't make any promises. Her lips stilted up in a half-smile before they wobbled again. Does it make me a bad person to not want to hear stories about Alpha Lupine? I looked at her in surprise. Well, because out of all the things she could have said, those were not the words I was expecting. Don't get me wrong, she said quickly, I want to hear stories about him. Eventually. It's just that, whenever someone mentions my father, my mind always goes back to my dad. Or Matthew Street. James. She rambled on as she pulled at her dark strands so hard. I nearly winced at the phantom pressure it was causing me. I just feel like him living a life that's not mine, she whispered on, one hand in me, but at the same time, am not, if that makes sense. In Nova Street. James. And I don't think you'll ever live up to the name of Nova Lupine. Nova. My eyes softened as I reached for her. It's okay to be both people, you know. You were born a Lupine but raised as a street. James, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. I understand. The guys understand, and we would never ask you to be something you're not. You guys understand that, but the rest of your world doesn't, she said. Stress at the corners of her eyes. They don't understand why I'm not like my father. They don't get why I'm so concerned with humans. They can't understand why I don't radiate the same power as the rest of you. Why I can't shift like the rest of you. I hear their whispers, Phoenix. She sniffled. I might not care about everything they say, because most of it is bullshit anyways, but I can't ignore the truth in some of their words. I don't belong here, and I don't think I ever will. Nova. Being in this house just solidifies what I've known all this time. She gripped the frame tighter in her hand. The incident with Atlas just proves how much I don't know her. She said, look at what I've done to your lives with the short amount of time I've been here. Atlas almost died. You've been attacked. Cassie Ann was hunted down. Look at how much chaos I've brought to you all. I opened my mouth to say something when her next words had me pausing. And do you want to know the worst part? She didn't wait for my answer before continuing. The worst part is that I have this ominous feeling in the pit of my stomach that things are about to get so much worse. Why do you say that, princess? She thrusted the picture at me before looking around the entire room. Because after all these hours of snooping, I'd have yet to find a picture or inkling of the woman that birthed me, she said, which leave that I either was some kind of miracle immaculate conception or that whoever she was, my biological parents tried real hard to keep the rest of the world from finding out who she really was. Chapter 47 Nova Little Moon. Unfamiliar voice whispered in my ear, Nova Nix. Come to me, my mate. I tossed and turned in bed, flipping from one side to the other as I gripped my pillow tightly to my body. My dreams shifting from shadowy darkness to the bright sky in an instant. NYZ. My head snapped around as I heard the familiar squeals of my two best friends. Samara and Lily sounded from behind me. I turned and found them running towards me, their arms entangling with my own as they squeezed the life out of me. What are you guys doing here? I gasped, how are you guys here? They stared at me in confusion. It's the summer NYZ. Why wouldn't we be here? I frowned as I pulled away from them. They shifted away slightly, and for the first time since our encounter, I finally took in my surroundings, which made me frown even more. Because instead of being at the Lupine Manor, surrounded by the boys, I was home, in the human realm. My home, with my brothers laughing in our tiny backyard and our mom waltzing around the kitchen cooking and muttering something under her breath about buying a new stove. How am I home? I mumbled quietly to myself. Where are the others? Well, I thought I quietly mumbled to myself, but apparently I didn't, because Sam and Lily shot each other a look. NYZ, you feeling all right? Sam asked, slapping her palm onto my forehead so hard I flinched back. Oh, don't be a baby. Her words were something Samara would say that my brain was having a hard time separating fact from fiction. A muscular arm wrapped around my waist as an unfamiliar, yet familiar, voice purred into my ear. Is everything all right, little moon? I looked up, expecting it to be one of the guys since they were always so touchy nowadays, but was met with a disturbing surprise. You know that uncomfortable burning and watery eye feeling you get when you chop an onion? That's exactly what I felt every time I looked at the mysterious stranger wrapped around me. I could see his body clearly, right down to the finest detail on his dark cloak. Yes, cloak. But for some reason I cowled and make out a single detail out of this man's face. It's not time for us to meet yet, little moon, his smooth, rumbling voice said, causing shivers to run through my body. But when it is, you best know that I will come to collect what's mine. Sam and Lily didn't even bat an eyelash at our exchange, or his void in his face, grinning at us like we were the most interesting thing since sliced bread. Who are you? I felt hot breath pin across my neck, making my nerves stand on end. You know who I am to you, he whispered, soft feather-like movements trailing across my neck in what felt like small kisses. Your wolf knows who I am to you, just like she knows who the others are to you too. That's where you're wrong, I said, looking away. I don't have a wolf. He was so close to me that his deep rumble of laughter coursed through my own body. The fact that you believe that is quite enchanting, little moon. My head snapped up so fast that I was afraid I almost gave myself whiplash. What is that supposed to mean? A single finger caressed my cheek. How do you think you managed to survive in the academy so long, while their human counterparts are inclined to listen to their alpha heirs? Their inner wolves have no such inclination for rules, the man stated. If their animals deemed you weak or unworthy, you'd have been dead within the first hour at the academy. I raised a brow. And you know this how? Although I could not see his face, I could tell he was smiling by the tone of his voice. I've been around for quite a while waiting for you, little moon. I might have learned a thing or two about wolves in my time. I don't think that came across the way you wanted it to. I just stared at the stranger's blank face. It sounded a little pervy, So quick-witted a chuckle left the stranger just like your mother. What? I choked out, my eyes widening at those four little words you. You knew my mother. Fingers tangled in my hair, the whole world knows who your mother was, Little Moon. I reared my head back in shock. Why are you talking in riddles? And not Little Moo, he whispered, gripping my hair tightly in his large hands. You just don't have all the pieces yet. I could feel his smile, but when you do, Little Moon, I can't wait for the world to tremble at your feet. What is that supposed to mean? Soon, Little Moon, he whispered in my ear, but until we meet again, seek comfort in the others. They're waiting on you. I woke on a gasp. The sun streaming in from the large wind, momentarily blinding me. I blinked rapidly, barely aware of what was going on around me in this room, let alone what was going on the outside. And something was going on considering the unreasonable amount of shouting going on at the moment. What in the world? I grumbled, sliding out of bed and heading towards the window. Holy crap. I raced out of my room, forgetting that I was just in one of my dad's old ratty t-shirts and nothing else, and dashed down the stairs. What in the hell is going on? I growled at the twins as I bypassed them and headed outside. What are you idiots doing? Three humongous wolves stood in front of where the twins stated the boundary lines began, gazing at the dark horizon in varying in degrees of color and height. The brown wolf, the one I remember so clearly from the night I was taken from home, snapped his head around at the sound of his voice, his amber eyes shining furiously as he growled at who I assumed were the twins behind me. The blonde wolf and the midnight black wolf turned until they were facing me. The black wolf, which I'm guessing is Phoenix by the intense blue eyes the wolf sported, growled something that had the twins wincing. A hand gently wrapped around my wrist but quickly let go when all three wolves snarled as. Phoenix wants us to go inside, Novateo said in a rush. Why don't I show you the observatory? Uncle Wolf was quite fond of the constellations. I ignored him and narrowed my eyes at the stubborn heirs in front of me. What are you three doing out here? Silence. And then I saw it. Something pacing back and forth just beyond the barrier of the Lupine property. My eyes wide and in shock. It found us already. More silence. I swear to God, if one of you doesn't explain to me what's going on, it'll kill you before that creature can even set his sights on you. Phoenix shifted first, and I had to admit, I had a moment of weakness. I just cowed and not look when he was practically in my eyesight, his art begging for some type of appreciation. My eyes dipped down just the tiniest of bit, and when they saw the intricate designs of hundreds of tattoos spanning across his entire upper body, and even more designs further south that my eyes didn't dare venture, my heart stopped beating. Holy cannoli. I'm fucked. Royally and totally fucked. Because who knew that the prim and proper fin rear air would look like this underneath all that stuffy clothing he wore? A hema throat cleared from behind me as pants were handed to Phoenix and the other to Do you still want us to take Nova to the observatory, Phoenix? There's no point now, Atlas, who finally shifted back into his human form, stated as he stopped in front of me. Although, you really should go and see the observatory. I heard it was world-renowned in its day. I glared up at him. Don't try to change the subject, Lobo. We don't know how it found us so fast. But it did. Phoenix came up behind me, and I turned in a way that had me staring up at him. It tried to break in, but fortunately the twins were right about this place being impenetrable. Now it's looking for weak spots around the entire property. Cassian joined us, boxing me in from the other side. So far, it tried to attack the barn, the small training arena, and a new servant's house. It hasn't broken in yet. No, Phoenix said, but not for the lack of trying. According to the twins, we have about another few weeks before the spell must be recast. And the only way to do that would be to bring the witch here and have her strengthen the markers scattered across the property. And how much time is a few weeks? Maybe 2. Possible 3 weeks, Nico answered and then hesitated. But what? The spell was meant to keep the usual unwanted supernaturals off of the Lupine land, he said, but since this creature is, whatever the hell it is, I can't say for certain how long the spell can last. We'd be sitting ducks, he Ratless said. We have to leave and find another safe house. With how quickly this creature found us, Am not sure another safe house is in our best interest, Cassian said, and out of the manor. We better figure out a solution and fast. Chapter 48 Nova. I gritted my jaw, glaring at the 3 alphas' pains in my ass that were blocking the exit. Why can't I go with you? The biggest asshole of them all raised a brow at me. For one, that creature is hunting you down, specifically, Nick said smoothly, folding his arms across his broad chest, and for another, you don't have a wolf. I inwardly flinched at his harsh words, stealing my spine and sending my nastiest glare away. You're right. I don't have a wolf. I poked his chest hard enough to have him raising an eye of 3, or did you bozos forget your promises? Atlas whistled, though she got either. Nick's why. Nick's locked eyes with me before reaching forward and guiding a stray piece of hair away from my face. I didn't say it to be mean, little star, he murmured softly, so that only my ears could hear, and while you do have us at your disposal, we can't worry about staying alive and keeping you safe at the same time. My heart, the traitorous witch that she is, galloped faster at his soft movements and even sweeter words. If we're being honest here, I really liked when he showed this side of himself to me, since he rarely let anyone in those titanium walls of his. I knew that whatever caused him to be so close had something to do with his past, given the haunting, sad look in his eyes. You said we have about a week and a half more before the creature breaks, and I whispered just as softly, why can't I just come to the borders with you 3? Just this once. Honestly, I'd expect nothing less from you. I don't trust the butcher's guesstimate, he said bluntly. They might be the best brutes at murdering and dismembering a body, but that doesn't take a lot of intelligence in my book. We can hear you. You dick. Nico growled from the other room and from where we're sitting. It doesn't take a lot of brains to sit on an overpriced chair and give orders either. My lips twitched at his words and Teo's attempt to shush him. You just love pissing people off, don't you? That's his favorite pastime, Atlas snorted. The motherfucker could win an Olympic medal if it was a sport. Cassie and nudged Nyx away from me a little. Nova, you were the one who suggested to stay behind and try to learn more about your birth mother in the first place. I squirmed at the knowing look in his eye. Can't a girl change her mind? A regular girl, yes, Atlas murmured, but you. Not so much. I narrowed my gaze at him. I thought you were a wolf, Lobo, not a parrot. Atlas gasped, throwing an arm over my shoulders. You wound me, baby. I'm about to wound you. Nick shoved him away from me with a hand to his face. Nova. Atlas howled, did you see what he did to me? You'll live, I deadpanned before turning back to Cassie, and I want to come with you 3. His soft smile had me sighing. It feels like a waste of time for me to look for someone who went through all the trouble of hiding herself in the first place, I murmured. I feel helpless waiting here, looking for Ghost, when you 3 are out there trying to protect us from that creature. Cass squeezed my hand. Your job is the most important one of all. How? Finding out who your birth mother was could give us clarity on some things. He said it could tell us why every owner is so adamant about hunting you down. Besides the obvious reason. Atlas asked, like being the last Lupine heir. It's more than that, though. Cass shook his head. We've always had people gunning for our positions our entire life, but they've never gone to such lengths like they have for Nova. There's a reason for that, and I want to know why. It was an hour later when I found myself sitting in the large leather chair behind a massive desk that took up nearly the entire square footage of Wolf Lupina's office. The way that the twins described it. If my father was at the pack house training his wolves, he was holed up in this office going over the stacks and stacks of paperwork that needed his stamp of approval. From the way it currently looked, perfectly preserved, it seemed like I just stepped into time capsule. A simple old model computer sat on the edge of the desk, dust spattering across the screen. Papers were strewn across the desk, some tucked and touched and neatly in piles, while others had notes slashed through them. I picked up one and smiled at the messy handwriting, noting the small similarities between our penmanship. Our vowels were identical. Tears sprang to my eyes at such a mundane comparison, my heart mourning of all the things that could have been. Don't get me wrong. My parents never treated me differently from the twins, spreading their love equally amongst the 3 of us. It's just a feeling I've had since I was old enough for me to understand what I was feeling in the first place. A feeling you get when you're surrounded by a group of people who have everything in common, even down to the most minuscule thing. Except you. I've always felt like I never fit in completely with the rest of my family, physical characteristics aside, while my brothers took after each parent, with their personality or looks. Ivy always wondered where I fit in. I was never outgoing or loud like the rest of my family. I was the firstborn daughter, the quiet one that would have rather sat in the corner reading a book or observing everyone around me. I wiped away the tear quickly, taking a harsh breath and exhaling loudly before opening the first drawer of his desk. I sucked in a sharp breath as I pulled the photo from the drawer, my fingers tracing the curled edges. It was the same baby photo that was framed in the nursery, except for the fact that this must be the original copy. It was worn at the corners, the edges slightly torn and smudged with fingerprints. I turned the small piece of paper around and gasped, my heart stopping for a full minute, because on the back of an ultrasound was my name. My full name was there, written in Last Lupine's handwriting, clear as day. Last Lupine. I don't know how long I sat there looking at the ultrasound, because 1 second I was trying to buy time until the boys came back, and the next I could hear their rowdiness from downstairs as they trampled back inside from their scouting. Although I could hear everything they were saying, making jokes between themselves as usual, it felt like I was frozen in my body, unable to do anything except stare at the 3 words scribbled on the ultrasound. Where's Nova? Atlas asked who I assumed were the twins. Upstairs. One of them answered she's been upstairs all afternoon. And you didn't think to check on her. Nix growled dumbestas. I knew we shouldn't have left her here with you two idiots. Fuck you, Fenrir. Nico yelled. We were giving her space and time to grieve. Not even on your best day, sweetheart. Nix yelled back, his footsteps thundering up the stairs. The door cracked open and his voice filled my ears. Nova. I looked up at him, and when our gazes locked, his eyes darkened. He was at my side in an instant. What's wrong? I handed him the ultrasound, and I instantly knew the second when everything clicked for him. Someone didn't steal me from my parents, I asked, my voice trembling softly. They brought me to the human world, didn't they? My parents gave me away to someone willingly in order to keep me safe. He said nothing as he continued to stare at the photo in his hands. It all makes sense now. Docent at Nix, I said. The nursery. The fact that no one could find me for 19 years. The freaking magically enhanced fortress he ensured did have if I managed to find my way back here. You don't do what Last Lupine did for his daughter unless HED suspect. There was a chance that he would live to see the day she was born. There were exactly 5 people in that room that knew where Last Lupine was going to be on the night of his murder, Nix said, his voice framed with anger as he finally lifted his blazing eyes to mine, and somehow I find it hard to believe that not one of those 5 people, 5 powerful shifters who had all kinds of access to different information at their disposal, didn't know assassination was about to occur to the only Lupine on such a simple mission. His eyes locked with mine once more, and I knew, just instinctively knew, that we were thinking the same thing. The Pentel allowed this to happen, he said. See, 19 years ago, they allowed the brutal murder of your parents on that mission, just like they're allowing that creature to hunt us down. But that was their first mistake, he said, a grin forming on his handsome face, forgetting exactly who and what they raised us to be. Chapter 49. Nova. There must be someone we can trust. I looked down at the blueprint of the Lupine mansion the twins managed to find in my father's office. Someone we can ask for help. We're on our own here, Starnik said, his hand dragging from one end of the map to the other. Is there any way to get from this point to that point without the creature noticing? No, Miko said, following Phoenix's movements. We would have to pass through an open field in order to get the stables, and even then, the stables are large enough to cover our entire group. How about we break up into 2 groups? Atlas asked. Group Alpha will be the distraction while Group Beta make a break. It's kind of hard to do that when it's specifically tracking, Novateo said. It's not like we can clone her and drag her with us. What if it's tracking her scent? Cassie answered. Mize, can we confuse it by using some of her clothes? I don't think so. Nix crossed his arms. From what you told me, it seems like they're using some sort of blood magic to track her. They use blood magic to some, and the damn thing. Cassian frowned. I don't think they're using it to track her. We can't take that risk. Mix shook his head. We only get one shot at this, so we can't leave it up to chance. I looked down at the map. I have an idea. I felt 3 specific sets of eyes burning holes into the side of my head. I could join the distraction team. Don't even finish that sentence, Phoenix warned with a low growl. We are not letting you out of our sight. Like you said. I looked at him. We only get one shot at this. While I distract the creature, you 3 could escape and go get reinforcements. We need all the help we could get if we're going to face Fisher. As talented as they are, Atlas winced as his eyes slid to his brother, and the twins eyed Aunt necessarily trust them with you. Why not? I countered. You said it yourself. You've trained your brother to be an air guard, so I know he's highly skilled. As for the twins, I know that they wouldn't let anything happen to me. I looked at them and noticed that they not only tensed but stood a tad bit straighter than usual. They're named the Butchers for a reason. All 3 of them shook their heads simultaneously. Why not? I demanded. This is the best option we have so far. Too dangerous, Mick said, his tone conveying the end of discussion. You need to be with us. We're the only ones that can protect you. That's what Atlas thought. I pointed to the big OF, and look where that got him. Comatose for nearly 2 weeks, hey. I ignored his indignant shout of protest. They can protect me while you go for help. Mick's blue eyes flashed. Absolutely not. I need a reason, Phoenix. I jutted my chin at him. This is the best plan we've come up with so far. Why are you so against it? Phoenix just stared at me. His strong jaw clenched tightly. Everyone who listened to air, get the hell out of here and take a walk around the perimeter, he said. Lock the door on your way out. Axlo slapped his brother's shoulder on the way out, sending me a wink as he hooked around each of the twins' shoulders. When the door clicked closed, all 3 men turned to me as I crossed my arms. If your parents are involved in this freak show, then that means that they know every single one of your moves. I said. They know how you think because, like you said, Mix, they had a hand in training you. They don't know everything, Cassian said softly. While they did train us in the beginning of our lives, mostly their air side of things, they weren't there for the actual training aspect of our journey. Would be daft to think that they don't have spies in the academy, I said. Looking towards Cassian, you said that there were at least 8 or 9 people there, right? He nodded. So there still could be a chance that your parents wouldn't go after you if you're separated from me. I can assure you that wouldn't be the case in my situation. A snort left Nick Cest full lips. You wouldn't need to be with me for my father to seize the opportunity to get rid of me if a convenient opportunity presented itself. I don't understand why, though, I whispered. You're his son. You guys are their children. Why would they willingly want to get rid of you? They're heirs. People are willing to do anything, including murdering their entire family if it means keeping their fists secured tightly around their desired power. His eyes dark and further Lobo, and I have much more compliant younger siblings that will snap underneath the pressures of our fathers and give in to their every whim. Which is why we need to stay together, Atlas said. His tone serious. We're stronger as a group, and while our parents might know how we think and act individually, they don't know here as a cohesive group. It just doesn't make sense, though. I shook my head. If they're gonna come after all of us regardless, there I don't see why I can't be a part of the distraction. I watched in vivid fascination as the 3 of them had a legitimate silent conversation right in front of my eyes. Nick shook his head firmly while Atlas nodded towards me, his eyes bugging out in emphasis. This is freaking painful to watch, I stated dryly. Do you want me to step outside while you 3 finish your conversation, or are you going to finally fill me in? We shouldn't be having this conversation right now, Mick said, shaking his head. She doesn't deserve to find out like this. We have to tell her. Nick's Cassian's eyed. It's her right to know why we're against this plan of hers. Not like this, Phoenix growled. Not when we haven't even had a fucking chance to show her what it means to be mates. Mates? I asked. My interest definitely peaked now since I've heard that term mentioned in passing over a few times at the academy. What about mates? How much do you know about mates? Cass asked softly. Not much, I admitted. I've heard the term around school, and Atlas told me a little about his mom and aunt, but I've never had time to research it more. Mates, in our world, are something very sacred to all of our people regardless the fact. Atlas, his eyes locked on me with an unknown emotion crossing his amber eyes. Typically, wolves only have one mate for the rest of their lives. In rare cases, some wolves might have to, Nick said, but almost always. In that case where another mate is possible. The secondest inmate is found once the first one passes. So there can't be multiple mates existing at one time. Another secretive look between the three. We've never heard of more than one person being mated to multiple people at the same time, Cassie Ann said slowly. Usually. One of my brows raised. Usually. Apparently there was an exception made. For who? I blinked at them and was about to ask more questions when a huge boom sounded from the back of the property. A large hand grabbed me and pushed me underneath the breakfast island. Slams sounded from within the house before pairs of footsteps came running into the kitchen. Haul ass. Exlo screamed as he passed us. That fucking thing just broken. Curses surrounded me as Phoenix lifted me up in one swoop and hauled me over his shoulder. How the fuck did that happen? He snarled at the twins. I thought we had another week. We did. Nico growled back. Reaching for his bag of weapons, we did have a week, but there was a factor I didn't anticipate. And what the fuck was that? That fucking thing was able to track down and kill the witch protecting this place. Teo answered for his brother. His face grim and pale, which should have been impossible since the witch was at least 150 years old and would only appear when she wanted to. Cassie Ann sucked in a breath, so that means every barrier or spell she ever created is crumbling. Teo answered, and once they come down completely, well, be sitting ducks. Let me down, Nix, I whispered. We need to do this now. Mates. The plot of this novel is so intense. The male protagonist, Wolf, in order to protect his wife and daughter, dares to go against his entire group. In the face of life and death, he entrusts his daughter to his former friend, hoping she can live a normal life. However, Wolf is brutally poisoned and, in his last moments, still worries about his daughter's future. What kind of love and helplessness lies behind this? And will the daughter fulfill her father's last wish? Chapter 50. I raced through the dense lupine forest, my mate's protests falling on deaf ears as her small fists drummed against my back. The urgency of our situation weighed heavily on me, my usual confidence wavering in the face of this unprecedented threat. Phoenix, what the hell are we going to do? Alice's voice echoed through our shared mate link, his wolf form darting between the trees with practiced agility. I can practically feel that fucking thing lurking behind us as we speak. Cassie Ann's voice joined the mental chorus, his tone laced with concern. The twins can't hold them off forever. Phoenix. Exo called in our packs and the air guards, but they're at least 20 minutes out. Damn it all. By the time reinforcements arrived, we could all be nothing more than scattered remains on the forest floor. For the first time in my life, indecision paralyzed me. Every choice seemed to teeter on the razor's edge between survival and annihilation. It was Nova's soft voice that pierced through my mental fog, her words causing my throat to constrict painfully. Let me go, let me go. Nick, she pleaded. Let me go now, or we're all going to die. Never, I growled, tightening my grip on her live form. I'll never let you go. It won't be forever. Phoenix, she reasoned, her tone maddeningly calm. It'll just be until the others arrive. We can't kill this thing alone, so our best bet is to distract it. A blur at the forest's edge caught my attention, matching our pace with eerie precision. Cassie Ann and Atlas closed ranks, flanking us protectively as they guarded Nova from both sides. I can't let you go. Nova, Nova, I said, my voice taking on a frantic edge as the blur drew nearer. Not when I just found you. Phoenix. Atlas's warning cry rang out as he narrowly avoided the creature's slashing claws. Get her out of here. You're left. Atlas. Cassie Ann snarled, darting across my path to aid our friend. Shit. HES faster than the last one. And fucking smarter too. Atlas panted, his wolf form tensed for action. HES falling back. HES altering his attack strategy. The forest seemed to close in around us, the very air thick with tension as we raced against time and an enemy that grew more formidable with each passing second. Before I had a chance to respond, an agonizing spasm rocked through my body so hard that I seized and fell mid-run, causing Nova to soar through the air and hit a tree, her head banging against the tree so hard that it knocked her unconscious. 3 roars sounded out as our wolves watched their mate passed out on the dirt floor. Stubborn Mutsa amused robotic voice sounded from above us. You should have listened to the princess when you had the chance. I looked up to see a masked figure, with his head cocked to the side, gazing down at us from his perch on a tree branch. Another spasm rocked my body, and as hard as I tried, I could help that darkness that overtook me, but not before one thought occurred to me at the stranger's words. You should have listened to the princess when you had the chance, Nova. The excruciating pain radiating from my shoulder was what awoke me from my unconscious state. I tapered down the scream that wanted to rip free from my throat as the monster's jaw locked down even tighter on my shoulder, dragging me along the forest floor, its hot stale breath washing over me as a low warning growl ripped through its throat. I blinked through the tears, gazed up at the stars, noting for the first time that the night has fallen. My second thought was, where were the guys? Because as much we fought and as much as we annoyed or talked shit to each other, I knew without a doubt that if all 3 men were still alive, they'd be doing everything in their power to kill the monster currently dragging me through the forest. Which leads me to believe one of 2 things. The monster incapacitated the guys to the brink of death or killed them before it took me. My heart stopped at the thought of all 3 of them just gone. I was ripped out of my thoughts when I winced, my leg scraping against a particularly sharp stone, the warm trickle of blood flowing down my leg. The creature halted to a sudden stop, its mouth loosening from my shoulder momentarily. It unhinged its jaws from my arm but kept a caroming paw on the center of my chest, making it impossible for me to move, let alone try to escape. I watched in fascination and horror as the creature tilted its preserved head upwards to sniff the air. A second later, I stiffened as the creature released me and tilted its head downwards, nearly pressing its whole face into my neck. Shit. This was how it'd die, with a monster ripping open my throat and tearing my head from my body. Its large head traveled down the sides of my body until it reached the open wound on my leg. It inhaled deeply, once, then twice before letting out a heartbreaking howl. Chapter 51. The dark princeling paced his war room as he watched the scene playing out before him, his most trusted advisors and those he called friends watching his every move in apprehensive awareness. To state he was angry would be a complete understatement. He was absolutely enraged, bordering on the verge of complete crazed if the cursed muttering was an indication to go by. Ella, the underrealm seer, was the first brave soul to speak the thoughts that the entire collective room was thinking. No, Lonnie and Wolf warned you that something like this might happen, the seer said softly, even foreshadowed that this will happen when she arrived at the academy all those months ago. The Dark Prince, for the first time in his long life, snapped at his seer in half. Sister, hearing about something and witness it for your own eyes, 2 very fucking different things. Or Ella and I mate down a fucking hill to nature's nowhere and I can't do a single fucking thing about it until the summer solstice begins and that stupid fucking dome weakens. Helios. The seer blinked at her king and brother, taking a small step backwards. This is what the fates. Fuck the fates, the Dark Prince snarled, banging his fist on the table in front of him and making all of his friends jump back in surprise, their faces betraying their complete and utter shock at his unadulterated outburst. They mates are the ones being dragged down the ravine by their dead father's wolf. Everyone in the room sucked in a sharp breath, seemingly flabbergasted at the revelation. Well, everyone except the seer seemed shocked at the news the Dark Prince just revealed. That creature is Last Lupine. The prince's closest friend asked, how do you know? And how is that possible? He has been dead for 19 years. How do you think? The prince stated. His tone defeated. He resurrected his project the moment he convinced the council to cast us aside. How the seer's mate reared his head back in shock. He would have to access to all 4 seasons. His sons each married a princess from the summer and spring realm. The Dark Prince stated. I have no doubt in my mind that they're under his spell too, freely giving away their powers to his cause without even realizing. But no man is dead, someone said besides her father. There's no one left in the Winterlands, and I doubt that he'd willingly give more of his power away to EIH. Not when he already gives so much to the Equinox already. Noel Ann is gone, but N.S. bastard child. Tisn't the prince dropped yet another explosive revelation? It seems like she's the reason my queen was found in the first place. Hell. The Dark Prince once again turned his attention to the scene before him. His wounded queen being dragged across the woodland's floors by her deceased father just mere feet above where he currently stood. Her agony mirroring his own as if they were already in perfect sync with each other like mates tended to be, despite only meeting once in their dreams. The bastard fox queen used the Lupine heir to hunt down his own flesh and blood, the Dark Prince whispered, because he was the only one in the entire realms who could find her. That's why I could suddenly see her in my visions, the seer blanched, and that's why they've kept him alive so long. Wolf, the human, died 19 years ago, the prince said, but his wolf, the animal part of him, refused to die until it was reunited with his pup again. Chapter 50 to Cassian, wake up, wolf. A strange voice whispered in my unconscious mind, our mate is in danger. Those words had my eyes snapping open as a much-needed breath made its way through my body. I blinked. Then I blinked again. Unlike where I was expecting to be. In the hands of the enemy. I was safe. In one of the panic rooms. Back at the academy. It was the like-us panic room, considering the different room orientation. But it was a panic room based on the familiar walls. Phew. A familiar hand gently patted my cheek. It's okay, baby boy. You're safe now, Mom. Just Ref father's voice rang from somewhere in the room. We're protected from the chaos. What? I pushed myself up into a sitting position. We need to help the others. It's too late for them. Mom patted my cheek again. It's almost done. What's almost done? I asked in frustration. What are you talking about? And how the hell did I get here? What do you remember? Mom asked calmly. Her face unusually blank as she stared intensely at me. My eyes swept past my mom and locked gazes with my dad, who was intently listening in on our conversation and awaiting my answer. My hackles suddenly rose, my wolf fidgeting and snarling in a way HES never done before in the presence of my parents. I asked you a question first. My father sighed as he stood up, holding a hand out to my mother, who looked at me in equal parts regret and disappointment. All you had to do was stay away from her, my mother stated in a tone I've only ever heard her use with her students and lab personnel. All you had to do was duty as our heir. Stay in line. And focus on your studies. My head snapped back at her words, the next sentence out of my father's mouth confirming my wolf's suspicions. But I supposed we should have expected it, my father sound aside. It's in our nature as natural hunters and red-blooded men to fancy a pretty girl. From the stories they told us. Her mother was very beautiful, my mother commented nonchalantly as she fiddled with something on the wall. It's a shame that she'll die the same way her mother did. Before I could respond, familiar tempered glass slammed down around me. What the fuck? I snarled, slamming my fist down on the reinforced walls. What the fuck did you to do? We did what we needed to do in order for our pack to survive. Mother caressed the glass as if she was caressing my face to have a lupine mate with one of them. She trailed off, shaking her head. You fucking traitors. I spat at them, banging on the glass. You turned on one of your own. Sacrifices needed to be made, my father stated, genuine sorrow lacing his tone. We've all made sacrifices for the greater good, for the survival of the packs and the people we care for. So you went after a fellow heir and his pregnant wife. I shouted, you murder your so-called friend in cold blood. You took away someone's parents. How could murder benefit our packs? Wolf would have understood, they repeated like fucking brainwashed cult members. Sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good. What fucking sacrifice did you make? I snarled at them because it seems like the only one who was forced to make sacrifices was Wolf Lupine. All of us made fucking sacrifices. Father roared at me. Every single one of us sacrificed something in order to be where we're at today. My mother's expression turned despondent. Your brother. Brother. My head reared back in yet more shock. What the hell are you talking about? I don't have a brother. You had a brother, my father clarified, a twin actually. What? My jaw slacked at the bomb they just detonated. What are you talking about? Statistically, He was going to make it, Mother stated like a robot. You were the first twin, the stronger of the two. And he was sick. Even if he did make it, his life would be full of deficiencies. He'd never live up to his full potential and contribute to the pack the way he needed to as a son of ours. I stared at them for a full minute, my poor brain trying to comprehend what the hell I'm hearing, because the people in front of me were not my parents. They were not the people I remember coming home from long research trips and showering me with so much love. It never questioned or doubt their intentions for both me and our pack. Hell. I've even defended them against one of my best friends who clearly saw something wrong with them I didn't. These people in front of me were cold-hearted strangers who had absolutely no rational thoughts left in their brain, which was ironic considering they were the two most renowned scientists in the supernatural world. What did the others give up? I croaked. Did they murder their children too? Don't think about it as murder. Mother waved my words away. Think about it as natural selection. My eyes widened. The Lupine girl was the only one who lost a parent. Dad stated the new Lobo Luna was forced to choose between her sister and nephew. My eyes widened in shock. Not only because of the news of Atlas' stepmom and dad being involved in this clusterfuck, but the fact that this whole heinous team has been going on for so long. You're insane, I whispered. You're all insane. Why would you do this? How could you do this to your fellow wolves and loved ones? We did it for you, baby boy, Mom spoke softly. Like she often did when I was a child. We did it to secure your position as our heir. What are you talking about? I snarled. Don't blame this mess on me. Don't try to ease the guilt of murdering your fellow heir and friend by saying you did all of this for me. That's what you don't understand, son. My dad shook his head. Our positions were never ours to begin with. Of course they were. I said. We were a part of the first packs created. The Lycos position was secured the moment the gods blessed us. That's where you're wrong, Cassie and my parents said, shaking their heads. That's what the heirs and pentas before us wanted everyone to believe. It wasn't until your father became an heir, as well as the others, did they learn the truth, my mom said, and then he shared that truth with me. What truth? The gods never created us, Dad said grimly. The gods we worship, the gods we prayed to, were nothing but a myth created by the original heirs in order to conceal our origins. And we think it's about time that you knew the truth, to my mother said. We think it's time that you knew the truth about who created the supernatural world. Chapter 53. Nix, wake up. Small hands tapped my face as a familiar voice filled my ears. Phoenix James. Please wake up. I need you to wake up. My small whimper at the end of my sister's sentence managed to clear the fog that was currently clouding my brain. Sphinx. My croak turned into a hiss as a slice of pain pierced through the skin of my neck for some unknown reason. What the hell are you doing here? I tried to move my limbs only to see that they were bound to the floor. Thick metal chains wrapped around both my wrists and each ankle. Don't move too much. My sister's dirty face swam into view, gently touching my face and wincing as the skin underneath the collar began to hiss. I tried as hard as I could to get them off, but they just won't budge. My eyes snapped down to her charred hands, fresh blood still oozing from her unhealed wounds. Why would you do that? I barked at her. Don't touch anything down here. My sister narrowed her eyes at me, and in that moment, she looked identical to our mother, right down to the white, blonde hair and freckles spanning across her cheeks. I cowled. And sit here and let my brother suffer, she huffed, shooting me a dirty look. I'm not as useless everyone thinks. I snorted and then groaned as the collar burned me once again. The day someone thinks that Sphinx Fenrir is useless is the day that hell freezes over, I wheezed out, and frankly, I'm fucking upset that you see yourself that way. She looked away, her jaw trembling slightly. How do you get here, INX? I asked, redirecting the conversation as softly as I could given the fucking burning on my neck. And where is here? 1 minute I was in my dorm sleeping, and the next, a gigantic portal was ripped open in the middle of my room, she growled, and then I was being hauled into said portal by a vamp. A witch, and a stupid wolf from my class. What? My head reared back in shock. More hissing sounded out as the skin at my nape made contact with the metal. That's impossible. Witches don't work with those from other districts. Not to mention that vampires hate us. The clanking of chains and the sounds of footsteps coming from the darkness that had my hackles raising. I told you it'd get her involved if you failed me a cold. Familiar voice declared from behind me, and now your poor sister has to suffer from your Sphinx screamed and tugged on my chains as hard as she could, urging me to move. I barely dodged in time, turning to see a large paw land down on the concrete underneath when I was previously sitting. What the fuck is that? She yelled, yanking on my chains again as the monster attacked once more. I tugged at my chains, screaming in frustration as they refused to budge. TR halted the monsters with one simply foreign and unknown word. How in the hell he controlled that fucking creature was lost on me. This was you from the start. Wasn't it? I growled at him. This has all been your doing right from the start. His smirk, so much like my own, infuriated me with rage that I've never felt before. Why the fuck would you have me shadow Nova if you were planning to kill her from the start? What was the purpose of that entire ruse? But why waste? TR shrugged, stopping just a few feet short of my sister and I, and moving quicker than I thought possible, gripped both my sister and my faces tightly in his hands. I wanted to kill her the moment she was located, but the others had different ideas, he sneered, so we settled on sending an execution team to her house instead. Unfortunately, we had to adjust our plans when you idiots managed to kill those incompetent nitwits. My sister's small gasp barely registered behind the roaring blood in my ears at his words. The others. Of course he wasn't alone in this. I just didn't expect. My best friend's parents, people I looked up to since my mother died, to be involved with him too. The others. You didn't think I was alone in this, did you? His grip tight, and no one from our world wants the Lupine girl alive. Why not? I glared at him. Why is everyone afraid of one little teenager? He ignored my question, instead turning towards my sister with a fake sad frown. You know, all of this could have been avoided if Wolf Lupine ever got your mother involved. He let go of my sister's face, pushing a lock of blonde hair behind her ear. It's because of him that your mother is no longer with us. What are you talking about? My head reared back in shock. Just gone because you killed her. You murdered her in cold blood after Sphinx was born. My sister flinched at my words, finally finding out the truth of our mother's death. Just gone because she got involved with something she should have never been involved with in the first place. Dark and turned even uglier. She should have killed that brat the moment a dying wolf put her in your mother's arms. My sister's choked gasp verified the words that came out our father's mouth. You killed our mother. I swallowed down my rage. You killed our mother because she saved her friend's daughter, the last heir to a fellow pack leader. Sacrifices needed to be made, he said, and it was either between the traitor I called a wife or the spare newborn daughter I had no use for. Chapter 50 for Nyx. Your mother made her choice, TR said, his emotionals' voice angering me even further, and unfortunately, she didn't love you both enough to choose. My sister's muted sob had me seething more than I already was. You're a filthy fucking liar, I snarled at him. You killed her because you knew she'd always be the truth and we're heir end as long as she lived. The elders would always take her word before your own. Her betrayal killed her. You killed her. I roared. There's no denying the truth. You killed the one person that loved you more than anything. She never fucking loved me. He reeled forward and dug his claws into my abdomen, lifting them upwards and twisting them in such a way that I physically felt my liver shredding inside of my body. She loved that lupine prick more than she ever loved me. A small grunt left my lips at the pain, my sister gasping in horror as she lurched forward to try to remove his claws from me. He slapped her across the face with a second thought, her body hitting the damp ground with a resounding thump that had my heart stopping. She loved him from the very beginning. Even before she knew what love was, he sneered down at me. Fury pulsing through his eyes, I could see it in her eyes. The way she would light up whenever he walked into a room. She never looked at me like that, even after I gave her the pathetic excuses for children. It's hard to love an abusive asshole lice. Neared right back at him, I bet. It was hard to love a narcissist she knew loved her title more than he ever loved his family. Your mother was a lot of things. He gripped my face, his claws shredding through my skin, but a martyr was not one of them. Don't memorialize a woman who didn't even want to protect her own flesh and blood. With those final words, both the creature and TR vanished. My heart started pounding as a familiar sensation darted through my body. Fear. A feeling I haven't felt in a long time coursed through my heart as I scrambled over to my baby sister. If he was playing the game I thought he was playing, we would only have a few moments before the ambushes started to come. And I honestly didn't know how many more of those creatures Tia was able to control, let alone what other monsters he had up his sleeve. Sphinx. I cooed at my sister, wincing in pain as I saw the red blooming handprint he left behind on her face. It was going to leave a bruise, a physical reminder of what our father did to her on this day. Sphinx. I gently sat her up as much as I could INX. I need you to wake up for me. Her small whimpered groan equally pained me as it did assured me that she was still alive and breathing. Nix, she whispered, her eyes still closed. Please tell me that this was all a nightmare. That I'm still back at school and away from that monster. I'm sorry. I gripped her hand tightly in my own. I'm so fucking sorry I let him get to you, Sphinx. I'm so fucking sorry I called and protect you more, baby sister. Her eyes blinked open as she regained her bearings of our situation. Where do ye go? HES still, Eri said, backing away slightly as she sat up. It's all part of his sick game. What game? I inhaled a game he likes to play to remind me that he'll always find a way to get what he wants. And what does he want? I looked at her then, and knew without a doubt that my next words would not come as a shock to her if the knowing look in her eyes was anything to go by. He wants us dead, I said. I said now that he has this newfound tower. Whatever the fuck it is. He doesn't want us to try and take it from him. He doesn't want us to take his title. I take it by the way you're acting. You've been in a situation like this before. I looked away, my jaw clenching as I nodded. The hiss of skin on metal pulled my attention back to her. I attempted to shoo her away, not wanting any more damage to come to her, when she suddenly gripped my hands. How long? What? How long has he been doing this to you? She demanded to know, anger lighting up those blue eyes of hers. How long has this torture been going on? As soon as I get these chains off of me, they'll create distractions that should draw attention my way. I ignored her questions. Once that happens, I want you to find a way out and run as fast and far away from Crescent Academy as you can. Don't go back to school, and certainly don't go to one of our estates. I've left an envelope for you. She was careful to avoid the gashes on my face as she griped it, stopping me mid-rant. How long, Phoenix? Her eyes dark. I want to know how long HE's been doing this to you. It doesn't matter, Sphinx. I firmly, what's done is done. I'm really just focused on getting you out of here in one piece. It matters to me, Phoenix, she said, a calculating glint in her eyes, because when I kill him, I want to know how long I'm going to torture him before ending his pathetic excuse of a life. I stilled at the absolute venom behind her words, at the cruelness I've ever experienced from my sweet and fun-loving baby sister. I often joked that she was made from butterflies and sunshine, with the constant exuberance that exuded from her on a daily basis, the entire reason for my existence being to protect that innocence of her, that good in her that reminded me so much like our mom. So to hear her say something like that, and to watch as the darkness that is our father slowly start to taint her innocent soul, made me feel like a fucking failure. Promise me you'll always take care of your sister, Phoenix. My mother smiled softly down at me as she ran a hand through my hair, her blue eyes turning back towards my sister as her little chunky toddler legs wobbled around our yard. Chasing a butterfly. Promise me that when I'm gone, you'll always look out for her, that you'll always protect her from the bad things of this world. I failed my mom. I failed my sister. And I fucking failed my mate too. All the women in my life have suffered because of my failure. I was snapped out of my inner toil when the building started shaking. No, it was rumbling and groaning. This was new, which had me thinking that whatever was coming our way was really bad. Break my right hand, I told my sister suddenly, which had her snapping her attention to me. What? Break my right hand, I repeated. It's my non-dominant hand, and I think there's enough room for me to squeeze it through the chains. Are you out of your mind? She squawked at me. Those wounds of yours are barely healing as it is, and if I break your hand, you'll only have one left. How is that going to help us get out of here? It'll give us a chance, I said, yanking on my chains. I didn't want it to come down to this option, but it's the only one we got left. Like you said, My wounds are barely healing and am bleeding out. It's better to try and escape than just wait here like sitting ducks and let those fucking things kill us. But there was no more time for hesitation. Break my fucking hand. Sphinx Bastet. I ordered. Break it right fucking now. Her eyes glowed as her wolf struggled with an alpha heir's demands, while she was an heir in her own right. My sister's wolf was nowhere as powerful as mine, being as my wolf is older and more dominant than hers. I hate you, brother, my sister growled out, her wolf following through with them command even though the human part of her didn't want to. I'll never forgive you, Phoenix. I muffled my howl of pain as all 27 bones in my hand crunched under her fingers. Before I could think, she yanked on the chain in my broken hand and immediately spilled through the opening. Thank work, she snarked at me, but how are we going to get all the other chains off you? We're not. Her head reared back. What do you mean? It took me a second to recognize this place. I said either because HES blocking my senses somehow or because I've never been in this area before, but when the earth shook, I smelled a familiar smell that could only be associated with one place. Where? The Colosseum, I said, using my free arm, momentum, and a little physics to move in a way that had the chains snapping from their hooks around my ankles. I pulled a little more and the chain around my left hand snapped as well. HES brought me back to where it all started. Here. Her eyes bright, and when I was finally free of my restraints, why here? I ushered her down the hall, cursing when I realized I walked us into a dead end. My first kill was here, I told her, flinching when she inhaled a sharp breath. The sick fuck is giving me his version of a poetic justice. How old were you? I kept silent. Next, please, she gripped my arm. I need to know why. I shot back, gripping her wrist and pulling her down the hall faster. Like I said before, it doesn't matter when it started. All that matters is that you were safe from him after Mom died. Her face paling made me realize my mistake too late. 20 years, she whispered, her eyes darting back and forth as she did the mental math. You must have been what? 6, 7. Horror lined her tone, which in me coming to a stop, even though that was the last thing I wanted to do when I knew we're being hunted. Okay, yes, I gripped her shoulders. He started when I was 6.5 and hasn't let up a day since then. It got better when I came here, though. He cowled and summoned me as much nor could explain to the others why his heir was coming up with unexplained cuts and bruises. I did what needed to be done in order to protect you. You heard him. He really only ever needed one of us, and I wasn't even going to let you experience what I did. Why didn't he just kill me then? She whispered. It seems like it would have turned out better for you if I was in the picture. No, I barked at her as my anger flared and gently shook her. You do not get to say that. You do not get to fall into that pit right now. Not now and not ever. I have never regret that choice. I will never regret that choice. What stopped him from killing me? She looked at me. Her jaw clenched. Why didn't he? Because I threatened that if he so much as laid a single finger on your head, he'd lose both his heirs, I said simply when he decided to test that theory and found out I wasn't bluffing. He backed off. The earth roared again as footsteps sounded behind us. I felt my sister Ed stiffen as I urged her to run. She halted me once more, her eyes wide. Wait, she grabbed my wrist. I have to tell you something now. I barked as the footsteps got closer. Ed can't wait. No, she shook her head. Because if that is who I think it is behind me, they won't hesitate to attack first and ask questions later. They don't know I have a brother. I reared my head back. Do they not know who you are? She bit her lip and shook her head. They aren't from our community. I narrowed my eyes. What are you telling me? My sister opened her mouth to say something, but instead let out a squeak as arms enveloped her waist from the darkness. I went to lurch forward and grab her when a cold blade was pressed against my neck, nicking my jaw. How dare you come into my home and steal our mate? The dark voice hissed in my ear. That is considered a crime in my homeland, punishable by death. The blade pressed harder against my neck, and I had no doubt that the stranger behind me was seconds away from slitting my throat open. Be high, my sister screamed. HES, my brother. Chapter 55 Nova. The first thing I heard was nails scraping against the earth. The smell of moldy dampness and ash permeated the air, slowly awakening my exhausted consciousness. My entire body jolted in utter agony as my brain finally woke up long enough to process where I was and what was happening. I must have been passed out a while ago because I don't know how far or long we've traveled to get here. It must have been a while considering that the creature was about 6 feet deep into his digging. The only thing visible from his entire decayed corpse being his large wolf head. Whatever it was digging for, whatever it wanted to find, must have been really important if it diverted its course to bring me here. My bleary eyes blinked rapidly, adjusting to the complete darkness surrounding me before taking in my surroundings. I was in a room. That much was clear from the items occupying it. But farther than that I knew little else. I released a breath, lying back on the soggy floor and looked towards the ceiling, only to be met with a sight that had me inhaling a sharp breath. Above me, the night sky was illuminated by brilliant hues of pink, purples, and turquoise, the lights almost resembling the northern lights, except for the fact that the lights were in the shape of a dome. I inhaled sharply at the realization. The equinox. I was near the equinox, the border that trapped the Fae and all their lands in on themselves. Why would the creature drag me here out of all places? According to all the journal I picked up from the library, and the lectures the professors taught in class, the area surrounding the equinox was uninhabitable due to the distinct power and fluxes that radiated from it throughout the day. Because the Fae were the only ones capable of wielding old, pure magic, the magic that the Fire Royals relinquished to the equinox in order to keep it whole. The radiation would be harmful to any other supernatural being or faction that tried to inhabit the land, which led me to believe one thing: I was going to die. It was just a matter of what was going to kill me first. The fine magic or the creature in front of me. I sat up gently, willing the nausea that arose away and wincing as the wounds on my leg and my shoulder throbbed, the warmth of blood pooling underneath me soaking through my jeans. The creature's head snapped towards me at the sounds of the creaking floorboards, a growl rising from low in his throat. I froze as we just stared at each other for a few minutes, his icy eyes sweeping across my face almost knowingly. This look, the one he was currently giving me, was so different from the one I've seen him wearing while he was chasing me and the others. And while there was still a deep-seated savagery in their depths, it was shrouded by an air of intelligence that I didn't suspect a monster of its caliber was capable of possessing. Without taking its eyes off of me, the creature unhinged his jaw and haunch head low. My heart stuttered to a stop as my eyes immediately shut closed. This was it. This was finally how I was going to die. When nothing happened after a few moments, and I didn't feel the sharp sting of fangs piercing through my skin, I opened my eyes and immediately tensed. The creature was sitting a few feet away, its hulking frame completely stock still as it loomed over me with a metal tin hanging from its mouth. As soon as it realized that it had my attention, the creature unhinged his jaw and dropped the tin. Rattling sounded as the tin landed in between us, the creature letting out a small growl as he looked from me to the tin and then back again. With trembling hands I reached for the tin and opened it, keeping an eye on the creature as I did so. The contents inside made my heart drop in as gently as I could. I dusted off a few specks of dirt and dust from a familiar-looking picture. A picture that I've looked at probably a million times over the last 2 days. And while the man holding the ultrasound with a proud smile was nothing new, the woman standing next to him wearing a similar beaming smile definitely was. My breath caught. Is he? We look just alike. My mother. My real mother. My breath caught as I gazed down at her for the first time, my eyes tracing over every inch of her tiny frame. She was small, way smaller than either mine or Wolf Festal statues, with long hair that was so dark that it looked like it had blue mixed into it, the color of a raven feather. And although our heights were different, our features were similar, that we even had light freckles dusting across our noses in the exact same place. The only other thing different about us were our eyes. And while she did have blue eyes, hers more of a cerulean blue, ours weren't the same. I inherited Wolf Lupina's glacial eyes. I flipped over the picture and traced the words written on the back. Wolf, Nolani, and Little Nova LT3, my parents. These were my parents, my birth parents, both of them together in this picture. The creature growled once more, and I lifted my eyes from the photos to look at him. He inclined his head, motioning for me to keep going. I shuffled to the next photo. This one of my mother sketching a familiar scene on a window in the Lupine mansion. Her grinning face smeared with different colors of paint as she posed for the photo. The next photo had sorrow slithering its way up my chest, tightening its fist around my heart as I continued to gaze down at the photo. My eyes slid from the wolf in the photo to the creature, because, besides from the obvious deformities of the creature in front of me, I couldn't deny that the fact that the wolf from the photo was the creature sitting in front of me. And when I turned the photo over to confirm my suspicions, a heartbreaking sob left my lips before I could stop it. Wolf showing off in Wolf Form Chapter 56 The Dark Prince. I paced my library and watched in utter helplessness as Phi after Phi started to surround the charred cabin that currently housed my mate and her father's dead wolf, judging by the glowing eyes of the air elemental. I knew that he was masking the onslaught of sounds with his power, which meant that my mate was going to die if I couldn't intervene soon. My eyes snapped to the chronometer, noting that I had approximately 30 minutes before the damn gate was weak enough for me to pass through it. My eyes snapped back to the screen as a small squeal sounded out, my visuals immediately blacking out as the creature I sent to monitor the situation was maimed by the last person I expected to see in the wolf realm. Helios, the familiar voice cooed, his face filling the screen as he held my creature in his hand. How long has it been? Alpi sneered at him. How unfortunate. Don't be like that little prince. The man who I once considered a father figure stared smugly at me through my shadow creature's eyes, his own gleaming eyes reminding me just how much of a snake he really was. I truly do miss you. The courts aren't just the same without your spirited presence. I gritted my teeth. What are you doing, Albihi? Whatever do you mean? His fake innocence irked me to no ends. You are many things, Albihi. I sneered. A liar and a snake. Sure, but an idiot you are not. What are you doing in the Shifter lands? You always could see through me, little prince. He sighed drastically. I guess now is the time for me to divulge my evil plan, isn't it? I cocked my head to the side, confusion marring my features at his words. What? Instead of answering me, he incinerated my shadow creature without a hint of warn, causing me to wince as I felt the entity's pain. Son of OS. Based on the time on the chronometer, I still had 15 minutes trapped in this fucking prison of mine before I could save my mate. The only problem was that he was much closer to her than I, without doubt, that if they sent him, the man they called the Knight's Blade, then he was going to kill her, and it was going to be a swift death by any means. The sick bastard was going to prolong her suffering until her sweet body gave out. I mean, why wouldn't he want her to suffer? After all, her mother did reject their decades-long engagement when she ran off and mate with Wolf Lupine. Nova, I raised my trembling hand to the head of the creature. My father, tears blurring my eyes as he nuzzled said head into my hand, a low whine rising in his throat. You're really him, I whispered, pushing away the dirty moss and a few layers of decaying fur. You're really my father. He just blinked at me, that whine getting even more higher in pitch. But you tried to kill me, I said, and you tried to kill my friends, my fellow heirs. Ah, a new voice cooed from a darkened corner of the room. You really can't blame him. He was just following orders. I whirled, trying to see the newcomer, when the large body of my father's wolf blocked my entire view. I should have known you've come back here. The Mantis schedule creations are so predictable, always coming back to the scene of your own deaths. The next growl my father let out was menacing enough for goosebumps to rise on my arms. The man stepped forward, enough light shining from the equinox to illuminate his stunning features. He was an older man, probably around my parents' age, with long hair the color of wheat that was neatly and intricately braided on the sides. His brown eyes were smiling on the outside, but, if you looked close enough, they were dull and dead-looking, just like a doll. The outfit he was wearing reminded me of something you defined in a Shakespeare or Renaissance fair. But besides the ridiculous outfit, the only thing that stood out to me was his ears. They were high and pointed and so unlike anything I've seen before except for in fantasy series. He was Phi, like the ones I read in that book from the library. Who are you? My friends call me Knight. He smiled at me. I am. Was one of your mother's friends. My father let out another growl at the mention of my mother, affirming my initial gut reaction that the man in front of me wasn't a friend of any kind. To neither me nor my family. That's great and all, I deadpanned, but I don't give a fuck who you were friends with. What are you doing here? The man chuckled. You have the same fiery spirit as your mother. My father lunged forward and the man's expression changed, becoming more menacing as his eyes flashed a brilliant tawny color. Suddenly my father let out an ear-piercing screech. You know, the horrible one the animals let out when they're injured or attacked by a predator. I lurched forward as my father slumped to the ground, convulsing on his side as his body hit the floor. What are you doing to him? I screamed, my hands hovering over his body as he recoiled away from me. Stop it. You're hurting him. He can't feel anything. The man waved his hand. The dead never do. Are you fucking blind? I yelled. HS clearly in pain. You fucking psycho. The man cocked his head to the side. And you care because. My eyes wide, and why wouldn't I care? The Fi just stared at me. Maybe you're not so like your mother after all. A group of footsteps sounded behind me and my heart leapt in my throat. The guys. They found me. They came for me. I turned and that little hope inside my heart shriveled up and died when I saw more Fi, dressed similarly like the man, start to surround the entirety of the room. Sir, once of the men addressed him. Ignoring my presence, we have 5 minutes before the equinox concludes and we're forced to retreat. The man smiled, showing off his straight white teeth. I only need to. He approached me, hands outstretched and a manic smile on his face. With surprising strength I didn't think he could possess any longer. My father leapt up and tackled the fine man, snarling in rage as he took a chunk out of his shoulder. Dad, I sprang forward but was immediately grabbed by 3 warriors. Let go of me. Let go of me. You oversized fireflies. I watched in horror as claws and fists were thrown as the fine man and my father tangled with each other. Remarkably, my father was able to keep up with the Fi, dodging his attack with swiftness that he never would have suspected considering the fact that he was just writhing on the floor 2 seconds ago. Enough, the Fi said, thrusting his hands into my father's rib cage and ripping out something that resembled a heart. And I say resembled a heart because the thing the night man held in his hand was not something they taught us in anatomy class. It was the shape of a heart, but there were large chunks missing. But instead of those chunks remaining empty, they were filled with gears and wrapped around some kind of glowing orb. My father twitched once before stilling, making me let out a muffled cry. Stupid, the knight muttered, spitting on my father's dead corpse. I knew you'd be more trouble than you were worth. I stared at my father's lifeless body, silent tears streaming down my face at thought of finally finding my father only for him to be taken away from me again in a blink of an eye. 2 bloody fingers went underneath my chin, redirecting my attention to callous brown eyes. He wasn't worth your tears, princess. He wiped away my tears with his blood-soaked hand. He wasn't even your father. My eyes snapped to his what? I croaked. I mean, technically he was the night hummed well. The human part of him was anyways, which has been gone for a long while. But the wolf. The wolves are always the hardest to get rid of no matter how hard we try. He let out a humorless laugh that coiled around my heart. The worst is when they have pups. It seems like that one little blood bond to them more disobedient than usual. If he was such a nuisance for you, then why go through all that trouble of bringing him back from the dead? I whispered. Why interrupt his peace? You really don't know, do you? He asked, his eyes searching mine. You have no idea who or what you truly are. I know who I am, I said, meeting his eyes unflinching. I am the daughter of one of the most powerful alpha heirs in the world. Oh, princess. His hand wrapped around my throat before I could even realize what was happening. You are so much more than that. His hand gradually started to tighten around my neck, and no matter how hard I tried to move or flinch away from his grasp, he never once let go. I know you saw the pictures, he murmured. No, Lonnie had a set of duplicates hidden underneath a false drawer of hers back at the palace. I found them the day she decided to call off her engagement and run away from her responsibilities. I was only able to croak out one word: palace. Yes, palace, he said, a wicked grin erupting on his ethereal face. And while you may be the daughter of an alpha mutt, the title is infinitesimal compared to that of a Phi queen. My eyes widened. That's right, little princess, he sneered down at me. Mommy dearest was destined to be our next centennial queen, a title that you now inherit since you were her only heir. Little dark spots began to color my vision, and my lungs were slowly burning for air. Queen, I choked out. That's why Papa Wolf over there was so crucial to our operation, he explained. Blood hunts blood. We needed him to find you. We figured out about your existence after you'd already disappeared from the supernatural realms. We knew that in order to find you, our only option was to use him. We just didn't anticipate that your mother would have enough power left in her body to bind your powers and ship you off to the one realm we had no access to beyond the veil. Although he was barely a breath's width away from me, I couldn't focus on anything he was saying. My entire body was numb as ice as I continued to stare at the lifeless corpse of the wolf who belonged to my father. The last piece. The last connection I ever had to my biological parents. Once again being ripped away from me without a second thought. Sir, someone choked out the room. A breath escaped me and I couldn't help but notice the condensation that arose from that one simple gesture. Goosebumps raced down my arms as a chill filled the air, making those around me stand stock still. The night's eyes widened, chest urging. The suffocating feeling around my neck disappeared as a burst of energy shot forward and engulfed the entire room in silver light, creating equal parts chaos and solace as the Phi were thrown away from me in an instant. I cowed and helped but watch in horror as I completely engulfed the Phi warriors, their horrific expressions forever encapsulated in their personalized prisons. The entire cabin, from ceiling to floor and everything in between, was covered in thick glacial ice, and whatever it was that caused it somehow spared me. I should have known. A low voice hissed, making me whirl around and find the knight glaring at me. Of course you'd have her powers too. His body was completely encased in ice, all except for a little portion that didn't reach his mouth, nose, or eyes. Slowly, almost imperceptible, the ice started to melt away from his, the water slowly trailing down his face. And to think I was going to give you a swift and merciful death. He sneered at me. Though you wear, I remarked, men like you don't make it easy for women they fear. With those final words, I turned and rushed out of the cabin as quickly as I could. I was going to waste a gifted opportunity when it presented itself, because from the way the ice was melting quicker and quicker, it wouldn't be long before he was freed from whatever force that was trapping him in it. Of course you'd have her powers too. I couldn't stop thinking about his words because there was no way that I could do that. I was normal. Well, normal-ish. And didn't even have a wolf, let alone these so-called powers he was talking about. Howls sounded out and I ran faster, cursing myself for not taking up those extra cardio sessions Atlas offered me when I had the chance. Shouts mixed with the howls, as both sounds came closer and closer to where I was headed. I ducked as something whirled past and embedded itself in the tree that I just ran past. My eyes wide, and as I realized it was a giant fucking dagger, its hilt encrusted with little symbols and small gem-sized crystals. More shouts and howls encompassed me from both sides this time, making me alter my course yet again. Shit. 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 I remember this tactic from chess course. They were corralling me to where they wanted me, and if I remembered, I was heading towards the Phi border. Quadruple shit. They were once again taking away my choices, forcing me to either surrender or die at their hands. You can run, princess. The knight's familiar voice rang out, but you can never hide from me or my creatures. The growls were close enough that I swear I could feel a warm breath across the nape of my neck. I diverted left, and was a couple 100 yards away from the Phi door when suddenly, a large figure blocked my path. I was forced to retreat and turn back to where I came from. I was almost home free, or so I thought, until a large creature blocked my path on the side too. Slowly, ever so slowly, they began to converge closer and closer until the only choice I had was to turn my back to the shimmery border door. A third figure appeared, the first figure and the creature flanking the newcomer's side. He was soaking wet, wearing a pissed-off expression on his face as he gazed at me with contempt and maliciousness. Like I said, princess, he sneered at me. There's no place in this world where you can hide from me. Before I had a chance to speak. Hell, before I had a chance to even react or move. Large, unfamiliar arms wrapped tightly around my waist and pulled me hard enough that I fell through the portal. And into a life that will never be the same again. Epilogue 19 years ago, Wolf POV. Come on, baby, I squeezed my pregnant mate's hand a little tighter, just a little bit farther. We're almost at our special place. Wolf. Nolani canted out a pained whimper. Wolf. I think Shess coming. My eyes widened as I turned and quickly picked up my body automatically moving and running even faster through these woods at her words. My daughter barely turned 24 weeks old yesterday, and while I knew that it was impossible for infants to survive out of the womb this early on in pregnancy, the tension leading up to this moment, as well as the added stress of tonight's attack, would not be without consequences on my two girls. Hold on, baby, I kissed the side of her head. It'll get us there soon, and both you and baby girl will be just fine. That's not all, Wolf, my mate whispered, her voice shaking as she held up a bloody palm. One of them managed to hit me. I swore loudly, something I rarely did in the presence of my mate, and the pounding in my heart was suddenly heard in my ears at the implication. The arrows our enemies were using were enchanted, using a special type of poison that only grew in one realm, the File Ants. It made sense for Nolan as people to be upset with her, considering she gave up her crown and untainted purebred status for a wolf shifter like me. We expected them to come. Eventually. What we didn't expect was for my people, my fellow heirs, to betray me. TR was obvious because of his utter disdain for me since the moment we met, for some unknown reason. But to know that the others were involved with him to absolutely gutted me to my core. These were the men and women I once considered my closest friends and confidants, the ones who I thought shared similar principles and morals as I did when it came for the good of the shifter community. It fucking hurt me to my core to know that these people, some of who I've known my entire life, gave my family and I up without batting an eye, and to know that they not only willingly sacrificed my family but also some members of their own, just for a taste of corrupted fight powers, led me to believe that I never truly knew them at all. I was snapped out of my thoughts when I felt my wife grip my bicep, her blue ethereal eyes glowing bright as she looked straight ahead. We're not alone. My head snapped around and I cannot mistake the shockingly brightly colored silver blonde hair no matter how hard I try. Eliza, my best friend since we were in diapers, and the true heir of the Fenrir pack, skidded to a stop on the front of us. Wolf, she cried. I would have come sooner if possible, but TR locked me in Phoenix's room and I couldn't. My wolf let out a menacing growl at the name of her traitorous husband. I love you like a sister, Lisa. I shielded my maiden child away from her line of sight, but I won't hesitate to put you down if you're here to harm my family. Her eyes welled with tears. I would never do that to you, she whispered. Your husband would. Her eyes flashed in nothing like that, monster. You might not be like him. I snarled, but you did marry and mate with him. That alone makes me question your morals and which side you truly align with. First love makes you do stupid things, she murmured, angrily wiping a tear away as she looked away, and the unborn, innocent child makes you want to stay and attempt to work things out, even when you know deep inside of your heart that it was never going to work and you should have left a long time ago. Another squeeze from my bicep had my head snapping down to my mate. We can't rust her, she said, looking sorrowful at the sight of my old friend Shess not here to harm us. How do you know? Just call it a feeling or women's intuition. She kissed my bicep. We have to keep moving. I can feel them getting closer as each second passes. I looked at my best friend whose eyes were shining with regret, sadness, and a small bit of guilt. How much do you know about delivering a baby? She shot me a dry look. I practically delivered both of my children myself. Perfect, I said seriously about delivering mine. Elise and excess, Mom. Please. Just take her, Wolf pleaded with me, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he continued to stare down at his daughter. Give her what we couldn't. Give her a chance at a normal life. She shouldn't be persecuted just because of who her parents were. Sobs racked my body as this tiny little bloodied being was gently placed in my arms, her barely audible wails etching themselves on my already broken soul. "Take her yourself, Wolf," I cried, gripping his wrist. "There's still time for you to escape." "I can stand." He cut me off with a gentle pat to my head, a gesture so familiar and reminiscent of our younger days that a fresh wave of tears started falling again. "It's too late for me," he whispered, caressing a large finger across his daughter's tiny head. "They won't stop coming for me until they're sure I'm dead. The one advantage we have is that they don't know about her. I can't condemn her to that life." He glanced at the small cabin behind us. The labored screams that once filled the air were now completely silent. "I won't condemn her to that life. No, didn't want that for her. Besides, it's too late for me." He raised up his poised and ridden arm, the one that matched his mate identically. "The one good thing about the curse of a true mate bond. The gods knew I couldn't live without her, so they decided it was my time to." "Wolf," I whimpered and looked down to see the beautiful little girl in my arms grip onto a loose piece of my hair. "She needs you." He sent me a sad smile. "No, she doesn't," he said softly. "She's her mother's daughter. I have no doubt she'll survive and conquer the world, just like she was born to." Shouts sounded from behind me, startling me so bad that I nearly jumped 10 feet in the air. "Wolf's daughter, Lil, go," he ordered me, his icy eyes flashing. "Go right this instant, or else Snowlan's death would have been for nothing." "Wolf," I panicked, reaching for his arm again. "I can't do this. I can't keep her safe. I can barely keep my own children safe. You can keep her safe." He patted my head once more, the gesture feeling like a final goodbye. "And do you want to know why I believe you can?" Why my lips trembled. "Because you're the truth and we're heir. One of the most fiercest wolves I've ever met, and the best mother to 2 wonderful pups. I know you'll care for her like she was your own." He urged me forward. "I'm sorry you mated with a psychotic piece of shit who cherished power over his own family. You deserved so much better, Lizzie." The shouts started getting closer and closer. I tensed, my wolf pacing anxiously and urging me to get away from danger as soon as possible. My spine straightened and I quickly dabbed my tears away, a second away from taking off when Wolf's last few words halted me. "Wherever you take her, just make sure they know her name." I glanced back at him. "Her name." He smiled, and for the first time in our entire lives, I watched with wide eyes as Last Lupine, one of the most powerful alphas and heirs in the world, break down in tears. And even though terror after terror streamed down his face, the sad smile he wore was still proud. "No, Phoenix," he murmured lovingly, "our little North Star. The only star we need to guide us together through the darkness that is death." It wasn't even 6 minutes later when a large explosion sounded from the cabin's location, thick black fumes engulfing the entire night sky. It was in that moment, that singular life-changing moment, did I know that the man I called my best friend, the one I once considered my true first love, was dead. And somehow, deep in my heart, I knew I was next. Because when Tyr finds out about my betrayal, and he always finds out, I knew he wouldn't let me live to say another day. I just hope, for the sake of children and this little bundle of life in my arms, that I get them to safety before he does.